Pain, hunger, exhaustion, and weakness enveloped him. Awakening in darkness, Xia Qi instantly sensed the myriad sensations. Coursing through his body, gasping in shock, nearly losing consciousness once again. What is happening? Where am I? In the obscurity, Xia Qi disregarded his pain, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The sight that met his eyes filled him with astonishment, prompting a tremulous exclamation. Swish! As he struggled, the dimness was pierced by the clear sound of flowing water, accompanied by a foul stench. That was utterly repugnant. Having just adjusted to the darkness, Xia Qi hurriedly surveyed his environment. He soon realized that he was confined in a space of merely a few square meters, surrounded by walls with no windows, completely shrouded in blackness. The floor was inundated with cold, putrid water, submerging his lower body entirely. A water prison. This is a water prison. Xia Qi screamed in terror, thrashing about in vain. He was firmly bound to a wall, his limbs shackled by iron chains, his struggles yielding only the sound of chains clashing. And the water's flow. What is going on? How did I end up in a water prison? I distinctly remember merely falling in my rented apartment during a power outage. The pain and hunger coursing through him, coupled with overwhelming fear, made Xia Qi mutter to himself in disbelief. His face paled. No, this cannot be real. I must be dreaming. He shook his head vigorously, desperately wishing for the nightmarish reality to vanish. Yet the bone-chilling water and his bodily aches rendered him painfully aware that this was no dream. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, followed by memories flashing before him like fleeting film clips, invoking a scream of terror from Xia Qi. A piercing cry, laced with fear and confusion, echoed in the water prison, restoring the silence that had enveloped it before Xia Qi regained consciousness. That kid inside is screaming again. I wonder how he still has the strength to shout. Having not eaten for so long, remarked one of the 4 guards cloaked in black robes outside. The prison, a tone of schadenfreude in his voice. Who knows what unforgivable sin he's committed? Despite being merely at the Qi training stage, he was personally cast into this most terrifying water prison by the sect master. 2 years, shrouded in darkness, truly horrifying. Another guard shook his head slightly, his body trembling as if gripped by fear. Such matters should not be discussed. The sect master personally imprisoning a Qi training youth is undoubtedly a great secret beyond our reach. We need only to keep watch over this unfortunate lad, cautioned a slightly older guard. Quickly silencing his companion, the mention of the sect master, all 4 guards stiffened and fell silent, restoring the quietude outside the water prison. Inside the prison, Xia Qi's face was ashen, his expression a blend of confusion and disbelief, with a hint of helpless terror lurking beneath. Oh, this is how it is. His lips cracked from lack of water. He uttered the words with a bitter expression, the reality dawning upon him at that moment. Xia Qi's muddled mind comprehended everything. Yet, even then, it felt as if he were caught in a dream. Cultivation, the Sanxiao sword sect, Qi training stage each term filled him with astonishment. Just yesterday, he had fretted over owning a mere apartment, and now he found himself inexplicably transported to an entirely different world, inhabiting the body of another with the same named IT. All felt surreal. God, are you playing with me? After a moment, Xia Qi's furious roar reverberated through the water prison, brimming with frustration and indignation. Not only did I cross over, but I also ended up in the body of a worthless prisoner in a water prison. Xia Qi, overwhelmed, unleashed a powerful shout, his weakened form exploding with energy, reaching even the 4 black-robed guards outside, who could only shake their heads in. Pitied I in the narrow, silent water prison. Xia Qi's frail body succumbed to exhaustion following his outburst, leaving him too weak to make another sound, hanging limply in his chains. Silence reclaimed the water prison once more. Sanxiao sword sect, the treasure of Tiandao, sect. What am I to do? After several days of silence, Xia Qi's murmurs broke the stillness within the water prison. In those few days, he had fully come to terms with his current state, grasping the gravity of his predicament. The Xia Qi from Earth was a typical recluse, adhering to a monotonous routine of work and gaming. However, a few days prior, he had accidentally fallen in his rented apartment and lost consciousness, only to awaken in the body of another Xia Qi in this world. This was a realm of cultivation, where ascending to the heavens and achieving immortality was no longer a mere dream. The cultivation world promised excitement, yet Xia Qi found no joy in his circumstances, for he was trapped in a water prison. From the memories of the deceased counterpart, he understood his dire situation. The prior Xia Qi was a lowly cultivator, merely at the 5th level of the Qi training stage, with a woeful spiritual root, entirely unsuitable for cultivation. Yet paradoxically, he bore a secret that would cause any cultivator in this realm to go mad with desire. This was the reason for his confinement in this impenetrable, lightless water prison. The deceased Xia Qi, though lacking in cultivation, had an extraordinary origin. He was the last descendant of a great sect that perished millennia ago. Moreover, within his mind lay knowledge of the location of a treasure left behind by that long-extinct sect. A treasure from a sect that once dominated the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. Such temptation was irresistible to anyone in this realm. Yet this secret was known to the Sanshao Sword sect, one of the 3 major sects in Qinju, which led to Xia Qi's secret capture and imprisonment in this water prison, with even the sect master personally interrogating him. It must be said that the deceased Xia Qi was indeed a brave soul, aware that revealing the secret would lead to his demise. He remained resolute, enduring the sect master's myriad methods until his weakness allowed the Earth's Xia Qi to take his place. Chapter 2. Revealing Secrets in the Realm of Cultivation. Xia Qi and Appo's demise marked the definitive end. However, the Xia Qi from Earth, who had traversed into this world, found himself entangled in a myriad of troubles. Within a matter of days, Xia Qi grasped the gravity of his predicament. He possessed a monumental secret, a treasure left behind by the sects that once unified the cultivation world thousands of years ago. Yet, his own spiritual roots were abysmally weak. A chaotic blend of the 5 elements, and at over 20 years of age, he remained merely a novice at the 5th level of Qi training. More critically, this secret had been uncovered by the Sanshao Sword sect, one of the 3 dominant sects in Qinzhou, leading to Xia Qi's capture and confinement. In the suffocating darkness of his water prison, where sustenance was scarce, escaping this dire situation seemed as implausible as dreaming of flight. He needed to devise a plan to break free from this wretched water cell, otherwise he risked perishing from torment or starvation. Xia Qi's anxiety mounted as he reflected on the hardships he faced in recent days. Over the span of 3 days, he had only been provided with a bowl of spoiled leftovers. Were it not for the faint trickle of true essence within him, he doubted he could have endured even that long. Such a bleak existence could not continue indefinitely, especially considering the grim fate of the body's former owner. Having traversed into this extraordinary realm, how could he accept such a pitiful fate? The very thought of dying without even witnessing the sky was unbearable. Perhaps he could simply divulge the location of the treasure to the head of the Sanshao Sword sect in exchange for his freedom? A flicker of hope ignited within him. For the reason behind his imprisonment was indeed the treasure left by the now-destroyed Tiandao sect. With the memories of the deceased Xia Qi still vivid in his mind, he was acutely aware of the treasure's whereabouts. Yet, the notion was fraught with peril, in a world where the strong preyed upon the weak. Revealing such a secret would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of that deceitful sect leader. Xia Qi sighed softly, dismissing his own idea. With no viable options presenting themselves, did he truly have to wait for death in this water prison? As despair gripped him, he felt a profound sense of defeat. Was this what it felt like to perish before one's journey had even begun? 3 more days passed, and the sensation of weakness intensified, leaving Xia Qi nearly devoid of the strength to speak. On this day, a resolute glimmer crossed his eyes as he made a decision. The treasure left behind by the Tiandao sect was immense, filled with countless riches. In their quest for its hiding place, the Tiandao sect had even constructed several false treasure sites. He resolved to mislead the Sanshao Sword sect's leader with information about a perilous false treasure site. Drawing from his memories, he knew that entering such a location would be fraught with danger, but perhaps it held a glimmer of hope for survival. Someone, come. I confess. Having made his decision, Xia Qi no longer hesitated. Although the sect leader would certainly demand his presence at the false site, where a moment's carelessness could spell his doom, he felt a flicker of hope and was willing to take the risk. With a mighty shout, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. The wall before him suddenly parted, bathing the dim water prison in light. Xia Qi squinted against the brightness. At last, he beheld illumination since arriving in the world of cultivation. As the wall receded, 5 silhouettes emerged before him. The 4 black-clad guards, already familiar to him, had been the ones to deliver his meager meals over the past days. However, his gaze was drawn to the figure at the forefront, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, embroidered with a golden dragon, exuding an aura of immense authority. The man's piercing gaze bore down on Xia Qi, instilling a sense of dread akin to a mountain pressing upon him. This man was none other than Jian Wuyou, the sect leader of the Sanshao sword sect, the very one who had captured and tortured Xia Qi countless times. With a swift motion, Jian Wuyou raised his hand, and before Xia Qi could react, a glimmer of golden light shot into his body. Xia Qi's eyes widened in shock as he prepared to curse Jian Wuyou for his nefarious actions. Yet, upon entering, the golden light dispersed within him, transforming into a warm current that coursed throughout his being, erasing the fatigue and weakness that had plagued him. Astonished, Xia Qi felt invigorated, even sensing a slight enhancement to his true essence. Just as he was about to speak, Jian Wuyou gestured for the guards to retreat, leaving only himself and Xia Qi within the confines of the water prison. Have you finally come to your senses? Huh. I thought you would need to endure more suffering before realizing the truth. Jian Wuyou laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with excitement as thoughts of the vast treasure left by the Tiandao sect filled his mind. He could almost taste the impending rise of the Sanshao sword sect under his leadership. Understanding is crucial. You must realize that the treasure left behind is of immense significance. And as a descendant of the Tiandao sect, you will need at least the cultivation level of the golden core stage to unlock it. Given your talents, without abundant resources, it would be impossible for you to access it in this lifetime. Reveal the treasure's location, and I assure you, I will not treat you unjustly. You shall become my disciple, and I will provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation. In that moment, Jian Wuyou shed the demeanor of a grand sect leader, brimming with uncontainable excitement as he addressed Xia Qi. Chapter 3, Master and Apprentice Identity. It is sufficient to comprehend the situation. You must understand that the treasure in question was left behind by the Celestial Path sect. To even consider accessing it, given that you are of their bloodline, one must at least possess the cultivation level of the golden core stage. With your innate talent, without an abundance of resources, it would be impossible for you to unlock the treasure in this lifetime. Speak of the treasure and hand it over to me. I shall not treat you poorly. You shall become my disciple, and I guarantee all the resources you need for your cultivation. At this moment, Jian Wuyou was devoid of the demeanor befitting a grand sect leader, brimming instead with excitement as he addressed Xia Qi. With a flick of his finger, the iron chains that had bound Xia Qi for months shattered instantly, and Xia Qi was propelled forward by an unseen force, finding himself before Jian Wuyou. Thank you, senior. Xia Qi bowed slightly, suppressing his inner curses against the old rascal, yet outwardly refraining from any semblance of offense, for his life was firmly in the other's grasp. And he maintained the appropriate demeanor. Speak quickly. Tell me the location of the treasure, Jian Wuyou urged, his excitement palpable as he grasped Xia Qi's arm and leaned in closer. Senior, I'm in your hands. I can divulge the treasure's location. But can you guarantee my safety afterward? Xia Qi feigned fear while resolutely speaking up. Humph, who do you think I am? I am the leader of the Sanshao sword sect, one of the 3 great sects of Qinzhou. When have I ever failed to fulfill my promises? Since I have spoken of taking you as my disciple once you succeed, you can rest assured. Jian Wuyou replied with a cold snort. Xia Qi remained hesitant, his gaze evasive, seemingly unconvinced by Jian Wuyou's words, which caused Jian Wuyou's eyes to narrow slightly. Humph, let you take advantage for now. Once the treasure is in your hands, I shall ensure you have no place to bury your remains. Jian Wuyou suppressed his irritation at Xia Qi's skepticism. All for the sake of the treasure. Since you do not trust me, I shall take you as my disciple first. Once our master-disciple bond is established, I believe you will have no further concerns. Jian Wuyou thought swiftly, concealing his calculations behind a facade of benevolence as he spoke to Xia Qi. In the world of cultivation, the tradition of revering one's master is deeply entrenched. With this relationship established, Jian Wuyou was confident that Xia Qi could not resist such temptation. Master, I bow to you. As soon as Jian Wuyou's words fell, Xia Qi knelt down, exclaiming with joy and relief evident on his face. Good, good, my obedient disciple. Rise quickly. By entering my fold, you will be privy to great secrets, and I will ensure your future needs are met. Jian Wuyou felt a surge of delight. His expectations had indeed been realized. As for the master-disciple bond, he had myriad means to eliminate Xia Qi once the treasure was secured. Humph, old fellow. You may bask in my reverence today, but I shall ensure you repay it 100-fold in the future. Xia Qi was no fool. He quickly dismissed any assurances. playing along merely to escape his predicament. Regardless, both men were engaged in their own schemes yet found common ground. Master, I have endured months of terror in this water prison. I require time to recollect the treasure's location. I kindly ask you to arrange for me a place to stay, and I shall present you with the treasure map by tomorrow. Xia Qi did not immediately reveal the treasure's location, but instead made a request of Jian Wuyou. Very well. You have suffered greatly these past 2 years. Rest today and recall the treasure's location. There is no rush for you to tell me. Jian Wuyou, though anxious, recognized that while his earlier infusion of energy had revived Xia Qi, his spirit would require time to recuperate, and thus he acquiesced. Jian Wuxu's readiness to comply stemmed from both the newly forged master-disciple relationship and the assurance that Xia Qi, with his negligible strength, posed no threat of escape from his control. With a swift motion, Jian Wuxu grasped Xia Qi's shoulder, and without further ado, they soared into the air, leaving the water prison behind. Xia Qi, experiencing flight for the first time, was taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he realized they were high above, looking down upon a verdant forest, and below them lay a dark palace, presumably the very structure that had housed his confinement. In the heights, despite the howling wind, Xia Qi felt enveloped by an invisible shield, rendering the chill imperceptible. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed ancient structures scattered across a relatively flat expanse and several towering peaks. The Sanshao Sword Sect. It was evident that this was the renowned sect, one of the 3 great sects of Qinzhou. Indeed, in the next moment, Jian Wuxu guided Xia Qi towards the cluster of edifices, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived before the imposing structures of the Sanshao Sword Sect. Before Xia Qi could properly admire the grandeur of the sect's architecture, Jian Wuxu had already ushered him into a vast hall. Within, several disciples of the Sanshao Sword Sect were present, and upon Jian Wuxu's entrance, they bowed respectfully. Casting curious glances at Xia Qi, Jian Ping, this is my newly accepted disciple. Arrange for him to stay in the main peak's courtyard and attend to him well. Jian Wuxu addressed a middle-aged man, ignoring the other disciples. Yes, sect leader. Jian Ping, though puzzled, did not dare question further, responding with utmost respect. Ensure his safety. This Xia Qi is of great significance. Do not allow anyone to disturb him, nor permit any issues to arise. He must remain obediently in the courtyard. Jian Wuxia's voice resonated in Jian Ping's mind, who maintained his composure while harboring an increased curiosity about Xia Qi. After entrusting Xia Qi to Jian Ping, Jian Wuxu departed, leaving Xia Qi to ascend the peak alongside Jian Ping. Though Jian Wuxu had seemingly entrusted Xia Qi to this earnest-looking man, Xia Qi was well aware that he had no opportunity for escape within the Sanshao Sword Sect. This main peak served as the heart of the Sanshao Sword Sect, rich in spiritual energy. As Xia Qi followed Jian Ping up the long, stone steps that resembled a stairway to the heavens, the ascent felt almost ethereal. Within the sect, flying was prohibited, and thus the climb required time. Fortunately, Jian Ping was not taciturn. He provided explanations along the way, giving Xia Qi an experience akin to sightseeing. Chapter 4. Destitution. Although the identity of Xia Qi is quite significant, in reality, he possesses a buried treasure location but is unable to enter his sect, thus remaining a downcast rogue cultivator. At this moment, he ascends to the main peak of the Sanshao Sword Sect, where the surrounding spiritual energy is dense and overwhelming. With each breath, he feels as though the true essence within him is absorbing and refining the heavenly spiritual energy. Indeed, a grand sect is extraordinary. Had he been able to cultivate in such an environment, even with his mixed elemental roots, he would not still be languishing at the 5th level of qi refinement. Xia Qi mused with a tinge of envy. Nonetheless, as much as he admired the surroundings, Xia Qi understood that it was utterly impossible for him to remain here. Regardless of how favorable the environment may be, one must possess life to cultivate. Junior brother Xia, this is the courtyard prepared for you, Jian Ping said, leading Xia Qi to a location not far from the peak and gesturing towards a courtyard enveloped by ancient, serene trees. Upon pushing open the door, he discovered a meticulously cleaned courtyard adorned with some spiritual trees, which, though not particularly rare, still indicated the courtyard's exceptional nature. It is worth noting that spiritual herbs and trees require an environment rich in heavenly spiritual energy to thrive. Junior brother Xia, this courtyard is quite close to the peak. Beyond this point lies the residences of the elders. I must say, I am rather envious that you can reside here, Jian Ping remarked, noticing the astonishment flickering in Xia Qi's eyes. Thank you, senior brother Jian. Xia Qi expressed his gratitude. As long as junior brother Xia is satisfied. You appear somewhat fatigued. I shall not disturb you further. The rooms inside are all prepared, so you may rest assured. Jian Ping observed Xia Qi's weariness and, without lingering, turned to exit the courtyard. Barely had Jian Ping departed when 4 disciples of the Sanshao sword sect appeared at the entrance, guarding the courtyard. Xia Qi noted this. Understanding that Jian Wuyou had dispatched someone to keep an eye on him, yet he remained silent. Strolling into a room, Xia Qi couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he possessed nothing. His storage bag had long been confiscated, and the few spirit stones and a low-grade yellow-tier magical artifact accumulated over the years had been taken by Jian Wuyou, leaving him utterly destitute. Sitting cross-legged, Xia Qi began to operate the renowned Xiantian heart method of the cultivation realm. The faint true essence within his dantian began to flow slowly, circulating through his meridians while simultaneously absorbing the external heavenly spiritual energy, refining it into his own true essence, thus fortifying himself. The Xiantian heart method, once the primary cultivation method of the now extinct Tiandao sect a millennium ago, is profoundly intricate and immensely powerful, regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation techniques in the realm. Ordinary individuals have scarcely even heard of it, let alone Jian Wuyou. The Xiantian heart method, which the Tiandao sect once deemed their main cultivation technique, is undoubtedly formidable. However, it bears a significant flaw. It is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even during the era of the Tiandao sect, only those with exceptional spiritual roots could successfully practice this method. Disciples with inferior roots would not dare attempt it, as success would be beyond their reach. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are classified into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire, and are further divided into 10 grades. A first-grade spiritual root is essentially worthless, and even if one were to chance upon cultivating, they would likely spend their entire life trapped at the Qi refinement stage, unable to advance. Conversely, a 10th-grade spiritual root is exceedingly rare. One might not even appear in the realm for centuries. Generally speaking, those with 8th or 9th-grade spiritual roots are considered exceptionally gifted. Possessing such aptitude guarantees recognition as a prodigy within any major sect, ensuring they receive focused mentorship. However, Xia Qi's spiritual roots are of a different nature. Rather than merely possessing 2 or 3 types, he embodies all 5 elements, each at the 5th grade, having all 5 elements with a low grade. Such credentials guarantee a lifetime of limited achievements, rendering his potential tragically poor. After all, mastering even a single elemental property is immensely challenging. With his mixed elemental roots, compounded by his status as a rogue cultivator, it seems unlikely that he could ever attain substantial accomplishments. It is probable that achieving foundation establishment would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Such a meager aptitude, combined with the cultivation of the supreme Xiantian heart method, suggests that Xia Qi may remain perpetually ensnared at the Qi refinement stage, incapable of establishing a foundation. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Xia Qi devoted himself to the heart method, allowing his true essence to circulate, expanding his meridians, absorbing spiritual energy, and gradually strengthening his cultivation. Several hours passed, and Xia Qi opened his eyes. Halting the operation of the heart method, he could distinctly feel that within the brief span of a few hours, his true essence had already grown considerably, filling him with envy for the disciples of the grand sect. Little did he know, such a courtyard, rich in spiritual energy, is a rarity even within the Sanshao sword sect. Ordinarily, the disciples of the sect would not enjoy such splendid accommodations. Jian Wuyou's decision to allow Xia Qi to cultivate here likely stemmed from a desire for him to recover swiftly. Rising to his feet, Xia Qi sensed the passage of time. He felt completely revitalized and brimming with energy. He began to contemplate how to lure Jian Wuyou to the false treasure location the following day, seizing the opportunity to make his escape. Meanwhile, Jian Wuyou stormed out of the steward hall, his countenance furious, followed closely by several junior brothers, all wearing grim expressions as they hastily exited the hall. Among them, Jian Ping, the steward of the hall, displayed a wry smile, his expression filled with helplessness. Let us see who dares to occupy the courtyard I have chosen. That is a place promised to me by our master for my cultivation. Jian Wuyou bellowed, with 4 or 5 cultivators trailing closely behind. You need not worry. Junior brother Wuyou, you are the sect master's personal disciple, exceptionally gifted. In just 1 year, you have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. With such talent, the position of sect master within Sanshao sword sect is yours for the taking. Whoever resides in that courtyard will vacate it the moment you make your presence known. A young man, already at the 10th level of Qi refinement, remarked, his cultivation surpassing that of Jian Wuyou. However, I heard senior brother Jian Ping mention that the occupant of that courtyard was personally arranged by the sect master, a rather shifty-eyed cultivator, whose cultivation was comparable to Jian Wuyou's, expressed concern. Chapter 5. The 9th grade spiritual root. However, it was just mentioned by Uncle Giant Pain that the inhabitants of that courtyard were personally arranged by the sect master, a cultivator whose shifty eyes suggested a certain cunning, expressed his concerns, noting that his cultivation level was comparable to that of Jian Wuyou. Do not fret. I, Jian Wuyou, possess a 9th grade spiritual root, the most suitable for the Sanchu sword technique, characterized by its golden essence. The sect master accepted me as his disciple and personally bestowed my name, claiming I am the most extraordinarily gifted genius within the realm of cultivation in centuries. The courtyard I have set my sights on was granted to me by my master, who among the Sanchu sword sect possesses the qualifications to occupy it. This matter surely reveals Giant Pain's ulterior motives. It is well, for I, Jian Wuyou, am destined to become the future sect master of the Sanchu sword sect. I shall not allow myself to be bullied. Let Giant Pain learn a lesson, so he understands that not everyone is within his reach. Jian Wuyou spoke coldly, his youthful face betraying an icy, murderous intent. Indeed, junior brother Wuyou speaks the truth. He is destined to become a figure whom all will revere. Though our current strength may be lacking, we are not to be trifled with. Let us seize this opportunity to establish our authority. Several senior brothers, who had entered the sect a few years earlier, pledged their loyalty to Jian Wuyou. Very well. Esteemed brothers, I shall remember your words today and repay your kindness in the future. Now, let us go and see who dares to occupy my courtyard. Jian Wuyou commanded, radiating authority despite being the lowest in cultivation among them. Along the path to the main peak, disciples were stationed to guard the area. However, upon seeing Jian Wuyou and his entourage ascend the mountain, none dared to obstruct them, clearly recognizing his extraordinary status. In just a brief moment, Jian Wuyou and his furious entourage arrived outside the courtyard where Xia Qi resided. Upon seeing the 4 guards, Jian Wuyou hesitated slightly. Junior brother, within this courtyard resides an important disciple who is currently in seclusion. We kindly ask that you do not disturb him, one of the guards said, his demeanor shifting as he stepped forward to block Jian Wuyou, speaking with an unexpected deference, entirely lacking the condescension typical of a foundation stage cultivator addressing those at the Qi refining stage. Step aside. This is my courtyard. 3 days ago, the sect master personally promised it to me, and the entire sect is aware of this. Do you wish to court death by blocking my path? Jian Wuyou's expression turned frigid, unperturbed by the 4 guards' foundation stage cultivation, and he shouted fiercely, we implore your understanding, junior brother. Uncle Giant Pain has instructed us that the disciple within is a newly accepted disciple of the sect master, and we dare not be remiss. Please, do not be enraged. The remaining 3 guards, seemingly resigned, took a step forward and knelt in submission. Get out of my way. That old scoundrel Giant Pain is abusing his power to occupy my courtyard. You 4 lackeys, I command you to leave immediately, or I shall kill you without hesitation. Jian Wuyou, facing the kneeling cultivators, kicked one of them, sending a foundation stage cultivator crashing to the ground, leaving a footprint on his face, bruised and swollen. Clearly, this foundation stage cultivator was intimidated by Jian Wuyou's status. Otherwise, he would have easily evaded or blocked the attack. With a clang, a sword appeared in Jian Wuyou's hand, its blade glimmering like water, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Whoever stands in my way shall die. With a chilling proclamation, Jian Wuyou arrogantly strode past the 4 foundation stage guards, directly confronting the tightly closed courtyard door, his gaze icy and his murderous intent palpable. Break it down. I wish to see who possesses the audacity. Jian Wuyou commanded, and 2 Qi refining stage cultivators stepped forward, one wielding a broadsword and the other a sharp sword. With a fierce shout, the 2 Qi refining stage cultivators, both at the 9th level, summoned their true essence, channeling it into their respective low-grade yellow-tier weapons, which glowed with a dim light. They gripped their weapons tightly and struck down with tremendous force. The large door, lacking any real defenses, was torn apart almost instantaneously by the onslaught of their true essence, splintering into fragments even before the weapons made contact. With a resounding crash, the broadsword and sword shattered the door, sending shards flying and causing a tremendous noise that shook the ground, creating a vast fissure. The massive disturbance resembled an earthquake, startling Xia Qi, who swiftly emerged from his room, his voice booming as he surveyed the scene, setting his gaze upon Jian Wuyou and his companions. Is it you who resides in this courtyard? Upon Xia Qi's arrival, Jian Wuyou had already entered, while the 4 guards stood at the entrance, disheartened and bearing expressions of helplessness. Seeing Xia Qi, Jian Wuyou frowned. The latter appeared disheveled, lacking even the barest of possessions. With visible injuries that made him resemble a beggar, his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refining. And Jian Wuyou immediately inferred that he could not possibly be a disciple arranged by the sect master. It was evident that Giant Pain was acting out of self-interest. Coldly, he inquired, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my dwelling?" Xia Qi's brows knitted slightly. The individuals before him, despite their seemingly low cultivation, exuded an air of arrogance as they broke down his door, which displeased him. He believed that Jian Wuyou would not allow anyone to disturb him during this time, especially considering the monumental effort he had expended to secure the treasures of the Tiandao sect. Success was within reach, and he would not permit anyone to interfere. Moreover, the guards at the door bore expressions of dismay, one of them sporting a footprint on his face, their countenance reflecting a mix of anger and helplessness. It was evident that these cultivators were not to be trifled with, yet he was uncertain as to why they had sought him out. How audacious! Who are you to occupy the courtyard personally granted to junior brother Wuyou by the sect master? Kneel and apologize at once. Those who do not heed junior brother Wuyou's benevolence may find themselves facing dire consequences. Before Jian Wuyou could respond, one of his companions interjected with a sharp retort. The courtyard? Xia Qi momentarily paused, then quickly connected the dots regarding the arrival of these cultivators. The guards at the entrance understood that Jian Wuyou was significant, and their intrusion was solely due to his occupation of the courtyard originally intended for Jian Wuyou. A slight smile crept across Xia Qi's face. When Jian Wuyou arranged for his residence, he likely sought a place for recovery, unaware that it was already claimed. Chapter 6. Arrogant Xia Qi scrutinized Jian Wuyou and his entourage, forming conjectures about their identities. However, Jian Wuyou and his companions interpreted Xia Qi's contemplation as a sign of intimidation, as if their boisterous arrival had left him paralyzed with fear. This pauper is hardly impressive. A mere shout seems to have petrified him. The cultivators behind Jian Wuyou visibly relaxed, convinced that Xia Qi was an unsophisticated rustic. Insolent fool! Kneel and beg forgiveness. Emboldened by their perception of Xia Qi as insignificant, one of the more timorous cultivators, eager to impress the promising Jian Wuyou, stepped forward. With a thunderous bellow, he launched a sweeping leg attack, intending to force Xia Qi to his knees. Courting death, a glint of ferocity flashed in Xia Qi's eyes. He was acutely aware that Jian Wuyou would not permit him to suffer any harm before the treasure was located. Therefore, regardless of the stature of these young cultivators, Jian Wuyou would safeguard him. Boom. Knowing he was protected, Xia Qi unleashed the pent-up frustration he had endured. With a resounding kick, his true essence surged, seemingly rupturing the very air. The lightning-fast strike targeted the weasel-eyed cultivator's flank. Crack! A crisp fracture echoed amidst the onlookers' astonishment and fury. The once arrogant cultivator's right leg was now grotesquely inverted, blood gushing forth as he emitted a harrowing shriek. "Aya, you little bastard, you're asking for death. Wuyou, avenge me." He must be torn limb from limb. The ejected cultivator crashed to the ground, writhing in agony. His face contorted with malice as he pointed at Xia Qi. Aromatic white pellet appeared in his hand, which he promptly swallowed. Audacious. Seeking oblivion. As Xia Qi launched his attack, the 4 remaining cultivators behind Jian Wuyou roared in unison. Moving with lightning speed, they brandished their magical artifacts, unleashing a barrage of radiant attacks upon Xia Qi. Whoosh! Xia Qi's reaction was even swifter. The instant he attacked, he knew reconciliation was impossible, nor did he desire it. Capitalizing on their unpreparedness, he shattered a cultivator's leg and then, like a whirlwind, charged towards Jian Wuyou, the group's apparent leader. Xia Qi understood that his cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi training. Any of his opponents outstripped him in cultivation and wielded formidable magical artifacts. With even his storage pouch confiscated by Jian Wuyou, Xia Qi was no match for them barehanded. His only chance lay in subduing Jian Wuyou, whose cultivation was comparable but whose status was paramount. Moving like a tempest, he bore down on his target. His arm extended like an eagle's claw. Ugh! Xia Qi's right hand shot out, seizing Jian Wuyou's throat as the latter stood dumbfounded. With a slight squeeze, Jian Wuyou emitted a pained moan. "Stop! Cease this instant! Release Wuyou! Daring to attack Wuyou, your demise is assured." The 4 qi training cultivators who had been advancing on Xia Qi were aghast at Jian Wuyou's cry of pain. They spun around, aiming their swords at Xia Qi and shouting in terror. Even the cultivator whose leg Xia Qi had broken looked on with a pale face, fear etched upon his features. One more step, and I'll paint the ground with his blood. Seeing the tense expressions of the surrounding cultivators, Xia Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing his gamble had paid off, Jian Wuyou was indeed the most crucial figure in their group. Holding him hostage rendered the others powerless. Xia Qi was ignorant of Jian Wuyou's true identity, but his companions were acutely aware. Jian Wuyou was a disciple highly esteemed by the sect leader. Even disciples at the Golden Core stage dared not trifle with him. Were he to be killed, none of them would escape the sect leader's wrath, who would undoubtedly tear them to shreds. Esteemed brother, please quell your anger and refrain from rash actions. Do you realize who you hold? He is the sect leader's personal disciple. Even with Sword Uncle Ping's protection, you cannot escape the sect leader's fury if you kill Wuyou. A cultivator at the 10th level of Qi training turned ashen, fearing Xia Qi would slay Jian Wuyou in a fit of rage. He hastily revealed Jian Wuyou's identity. Esteemed brother, we were reckless today and offer our apologies for any offense. We shall depart immediately. Name your terms for releasing Wuyou, and we shall comply. I assure you, we will not seek retribution after our departure. The cultivators spoke in unison, abandoning their designs on the courtyard. Their sole concern was to extricate Jian Wuyou unharmed. As for Xia Qi, what waves could a mere 5th level Qi training whelp stir up once Wuyou was free? Regardless of their ulterior motives, their immediate priority was to rescue Jian Wuyou. Thus, the 4 or 5 of them wore earnest expressions. 2 guards had already been dispatched to summon reinforcements. Smack! Xia Qi's face was impassive. Upon hearing their pleas, he raised his hand and delivered a slap. A distinct handprint appeared on Jian Wuyou's pale face, slightly swollen and conspicuous. Enough nonsense. If you want him to live, hand over your magical artifacts and storage pouches. Xia Qi ignored the dazed Jian Wuyou and barked at the horrified cultivators. He must die. He absolutely must die. How dare he treat Wuyou in such a manner? No one can save him now. The cultivators were stunned by Xia Qi's slap. Their hearts seethed with murderous intent and fury, but outwardly they could only respectfully toss their magical artifacts and storage pouches to Xia Qi. Chapter 7. The slap with a resounding thud. Xia Qi delivered a swift kick to Jian Wuyou's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Qi gathered the 4 magical artifacts and 4 storage bags that had been thrown his way. The storage bags were the most rudimentary items within the cultivation realm, clearly issued by the sect, and the 4 magical artifacts were equally unimpressive. Nevertheless, a smile of satisfaction graced Xia Qi's face. By my grandmother, Jian Wuyou, you old scoundrel. You took my storage bags and artifacts, and now I have claimed the treasures of your disciples. This is poetic justice. Xia Qi cursed Jian Wuyou internally while casting his gaze upon Jian Wuyou. Knowing Jian Wuyou's distinguished status, he reasoned that the artifacts in his possession could not merely be commonplace. Indeed, as his eyes fell upon the sword at Jian Wuyou's feet, Xia Qi could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Although a mere loose cultivator, Xia Qi had a discerning eye, and he immediately recognized that the gleaming sword was a low-tier, Xian-grade artifact. Grasping the sword, his heart raced with excitement. As someone at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he had only ever wielded a yellow-grade artifact. Now, holding a low-tier Xian-grade sword represented a significant elevation in his capabilities. With a slight movement, the sword hummed ominously. Resting against Jian Wuyou's neck, a gust of wind swept through, severing strands of hair as if they were mere threads. Such a blade can indeed cut through hair. Xia Qi rejoiced inwardly, recognizing the sword's considerable worth. Had he relied solely on his own means, it would have taken him an eternity to acquire such a treasure. However, while Xia Qi reveled in his fortune, Jian Wuyou and his companions wore expressions of despair. Hidden within their eyes was an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Silently vowing to dismember this scoundrel upon their escape, Xia Qi's joy was abruptly interrupted as his gaze shifted to the storage bag at Jian Wuyou's waist, causing Jian Wuyou to stiffen momentarily. Brother, do not overstep your bounds. I am a direct disciple of the sect master. This incident was my fault. Let this sword serve as recompense, and we can put this matter behind us. Escalating this conflict will yield no benefit for you, Jian Wuyou implored, his voice low and strained. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the storage bag and dissolve its recognition of own Chapter 8. The refinement of treasures. What exactly transpired? Speak to me honestly. Jian Wuyou's gaze turned cold as it fell upon the cultivator whose right leg had been shattered by Xia Qi, his voice icy and commanding. Under Jian Wuyou's intense stare, the shifty-eyed cultivator seemed to forget the pain of blood streaming from his leg, chilling to the core. And thus he dared not conceal anything, recounting the events in full. Upon hearing the cultivator's account, Jian Wuyou snorted disdainfully, his eyes sweeping over Jian Wuyou, who trembled slightly under his scrutiny. Subsequently, Jian Wuyou's gaze shifted to Xia Qi, who stood unflinching, a hint of grievance visible on his countenance. Xia Qi is my newly accepted disciple. Wuyou, as his senior brother, let this matter rest in this courtyard. We shall consider this incident closed. As for you few ordinary disciples, with your meager cultivation and lack of diligence in training, inciting Wuyou to turn against his brothers, you shall not be spared. After a moment of silence, Jian Wuyou ultimately decided against punishing Xia Qi and Jian Wuyou too harshly. After all, Xia Qi represented his hope for treasure, while Jian Wuyou was his most cherished disciple. However, the fates of the 5 ordinary disciples were sealed with a single sentence from Jian Wuyou. Spare us, Master. We beseech your mercy. We shall never dare again. Please, Master, grant us clemency this once. The 5 Qi refining disciples turned pale, kneeling on the ground, incessantly begging for forgiveness, even casting hopeful glances at Jian Wuyou, seeking his intercession. Yet, how could Jian Wuyou dare to speak? He averted his gaze, avoiding the pleading eyes of the 5 Qi refining disciples trailing behind him. Clang! The sound of metal resonated, and a golden light, like a flash of lightning, shot forth. The terrified heads of the 5 Qi refining disciples soared into the air. Their severed necks spouted blood like fountains, showering the surroundings, appearing grotesque under the sunlight. At that moment, with a wave of his grand sleeve, Jian Wuyou conjured a flame, an eerie purple fire that cascaded from the sky, engulfing the fallen corpses, which instantly turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Witnessing Jian Wuyou's display of power, the 5 lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. Even in his current state, Xia Qi, who had possessed a body, grasped the harsh realities of the cultivation world, momentarily stunned. Enough moreover. Xia Qi unexpectedly discovered a pleasant surprise. Despite the arduous consumption of vital essence to refine the magical artifact throughout the night, the strands of vital essence within his dantian had surprisingly grown stronger. Chapter 9. The Celestial Sword Mountain Range. A night passed, during which not only did Xia Qi refine the low-grade mysterious artifact Sword Autumn Water, but he also experienced a slight enhancement in his cultivation. This was indeed a significant gain for him. As dawn broke outside his window, Xia Qi casually wielded the autumn water sword twice, its cold gleam reflecting its unparalleled sharpness. And he felt a deep satisfaction with this weapon. Although he was to accompany Jian Wuyou to a false treasure site today, and if discovered, escaping Jian Wuyou's wrath would be futile without such a sword, its presence in his hand gave Xia Qi a sense of confidence. Seizing this final moment, Xia Qi sat cross-legged, circulating his internal energy and striving to maintain peak condition before their departure. Xia Qi, come out and meet me. A calm voice penetrated his thoughts, startling Xia Qi awake. He stood, exhaled deeply, and slowly walked out of his room. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find 8 figures had appeared in the courtyard. Jian Wuyou stood at the center, flanked by 7 cultivators, all exuding an extraordinary presence. Likely the esteemed elders of the Sanshao Sword sect participating in this treasure hunting mission. The thought of leading Jian Wuyou and his formidable companions to a false treasure site and then attempting to escape from these terrifyingly powerful elders filled Xia Qi with bitterness. Though he masked it well, approaching with a joyful demeanor and bowing respectfully to Jian Wuyou. Enough, my disciple, no need for excessive courtesy. These 7 are esteemed elders of our sect, accompanying you to retrieve the treasure. After a day of rest yesterday, I trust you have recalled its location? Jian Wuyou smiled slightly, gesturing to the standing elders, but offering no introductions, his gaze glinting with eagerness. Even the 7 elders could not conceal their greedy excitement. Among them, one elder, with white hair and beard, donned a blue robe, exuding a benevolent aura reminiscent of an immortal. The 3 middle-aged men bore cold expressions, their eyes regarding Xia Qi with chilling intensity. The remaining 3 were female cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, female practitioners were relatively rare. So having 3 among the 7 elders surprised Xia Qi. Upon closer inspection, he noticed one was hunchbacked, leaning on a cane. Her aged face barely suggestive of her position as an elder of the Sanshao Sword sect. The other 2 women, in stark contrast, were strikingly beautiful, clad in bold attire, one in silver armor that barely concealed her figure, exposing ample fair skin, and the other in a translucent pink gown that accentuated her alluring form, making Xia Qi hesitant to gaze too long. Thank you for your concern, Master. I spent the night in deep thought and have indeed recalled the treasure's location. But I need your guidance to confirm it. Xia Qi replied, lowering his head respectfully. Well done. Here is your token as my disciple. Keep it safe. It will ensure you are treated well within the sect. Now, lead the way to the treasure site. Jian Wuyou handed Xia Qi a heavy black token, which he accepted eagerly before setting off down the mountain. In the Sanshao Sword sect, unless in urgent matters, no one was allowed to fly, so despite their formidable cultivation, the group could only descend the mountain step by step. As they reached the base and exited the mountain gate, Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders soared into the air, leaving Xia Qi filled with envy. Xia Qi, lead the way. With a command, Xia Qi found himself lifted into the air by Jian Wuyou, landing atop a massive sword that had suddenly appeared beneath them. Those in the Qi refinement stage could not fly. Only those in the foundation establishment stage could use artifacts to soar. It was only upon reaching the golden core stage that one could fly unaided. Clearly, the enormous sword emitting a purple glow beneath Jian Wuyou was a means of transport. Otherwise, given his advanced cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he would not require such assistance. In a flash of light, akin to lightning, the 7 elders and Jian Wuyou, carrying Xia Qi, sped swiftly beyond the celestial sword mountain range, vanishing in an instant. The undulating green mountains below resembled a colossal sword lying in repose, aptly named the celestial sword mountain range. This entire range belonged to the Sanshao Sword sect, and no rogue cultivators or rival sects dared to intrude, fearing the wrath of the Sanshao Sword sect. Like the Sanshao Sword sect, the Qingdian sect and Fire Demon Palace, which were equally prominent in Qin Prefecture, each claimed vast mountain ranges as their own, forbidding entry to outsiders. These 3 mountains were among the most spiritually potent locations in Qin Prefecture, rich in heavenly and earthly treasures and countless spirit stone mines. Key reasons the 3 sects dominated the realm of cultivation in Qin Prefecture. Xia Qi, where is the treasure buried? What location do you discern? In an instant, they approached the edge of the celestial sword mountain range, revealing an expansive plain before them. Jian Wuxia's voice echoed in Xia Qi's mind. Master, as there is no treasure map, I cannot ascertain the precise location at the moment. However, I can confirm that it lies in an extremely hot area, protected by a formidable array, Xia Qi replied, striving to maintain composure. This was not an attempt to deceive. He genuinely could not pinpoint the location immediately. After all, the treasure of the Tiandao sect was not real, and buried a millennium ago. The passage of time had obscured its identification. Even with his unique methods, Xia Qi would require time for clarity. A very hot place? Hearing Xia Qi's words, Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders frowned slightly, contemplating where in Qin Prefecture such a location might exist. Could it be? The treasure site lies there. Chapter 10. The treasure location could it be? The treasure location is actually there. Suddenly, among the 7 elders, an elderly man with white hair changed his expression, exclaiming in surprise as if he had thought of an unbelievable place. Elder Wu, you must be thinking of that location? The old man's shout drew the attention of several others, and Jian Wuyou asked solemnly, Lord, I am uncertain if the treasure lies within the territory of Qinzhou. If it does, it is an exceedingly hot place, but only the flame mountain of the Fire Demon Palace stands out prominently. The elder, referred to as Elder Wu by Jian Wuyou, revealed a hint of concern on his face as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, even Jian Wuyou, who had always exuded an air of superiority, stiffened. The Flame Mountain is the stronghold of the Fire Demon Palace, one of the 3 major sects alongside the Sanshao Sword sect in Qinzhou. If the treasure truly resides within the Flame Mountain, retrieving it will not be a straightforward endeavor. Xia Qi, is the treasure location indeed within the territory of Qinzhou? At this moment, Jian Wuyou secretly hoped to hear Xia Qi say that the treasure was not in Qinzhou, although it would prolong their journey. At least they would not risk encountering a behemoth like the Fire Demon Palace. Upon hearing the conversation, Xia Qi's heart began to race uncontrollably. The Flame Mountain. The Fire Demon Palace. This represents an extraordinary opportunity. In an instant, Xia Qi recalled the false treasure location within Qinzhou, and if his memory served him correctly, it should be beneath the Flame Mountain deep underground. Not only is there a plethora of dangers surrounding the false treasure location, but the involvement of a colossal entity like the Fire Demon Palace could also arise. Xia Qi's heart ignited with fervor. This is undoubtedly a prime opportunity. If he could provoke the Fire Demon Palace, it would create chaos, giving Xia Qi, who was merely at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, a chance to escape. Master, upon hearing Elder Wu mention the Flame Mountain, I recalled the treasure's location. Xia Qi suppressed the fiery thoughts within him and attempted to maintain his composure as he addressed Jian Wuyou. What? You remember the treasure's location? Speak quickly. Where is it? Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders were exceedingly excited, with Jian Wuyou even gripping Xia Qi's arm, nearly dislocating it as he inquired loudly. If I am not mistaken, the treasure is located beneath the Flame Mountain deep within Qinzhou, concealed beneath a massive array. Without formidable strength, it is utterly impossible to enter the treasure's hidden chamber. Xia Qi replied gravely. The Flame Mountain. Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders' expressions changed once more. Little one, can you confirm that you are not mistaken? The hunchbacked old woman, leaning on a cane, spoke for the first time. Her eyes, hidden beneath skin resembling orange peel, seemed to shimmer with a faint glow as her dry, eerie voice sent chills down one's spine. I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty, but it is highly likely. If I can see the Flame Mountain, I believe I can ascertain if it is indeed the treasure location. Xia Qi feigned hesitation before resolutely asserting. Very well. If that is the case, I shall take you to see the Flame Mountain and determine whether it is the treasure location. Upon hearing Xia Qi's words, Jian Wuyou's eyes gleamed, as if he had made a decision, and he declared firmly, however, Lord, the Flame Mountain is the back mountain of the Fire Demon Palace, historically a training ground for lower-ranked disciples. There may even be some ancient beings in seclusion there. If the treasure is indeed located there, venturing forth recklessly may draw the Fire Demon Palace's attention. The old woman, sensing Jian Wuyou's determination, seemed eager to dissuade him, speaking with evident trepidation. Humph. What if it is the back mountain of the Fire Demon Palace? I shall join forces with you 7. Do you think I fear the Fire Demon Palace? Jian Wuyou retorted coldly. Master, please do not act impulsively. The matter of the treasure can be planned meticulously, but if we act rashly now, even if we are not afraid of the Fire Demon Palace, we will certainly expose our whereabouts. If the Fire Demon Palace detects anything, it would be a grave miscalculation. Elder Wu interjected, urging Jian Wuyou to reconsider. I have made up my mind. There is no need for further persuasion, esteemed elders. Moreover, I am fully prepared this time. Even if we venture to the back mountain of the Fire Demon Palace, I will ensure that we remain undetected. Jian Wuyou asserted forcefully. Prepared, you say? You can ensure that the Fire Demon Palace will not notice us? 2 alluring female elders, clad in revealing attire, simultaneously spoke, their expressions alight with surprise. As they spoke, their ample bosoms swayed gently, causing one to gulp involuntarily, while Xia Qi dared not glance in their direction. Naturally, I anticipated that this treasure would create quite a stir upon its unearthing. To mitigate any potential risks, I have brought along the 8-gauge trapping heaven formation banners from our sect. Once the formation is set, the area it envelopes will emit not a whisper to the outside world. At that time, even if the Fire Demon Palace's lord is in seclusion at the back mountain, he shall not detect my presence. Jian Wuyou declared proudly, revealing 8 small flags in his hand. The 8 flags, as dark as ink, bore intricate door-like designs that seemed infinite, exuding an extraordinary aura. The 8-gauge trapping heaven formation. The master indeed possesses a foolproof plan, with this premier formation capable of isolating all sound. Even if the Fire Demon Palace's back mountain were to erupt into chaos, they would remain utterly oblivious. The old woman's eyes sparkled with understanding as she grasped Jian Wuyou's strategy. This 8-gauge trapping heaven formation banner was a treasure passed down from the first-generation ancestor when the Sanqiao Sword sect was established. It carries great significance. Yet its utility has always been limited to sound isolation, rendering it somewhat of a useless relic. However, now it proves invaluable. Once we acquire the treasure, our Sanqiao Sword sect shall undoubtedly dominate the Qinzhou cultivation world, perhaps even unify the entire realm of cultivation across the 5 continents. Let the Fire Demon Palace serve as the first stepping stone towards the Sanqiao Sword sect's supremacy, Jian Wuyou proclaimed with vigor, seemingly envisioning the rise of the Sanqiao Sword sect and its dominance over the cultivation world. Completely oblivious to the fact that this purported treasure location was merely a perilous trap. Let us depart. Elders, accompany me as I set forth. I wish to see if the Fire Demon Palace, which stands alongside our Sanqiao Sword sect, is truly deserving of its reputation. With the formation flags in hand, Jian Wuyou took to the skies with Xia Qi, leading the way as a purple streak of light, akin to a shooting star, swiftly vanished into the horizon, followed closely by 7 figures, disappearing into the distance. Chapter 11. The Inferno Blaze. The realm of cultivation is vast and boundless, with no one having ever reached its limits. However, it can be broadly divided into 5 continents, Qinzhou, Xiazhou, Qingzhou, Yinzhou, and Yuzhou. The expanse of these 5 regions is immense. Even the adept practitioners of the Yuaning stage, such as Jian Wuyou and his companions, fly through the air like bolts of lightning. Yet, their journey from the Tianjin mountain range of the Sanxiao Sword sect to the Flame Mountain range in Qinzhou consumes considerable time. At first, Xia Qi is filled with curiosity, marveling at the fleeting scenery below. However, as the hours stretch into a day and night of relentless travel, he begins to feel the weight of monotony. He closes his eyes and assumes a meditative position atop Jian Wuyou's sword, embarking on his own cultivation. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders maintain their swift pace without pause. On the 4th day, as the first rays of sunlight pierce through the clouds, they finally arrive at the periphery of the Flame Mountain range. The extended flight has taken a toll on Jian Wuyou and the elders, prompting them to seek a secluded spot to land and recuperate. After all, the Flame Mountain range is the stronghold of the Fire Demon Palace, a power rivaling that of the Sanxiao Sword sect. Despite his confidence, Jian Wuyou harbors no illusions of underestimating their adversary and resolves to maintain peak physical condition. As the sun ascends into the sky, breaking free from the clouds and casting its radiant light upon the earth, the dew from the night evaporates quickly, shrouding the Flame Mountain range in a thin mist. At this moment, Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders simultaneously open their eyes, their gazes intermingling excitement with a steely resolve. Let us proceed. The Flame Mountain range is the stronghold of the Fire Demon Palace, heavily guarded. We must not be careless. Conceal your presence and advance cautiously. Jian Wuyou commands, his aura retracting instantly. The 7 elders likewise suppress their own energies, and Xia Qi feels as though the vitality of the 8 cultivators has vanished entirely, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. With a furrowed brow, Jian Wuyou glances at Xia Qi before slapping his hands onto Xia Qi's shoulders. Caught off guard, Xia Qi feels no discomfort from this sudden action. Avoid channeling your true essence. It's a technique for concealing one's presence. Utilizing your true essence could expose us, Jian Wuyou coldly instructs, leading the way through the dense thicket. The Flame Mountain range is not a realm of perpetual flames. Its name derives from the multitude of volcanoes that dominate the landscape, many of which remain active and exude intense heat. While other cultivators should approach with caution, for the disciples of the Fire Demon Palace, it is a sacred training ground. The Fire Demon Palace is renowned for its fire-based cultivation method known as Inferno Blaze, which is incredibly potent. Practitioners seek areas rich in geothermal energy to enhance their training efficiency, making the Flame Mountain range an ideal locale for those with fire attributes. Due to the absorption of geothermal energy by the disciples of the Fire Demon Palace, the volcanoes in this range, while active, pose no imminent threat of eruption. Thus, this mountainous terrain is sweltering. Xia Qi, lacking the cultivation prowess to withstand the heat and restricted from using his true essence, finds himself drenched in sweat shortly after entering the Flame Mountain range. The terrain is fertile due to volcanic ash from eruptions that occurred millennia ago, allowing ancient forests to flourish. Navigating through these ancient woods, where the underbrush surpasses head height, the group must also remain vigilant against the patrols of the Fire Demon Palace's disciples. Their journey is fraught with difficulty, requiring utmost stealth. In this mountainous region, numerous demonic beasts reside, posing a risk of disturbance. Fortunately, the more formidable beasts have long since vacated this territory, leaving behind only weaker first- and second-tier creatures. In the realm of cultivation, beasts are classified simply into tiers corresponding to the stages of human cultivation: Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core. Beyond these stages, demonic beasts can take on human forms, their cultivation levels mirroring those of humans. The first and second tier beasts are akin to practitioners in the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. For the 7 elders and Jian Wuyou, even while remaining hidden, dispatching these creatures is effortless, leaving Xia Qi envious of their power and wondering when he might attain such prowess. Along the way, Xia Qi observes numerous disciples of the Fire Demon Palace training atop the volcanoes. In the energy-rich environment of the Flame Mountain range, coupled with the geothermal assistance to their Inferno Blaze technique, the training speed of these disciples is exponentially faster than that of ordinary cultivators. Even Jian Wuyou and the elders, witnessing this phenomenon, regard it with newfound seriousness. Previously, they may have regarded the Fire Demon Palace and Qingdan sect as mere rivals to the Sanxiao Sword sect, believing the latter's Sanxiao Sword technique to be unrivaled in Qinzhou. However, observing the training and capabilities of the Fire Demon Palace's disciples. Jian Wuyou and his companions can no longer afford to underestimate them. They now view the Fire Demon Palace as a formidable adversary. The group of 9, 8 of whom are adept Yuaning practitioners, remains cautious. Jian Wuyou does not dare to approach the Fire Demon Palace directly. Instead, they skirt around to the rear of the Flame Mountain. As the air grows increasingly hot, Xia Qi feels that even his enhanced physicality, bolstered by his 5th level of Qi refining, is on the verge of being overwhelmed by the heat. Ahead lies the Flame Mountain. Elders, take your positions. I shall set up the 8 gates of the celestial trap. Anyone within shall face no mercy. Jian Wuyou declares, his voice laced with lethal intent. Hearing this, Xia Qi steels himself, lifting his gaze toward the distance. Through the branches and leaves of the towering trees, he spots a hill spanning several miles. Starkly different from the other peaks in the Flame Mountain range, this one is devoid of trees or any vegetation, a desolate expanse. Chapter 12. The locking of heaven and earth. Through the branches and leaves of the towering tree where Summer Qi stood, he beheld a hill several miles away. Starkly different from all the peaks of the Flame Mountains, this hill was devoid of any trees or weeds, presenting a stark, barren expanse. It was not particularly tall, more aptly described as a large mound. The entire hill was barren, its soil a fiery red, and waves of heat could be felt even from a distance, leading one to wonder if the crimson earth had been scorched like molten iron. The hill undulated gently, yet amidst the haze, Summer Qi discerned several figures laboriously traversing the scorched land, with some even sitting cross-legged upon the ground to meditate. Such arduous cultivation suggested that the strength of the Fire Demon Palace was indeed formidable. Summer Qi felt a twinge of astonishment from such a distance. He could already feel the heat bearing down on him, making it almost unimaginable to endure the cultivation at the very source of that searing heat. Stay put here. Once I set the formation, be cautious as you approach. Jian Wuyou barked, his gaze sweeping over the 7 elders who were already surrounding the expanse of red earth. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Yuaning experts had taken their positions at the 7 cardinal points. Jian Wuyou occupied the final gap, appearing like a breath of fresh air as he floated effortlessly across, landing swiftly upon the crimson soil. Summer Qi noticed Jian Wuyou slightly furrow his brow. Immediately, 8 small flags appeared in Jian Wuyou's hands, flags of the 8 gates of heaven locking formation. Said to muffle all sound, these flags now revealed their rather unassuming effectiveness. Infusing them with true essence, the 8 flags expanded, transforming in an instant to the size of a table, fluttering in the wind with a resonant sound. The overlapping portals upon the flags took on an increasingly mysterious and eerie appearance. 8 gates locking heaven, locking earth. With a low command, Jian Wuyou waved his hand, and the 8 flags shot forth in 8 directions. As they sliced through the air, they left a trail of dazzling light, immediately capturing the attention of the Fire Demon Palace disciples cultivating within the Flame Mountains, who looked up in astonishment. Buzz. Just as a group of Fire Demon Palace cultivators were marveling at the sudden brilliance in the sky, a resonating hum pierced their very souls, nearly rendering them unconscious. At that moment, the onlookers realized something was amiss, erupting into chaotic shouts, with many taking to the air to survey their surroundings. However, only a few could soar into the sky. The majority were grounded, illuminating the air with their radiant treasures. These were clearly Foundation establishment practitioners. Meanwhile, some on the ground were flushed and gasping for breath, unable to fly, merely standing bewildered as they looked around at their fellow disciples in the sky. These practitioners had not yet reached the Foundation establishment stage, still in the Qi refining phase. Do not kill anyone for now. Capture them all. Not a single one must escape. The Fire Demon Palace cultivators soaring through the air had spotted unfamiliar figures in all 8 directions, instantly issuing furious shouts, with some hastily heading back to the palace to report. Unfortunately, the realization came too late. The 7 elders of the Sanchao Sword sect, along with their sect leader, had already set up a sound-blocking formation, leaving no opportunity for these cultivators to flee and send warnings. Bang! Having received Jian Wuyou's signal that the formation was complete, the 7 elders, no longer restrained, transformed into 7 streaks of light, plunging into the Flame Mountains, directly engaging with the panicking Fire Demon Palace disciples attempting to escape. The vast disparity in strength rendered this confrontation devoid of suspense. The disciples of the Fire Demon Palace in the sky shrieked in horror as they fell like raindrops under the onslaught of the 7 elders, each collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious in the blink of an eye. My heavens, who are these people? How dare they attack the back mountain of the Fire Demon Palace? Quick! Send word. How audacious. They won't escape unscathed. An assault on the Fire Demon Palace's rear mountain. Such a commotion, they cannot possibly evade the pursuit of the palace master and elders. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and as the multitude of cultivators fell from the sky, the Qi refining practitioners on the ground finally reacted. Their cries of terror ringing out as they fled in disarray. Boom. Amidst the frantic shouts and chaotic flight, a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in a pink gown from the Sanshao sword sect conjured a fire dragon in midair with a flick of her hand, which dived down, incapacitating all the fleeing Qi refining practitioners in a single swoop. Sister Echo's control over fire is truly admirable. To summon such a fearsome fire dragon with a mere gesture, and yet leave the Qi refining practitioners unscathed, merely knocking them unconscious. Sister, I am truly envious. The woman in the pink dress, having subdued the Qi refining practitioners, was joined by another in silver armor, who spoke with a sultry tone, seemingly genuinely astonished. Sister Macy, you jest. My Sanshao sword technique is unparalleled within the sect. Save for the sect master, my abilities are only effective here in the Flame Mountains, where the fire attribute spirit energy is abundant. In other locations, it would be far more challenging. The woman known as Echo smiled gently, suspended in the air, her diaphanous red gown billowing in the breeze, her graceful figure appearing almost ethereal. Indeed, this mountain range rich in fire attribute spirit energy is a veritable paradise for those with fire roots. It is no wonder that most individuals with fire roots in Qinzhou have joined the Fire Demon Palace. Elder Wu approached and nodded in agreement. Humph. It is merely a mountain infused with fire attribute spirit energy. Echo, with your fire root, you could cultivate just as rapidly in the Sanshao sword sect. Jian Wuyou interjected with a cold snort. While Jian Wuyou and his companions conversed, Summer Qi emerged from the distant forest, hastening towards them. The swift and decisive actions of the 8 members of the Sanshao sword sect had left him astounded. As he approached the Flame Mountains, he pondered his strategy. To have seized control of the Flame Mountains so flawlessly, without stirring the Fire Demon Palace, was somewhat unexpected for Summer Qi. It seemed that to draw the Fire Demon Palace into the fray, a little manipulation would be necessary. Chapter 13. Unparalleled strength. As Xia Qi's foot truly stepped onto the bizarre red earth of Flame Mountain, an intense heat coursed through his entire being, enveloping him as if he were in a furnace. Even without channeling his true essence, his body flushed red, as though he were being roasted alive. Despite the flow of true essence, Xia Qi still found it difficult to breathe. A mere stretch of terrain had nearly depleted his frail reserves of true essence. Upon entering the area shrouded by the formation, Xia Qi sensed no immediate change. If it weren't for the considerable commotion he had witnessed from outside earlier, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that a formation had been laid here. Xia Qi examined Flame Mountain closely and confirmed whether the treasure is indeed located here. Jian Wuyou observed Xia Qi struggle amidst the heat. He raised his hand, infusing true essence into Xia Qi, who immediately felt the searing heat abate slightly, making him feel considerably more comfortable. Gazing around with meticulous attention, Xia Qi appeared earnest, while Jian Wuyou and the 7 elders, sensing a tinge of urgency, refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to scrutinize the surroundings. However, Xia Qi was not, as Jian Wuyou and the others presumed, verifying the location of the treasure. In truth, the moment he laid eyes on Flame Mountain, he had fully recognized it as a decoy treasure site set by the Heavenly Dao sect a millennium ago. At this moment, Xia Qi was merely feigning interest, surveying the area in hopes of devising an escape plan to break free from the control of the Sanshao sword sect. Master, I have confirmed that Flame Mountain is indeed the treasure site. The vast treasure lies beneath this very mountain. Xia Qi spoke earnestly, not daring to delay any further. Excellent. After a millennium, the treasure left by the Heavenly Dao sect has finally been uncovered by me. The Sanshao sword sect shall dominate the realm of cultivation under my command. Jian Wuyou exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his gaze fervently scanning the crimson landscape. Your wisdom shines brightly, sect master. You shall undoubtedly lead the Sanshao sword sect to supremacy in the cultivation world. The 7 elders, equally exhilarated, echoed their praises, envisioning the rise of the Sanshao sword sect. Time is of the essence. This is the rear mountain of the Fire Demon Palace. Although the 8th gate formation is in place, it merely muffles sound. Fluctuations of true essence can still be sensed. We must act quickly to unearth the treasure, Jian Wuyou declared, his voice grave as he gestured toward the ground. The 7 elders, resolute, understood the gravity of the situation. The Fire Demon Palace was a formidable force, rivaling the Sanshao Sword sect. They could only hope for a successful extraction of the treasure and a swift departure. Xia Qi, the treasure lies beneath. Do you possess a means to access it directly? Jian Wuyou inquired, his brow furrowed, having sensed the unusual hardness of the red earth below. Master, I am powerless to access the treasure site. Brute force is required to break through. Only upon reaching the palace of the treasure will I discern how to unlock its mechanisms. Had it been otherwise, I would have long sought ways to infiltrate this treasure site, Xia Qi replied, an expression of helplessness upon his face. Jian Wuyou did not press further. In truth, he harbored little hope. As Xia Qi had articulated, had he been able to enter, he would likely have already devised a means to infiltrate the Fire Demon Palace and reach Flame Mountain. Elders, let us strike together to shatter this layer of red earth. Be cautious not to create excessive fluctuations of true essence. Otherwise, we may attract unwanted attention. Jian Wuyou inhaled deeply, his voice steady. The 7 elders took their positions, each facing a different direction, and with a sudden gesture from Xia Qi, they unleashed their attacks upon a designated spot. 8 individuals wielding 8 magical artifacts soared into the air, their brilliance flickering, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Under their combined force, a tremendous power erupted, causing the very space to tremble. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, as though the heavens and earth themselves quaked, on the verge of shattering. Xia Qi had anticipated this. Standing at a distance, yet he was still caught off guard by the overwhelming shockwave, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground in disarray. Red smoke billowed into the sky, swirling like clouds ascending, a sight to behold. Elder Wu, Jian Wuyou bellowed, having foreseen this outcome. Elder Wu produced a jade vial, channeling true essence into it. The narrow mouth of the vial suddenly widened, unleashing a torrential flow that cascaded down, washing away the rising red dust. As the flood surged, the temperature of Flame Mountain plummeted instantaneously. A vast pit emerged, the torrent plunging into it, yet the pit appeared bottomless, swallowing the flood without a trace of filling. Xia Qi stood at a distance, astounded. The small jade vial had unleashed a deluge, significantly lowering the temperature of Flame Mountain. Moreover, what perplexed him further was that after the water evaporated, no steam ascended. Elder Wu, your Heavenly One water is a rare treasure. Please store it away, Jian Wuyou remarked, observing the gaping pit and frowning as he instructed Elder Wu to retract the vial. Elder Wu complied, returning the vial to its original form. As the torrent vanished in an instant, Heavenly One water. It is said to be an everlasting source. I never imagined it to be real, and that Elder Wu would possess it. Xia Qi had also heard tales of Heavenly One water and regarded Elder Wu with newfound gravity. The strength of Jian Wuyou and his entourage was evidently extraordinary. With Elder Wu possessing Heavenly One water, the other elders were likely not lacking in power either. Such prowess, coupled with their treasured artifacts, was indeed formidable. No wonder they dared to venture into the rear mountain of the Fire Demon Palace in search of treasure. Xia Qi felt a surge of uncertainty. Initially brimming with confidence, he now questioned his ability to navigate the traps and mechanisms of the false treasure site. If he were to enter and find no treasure, he would be the one facing death. This won't do. The strength of these old schemers is too formidable. I must devise a way to draw the Fire Demon Palace into this, or escaping will be akin to climbing a mountain. Concerned for his life, Xia Qi dared not be careless. Watching the flood rapidly disappear into the pit, revealing its form, he hastily sought a method to lure the Fire Demon Palace closer. Chapter 14. The fiery formation. The torrential floods surged into the pit, and in an instant, little remained. The pit, which had been blasted open by Jian Wuyou and his companions, finally revealed its true form. The chasm was over 10 meters wide and at least several dozen meters deep. Once the water receded, a brilliant crimson light erupted from below, shooting skyward as if piercing through the clouds. Such a conspicuous and otherworldly red glow made Jian Wuyou wary of allowing it to linger in the sky. After all, the 8 gates of heavenly confinement formation could only muffle sound. With a flourish of his hands, he channeled his true energy, striking down with both palms. A fierce gust howled as 2 eerie violet handprints appeared in midair, suppressing the ascending crimson light, preventing it from manifesting in the heavens. Let us descend and investigate. Without hesitation, Jian Wuyou waved his hand, and the 7 elders promptly entered the pit. Grasping Xia Qi by his side, Jian Wuyou leaped into the chasm, descending rapidly. The dazzling red light blazed upward, blindingly bright. Xia Qi, held tightly by Jian Wuyou, was utterly immobile, the roaring wind around him attesting to the incredible speed of their descent. In what felt like an instant, Xia Qi sensed Jian Wuxia's hand release its grip on his neck, and his feet finally touched solid ground, focusing his true energy in his eyes. Xia Qi beheld the wondrous sight before him, a layer of translucent red light enveloping the space where he, Jian Wuxia, and the 8 others had landed. Guide the earth fire, and lay the fiery formation. Indeed, this is the site of the false treasure of Qizhou. Upon seeing the crimson glow, Xia Qi immediately recognized this as a trap set by the Tiandao sect, confirming that the radiant barrier was part of a grand formation. This formation, known as the fiery formation, harnessed the earth fire from deep underground. Xia Qi speculated that the mountain of flames was likely a result of this very formation. Is there any way to break this formation? Jian Wuxia and the others furrowed their brows, turning to Xia Qi for answers. Master, I know this formation is called the fiery formation, but as for how to dismantle it, I am at a loss. However, I am certain that once we breach this formation, nothing will impede my path. Xia Qi replied, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Master, I possess some knowledge of formations. I have encountered this fiery formation before. Allow me to handle it. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, suddenly spoke, her raspy voice causing Xia Qi's heart to skip a beat. Draw forth the boundless earth fire and deploy the fiery formation. Over millennia, the earth fire has only grown stronger. Does this old hag truly possess the confidence to breach it? Xia Qi thought to himself, his lips twitching. It seemed that breaking this formation would inevitably trigger a surge of true energy, attracting the attention of the Fire Demon Palace's cultivators. He had not anticipated that the old woman would be so formidable, harboring the confidence to dismantle the fiery formation. Haha. Excellent. Once we break the formation, the Tiandao sect's treasure shall belong to the Sanshao Sword sect, and our rise is assured. Jian Wuxia laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. The elderly woman said no more. She pressed her hands against the crimson glow, her expression grave, seemingly attuned to the essence of the fiery formation. A torrent of true energy surged forth like a roaring river, flooding into the formation from where the woman connected with it. In an instant, the red light blazed higher, and the pit felt as though it was ablaze. Protected by Jian Wuxia, Xia Qi and the elders of the Sanshao Sword sect all focused intently on the elderly woman and her interaction with the fiery formation. The true energy flowed into the formation like boiling water, the crimson glow erupting skyward, the searing heat washing over them. In that moment, the fiery formation awakened like a slumbering volcano. Boom! The ground trembled, and the fiery formation quaked. Dimly, it appeared that a slight crack had formed where the elderly woman pressed her hands against the formation. Elder Wu, lend me your strength. True energy surged into the formation. Although it seemed on the verge of breaking, the elderly woman's face paled, indicating her energy was dwindling. She called out urgently. With a flash, Elder Wu appeared, placing one palm on the elderly woman's back. His own true energy flowed swiftly into her, then into the fiery formation. The surge of true energy intensified. In an instant, the fiery formation roiled once more, the minuscule crack expanding, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Jian Wuxia, the remaining elders, and Xia Qi all watched with rapt attention, fully aware that they had reached a critical moment in their endeavor to breach the formation. The fiery formation churned violently. Meanwhile, in a small underground chamber beneath the main hall of the Fire Demon Palace, the expressions of 2 cultivators suddenly shifted dramatically. This modest chamber was surrounded by impenetrable rock, yet above them lay a translucent red light shield, illuminating the space in a crimson glow. The 2 cultivators sat cross-legged, their hands pressed against the radiant shield, seemingly absorbed in contemplation. However, at that moment, the shield began to surge, as if something within was violently colliding against it, causing alarm to flash across their faces. Among them, a middle-aged man clothed in a fiery red robe exuded a commanding presence, his demeanor authoritative and imposing, suggesting a long tenure in high positions. The other was an elderly man in a tattered blue robe, his hair and beard disheveled, presenting a stark contrast to the middle-aged man's regal appearance. At this moment, as the crimson glow roiled and the shield transformed, both men stood up in shock. Li Hua, is someone trying to breach the formation? The middle-aged man's expression darkened, his voice laced with unrestrained malice. This fiery formation was laid upon the mountain of flames, connecting to the earth fire. We of the Fire Demon Palace stumbled upon it by chance, and after years of research, we have yet to break it. How can it be that someone is attempting to breach it now? The disheveled elder spoke, his face a mask of fury. Years ago, while I was in seclusion, I discovered this fiery formation and consulted countless texts to confirm that beneath it lies the treasure left by the Tiandao sect a millennium ago. To avoid attracting undue attention, I refrained from forcefully breaking the formation. Now that someone dares to act, it must be those from the other two major sects who possess both the audacity and the capability. The middle-aged man's face darkened further. Master, regardless of who they are, seizing treasure from beneath our fire demon palace's very noses is an impossibility. This fiery formation has absorbed the earth fire over countless years, reaching a terrifying level of power. Breaking it will be exceedingly difficult, and I doubt they can accomplish it swiftly. We must immediately summon our elite forces and eliminate all intruders, the elder declared ominously. Chapter 15. The exposure of traces to attempt to seize the treasures of the heavenly Tao sect from me is nothing short of a fool's errand. Elder Li Hua, immediately disperse all low-level disciples from Flame Mountain and summon all the golden core and nascent soul experts. I want all those who dare to covet the treasures of the heavenly Tao sect to be exterminated. The master of the fire demon palace, Rincho Tian, declared with a murderous intent. The treasures of the heavenly Tao sect have been the focal point of the cultivation world ever since the sect's annihilation a millennium ago. Coveted by many. Years ago, Rincho Tian learned that beneath the fire demon palace lay the treasures of the heavenly Tao sect. For years, he had been devising ways to open the treasure without alarming the other factions in Qinzhou. Now that the time for harvest was approaching, how could he tolerate anyone attempting to snatch it away? Regardless of who it is, only death awaits. Rincho Tian issued his command, and the entire fire demon palace sprang into action. Countless low-level disciples evacuated, while numerous experts gathered. In mere moments, Flame Mountain was enveloped in layers of defenses. In the blink of an eye, 12 nascent soul cultivators and hundreds of golden core cultivators were assembled, not even counting those absent from the fire demon palace. The formidable power of the fire demon palace, one of the three major sects in Qinzhou, was on full display. Elders and disciples of the fire demon palace, know that beneath Flame Mountain, I have set up a formation that gathers the surrounding geothermal energy, suppressing the countless volcanoes of this mountain range and transforming it into a sacred training ground for our sect. Everyone knows the significance of Flame Mountain to us. However, at this moment, someone has infiltrated its depths, attempting to disrupt the formation and incite a catastrophic eruption that would obliterate our very foundation. Such treachery cannot be tolerated. Now, for the sake of our heritage, let us eradicate all those who seek to annihilate the Fire Demon Palace. In a short time, the Fire Demon Palace gathered hundreds of golden core and 12 nascent soul cultivators. This overwhelming strength reassured Rincho Tian. Even if the intruders possessed extraordinary power, they would surely meet their demise here. Kill. To destroy the foundation of my Fire Demon Palace is unforgivable. The fervor among the Fire Demon Palace cultivators was palpable. Under Rincho Tian's direction, each section of Flame Mountain was guarded by a nascent soul elder, supported by dozens of golden core cultivators. Rincho Tian personally led a team of 8 nascent soul cultivators, accompanied by numerous golden core cultivators, into Flame Mountain to confront the intruders. Led by the enigmatic Jian Wuyou, who sought to breach the formation. Flame Mountain spanned only a few miles, and with a sweep of their divine sense, the nascent soul cultivators could encompass the entire area. However, both Jian Wuyou's group and Rincho Tian's were cautious, refraining from releasing their divine sense to avoid detection, resulting in a momentary lack of awareness of each other's presence. Yet, within Flame Mountain, the commotion at the formation-breaking site drew immediate attention. The old woman from the Sanshao Sword sect was struggling with the array, her true essence surging, and in an instant, Rincho Tian had locked onto his target, leading his group straight to them. Signs of a formation? Upon entering the 8 gates of Trapping Heaven formation, Rincho Tian sensed something amiss. With a raised brow, Elder Li Hua stepped forward as if to inspect the formation. The 8 gates of Trapping Heaven formation. Elder Li Hua exclaimed, Master, this is the Sanshao Sword sect's 8 gates of Trapping Heaven formation, a legacy from their ancestors, which possesses only the trivial function of sound isolation. The ones currently breaking the formation are members of the Sanshao Sword sect. Elder Li Hua, well-versed in formations, quickly identified the array and speculated on the identities of Jian Wuyou and his companions. The Sanshao Sword sect is hindering my grand plans. Even if Jian Wuyou himself is present, I will not show mercy. Rincho Tian's expression grew grave, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. Those who dare to threaten the foundation of my Fire Demon Palace, even the Sanshao Sword sect, shall face dire consequences. The elders of the Fire Demon Palace were incensed and spoke with fervor. Elder Li Hua, prepare to dismantle the 8 gates of trapping heaven formation. The rest of you, follow me to slay the intruders. With a powerful shout, Rincho Tian charged into the formation, followed closely by the elders and disciples, all brimming with murderous intent. While Elder Li Hua waved his hand and began to dismantle the array, the Fire Demon Palace's forces surged toward the site, but within the pit. The old woman attempting to break the formation paled further, her hands trembling as if devoid of strength. A torrent of crimson light, dense and searing, enveloped her, as if she were standing in a furnace. The flame fire great formation gathered geothermal energy accumulated over millennia, vast and boundless. Despite years of attempts, the Fire Demon Palace had yet to unravel it. The old woman from the Sanshao Sword sect, though skilled, had underestimated the challenge. At this moment, it was evident to all that the old woman's control over the formation had reached its limit. Master, retreat quickly. This flame fire great formation draws upon the geothermal energy of millennia. It is immense. I am unable to control it. Breaking this formation requires years of effort. There is no possibility of success. You must leave at once. The fluctuations in the formation are too great for me to suppress and will soon alert the Fire Demon Palace. The old woman had reached her breaking point, and even Elder Wu behind her felt a wave of weakness. The true scale of the flame fire great formation far exceeded her expectations, and she spoke with resignation. The flame fire great formation churned violently, and Jian Wuyou and his companions sensed the impending eruption. The old woman had initially intended to manipulate it to break the formation, but could no longer maintain control due to the overwhelming geothermal force. Run, though reluctant. The immense geothermal energy was too powerful to withstand, even for a nascent soul cultivator. Jian Wuyou had no choice but to shout in frustration, urging his companions to flee, leaving the old woman to stabilize things so they could escape swiftly. With decisive action, Jian Wuyou recognized the futility of their endeavor. Even with such immense treasure at stake, he did not hesitate to withdraw. Grabbing hold of Xia Qi, along with the 7 elders, their figures flickered and dashed out of the pit. Within the pit, the searing geothermal energy was overwhelming. Xia Qi felt on the verge of unconsciousness. Upon emerging, he immediately felt a significant relief. Oh no! Someone has breached the 8 gates of trapping heaven formation. Just as Xia Qi landed, he was met with Jian Wuyou's alarmed and furious shout. Quick! We must leave. The Fire Demon Palace has undoubtedly discovered us. Elders, follow me. Jian Wuyou's face paled. They had not obtained the treasure, yet their presence was now revealed. With only 7 elders and himself against the might of the Fire Demon Palace, how could they possibly contend? Without hesitation, Jian Wuyou led the retreat. Chapter 16. The eerie flames quick. We must flee. The Fire Demon Palace has surely detected us. Elders, follow me. Jian Wuyou's countenance shifted dramatically. The treasure remained elusive. Yet their whereabouts had been revealed. At this moment, the Sanshao Sword sect consisted of merely 7 elders and himself, the sect leader, facing the formidable lair of the Fire Demon Palace. Without hesitation, Jian Wuyou led the retreat. Whoosh! With movements as swift as lightning, Jian Wuyou executed a hand seal, activating the formation flags. In an instant, the 8 gates of heavenly confinement array dissipated, and 8 small flags shot forth from various directions, returning to Jian Wuyou's grasp. At that moment, Xia Qi felt Jian Wuyou grasping his shoulder once more, lifting him into the air like a shadow. As they surged forth with the elders towards the outskirts of Flame Mountain. Haha, fellow members of the Sanshao Sword sect. Since you have graced my Fire Demon Palace with your presence, why not stay for a discussion? The speed of Jian Wuyou and his companions was astonishing. A series of reactions unfolding in the blink of an eye as they collected the flags and ascended, preparing to depart. However, this was indeed the stronghold of the Fire Demon Palace. Before they could escape, a booming voice resonated like a great bell, echoing ominously in their ears. The group felt their blood surge, momentarily halting their movements. In that fleeting moment of pause, the opportunity slipped away. Surrounding Jian Wuyou and his companions were numerous figures, particularly the 8 foremost, exuding a domineering aura that left Xia Qi gasping for breath. This was undeniably the oppressive presence of nascent soul cultivators. 8 nascent souls and dozens of golden core practitioners left Jian Wuyou's expression grim. Jian Wuyou. Both parties halted, separated by several hundred meters. Rantianqiu, the master of the Fire Demon Palace, recognized Jian Wuyou's group, his pupils narrowing as he shouted, the esteemed leader of the Sanshao Sword sect. Sneaking into my fire demon palace to engage in underhanded deeds. How bold you are, Jian Wuyou. Upon seeing Jian Wuyou, Lintian was momentarily astonished but quickly regained his composure. A mocking smirk gracing his features. Friend Lintian, today's events are indeed a misstep on our part. However, my entrance into Flame Mountain was not intended to bring harm to your esteemed palace. I merely sought to aid our elder who was on the verge of a breakthrough due to his fire affinity. Since you have discovered us, the Sanchao Sword Sect is willing to offer compensation, suppressing the chilling intent to kill surging within him. Jian Wuyou inhaled deeply and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. The treasure of the Tiandao sect held immense significance, if word spread. The entire cultivation world would undoubtedly swarm. Jian Wuyou could only muster a clumsy excuse to stall for time, hoping to escape unscathed and, later, annihilate the Fire Demon Palace once he ascertained the situation surrounding the Inferno Great Array. Jian Wuyou, there is no need for your feeble justifications. The Inferno Great Array was discovered by me years ago. We both know its significance. Spare me your excuses. Lintian scoffed disdainfully, his tone flat yet brimming with murderous intent. The treasure of the Tiandao sect could determine the fate of a sect's prosperity. Both Jian Wuyou and Lintian understood that neither wished to relinquish their claims or allow secrets to leak. At this moment, Lintian harbored a lethal resolve against Jian Wuyou. Whoosh! As Lintian's words fell, four more figures appeared behind him, and from a distance, dozens of golden core cultivators emerged, forming a vast encirclement, overwhelming Jian Wuyou and his group. Lintian, are you attempting to ignite a war between our sects? As one of the three major sects of Qinzhou, even if you severely wound us today, your fire demon palace shall not emerge unscathed. Do you intend to let others profit from this conflict? Jian Wuyou's expression darkened significantly. At this juncture, the Sanchao Sword Sect held no advantageous position, and attempting to retreat unscathed was akin to a fool's dream. This secret is known to us both. Do you believe it wise to pay a great price to eliminate us, or shall we collaborate on this matter for mutual benefit? Lintian smiled slightly, his gaze laced with mockery. Behind him, over 100 golden core cultivators had swiftly begun forming a combined attack formation. Such a coalition could threaten even a nascent soul cultivator. Kill! Jian Wuyou roared, an overwhelming bloodlust surging forth. Grasping Xia Qi, he evaded Lintian and charged towards a weak point in the encirclement, seeking to break free before the golden core practitioners could fully establish their combined might. At this moment, to survive, one could only carve a bloody path. The treasure of the Tiandao sect was a legacy powerful enough to dominate the cultivation world, capable of elevating several sects to the pinnacle overnight. Lintian understood well that no matter the cost, exterminating Jian Wuyou and his group today would be worthwhile. The acquisition of the treasure would make any losses trivial. Similarly, Jian Wuyou comprehended this, and thus he made his choice in an instant. Clang! A violet sword materialized abruptly in Jian Wuyou's hand, radiating a mesmerizing purple light. As the sword was drawn, the resounding clang caused the faces of the golden core cultivators to change dramatically. With a furious shout, the violet sword transformed into a majestic purple dragon, soaring towards a blocking nascent soul elder with ferocity. Attempt to escape? Not a chance. The Fire Demon Palace's nascent soul elder bellowed, undaunted by the imposing dragon. In his hand, a small lighthouse flickered with flames, charging forward to meet the dragon head-on. Boom! Without a doubt, Jian Wuyou unleashed his full strength. How could a mere elder of the Fire Demon Palace possibly withstand it? A thunderous roar shook the heavens as the rapidly expanding lighthouse was violently struck by the purple dragon, staggering backward, flames cascading like fireworks. Whoosh! The dragon forged a path, and Jian Wuyou, along with the elders, followed closely behind, surging forth with unstoppable momentum. At that precise moment, Lintian made his move. His figure traced a line through the void, appearing above Jian Wuyou's group just as the elder barely managed to hold them off. In Lintian's hand, a flame materialized, an eerie blue flame, blooming like an orchid, which he cradled effortlessly. Strangely, this flame appeared devoid of heat, and with a fierce cry, it morphed into a long, azure sword, poised to pierce through space and strike at the leading Jian Wuyou. Chapter 17. The Three Shao's Sword Technique. The flames, a deep, ethereal blue, blossomed like a blue flower, cradled directly in Lintian's hand. Strangely, the flame seemed devoid of any heat, as Lintian held it. It suddenly transformed with a fierce shout into a long sword of ghostly blue, gripped silently in his hand, piercing through space as it lunged toward the leading Jian Wuyou. With a roar, the sudden strike was as if it had sliced through reality, appearing right before Jian Wuyou. He hesitated briefly, then summoned forth a divine dragon formed from his purple long sword, which roared in defiance, charging toward the incoming blade. The collision was thunderous. The ghostly blue sword clashed with the divine dragon, producing a cacophony that reverberated through the sky like the sound of thunder, ringing in their ears. The divine dragon dissipated, reforming as a purple sword once more in Jian Wuxia's grip, while the blue flame's sword shattered, condensing back into a sphere of fire in Ren Tianqiu's palm. In that single exchange, both sides appeared evenly matched. However, taking advantage of this moment, several elders from the three Xiao Sword sect had already slain over a dozen golden core cultivators, but at this moment, they found themselves besieged by the late-arriving Yuan Ing cultivators from the Fire Demon Palace, while Jian Wuxia had not yet broken free. The death of more than 10 golden core practitioners had thrown the Fire Demon Palace's ranks into disarray, rendering them temporarily incapable of posing a threat. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from silence to a deafening roar. The earth and sky alike were engulfed in a maelstrom of red dust. As if the very fabric of reality was on the verge of shattering, Ren Tianqiu wielded the ghostly blue flame, which was both peculiar and versatile, capable of manifesting myriad forms at will, pressing inexorably toward Jian Wuxia. Jian Wuxia's purple sword was equally remarkable, infused with true essence, transforming into a divine dragon. Its power boundless, matching the flame with equal ferocity. Even at this juncture, Xia Qi remained in Jian Wuxia's grasp, underscoring his unwavering confidence and not underestimating Ren Tianqiu. With a thunderous explosion, the sound echoed through the sky as both Jian Wuxia and Ren Tianqiu staggered back, while below them, several battling elders retreated to avoid the fallout. Ren Tianqiu, you seek your own demise. Jian Wuxia and Ren Tianqiu stabilized in the air, 1,000 meters apart, coldly locking eyes. At this moment, a small hole appeared in the sleeve of Jian Wuxia's right arm, revealing a charred mark. It was evident that he had suffered a minor setback in their previous clash. Xia Qi, take care of yourself. Jian Wuxia was enraged. With a swift motion, he cast Xia Qi down from the sky, channeling his strength to ensure a safe descent to the ground, while fixing a furious glare on Ren Tianqiu, sword drawn. Ren Tianqiu understood that Xia Qi was undoubtedly connected to the treasures of the Heavenly Path sect, yet this was not the time to pursue that matter. He had to contend with the wrathful Jian Wuxia. 3 Xiao sword technique. Jian Wuxia brandished his long sword, which blazed with purple light, overshadowing the crimson glow in the sky. Countless sword energies erupted from the purple blade, raining down with ferocity upon Ren Tianqiu. The 3 Xiao sword technique was the most formidable martial art of the 3 Xiao sword sect, boasting unparalleled offensive power, unrivaled in Qinzhou. Cheeming flames. Ren Tianqiu's expression turned grave as countless sword energies enveloped him, the palpable killing intent causing even him to shudder, unwilling to show any signs of weakness. The ghostly blue flame in his hand surged, transforming into a massive orchid, as if to incinerate the heavens, merging with the sword energies. Countless sword energies filled the sky, as if they sought to rend the very firmament apart. The orchid soared upward, confronting the deluge of sword energies, its petals seemingly poised to close, attempting to absorb all the sword energies. With a slicing sound, the sword energies cleaved through the azure petals, shattering them into fragments. Yet, paradoxically, despite the constant destruction, the orchid swiftly knitted itself back together, appearing to genuinely absorb the countless sword energies. As the innumerable sword energies seemed destined to be enveloped by the mysterious orchid, Jian Wuxia let out a cold laugh and bellowed, causing the long sword to tremble, the purple light shooting skyward as the sword energies contained within the orchid suddenly detonated. The explosion of the sword energies caused the entire sky to tremble violently, appearing on the verge of collapse. The orchid, on the brink of enveloping the sword energies, was completely obliterated by the ferocious blast. As the orchid shattered, Ren Tianqiu's complexion turned pale, retreating several steps, a sphere of ghostly blue flame reappearing in his hand, which appeared somewhat dimmed upon closer inspection. In the distance, Jian Wuxia stood alone, sword in hand, a figure of defiance against the heavens. Elder 5, Elder 6. Join me in confronting Jian Wuxia. Fear gripped Ren Tianqiu, who, faced with the overwhelming might of the 3 Xiao sword technique, dared not engage alone. He shouted, and the 2 elders below ascended into the fray, positioning themselves behind Jian Wuxia. While the aerial battle raged on below, over a dozen elders were embroiled in conflict. Magical artifacts soared, radiance flickered, true essence surged, and explosions echoed with cries of anguish. Xia Qi, Having been cast down by Jian Wuyou, landed safely and immediately sought refuge in a depression within Flame Mountain. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with the scalding temperatures of the red earth, forcing himself to endure as he surveyed his surroundings. The Golden Core practitioners had formed a tight circle around the area surrounding Flame Mountain, where numerous elders were engaged in battle. Xia Qi found himself amidst this chaos, temporarily safe as no Golden Core practitioners dared enter this fray. The elders were at a distinct disadvantage, even though Jian Wuyou had managed to detain Rintuanqiu and 2 elders. There were still 9 elders from the Fire Demon Palace firmly suppressing the 6 elders of the 3 Shao Sword sect. Although there were 7 elders from the 3 Shao Sword sect, the elderly matriarch leaning on a cane was still entangled within the flame array, unable to extricate herself, leaving only 6 elders to confront the overwhelming onslaught. Had it not been for the presence of the strongest elders accompanying Jian Wuyou, the 3 Shao Sword sect would have surely faced defeat and devastation against the relentless assault from the Fire Demon Palace. The fierce battle between the Yuan cultivators unleashed waves of force that Xia Qi found unbearable. Now, in a narrow crevice within Flame Mountain, he was filled with trepidation, desperately trying to remain calm and seeking an opportunity to escape, without breaking the encirclement of the Golden Core practitioners from the Fire Demon Palace. How could I possibly flee with my cultivation level? Xia Qi's face bore a bitter expression, surrounded by Golden Core practitioners. A mere 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator felt like an ant, utterly incapable of escape. Chapter 18. The Dragon of Earth Fire. How could I possibly escape from this place with my cultivation level, surrounded as I am by golden elixir cultivators? A bitter expression crossed Xia Qi's face. A 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator felt no more significant than an ant, utterly incapable of fleeing. At this moment, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. I must grow stronger. I must become powerful. The urgent desire to elevate his strength took root deep within his mind. Surveying his surroundings, Xia Qi forced himself to calm down and meticulously analyzed every possible means of escape. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars, vibrating in his ears to the point of buzzing. Had it not been for a flicker of true essence remaining within him, he might have succumbed to deafness from the noise. Boom. Just then, from a seemingly forgotten pit, a brilliant surge of crimson light erupted into the sky, casting the entire realm in a fiery hue. As the red glow ascended, Xia Qi felt the temperature around him spike dramatically, as though he were ensconced within a furnace. Enduring the searing heat, the entire flame mountain trembled violently, roaring like thunder, the intensity of the red light escalating and the temperature soaring. As if the very fabric of the universe was on the verge of collapse, a terrifying spectacle. Xia Qi crouched low to the ground, sensing a tremendous energy beneath him, poised to burst forth, a savage force that seemed capable of tearing the world asunder. Was that the old crone from the Sanshao Sword sect? Xia Qi's gaze was fixed on the pit where the crimson light surged. Within it was the old hag of the Sanshao Sword sect, who had yet to retreat. This commotion was undoubtedly linked to her. Master, elders, I shall break through. A hoarse shout erupted from the depths of the pit, its resonance shattering the clouds, reaching every ear present. In an instant, the expressions of the Fire Demon Palace cultivators changed dramatically. Moments ago, no one had noticed whether anyone remained within the pit. But now the old crone's voice sent ripples of panic through their ranks. Though the old crone's words left Jian Wuyou and the others bewildered, they could not help but focus their attention below. Xia Qi, too, was transfixed by the pit. At this moment, the pit was ablaze with radiant red, and a protective barrier had cracked open, revealing an endless sea of fire, molten lava surging like a tsunami. I cannot break the Great Formation, but I can draw forth a fraction of this boundless fire and lava. Even a mere sliver, accumulated over millennia, shall etch itself indelibly in the memories of the Fire Demon Palace. Deep within the pit, the old crone of the Sanshao Sword sect appeared pallid, her body frail and trembling, devoid of any blood. Gazing upon the endless flames and bubbling lava below the fissure, she coldly proclaimed, a sinister smile creeping across her lips. Earth fire, gather. With all her true essence pouring forth, the lava surged. The earth fire roared, erupting like a dragon, breaking through the surface. With a pointed finger, the old hag directed it towards a specific target with ferocity. Puff! The old crone spat out a mouthful of blood, her expression one of triumph as the earth fire and lava coalesced into a dragon, hurtling towards the indicated direction. The joy on her face overshadowed even the blood dripping from her lips, her emaciated form soaring into the air, trailing behind the dragon of earth fire. Boom! The ground trembled as the dragon of earth fire roared upwards, and although all cultivators had braced themselves, they were nonetheless taken aback, retreating in alarm. None daring to stand in its path. Retreat. Quickly retreat. An elder from the Fire Demon Palace attempted to block the Dragon of Earth Fire. But against the overwhelming force of the fire and lava, he was utterly powerless, sent flying and coughing blood as he shouted in alarm. This unending earth fire, even if merely a fraction, possessed a momentum no ordinary nascent soul cultivator could withstand. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of numerous cultivators shifted dramatically, all retreating hastily. The elders of the Sanshao Sword sect exchanged glances of delight, closely following the Dragon of Earth Fire. Ah! A chilling scream echoed in the air. The Dragon of Earth Fire surged forth with an unstoppable ferocity towards a direction within Flame Mountain, where at least 15 golden elixir cultivators, caught unawares, were struck by the dragon, instantly reduced to ashes. The wails of despair lingered in the air, the golden elixir cultivators already turned to dust. Sanshao Sword Sect. This palace intends for you to regret this. The deaths of the golden elixir cultivators ignited Rintian's wrath, yearning to exact vengeance upon the Sanshao Sword Sect. The many elders spared no effort in blocking the escape of the Sanshao Sword Sect's elders. The Dragon of Earth Fire, unmatched in strength, burst forth from Flame Mountain and into the surrounding peaks, gradually dissipating. At this moment, Xia Qi, who had narrowly evaded the Dragon of Earth Fire, felt a glimmer of hope. The dragon's passage had left a massive gap in the Flame Mountain, with swirling smoke obscuring the sky, creating a perfect opportunity for escape. Without hesitation, Xia Qi dashed forth. In the sky, nascent soul elders were embroiled in battle, leaving no one time to notice Xia Qi, a mere Qi refinement cultivator. On the ground, the billowing smoke rendered it impossible for others to discern Xia Qi's presence. He sprinted with the agility of a monkey, deftly avoiding the streams of lava as he hastily made his way out of Flame Mountain, having concealed his aura with Jian Wuyiu's help. Only nascent soul cultivators could detect him momentarily. As Xia Qi navigated the perilous terrain, he remained blissfully unscathed and rapidly advanced towards freedom. In the sky, amidst the fierce conflict of nascent soul cultivators, none had the time to concern themselves with a mere Qi refinement cultivator. The golden elixir cultivators, engulfed in smoke, were equally blind to Xia Qi, who continued his desperate flight. Bang! Bang! As he ran, Xia Qi felt his true essence deplete. A faint trace of earth fire invading his meridians, his heart pounding violently as if it might burst forth. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this. His sole focus was on fleeing this place. Flee. Relentlessly escape. He was determined to evade the fate of being controlled and slaughtered. Whoosh. Like a whirlwind, Xia Qi sped away. Fortunately, the battle above had captivated the attention of nearly all the golden elixir cultivators, leaving no one to notice him. Thus, beneath such extraordinary circumstances, he charged forth from the Flame Mountain. Chapter 19. The soul's departure. With a rush akin to a whirlwind, Xia Qi swiftly made his escape. Fortunately, the fierce battle raging in the sky captured the attention of nearly all the golden core cultivators, leaving no one to notice Xia Qi. Thus, in this bewildering circumstance, he dashed out of the Flame Mountain. Bang! Xia Qi burst forth from the Flame Mountain and immediately plunged into the ancient, shadowy forest. In his fervent flight, he collided violently with a massive tree, a sharp pain radiating from his forehead, momentarily clearing the haze from his mind. Had he truly escaped? Xia Qi paused, gazing incredulously at the ancient timber before him. However, a sudden, thunderous roar from behind jolted him back to reality. Upon realizing that the ominous sound emanated from the battle of the nascent soul elder, Xia Qi sprinted deeper into the dense forest, desperate to distance himself from the chaos and elude the clutches of Jian Wuyou. In the heart of the forest, where ancient trees flourished and weeds thrived, Xia Qi was nearly engulfed, yet he pressed on relentlessly without respite. As he ran, countless birds took flight, and wild beasts fled in panic. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qi felt a flicker of reassurance. Typically, in such rich spiritual energy-laden locales, beasts would easily awaken their intelligence and transform into demon beasts. However, the sight of numerous creatures fleeing confirmed the absence of such entities in the vicinity. It was well known that demon beasts possessed a strong territorial awareness within their domain. There would be no room for such an exodus of wildlife. Exhausted, with his vital essence depleted and the invasive fire seeping into his meridians and dantian, Xia Qi's body bore the marks of torment. Yet, driven solely by sheer will, he managed to sprint for several miles before his consciousness began to fade, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Even so, Xia Qi gritted his teeth and persevered, struggling to find a nearby concealed cave where he could hide. After camouflaging the entrance, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, within Flame Mountain, the battle raged on ceaselessly. The emergence of the fire dragon had created a breach. Yet the Sanshao Sword sect, despite their efforts, found themselves outmatched. Even with a gap, the relentless elder from the fire demon palace ensnared them, thwarting their escape. The combat intensified, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the realm, as the fire demon palace's golden core cultivators gradually joined the fray, further tipping the scales against the Sanshao Sword sect. However, at this juncture, none of this concerned Xia Qi, having narrowly evaded Jian Wuxia's control. He lay unconscious in a cave several dozen miles away, his breath faint. The cave was eerily silent. Xia Qi lay on the ground. And in the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days had slipped by. At present, his chest rose and fell slightly, his heart beat steadily. And a faint trickle of vital essence seemed to circulate within him, as his wounds began to heal ever so slowly. Yet, the healing process was agonizingly slow. Without careful observation, one would scarcely notice any change. Suddenly, Xia Qi's body quivered slightly, and a brief gasp escaped his lips before vanishing instantaneously. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. He felt himself awakening, but barely regaining consciousness. A tremendous pull began to draw his awareness away, as if attempting to extract his very essence from his corporeal form. Instinctively sensing danger, Xia Qi cried out, striving against the force that sought to displace him from his body. Yet, his resistance proved futile. The pull was too immense. Despite his unwavering determination, he felt himself being effortlessly drawn away. In a state of bewilderment, Xia Qi realized that opposing this force was futile, and he quickly composed himself, scanning his surroundings for answers. Enveloped by a gray mist, he discerned that he seemed to be traversing a tunnel, being drawn towards an unknown destination. The fog obscured everything. But in an instant, Xia Qi felt a sudden illumination within his consciousness. With a jolt, he sensed himself suspended in midair, and in shock. He glanced down at his physical form. Is this my soul? He looked down, noticing his being appeared ethereal, floating weightlessly, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away at any moment. A soul's departure? Why is this happening? How could my soul leave my body without reaching the spirit-severing stage? Xia Qi exclaimed, realizing that he was indeed in a state of spiritual detachment, separated from his corporeal vessel. Such a phenomenon typically required a master of the spirit-severing stage. Even a nascent soul cultivator, whose soul was merged with their nascent form, could not casually detach. Golden core and foundation establishment cultivators were even more limited, as they could hardly manipulate their souls, only able to extend their consciousness to explore their immediate surroundings. Consciousness, in essence, is the manifestation of one's spiritual power. Yet, Xia Qi, at this moment, had not even developed his consciousness, let alone his entire soul. The notion of control was but a fanciful dream. Panicking, Xia Qi attempted to return to his body, but his spirit had no knowledge of how to do so, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Unable to return, a sense of despair settled within him. I must first ascertain where I am. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he prepared to survey his surroundings. As he looked around, he found the area reminiscent of the tunnel he had traversed earlier, shrouded in a gray mist akin to fog. Attempting to move forward, he was thwarted by the haze, unable to escape its grasp. The murky mist nearly enveloped the entire space, leaving only a small pocket around Xia Qi, while the ground beneath him was a dark, desolate expanse. The blackened earth shimmered, yet it bore no life, presenting a bizarre sight. Am I to remain trapped here, unable to return to my body? Xia Qi felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Having narrowly escaped Jian Wuxia's grasp, he now found himself in this eerie realm, seemingly destined to perish here. With a heart heavy with sorrow and weariness, Xia Qi's spirit gradually succumbed to the overwhelming environment, drifting into unconsciousness, losing all sense of awareness. Chapter 20. A sudden surge in realms. In a peculiar and enigmatic space, Xia Qi lay in a soul state, suspended in midair as if cradled by a drifting cloud. Not descending but remaining eerily afloat. Having succumbed to unconsciousness, Xia Qi resembled a figure lost in a deep slumber. Yet, at that moment, the dense gray mist enveloping the small space underwent a sudden transformation. The thick fog, which had previously thwarted Xia Qi's soul from breaking free, began to roil and surge like a tumultuous sea. As if a tempest had swept through, the dense gray mist started to change, swirling like tumultuous waves. Accompanied by the howling of the fog, tendrils of gray mist began to infiltrate the small space that had been cocooned in fog. gathering increasingly around Xia Qi's soul as if drawn by an unseen force. The wisps of gray mist enveloped him entirely, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that these delicate veils of mist were gradually being absorbed by Xia Qi's soul. The mist entered his ethereal form at a languid pace, and with each inhalation, Xia Qi's soul seemed to solidify significantly, as if the gray mist possessed the power to enhance his very essence. A sense of comfort washed over him, prompting an involuntary sigh of contentment even in his state of oblivion, further drawing in more of the mist. Xia Qi's soul grew increasingly substantial, while concurrently, his physical body, resting in a damp cave, began to undergo its own transformation, lying upon a parched stone. Wisps of gray mist emerged from his mouth and nostrils with each breath, swirling around him. Within an hour, the mist had completely enveloped his corporeal form. As Xia Qi's body was shrouded in this fog, the myriad wounds he had previously sustained began to heal slowly, as if the gray mist were an elixir of miraculous properties. In this strange space, his soul expanded in an equally uncanny manner. Time flowed silently, and before he knew it, half a month had elapsed. In this duration, Xia Qi's physical form had completely healed, leaving no trace of injury behind. His fair complexion resembled that of a woman's radiant skin. Meanwhile, Xia Qi's soul remained in slumber, yet it had solidified considerably. However, the gray mist in the space no longer seemed to be absorbed by his soul, as if it had reached a state of saturation. Then, in a fleeting moment, Xia Qi's dormant soul trembled slightly, emitting a faint groan, and his tightly shut eyes fluttered open, awakening to the same eerie silence of the space. Could it be that I am truly unable to leave this place? Xia Qi, oblivious to the significant expansion of his soul, felt a profound desolation as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, as if responding to his thoughts, Xia Qi perceived a familiar pulling sensation drawing at his soul, akin to when he had first entered this peculiar space. In an instant, his soul detached from the enigmatic realm and seamlessly reintegrated into his physical body. What is happening? Startled, Xia Qi stood upright, bewildered by the extraordinary events unfolding around him, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Almost immediately, he sensed a surge of vitality coursing through him. His physical strength seemingly unmatched, he felt capable of shattering stone with a single punch. With a resounding impact, he struck a boulder, and to his astonishment, it shattered into fragments without him expending any true essence. Such immense power. Xia Qi was astounded. While cultivators naturally possessed greater physical strength than ordinary mortals, the extent of his might was beyond comprehension. Moreover, it was not only his physical prowess that had escalated dramatically, he also sensed a profound enhancement in his mental acuity. An inexplicable feeling of empowerment. He was now at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Astonished, Xia Qi exclaimed, just as he prepared to mobilize his true essence. He abruptly realized that his cultivation had surged to an astonishing 9th level. The sudden leap from the 5th to the 9th level bewildered him, as he felt as if he were trapped in a surreal dream, repeatedly confirming his newfound cultivation level. In less than a month, he had ascended 4 levels. Reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, such a staggering progression seemed utterly implausible. How could this be? He pondered, reflecting on the extraordinary space that had facilitated this transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qi surmised that his remarkable changes might indeed be a result of that mysterious realm. However, the location of that enigmatic space remained a mystery to him. With a wry smile, he dismissed thoughts of the space and began to examine his body, concerned about any potential repercussions from his rapid advancement. As he turned inward to inspect his dantian, he discovered that the strands of true essence within had expanded significantly, coalescing into a small orb that rotated gently. With a mere thought, the orb began to flow through his body's meridians, instantly bringing him a sense of rejuvenation. That small orb of true essence circulated throughout him, ready to channel through his meridians. But suddenly, Xia Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 21. The mysterious space. Xia Qi's eyes suddenly widened, as the true essence flowed out of his dantian and into his meridians. He was astonished to find a small spherical object appearing within his dantian. This jade-green sphere, no larger than a thumb, glistened and emitted a faint emerald glow, transforming the dantian into a soft green hue, brimming with vitality. What is this? Xia Qi was utterly alarmed. The dantian is the foundation of a cultivator, and the unexpected emergence of this peculiar orb left him in a state of sheer panic. Come out. Without hesitation, Xia Qi immediately channeled his true essence, attempting to force the orb out of his dantian. To his astonishment, as his true essence enveloped the orb, he sensed a strange connection to it, as if they were one entity. It was utterly impossible to expel the orb. With a bitter smile, Xia Qi realized that the bond between his true essence and the orb was the reason for his sudden leap to the fourth layer of cultivation. Could it be that this orb is the source of the mysterious space? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, stirring a profound excitement within him. The orb contained an internal space, and his soul could enter it. It must be a treasure. Yet, he could not discern whether this treasure would bring him fortune or misfortune. With his thoughts racing, Xia Qi focused his intention, completely enveloping the orb, as if to test whether he could once again enter the space within the orb. Whoosh! Just as he wished, Xia Qi felt a wave of weakness wash over him as his soul detached from his body, reappearing in the enigmatic space once more, just as it had the first time. Whoosh! With a mere thought, he returned to his physical form, only to experience a moment of dizziness. What a find! This orb is undeniably a treasure, and I possess the ability to enter it at will, as if it were under my control. The only drawback is that each entry and exit requires some of my soul's energy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Qi's earlier experiment confirmed that he shared a connection with the orb, allowing him to control it effortlessly. Entering and leaving the space was merely a matter of intention, albeit at the cost of some soul energy. He conducted several more experiments, but to his dismay, the space was unfathomably strange, and he remained oblivious to the reason behind his sudden surge in cultivation. The only discernible function he could ascertain was that it served as an exceptionally safe storage space. Where did this orb come from? After pondering the orb's properties without yielding any fruitful insights, Xia Qi calmed himself, perplexed about the orb's origin and its appearance within him. As he reflected on his experiences since occupying this body, he found no recollection of the orb, nor had he encountered any similar object during this time. Could it be that river clam? Xia Qi's pupils constricted, suddenly recalling something significant, and he gasped in realization. He remembered the event that had led to his abrupt arrival in this world. On the last night in his previous life on Earth, a sudden power outage occurred just as he was preparing to clean a massive river clam he had caught. In that moment of darkness, upon opening the clam, he discovered a horrifying jade-green orb nestled within. He had fallen to the ground in shock, and before losing consciousness, he struck his forehead against the clam, blood flowing freely. This orb is indeed the one from inside the river clam, the very catalyst of his transmigration. Xia Qi was now certain that the jade-green orb in his dantian was the same as the one he had encountered that fateful day, though he was still uncertain why it had manifested within him. Regardless, this orb seems to be linked to me, and I can sense that I can control it with ease. It should not pose a threat, and may even prove beneficial. For now, it is best to leave this place. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qi composed himself. The orb appeared harmless, and even if it were not, there was little he could do about it. Thus, he shifted his focus to his current predicament. However, he regarded the jade-green orb in his dantian as his greatest secret, akin to the true treasure of the Celestial Path sect, deeply concealed within his heart, never to be revealed. At least half a month had passed. He wondered how things were faring in the Fire Mountain. It was prudent to leave here as soon as possible. After resting for an hour and feeling revitalized, Xia Qi decided it was time to depart. Though less than a month had elapsed since he arrived in the cultivation world, he had been under constant control, devoid of freedom, leaving him no time to truly appreciate this new realm. Now liberated, Xia Qi felt a sense of exhilaration and relief coursing through him. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, he set off in the opposite direction of the Fire Mountain, navigating through the dense underbrush. Despite the arduous journey, Xia Qi did not feel burdened. He lacked the courage to return through the Fire Mountain and the Fire Demon Palace. The ancient trees towered overhead, lush and dense, with tangled undergrowth sprawling beneath. As he traversed this thick forest, he seemed to wander aimlessly, startling countless birds and beasts along the way. Occasionally, he managed to catch a few for a hearty meal. Fortuitously, Xia Qi had always enjoyed barbecuing back on Earth, although there were no condiments in this wilderness. The unadulterated flavors offered a unique delight. Of course, even as he journeyed, Xia Qi did not neglect his training, diligently practicing whenever he paused. However, with all 5 elemental roots, each at the 5th grade, his qualifications were indeed extraordinary. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, his progress was minimal. With the increase in true essence almost imperceptible, this sluggish pace of cultivation left Xia Qi feeling helpless, but there was little he could do. In the cultivation world, spiritual roots were paramount. A cultivator with excellent roots could absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing rate, leading to rapid advancement. Nevertheless, accelerating one's cultivation was not solely reliant on spiritual roots. Unwavering will, dedicated effort, and external assistance were equally vital. Chapter 22. The Ironclad Bull. Although Xia Qi possessed a rather poor spiritual root, he could be considered a man of privilege. Having just entered the realm of cultivation, he found himself at the mercy of others. He was acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. Thus, he devoted himself to his training with unparalleled diligence, leaving no room for complacency. To achieve rapid advancement in cultivation, one's spiritual root is a matter of innate constitution, predestined by the heavens and unalterable. Consequently, he sought alternative methods. Beyond the spiritual root, one could cultivate in places rich with natural spiritual energy, known as blessed lands. These locations, akin to the sanctuaries of sect disciples, often lie atop underground spiritual veins, where the concentration of spiritual power far exceeds that of ordinary locales, allowing for significantly more efficient cultivation. However, to train in such places, one must first gain entry into a sect. Other means include the acquisition of spiritual stones and medicinal pills to assist in cultivation. Spiritual stones serve as the currency of the cultivation world, imbued with dense spiritual energy that can be directly absorbed or exchanged for various goods. They are exceedingly precious, and very few can afford to use them for extended periods. As for medicinal pills, their concoction requires rare spiritual herbs and the like. Though they possess extraordinary effects, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation, they remain an unattainable luxury for Xia Qi. At this moment, Xia Qi's entire wealth consists of merely a handful of foundational pills and recovery pills. One restores injuries while the other replenishes true essence, both being the most basic medicinal concoctions in the cultivation world. Spiritual roots, indeed, form the cornerstone of a cultivator's success. Yet, since Xia Qi has arrived in this world, he is determined to strive against all odds. Undeterred by his unfavorable circumstances, Xia Qi kept in mind a saying from his earthly life: if conditions allow, one must proceed. If they do not, one should create the conditions to advance. In the depths of the ancient forest, which seemed boundless, Xia Qi roamed leisurely amidst the thickets. Unbeknownst to him, 5 or 6 days had slipped by, and still, the end of the mountain range remained elusive. Within this ancient wood, the concentration of spiritual energy was somewhat denser than in ordinary areas. Xia Qi pressed onward, practicing his cultivation at a comfortable pace. Suddenly, before a tree as thick as a barrel, Xia Qi unleashed a powerful punch, striking the trunk with tremendous force. A resounding crack echoed through the air as with splinters flew, and the tree swayed violently, revealing a fist-sized hole in its trunk. The force concentrated in his fist was indeed extraordinary. Observing the results of his training, Xia Qi felt a swell of satisfaction. The area around the hole bore no cracks. This was a testament to Xia Qi's relentless training over the past few days, allowing him to focus his strength entirely within his fist, maximizing its destructive potential. Cultivators wield immense true essence, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering peaks, yet few engage in physical combat. Xia Qi, however, was different. His physical strength had grown tremendously, nearly rivaling that of a foundational stage cultivator. Thus, it was imperative for him to study his capabilities for self-preservation. Roaring with satisfaction at his achievement, Xia Qi was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar echoing in his ears, so powerful that the leaves in the forest trembled in response. This was perilous. He had roused a nearby beast. The echoing roar, filled with primal fury, indicated that it was no ordinary creature. It could only belong to a ferocious beast. During his time traversing the ancient forest, Xia Qi had encountered several first-tier beasts, easily dispatched. Yet, this resonating roar filled him with dread. The sound was overwhelming, reverberating through the air, suggesting a creature of significant might, certainly not a mere first-tier beast. Without hesitation, Xia Qi took flight, his form agile as a monkey, darting through the trees. He was unafraid of first-tier beasts, even those at their peak, equivalent to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. With his formidable physique and cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage, he was well equipped to confront any beast. However, the sheer intensity of the roar suggested that this creature was at least a 2nd-tier beast. Even the most rudimentary 2nd-tier beast would be akin to a foundational stage cultivator. And given the superior physical prowess of beasts, they far surpassed cultivators of the same tier. Xia Qi understood he could not contend with such a foe. As if sensing his retreat, The distant beast roared again in rage, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously as it pursued him. The ground shook beneath Xia Qi's feet, and the gap between them closed rapidly. Panic surged within him as he realized he was being chased. Despite his desperate flight, the creature drew nearer, and Xia Qi couldn't help but rue his misfortune. Just as he had mastered the ability to focus his strength, he now faced a beast far more powerful than himself. The thunderous footsteps behind him felt like the rumblings of thunder. Turning back, Xia Qi glimpsed the fearsome silhouette of the beast, towering like a mountain. A sight both horrifying and awe-inspiring. The beast stood as tall as Xia Qi himself, its height reaching 2 to 3 meters, with imposing horns and fierce, blood-red eyes. Its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp teeth, and its thick hide seemed impervious to harm, as it trampled through the forest, snapping trees like twigs and sending debris flying. An ironclad bull. Xia Qi gasped in recognition of the creature pursuing him, his complexion paling as he quickened his pace. In a mere 10 minutes, the ironclad bull had closed the distance to a mere few dozen meters. Its deafening roar nearly rendered Xia Qi's ears numb. With a sudden burst of speed, Xia Qi veered around a massive tree, but as he sprinted forward, a tremendous crash followed. The ironclad bull had barreled into the tree, snapping it in two, sending it crashing down towards Xia Qi, who narrowly avoided the calamity. What a terrifying ironclad bull! Was it a mid-stage or late-stage second-tier beast? Its power was immense. Xia Qi's expression shifted once more as he swiftly dodged the falling tree, realizing he could no longer afford to lure the ironclad bull into the densely wooded area. Chapter 23. Designing an ambush. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar as the armored bull charged forward, leaving a wide path in its wake. Massive boulders and towering trees were reduced to mere fragments, a testament to the formidable strength of the beast. At this moment, the armored bull was less than 10 meters away from Xia Qi. Even the sheer force of its furious roar sent powerful gusts that lifted Xia Qi's flowing robe. Escape seemed utterly hopeless. To continue was to invite imminent doom. The only flicker of hope lay in standing firm to confront this unmatched armored bull. Come at me. With this resolve, Xia Qi shouted, and a massive axe, previously seized during a raid at the Sanxia sword sect, materialized in his hands. Infused with his essence, it radiated a soft glow, exuding an invincible aura. In a swift motion, he leaped into the air and brought the axe crashing down. The wind howled as Xia Qi pivoted in an instant, swinging the axe downward with the force to cleave the very heavens, aimed squarely at the armored bull's head. At that moment, the colossal creature had no time to evade. With eyes ablaze, the bull fixated on Xia Qi, undeterred by the sudden attack. With a thunderous roar, it tilted its head, its sharp horn colliding with the descending axe. A resounding clang echoed like thunder. Xia Qi felt as though he had struck solid iron. A tremendous recoil coursing through the axe and into his arms, reverberating through his very core. He was uncontrollably hurled backward, landing over 10 meters away. Astonished as he gazed at the armored bull, which merely appeared slightly dazed, examining the axe in his hands, Xia Qi was horrified to find the yellow-grade artifact riddled with cracks. A mere touch caused fragments to crumble and fall, leaving only the handle intact. The might of the beast was indeed overwhelming. Yet instead of fear, a thrill surged through Xia Qi, shaking off the residual numbness in his arms. He summoned another large blade, also a yellow-grade artifact, and fixed a vigilant gaze upon the armored bull. With a deafening roar, the bull charged once more, its horn unscathed from their earlier encounter. However, Xia Qi's infusion of essence and raw strength had left the creature slightly disoriented. After a brief moment, it regained its senses and, perceiving Xia Qi as an insignificant insect, let out an enraged roar as it thundered forward. Without flourish, the armored bull barreled straight ahead, its horn poised and fangs bared, an unstoppable force. Standing resolute like a mighty pine, Xia Qi remained immovable, wielding his blade with fervor. And as he unleashed a fierce shout, he swung down with all his might. The impact was explosive as the horn met the blade, shattering the weapon, causing the armored bull to stagger slightly, yet it continued its relentless charge. Elated, Xia Qi bellowed, his fear dissipating. Despite the blade's destruction, he clenched his fist, channeling his strength into a powerful strike. With a resounding thud, his fist met the armored bull's head, delivering a blow potent enough to pierce through a tree, drawing a faint trickle of blood from the beast. Yet, the force of the bull's charge sent Xia Qi spiraling backward, and in mid-air, the onslaught's impact forced him to cough up blood. Unyielding, the armored bull pressed on, its crimson eyes locked onto Xia Qi as it charged with renewed vigor. "How dare you underestimate me?" Xia Qi roared defiantly, rising to his feet, a gleaming sword manifesting in his grasp. This sword, named Autumn Water, was a lower-grade artifact of exquisite craftsmanship, far superior to the axe or blade he had wielded before. The bull, having witnessed Xia Qi's previous failures with his weapons, dismissed the newly summoned sword as inconsequential. With no hesitation, it surged forward, undeterred by Xia Qi's apparent advantage. The sword trembled, emitting a soft hum, a foreboding aura emanating from it. As the armored bull drew nearer, Xia Qi's heart surged with excitement. He knew his scheme had come to fruition. All of his essence converged within the Autumn Water sword, which shimmered with a faint azure light, vibrating with latent power. Gripping the sword tightly, he gathered his strength, poised for an explosive release. With a fierce cry, he unleashed all his might into the strike. Die. The power surged forth, and the Autumn Water sword blazed with brilliance, akin to a star descending from the heavens, cleaving the air with a force that seemed to warp reality itself. The armored bull, caught in the momentum of its charge, sensed the impending cataclysmic blow too late. Its eyes widened in realization as it could do nothing but roar in defiance, its horns shimmering with a faint golden light as it attempted to meet the descending sword. The collision was cataclysmic. The Autumn Water sword clashed with the bull's horns, shaking the very earth, sending shockwaves through the air, and reducing trees to splinters and boulders to rubble, as if the world were ending. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure was propelled backward, blood spilling forth. It was Xia Qi. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching roar of agony and fury erupted from the cloud of debris. Xia Qi, disoriented, crashed into a tree before finally collapsing to the ground, bloodied and battered. A gaping wound marred his shoulder, blood streaming down, staining his form in crimson. Chapter 24. A body covered in wounds amidst the swirling smoke and dust. The massive form of the armored bull was engulfed, while Xia Qi was violently hurled backward, a ghastly wound gaping from his right shoulder. By successfully employing 2 low-grade yellow artifacts to cause destruction, he had taken the armored bull by surprise, subsequently wounding it gravely with the Autumn Water sword. Yet, at this moment, the armored bull was merely heavily injured, and Xia Qi himself was also in a state of severe distress, seizing the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. As soon as he landed, a thought flashed through Xia Qi's mind. He switched the Autumn Water sword to his left hand and charged once more into the cloud of dust. Amidst the armored bull's furious roars and thrashing, the sword gleamed with cold light, once again approaching its target. Xia Qi fully understood that although he had previously managed to inflict grave harm on the armored bull through cunning, the disparity in power was still too great. He too was on the brink of collapse. Any moment of negligence could allow the armored bull to recover, and it would be his life at stake. Having witnessed the brutal reality of this world within the water prison, Xia Qi was now ruthless not only towards his enemies but also towards himself. Despite the excruciating pain from his severely wounded arm, he persevered, nearly losing consciousness as he drove the Autumn Water sword through the smoke with the precision of a flowing stream, striking like lightning. The sword met the armored bull's head with a devastating blow, carving a deep gash down to the bone, blood erupting like a fountain. In agony, the armored bull rolled amidst the dust, completely unprepared for another onslaught from Xia Qi, who was simultaneously suffering from his own pain. With a resounding thrust, the low-grade artifact, the Autumn Water sword, proved its unparalleled sharpness. Despite the armored bull's thick hide, it could not withstand the assault. Caught off guard, it received yet another massive wound on its back, blood spraying forth. The cold brilliance of the sword flashed again, striking with the speed of lightning. With a swift motion, Xia Qi unleashed a flurry of strikes, the Autumn Water sword moving with such rapidity that dozens of blows landed upon the armored bull without a single miss. The sudden onslaught of injuries caused blood to spurt forth, resembling a fountain. Even with its immense size, the armored bull could no longer endure the pain, its furious roars gradually subsiding as its rolling form began to falter. With great effort, Xia Qi plunged the Autumn Water sword into the armored bull's interior. Exhaustion washed over him, nearly causing him to black out. Unable to withdraw the sword, he staggered back repeatedly to avoid being crushed by the thrashing beast. However, the armored bull was equally drained, its body losing copious amounts of blood, growing weaker by the moment. Coupled with the recent injuries, its blood-red eyes slowly dimmed, and its rolling form gradually came to a halt. Quickly retrieving the few creation origin pills and spirit recovery pills from his storage bag, Xia Qi swallowed one. Feeling his true energy gradually restore and his wounds stabilize, allowing a spark of vitality to return. The commotion from earlier and the blood spilled from the armored bull would undoubtedly attract other beasts, making this place perilously dangerous. He had to leave immediately. Despite the sight of the nearly motionless armored bull, Xia Qi's expression remained tense. Minutes passed, and as he regained some strength, he approached the now still, nearly lifeless beast. The autumn water sword, which had been embedded within, was now completely buried within its body, leaving only the hilt exposed, stained crimson. With a swift motion, he drew the sword, and a jet of blood erupted from the wound, drenching Xia Qi in warm, viscous fluid. Gazing at the lifeless carcass of the armored bull, excitement stirred within him. The body of a beast was a treasure trove of materials, essential for alchemy and weapon crafting. Most valuable was the beast's core, a reservoir of immense spiritual energy, which could be refined for his own use. Approaching the armored bull's head, Xia Qi swung the sword down with ferocity. The sharpness of the low-grade artifact was indisputable. Even the armored bull's formidable defenses could not withstand the blow, cleaving its tough skull in two. Ignoring the Grueso chapter 25, the peculiar spiritual herb, the sound of flowing water grew increasingly distinct, and Xia Qi beheld an endless expanse, appearing somewhat sparse. In the distance, a rocky cliff emerged, from which the sound of water cascaded below. In a mere moment, Xia Qi ascended to the rocky precipice he had previously observed. The stones were cloaked in lush moss, and as he approached the edge and peered down, he beheld a grand river, roaring like a dragon, surging forward with immense vigor. The cliffs flanking the river were steep and towering, adorned with countless vines cascading downwards, while birds perched upon the cliffs, occasionally soaring high and emitting melodious calls. Suddenly, as Xia Qi gazed down, he noticed an obscure area amidst the layers of vines beneath the cliff, a natural stone cave rather than a mere rock face. This secluded cavern, perfectly concealed, served as an ideal sanctuary for recuperation. A gentle smile graced Xia Qi's lips. He had been seeking a place to heal his wounds, and this cave was fortuitously discovered. Resolute in his intent, he found that, despite the limitations of his right arm, his formidable physique enabled him to effortlessly lower himself using his left arm and the vines. After entwining 2 or 3 vines together and testing their strength with a couple of firm tugs, he confirmed they could bear his weight without issue. He then cautiously descended, suspended by the vines. Although he was a practitioner of the mystical arts, his cultivation level was merely at the Qi training stage, rendering him incapable of flight. In this regard, he was no different from an ordinary person. At such a height, falling would yield the same fate for both. As he descended along the stone wall, a gentle breeze caressed him, stirring the vines. Steadying himself, he was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air. This enchanting aroma, carried by the gentle wind, invigorated his mind with each inhalation, leaving him feeling refreshed and revitalized, as though he had consumed a miraculous elixir. As the scent faded with the breeze, Xia Qi paused on the stone wall, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. He turned his head, searching for the source of this delightful fragrance. The aroma was so captivating that it must surely emanate from some extraordinary herb or fruit. Xia Qi felt a surge of excitement. The allure of such a fragrance could only indicate the presence of a rare treasure. Following the direction from which the breeze came, he discerned faint traces of the enticing scent in the air, beckoning him closer with an irresistible charm. Without hesitation, he continued along the stone wall, carefully grasping the vines as he sought the source. Progress was slow along the stone wall, and with one arm incapacitated, Xia Qi proceeded with utmost caution. After more than 10 minutes, he finally beheld the origin of the alluring fragrance before him. It was a plant, no more than 10 centimeters tall, boasting 3 vibrant green leaves. The leaves were plump and adorned with glistening dewdrops, shimmering like the dawn under the sun, a sight that revealed its extraordinary nature. Most astonishing of all was that this herb was rooted directly in the stone wall, causing the very rock to crack at its base, a truly bizarre phenomenon. This spiritual herb could not be ordinary, yet it appeared to be still in its infancy. Xia Qi marveled at its uniqueness but frowned slightly, lamenting that the herb had not fully matured. Having previously been a wandering cultivator, Xia Qi had devoted himself entirely to his training, displaying little interest in alchemy or artifact forging. Thus, he remained largely unfamiliar with various spiritual herbs and fruits. Consequently, he had never encountered this particular herb before and could not identify it. Nonetheless, regardless of its maturity, the value of this herb was undoubtedly substantial. Since fate had led him to this discovery, he was determined to claim it for himself. Xia Qi was unconcerned about whether the herb was fully developed. For a cultivator of his standing, the primary source of spiritual stones came from risking life and limb to hunt ferocious beasts. To stumble upon such an extraordinary herb was a rare stroke of fortune, and he would not let it slip away. With a smile of exhilaration, Xia Qi approached the spiritual herb. The sound of rushing water echoed below, accompanied by a rising mist that resembled a delicate veil, creating a breathtaking scene. Yet, as he drew closer to the herb, an unsettling sensation washed over him. There were no birdsong to be heard. Cautiously halting his advance, Xia Qi suddenly realized that the cliffs around him had previously been alive with the sounds of birds, but now, apart from the flow of water, this area was eerily silent. Precious spiritual herbs and fruits are often guarded by beasts, waiting for their maturity. Could it be that this herb was likewise protected? Recalling tales from ancient texts, Xia Qi felt a rush of alarm. With a sense of caution, he pried a fist-sized stone from the cliffside and hurled it towards the area just above the herb. The stone whizzed through the air, and before it could reach the herb, a hissing sound erupted, followed by the swift appearance of a long, serpentine figure, shimmering with a faint purple hue, which ensnared the stone in midair. With a crack, the purple figure seemingly perceived the stone as an intruder, forcefully coiling around it until the sturdy rock shattered into fragments that rained downwards. In an instant, the purple shadow retreated into the dense vines, and Xia Qi gazed on in astonishment as an extraordinarily peculiar purple snake had emerged, vigilantly observing the spiritual herb. Indeed, a beast guarded the herb. Xia Qi's heart raced with a mix of delight and trepidation upon witnessing the bizarre purple serpent. The presence of a guardian beast indicated that this herb was far from ordinary and held considerable value. Yet, the emergence of such a creature posed a significant danger, leaving Xia Qi uncertain if he could successfully procure the herb. At this moment, retreating to recuperate and return later was no longer an option. The serpent had already been disturbed, and any attempt to withdraw would surely create noise, alerting the creature and leading to even greater peril. Armed with the autumn water sword, a low-grade mystic treasure, renowned for its sharpness, Xia Qi reasoned that should he strike the serpent, it would likely be cleaved in two. Thus, the spiritual herb was not beyond his reach. Forcing himself to regain composure, Xia Qi meticulously analyzed his situation. After much contemplation, he concluded that his sole hope of seizing the herb, despite his injuries, lay in the prowess of his autumn water sword. Chapter 26. The enigmatic purple serpent. The translucent spiritual herb swayed gently upon the stone wall, caressed by the gentle breeze, exuding a peculiar fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Among the vines, a small purple serpent, guardian of the herb, cautiously peered out with its slightly flattened triangular head, vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Its crimson tongue flicked in and out, instilling a sense of dread. From a distance, Xia Qi dared not make a sound, quietly observing the purple serpent as he awaited the opportune moment to strike with a swift and decisive blow to vanquish this bizarre creature. The stone he had previously thrown had been propelled with great speed, yet the serpent had anticipated the attack, moving with an almost ethereal swiftness that rendered it nearly a phantom in the air. In a mere flick, the stone was reduced to dust, a testament to the serpent's formidable strength. Nevertheless, Xia Qi felt no fear. The autumn water sword, a treasure of the lower-grade mystic class, was extraordinarily sharp, capable of easily piercing the hide of a mid-tier second-grade beast, the iron-shelled bull. This enigmatic serpent, based on its aura, was at best a peak first-grade beast. How could its scaled armor withstand the might of the autumn water sword? He was confident that a single strike would suffice to end the serpent's life. At this moment, while the purple serpent remained wary of its surroundings, Xia Qi was poised to seize his chance. Everything seemed to be on the brink of unfolding. After a brief vigil, the serpent, seemingly assured that no threats loomed, began to emerge from the vines, its diminutive form no larger than a thumb. As it slithered forth, Xia Qi finally beheld the entirety of this swift creature. Its body was adorned with minuscule purple scales, layered upon one another, measuring merely the length of a human arm. It gracefully coiled around the spiritual herb, its triangular head raised slightly as it hissed, seemingly savoring the herb's enticing aroma. Xia Qi pressed himself against the vine, finding a slight projection on the rock wall to steady himself. With his left hand, he summoned a gleaming sword that sparkled in the sunlight. The proximity of the serpent to the herb made him hesitant to act, fearing that he might inadvertently destroy the precious plant. He remained vigilant, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the serpent continued to glide around the herb, several minutes passed before it appeared fatigued. Reluctantly, it cast one last glance at the herb before ascending along the smooth stone wall. The serpent's body, now fully visible against the rock, aligned parallel to Xia Qi. Its form laid bare before his keen eyes. With a silent command, Xia Qi tightened his grip on the vine with his injured right hand, pushing off the ground. The vine swung vigorously, propelling him swiftly toward the serpent. A mere thread of true essence flowed into the autumn water sword, causing it to shimmer with a faint glow. Combined with Xia Qi's own formidable strength, he brought the sword down with the force of a mountain splitting apart. The blade descended with a fierce wind, a palpable intent to kill. The purple serpent, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to evade by twisting its head, only to find itself confronted by the descending sword. The clash was inevitable. The autumn water sword struck the serpent's body with immense force, yet when it landed upon the serpent's vital spot, it felt as though it had struck solid steel, remarkably resilient. Fortunately, the extraordinary sharpness of the lower-grade mystic treasure proved its worth, cleaving the serpent in two despite its unexpected defense. Though the creature had not succumbed to death immediately, it was severely weakened, and its severed body could no longer cling to the rock, plummeting directly into the roaring river below. The two halves of the serpent's body fell from the heights, disappearing into the depths of the tumultuous waters. What manner of beast was this purple serpent? Its astonishing speed and formidable defense were astonishing. And though it was merely a peak first-grade beast, its resilience rivaled that of a mid-tier second-grade beast. As Xia Qi marveled at the unexpected power of the serpent's defense, he felt a surge of relief. The prowess of the autumn water sword had allowed him to triumph without peril. His decision to rob Jian Wuyou had proven to be sagacious. A smile crept across his face, recalling Chapter 27, accelerated growth gently extracting the spiritual herb from the rock. Its roots remained intact and remarkably elongated. Just as Xia Qi prepared to stow it away in his storage pouch, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Within the orb in his dantian, a space filled with rich spiritual energy awaited him, accompanied by a patch of fertile land. What if he were to plant this spiritual herb there? The thought of utilizing the space within that orb, where the ground appeared to be saturated with spiritual essence, ignited his imagination. Would the herb thrive in such an environment? Despite recognizing the absurdity of his idea, Xia Qi could not suppress its emergence. Determined, he clutched the herb and swiftly descended towards the stone cave he had discovered on the cliffside. The cave, obscured by vines, erupted with the flurry of startled birds, their wings beating furiously as they fled, leaving behind a layer of droppings that infused the expansive stone cavern with an unpleasant odor. Rather than feeling dismayed, Xia Qi was pleased. The presence of ordinary birds indicated that no monstrous beast resided within, marking the cave as a safe haven for him. Ignoring the unsightly mess, Xia Qi carefully held the spiritual herb, seeking a relatively clean spot within the cave. He was eager to plant the herb in the mysterious space. With a sudden surge of intent, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and in an instant, his soul emerged into the enigmatic realm within the orb. The mysterious space appeared unchanged, yet there were now additional items scattered across the ground, treasures he had previously stored. The fragrant herb was now within this realm, releasing a delightful aroma that soon enveloped the space, inducing a sense of tranquility. As a soul entity, Xia Qi lacked a physical form and needed to harness his soul's power, akin to the spiritual awareness achievable only in the foundational stage of cultivation, to plant the herb. His soul, enhanced by his transmigration and the fusion with his current body's essence, was far more potent than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, although he had not yet reached the foundational stage, channeling his soul's power posed no challenge. Xia Qi's right hand, in its ethereal form, solidified noticeably, resembling a corporeal limb. He grasped the sword he had previously placed in the space and began to excavate a small hole in the dark soil. The soil was surprisingly loose, yielding easily to the blade's touch. With a hint of anticipation, he placed the spiritual herb into the freshly dug pit, covering it with earth as if tending to a garden back on earth. With a slight blush of embarrassment, Xia Qi gazed expectantly at the newly planted herb. It was said that spiritual herbs were highly sensitive to their surroundings. Thus, he watched closely to see if any signs of distress would manifest. Moments later, he was taken aback. The herb's 3 leaves had transformed, now shimmering with an exquisite emerald hue, radiating vitality and life. What could this mean? Could it be that this dark soil was, in fact, a treasure? Xia Qi's lips twitched. His initial intention had merely been to preserve the herb's vitality. Yet the sight before him was astonishing. Everyone knew that when a spiritual herb was transplanted, regardless of the new location's quality, it would initially exhibit signs of stress, especially for higher-tier herbs. Yet here, in mere moments, this herb appeared more vibrant than ever, leaving Xia Qi in utter disbelief. As he continued to observe, the herb seemed to flourish in this space, exhibiting an undeniable growth spurt that confounded him. The growth of spiritual herbs was notoriously slow. Perhaps introducing a common weed would yield different results. With a thought, his soul returned to his physical form, and he plucked a weed from a nearby crevice. He then re-entered the mysterious space, eager to plant it. The frequent exertion of soul power left Xia Qi feeling slightly dizzy, yet in his exhilaration, he remained oblivious to the sensation. He planted the weed and fixated his gaze upon it. This was a young weed, with a few elongated leaves. Perhaps due to his impatience, the roots had sustained damage while he extracted it. However, to Xia Qi's astonishment, the weed did not wither despite its injuries. Instead, it thrived before his very eyes. In mere moments, the few leaves quickly expanded, sprouting fresh shoots and soaring in height. Within a minute, it had transformed from a fragile weed to a full-grown specimen. Xia Qi held his breath, utterly captivated. His eyes glued to the weed as it grew at an astonishing pace. Within the orb's mysterious space, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The weed surged forth, its growth astonishing, with minute changes occurring almost every second, a sight that defied belief. As 10 minutes passed, Xia Qi, mesmerized, watched as seeds formed atop the weed and began to fall to the ground. Within moments, these seeds germinated, sprouting into new weeds. Accelerated growth? By dozens of times. Xia Qi was astounded. This phenomenon was beyond comprehension. The dark soil within this space possessed extraordinary properties, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Silence enveloped the space, interrupted only by the relentless growth of the weed, which was rapidly transforming into a small cluster. I am rich. I am wealthy. Ha ha. Suddenly, in the previously silent space, the dazed Xia Qi, like a bird, fluttered in the air, exclaiming with uncontainable joy. Chapter 28. A rare treasure I have struck it rich. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, in the previously silent space, the dazed Xia Qi fluttered in the air like a bird, his spirit soaring as he shouted in sheer ecstasy. Gazing down at the dark soil, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he beheld the dazzling, radiant spirit stone shimmering before him. The ability to exponentially accelerate the growth of vegetation was nothing short of miraculous, its implications profound enough to drive any knowledgeable individual to madness. Imagine, when one possesses seeds of spirit herbs, sowing them in this dark soil would transform what ordinarily takes centuries, even millennia, into mere decades or years. For cultivators with limited lifespans, such a prospect is irresistibly alluring. After a period of exhilarating anticipation, Xia Qi gradually calmed himself. He had intentionally brought in several types of plants from outside, and without exception, their growth rates in this dark soil were remarkably enhanced. This pearl truly possessed extraordinary powers, even disregarding other effects. This alone was enough to yield endless benefits. A smile blossomed on Xia Qi's face as he regarded the pearl in his dantian as his greatest secret. Upon returning to the city, he resolved to acquire seeds of spirit herbs and fruits, envisioning a future where spirit stones would rain down upon him. What did it matter if he had a fifth-grade spiritual root? With countless spirit stones and elixirs at his disposal, he would eventually roam freely across the realm. Xia Qi felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as though he could already foresee his immortal existence in the world of cultivation, dominating all. Lost in his reverie, he fell into a deep slumber, his body floating in the air. As before, upon losing consciousness, tendrils of endless gray mist began to seep into his spirit from the outside world. However, this time, it did not amplify his spirit power. Instead, it aided him in his recovery. Simultaneously, Xia Qi's physical body was enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, rapidly healing the massive wound on his right shoulder. Meanwhile, the weeds he had transplanted into the dark soil began to expand their territory. In just a few short hours, the small space was nearly overrun by these weeds. Save for the spirit herb that was almost submerged. In his slumber, Xia Qi dreamed of a magnificent scenario where he cultivated spirit herbs using the wondrous space, exchanging them for boundless spirit stones, counting until his hands cramped. But at that moment, Xia Qi's spirit suddenly trembled, and with a soft sigh, he awoke, momentarily dazed before noticing the overgrown weeds on the dark soil. This is my future domain for prosperity. How dare you weeds lay claim to it? In merely a few hours, the weeds had grown to waist height, thriving abundantly and completely covering the small patch of dark soil. Seeing the nearly submerged spirit herb, Xia Qi's anger flared, and he began to uproot all the weeds. At the peak of his spiritual restoration, he effortlessly tossed aside the weeds, feeling no significant fatigue. Still brimming with vitality. What is happening? Why has my spirit power recovered so swiftly? After clearing away all the weeds, the dark soil reemerged. And Xia Qi realized that despite his reckless use of spirit power to dispose of the weeds, he felt no exhaustion. It is well known that the depletion of spirit power is one of the most challenging aspects for a cultivator to restore, unlike true essence, which can be replenished through elixirs or the absorption of spirit energy from spirit stones. Only a handful of rare elixirs can restore spirit power, and they are invariably exorbitantly priced and hard to come by. Thus, cultivators typically wait for a prolonged period for natural recovery. Before his slumber, Xia Qi's spirit power had been nearly exhausted, yet now it had fully restored, leaving him astounded. Could it be that this space can rapidly rejuvenate spirit power? His heart raced with excitement at the thought. The effects of this mysterious realm seemed almost too astonishing, perhaps rivaling even celestial artifacts. With a swift thought, Xia Qi's spirit returned to his corporeal form. As soon as his spirit re-entered his body, he leaped to his feet, incredulous as he touched his right arm. The wound. It has healed. The gaping wound on his shoulder, inflicted by the sharp horn of an iron-armored bull, had been wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 fingers. Even with potent elixirs, it would have taken considerable time to mend, yet now it was completely unscathed, truly astonishing. Once again, this mysterious space was the source of his shock. Reflecting for a moment, he confirmed that the healing of his wound was undoubtedly linked to this enigmatic realm. After all, upon awakening from his first unconsciousness, he had not only experienced a surge in cultivation, but also found all his injuries fully healed. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. He had never anticipated that what he once deemed an unstable hazard would possess such miraculous effects. This was indeed a priceless gem. With the discovery of the pearl's extraordinary capabilities, Xia Qi was overwhelmed with elation, filled with an urgent desire to exit the forest and return to the realm of cultivators. As dusk fell, the birds returned to their nests, and the only sound in the stone cave was the rushing river below. A crescent moon ascended in the sky, casting silvery light that cloaked the forest in a veil of shimmering beauty. Under the cover of night, the ancient and mysterious woods grew ever more perilous. Xia Qi could only retreat into the cave to meditate and await the long night to pass. For cultivators, a single night spent in meditation passes in the blink of an eye, and before long, the sky began to brighten. The sun rose on the horizon, its rays illuminating the dewdrops that clung to the leaves, creating a radiant display of colors that transformed the forest into a breathtaking spectacle. With eager anticipation, Xia Qi donned a fresh, clean robe and emerged from the stone cave, scaling the cliff to descend downstream. Determined to escape the seemingly boundless wilderness, Xia Qi moved with remarkable speed, akin to a master of lightness skill in the mundane world, leaping several meters with a mere push of his toes. Chapter 29. A twist of fate in the vast and boundless jungle. A river flowed like a jade ribbon, weaving through the greenery. Summer Qi drifted downstream, encountering no further obstacles. After 3 or 4 days, he finally beheld a city bustling with cultivators, vibrant and lively. This city was nestled within a sprawling mountain range, under which lay a rich spiritual vein, rendering the spiritual energy more potent than in ordinary places. As a result, it became a gathering hub for numerous wandering cultivators. Due to the congregation of these cultivators, the city thrived, becoming a sanctuary for those who practiced the art of cultivation. However, the wandering cultivators were relatively weak, lacking the strength of established sects. Thus their territory was limited to a small area within the mountains, while most of the land was claimed by various sections. These sects, while not as powerful as the 3 major sects, could not monopolize an entire mountain rich in spiritual energy, leading to a division among many sects, allowing wandering cultivators to establish a foothold. At this moment, Summer Qi strolled through the city by the water, experiencing for the first time such a genuine interaction with numerous cultivators, his heart brimming with curiosity. The city was grand, with wide streets lined with stalls resembling those of earthly markets, where cultivators sold materials for refining weapons sourced from magical beasts, freshly harvested spiritual herbs, and various lower-tier cultivation techniques and treasures. As he wandered, he was dazzled by the abundance of offerings. Naturally, the vast expanse of the city was not solely populated by cultivators. Rather, the majority were mortals, many of whom sought the path of cultivation, aspiring to find mentors despite lacking suitable spiritual roots. There were also descendants of low-tier cultivators residing here, lacking the talent for cultivation. Despite inheriting the memories of his predecessor and being familiar with this world, Summer Qi remained exuberant, tirelessly exploring the city. However, his wandering was not aimless. He predominantly listened to the conversations of nearby cultivators. A month had passed since his escape from the Flame Mountain, and during this time, the aftermath of the false treasure beneath Flame Mountain had emerged. Summer Qi was eager to uncover the results. After all, the Sanshao sword sect was formidable. One of the three major sects of Qinzhou. If Jian Wuyou sought to capture him, Summer Qi knew he would find himself in grave danger. In various trading venues, he overheard numerous accounts regarding the treasures of Flame Mountain. During the battle, Jian Wuyou and his party managed to escape, albeit at a heavy cost. With 3 Yuanying elders perishing, including the elder who had broken the formation, while the remaining elders returned grievously injured. The Flame Demon Palace also suffered significant losses. With 2 to 3 dozen Jin and cultivators and 1 Yuanying elder slain by the enraged Jian Wuyou, a price not to be underestimated. As the Sanshao sword sect's party broke through, a crimson glow erupted from Flame Mountain, attracting attention from various sections. Though they did not dare to approach, they speculated extensively, arriving at conclusions that were largely accurate. Strangely, half a month later, the Flame Demon Palace and the Sanshao sword sect formed an alliance to jointly access the treasure. As the remaining major sect, the Qingdan sect, had not appeared. Thus, no one dared to provoke their alliance. And the treasure beneath Flame Mountain was ultimately opened by the Flame Demon Palace and the Sanshao sword sect together. On the day the treasure was revealed, many sects took the risk to observe, as it was believed to be a treasure left behind by the Heavenly Tao sect, even if they could not profit from it. Witnessing it would be worthwhile. However, while many cultivators anticipated a mountain of spiritual stones, powerful treasures, and elixirs for immortality, what awaited the Flame Demon Palace and the Sanshao sword sect was a palace fraught with peril. This hidden palace, after countless casualties among the Foundation establishment and Jindan disciples of the Flame Demon Palace and the Sanshao sword sect, was finally thoroughly explored. To their astonishment, no valuable items could be found within. This outcome left many sects secretly delighted. While the Flame Demon Palace and the Sanshao sword sect reportedly fell into discord and disbanded their alliance, with the Sanshao sword sect departing in indignation. Thus ended a treasure hunt that resembled a farce. Yet, as Summer Qi heard these rumors, he felt a twinge of confusion. When he escaped from Flame Mountain, it was likely that the Flame Demon Palace and the Sanshao sword sect could not ascertain his death. However, to this day, the Sanshao sword sect showed no signs of pursuing him, which was perplexing. It was well known that Jian Wuyou, the leader of the Sanshao sword sect, was acutely aware that Summer Qi knew the true location of the Heavenly Tao sect's treasure. How could he so easily let Summer Qi go? It would be trivial to concoct a reason to pursue him. No one would doubt it, and countless would be eager to assist in capturing Summer Qi. How could the Sanshao sword sect let Summer Qi slip through their fingers so effortlessly? In truth, Summer Qi was deeply puzzled by this matter, yet for Jian Wuyou, it was quite evident. When Summer Qi was taken as a disciple by Jian Wuyou, he was given a token that proved his identity. This token, imbued with a secret technique by Jian Wuyou, allowed him to sense Summer Qi's life and whereabouts from thousands of miles away. When Summer Qi broke free from Flame Mountain, Jian Wuyou had sensed his aura in the distance. However, as he sought to track him down, he discovered that Summer Qi's aura had vanished. Thus, Jian Wuyou concluded that Summer Qi had perished, and naturally, he saw no need for a manhunt. Jian Wuyou was exceedingly confident in his abilities, believing that even if a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement like Summer Qi attempted to sever their connection, he would certainly detect it. Therefore, upon sensing the disappearance of Summer Qi's aura, Jian Wuyou firmly believed him to be dead. In reality, the reason the connection between Jian Wuyou and Summer Qi vanished was not due to Summer Qi's demise, but rather because, upon entering the internal space of the pearl within his dantian, Summer Qi had simply stored the token within that mysterious realm. The pearl in his dantian was extraordinarily enigmatic. Placing the token inside severed Jian Wuyou's ability to sense Summer Qi. Thus, Summer Qi narrowly escaped a calamity. Otherwise, he would have been besieged by countless pursuers by now. Chapter 30. The Canine's perspective in a twist of fate. The Sanshao sword sect failed to pursue Xia Qi, believing him to be deceased, thereby allowing him to escape a dire predicament, all thanks to the influence of a mysterious orb, of which Xia Qi remained blissfully unaware. Regardless, upon learning that the Sanshao sword sect had not issued a warrant for his capture, a sense of relief washed over him, and his countenance visibly relaxed. However, Xia Qi remained vigilant. Who could know if the sect was covertly hunting him? A momentary lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. It was this cautious demeanor that altered Xia Qi's appearance. Unless one was intimately familiar with him, they would hardly recognize him in person. After enduring 2 years of darkness in a water prison, his once fair skin had taken on a bronze hue. Though devoid of facial hair, he now appeared as a robust youth, a stark contrast to his previous frail image. Clad in a flowing blue robe, with sharply defined features, hair billowing in the wind, and an air of tranquility, Xia Qi resembled a wandering swordsman traversing the realms. Having not encountered any warrants for his capture, Xia Qi felt compelled to reside in Lintian City for a while, contemplating the orb's internal space within his dantian. Nestled amidst mountains, Lintian City was underpinned by a spiritual vein, rendering the atmosphere rich in spiritual energy. To dwell within the city required not merely mundane currency, but also spirit stones from the cultivation world. Presently, Xia Qi possessed not a single spirit stone. His only possessions were an autumn water sword, a low-grade artifact of considerable value, and a yellow-grade sword worth several hundred spirit stones. His supply of healing elixirs had long been depleted. The autumn water sword was not an option for trading. Not only was Xia Qi reluctant to part with it, but doing so would expose him to danger. The yellow-grade sword, while worth a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, would not sustain him for long in the city. Moreover, the autumn water sword could not be used casually. It was essential to maintain a fade, as its use was contingent upon reaching a foundational level of cultivation. A revelation struck him. The carcass of the iron-armored bull. He recalled the beast's inner core within the mysterious space and realized the immense value of its remains. Although its formidable hide had been rendered unrecognizable, it still held significant worth, not to mention its bones, which were excellent materials for forging. Its pair of horns could potentially be utilized to craft a high-grade artifact. The entire carcass of the iron-armored bull was indeed valuable. Yet it could not simply be displayed on the street for trade, as such a blatant display would attract undue attention. Furthermore, ordinary cultivators lacked the financial means to purchase something of such worth. Soon, Xia Qi located a shop that specialized in procuring various materials for alchemy and forging. Such establishments were typically affiliated with powerful factions, offering lower prices to scattered cultivators like Xia Qi, which explained the numerous stalls lining the streets. However, Xia Qi harbored no concerns, for the value of his iron-armored bull was significant and not commonplace, granting him leverage in negotiations. Esteemed friend, are you here to purchase artifacts or elixirs, or to sell materials? Upon entering the shop, a young attendant approached him. Judging by his cultivation level, he was merely at the second layer of Qi refinement, hardly noteworthy, still a novice. The shop was spacious and remarkably clean, adorned with a dazzling array of artifacts and elixirs. Captivating Xia Qi's attention, the attendant, posing as a servant, followed closely, observing Xia Qi's exploration with a hint of disdain. As if he were a country bumpkin entering the shop for the first time. I have materials for sale. Summon your manager, Xia Qi stated coolly. Glancing back at the attendant. Ah, esteemed friend, I can handle the sale of materials as well. Our manager is currently in seclusion and should not be disturbed. You may discuss it with me. I can make decisions, the attendant replied, his irritation rising at Xia Qi's nonchalant demeanor. Typically, scattered cultivators would flatter him, seeking to coax a better price. My materials are not within your purview to negotiate, Xia Qi retorted coldly, casting a dismissive glance at the attendant. Indeed, the moment the attendant had displayed that flicker of disdain, Xia Qi had taken note, prompting his indifferent response. You, how dare you? Get out. You are not welcome here. The attendant, now furious, shouted for Xia Qi to leave. Had he recognized Xia Qi's cultivation level, he might have acted differently. Leave at once. Though his cultivation was modest, as a shop attendant accustomed to the flattery of scattered cultivators, he could scarcely tolerate such treatment from Xia Qi. His rage boiling over as he hurled insults. Bang! Without hesitation, Xia Qi delivered a swift kick, sending the unsuspecting attendant hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. His face a mix of humiliation and fury. How dare he strike me within my own shop? The attendant, stunned, had encountered countless scattered cultivators over the years, all of whom had treated him with respect. Never had he faced such disdain from someone like Xia Qi. Someone, seize this rogue and punish him. The attendant, regaining his composure, staggered to his feet and yelled, his expression fierce, blood trickling from his forehead, embodying a murderous intent. Who dares to cause trouble in my shop? A thunderous shout echoed from above, drawing the attention of several cultivators of comparable strength to Xia Qi, followed closely by a well-dressed elder who bellowed with authority. Chapter 31. Double the price who dares to cause trouble in my shop? A thunderous roar echoed, startling those above the store. Within moments, several cultivators of comparable prowess to Xia Qi rushed out, followed by an elegantly dressed elder who bellowed with formidable authority. The shopkeeper, This person is wreaking havoc in the store and even attempting to forcibly seize magical artifacts. I tried to stop him, but my strength is insufficient. He even threatened to kill me. You must act swiftly and have him eliminated." The servant, who had never experienced such humiliation, scrambled before the elder, disregarding Xia Qi entirely, eager to defame him first. The servant's father was also a cultivator who had once rendered a favor to the shopkeeper, which allowed him to hold a humble position in the store. He believed that Xia Qi was doomed this time. "Seize him." The elder observed the chaos within the shop and, trusting the son of an old friend, chose to believe him without hesitation. He waved his hand, and two cultivators of similar strength to Xia Qi sprang into action like wolves pouncing on their prey. Slanderous words flew, and without discerning right from wrong, they were prepared to attack a guest. Such a shop indeed provided a lesson in human folly today. Xia Qi smirked coldly, unfazed by the assault of two equally matched cultivators. A low-grade profound artifact sword materialized in his hand, glinting with icy light as he met their charge head-on with fearless resolve. At this juncture, it was evidently futile to continue dealings with this establishment. While Xia Qi was confident he could escape, he was unwilling to leave without a fight. Thus, he unleashed his sword against the two adversaries. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metal striking echoed, the sword's brilliance flashing as blades clashed, producing a series of sharp, crisp sounds. Bang! The figures blurred amidst the swirling blades, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the three combatants. Moments later, a resounding crash was heard, and two silhouettes tumbled out from the whirlwind of swordplay, collapsing to the ground. In that instant, the two ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivators found themselves overpowered by Xia Qi, who, with a single sword strike, sent them reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as they fell. The servant who had hidden behind the elder now stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Xia Qi, trembling with fear. "Friend, it seems you believe this shop has wronged you?" The elder, with an air of calmness, inquired despite the terror radiating from the servant and the fallen cultivators. Observing the elder's demeanor, Xia Qi surmised that he had likely reached the foundation establishment stage. Even witnessing Xia Qi's ferocity, the elder remained composed, his expression unchanged. "The truth is easily discerned, my friend," Xia Qi replied disdainfully, casting a glance at the nearly prostrate servant. Despite suspecting the elder's cultivation level, he felt no trepidation. At this point, the elder began to realize that the situation was not as the servant had described. Turning to the servant, he commanded, "Qi Feng, recount the events precisely, or I shall be unable to protect you today." The elder's aura shifted, becoming imposing, causing the servant, with merely second-layer Qi refinement, to feel an overwhelming pressure like a mountain, forcing him to kneel and bow his head repeatedly. "Shopkeeper, no, Uncle Yu. I truly did not intend to conceal anything. I was momentarily blinded by foolishness and wronged this esteemed senior. Uncle Yu, please save me." In that moment, Qi Feng could no longer afford to hide the truth. Under the piercing gaze of Xia Qi, imbued with killing intent, he cried out in terror, revealing the facts. In truth, it was not a grave matter. He had long been flattered by loose cultivators and, unable to bear Xia Qi's indifferent treatment, felt insulted and sought to teach him a lesson. He had never anticipated that Xia Qi would be so formidable. "Foolishness. It seems you have forgotten my teachings over the years to treat guests with respect." Elder Yu glared at Qi Feng, utterly dismayed to discover that the son of an old benefactor possessed such poor character. Seething with anger, he chastised Qi Feng, but, recognizing him as the son of an old friend, he refrained from inflicting severe punishment. After a brief reprimand, he awkwardly turned to Xia Qi. "My friend, today's incident was the fault of Qi Feng and the shop's poor hospitality. Fortunately, no harm has come to anyone. Might you consider sparing Qi Feng's life? Of course. Should you wish, this shop will purchase any materials you wish to sell at double the price." Elder Yu smiled apologetically, even offering to buy materials at double the price in hopes of swaying Xia Qi to spare Qi Feng. Xia Qi's heart stirred at this proposition. Initially, he had no intention of continuing transactions with this shop, given their behavior. Xia Qi had no intention of truly killing Qi Feng, as these shops were backed by powerful forces. If provoked, they could easily retaliate, disregarding the consequences. "Very well, let us put this matter behind us. However, I wonder if your offer to purchase my materials at double the price stands?" Xia Qi inquired, focusing intently on Elder Yu, ignoring Qi Feng entirely. "Excellent. You are indeed forthright. This shop acknowledges its misdeeds, and I shall pay double for the materials you sell as compensation. I only hope that once you leave this shop, you can forget today's events," Elder Yu replied with a smile. "Double the price, a means to quell the situation, minimize repercussions. and prevent the incident from tarnishing the shop's reputation, Elder Yu was exceedingly pleased. After all, what precious materials could a ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator possess? With a decisive motion, Xia Qi produced a portion of an iron-armored barbarian bull's corpse from a storage bag. The thick hide and stark white bones astonished Elder Yu. This is the hide and bones of an iron-armored barbarian bull. Elder Yu gasped, staring in shock at the sudden appearance of the materials. The iron-armored barbarian bull. And judging by the bones, it appeared to be mature, at least a mid to late second-tier beast. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would not guarantee a victory against it. How had Xia Qi acquired such materials? He surmised that the materials had likely been obtained through collaboration in the hunt. And what lay before him was merely a small fraction. Elder Yu felt a mix of relaxation and regret. Had the complete materials been available, their worth would have been considerable, and even at double the price, he would have profited handsomely. Chapter 32. Disappointment in return with a swift motion. The elderly man of the Yu clan speculated that Xia Qi had allied with someone to slay the armored barbarian bull. However, shortly thereafter, a dazzling light flickered around Xia Qi, and in an instant, a plethora of materials appeared before him. The hide, bones, and even two long, sharp horns, each as long as an arm, lay before him. These were the complete remains of an armored barbarian bull. The elderly man's gaze turned vacant, while the two cultivators, recently defeated by Xia Qi, were equally astonished. As for Qi Feng, he had long since lost the courage to remain in such a place. Could Xia Qi possess the strength to slay an adult armored barbarian bull? The two defeated ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivators felt no resentment. Instead, they harbored a sense of inevitability regarding Xia Qi's swift victory over them. If even a foundational stage cultivator might struggle to defeat an armored barbarian bull, what did it signify that they were vanquished so easily? Esteemed friend, your prowess is indeed remarkable. I too would not dare to challenge the armored barbarian bull. Yet you have managed to slay it. Clearly, you are extraordinary. The elderly man of the Yu clan's face bore a newfound gravitas as he casually inquired. Haha, it is merely an armored barbarian bull. Perhaps you should assess its worth. Xia Qi responded with a faint smile, displaying an air of nonchalance towards the elderly man's probing. I have been rather impetuous, the elderly man admitted, realizing that Xia Qi wished to avoid further discussion. He then began to appraise the remains of the armored barbarian bull. This carcass is remarkably preserved, aside from the damage to the hide and some injury to the skull. Everything else is intact. Particularly, the horns are flawless. For these materials, I can offer 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you agree, I shall double it to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The elderly man spoke with satisfaction after examining the remains for a while. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones was a most reasonable price, and Xia Qi was exceedingly pleased. Moreover, the prospect of receiving double the amount meant he would gain an additional 5,000 spirit stones. How could he possibly refuse? Very well, it shall be as you say. The armored barbarian bull is yours. Xia Qi agreed without hesitation. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were a delightful surprise. Upon concluding the transaction, the elderly man was prompt. Despite offering double the price, he wasted no time, and soon 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were in Xia Qi's possession. Overjoyed, Xia Qi realized this was the largest sum of spirit stones he had ever acquired. Besides residing in this city, he could use them for many endeavors. Oh, esteemed friend, might I inquire if you have any seeds for various spiritual herbs for sale? Upon receiving the spirit stones, Xia Qi suddenly recalled his mysterious space. His intention was to utilize its unique properties to cultivate spiritual herbs, thereby exchanging them for spirit stones and elixirs to enhance his cultivation. However, spiritual herb seeds were exceedingly rare, and he could only purchase them himself. Alas, esteemed friend, I must apologize. My humble shop does not stock spiritual herb seeds. The elderly man replied, slightly taken aback, then offered a wry smile to Xia Qi. Pray tell, what purpose do you have for spiritual herb seeds? Forgive my candor, but in all of Lintian City, you may find it quite impossible to procure them. What? There are no spiritual herb seeds in the entire Lintian City? Why is that? Xia Qi questioned, bewildered and curious. Esteemed friend, you may be unaware, but spiritual herbs and fruits require a minimum of 100 years to mature, and in some cases, thousands or even tens of thousands of years. How could an ordinary cultivator afford the time to cultivate spiritual herbs? Moreover, even if one had the time, they would lack the proper environment for growth. Such conditions are exceedingly stringent. Thus, aside from major sects, where could one find spiritual herb seeds? The elderly man discerned Xia Qi's lack of understanding and meticulously explained. Upon hearing the elderly man's explanation, Xia Qi suddenly came to a realization. No wonder there were no seeds for sale, it was simply that no one sought them out. Did one truly have to join a major sect to acquire spiritual herb seeds? Xia Qi inquired, somewhat discontented. Not necessarily. If you are only in search of one or two types of spiritual herb seeds, you might wonder about. Perhaps someone has them for sale. However, if you seek a large quantity of seeds, it would be wise to temper your expectations. The elderly man smiled, now even more curious about Xia Qi's identity. It was unusual for an ordinary loose cultivator to seek spiritual herb seeds. Observing his demeanor, he appeared far from being a mere loose cultivator. He resembled a disciple of a major sect. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed friend. In that case, I shall venture into the city and test my luck. Rest assured, today's affair shall remain strictly between us. Xia Qi offered a slight bow before preparing to take his leave. Aha, that would be splendid. I hope next time you have something of value, you will not forget this old man. The elderly man returned the gesture with a slight bow, revealing a satisfied smile as he bid Xia Qi farewell. Exiting the shop with 10,000 spirit stones in his storage pouch, Xia Qi's brow remained furrowed. His ultimate goal was still to collect spiritual herb seeds, yet the elderly man's words had doused his hopes like a bucket of cold water. It seemed that his desire to utilize the internal space of the bead to quickly exchange for spirit stones and elixirs to enhance his cultivation would not be realized as smoothly as he had hoped. Reluctantly, Xia Qi visited several more shops, yet every single one yielded the same disheartening response as the elderly man's establishment. There were simply no seeds for sale. Undeterred, he began scouring the street stalls in Lintian City for any potential leads on spiritual herb seeds. Lintian City was vast, bustling with cultivators. The stalls lining the streets were manned by various low-tier cultivators, reluctant to sell their materials at a low price to shops, hoping instead to encounter a fellow cultivator willing to pay a premium or trade for something they desired. After a thorough search, this time Xia Qi did not return empty-handed. Yet the results remained disappointing. After spending a full hour or two, he had expended 100 low-grade spirit stones to acquire merely 2 seeds of the Guiyuan grass. No other seeds for spiritual herbs were to be found. The Guiyuan grass was a principal ingredient for crafting the third-tier elixir, Guiyuan Dan, which was commonly used to restore true essence in the realm of cultivation. Thus, while it was not rare, it was fortunate that someone happened to have seeds for sale. Though he had acquired only 2 seeds of Guiyuan grass, Xia Qi felt a flicker of excitement. Upon returning to the inn where he was temporarily staying, he ensured his safety before preparing to enter the internal space of the bead to cultivate the Guiyuan grass. Chapter 33. The matter of spiritual roots with a mere thought. Xia Qi's soul entered the inner space of the orb, accompanied by 2 seeds of the Guiyuan grass. These seeds, costing only a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones, were astonishingly inexpensive, yet, generally, no one sought them out. This was due to the fact that the growth of Guiyuan grass, suitable for alchemy, required a lengthy period of 60 to 70 years. Such a protracted duration rendered it impractical for all but the most resource-intensive sects to cultivate. The seeds were slightly pale and oval in shape, appearing remarkably plump. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a fragrant aroma, markedly distinct from ordinary weeds. Filled with anticipation, Xia Qi placed the seeds into the dark soil, gently covering them with a layer of earth. His soul form hovered above, patiently and eagerly observing the black earth below. On the surface of the dark soil, a singular spiritual herb, exuding a peculiar fragrance, had grown significantly larger, its leaves more robust and vibrant. Yet, it still bore no signs of maturity. Based on the experimental results with the weeds, it seemed that the growth rate within this black soil had accelerated nearly 100-fold. However, even with such rapidity, the transformation of this spiritual herb remained slow, piquing Xia Qi's curiosity regarding the nature of this herb. At this moment, he focused intently, awaiting the emergence of the Guiyuan grass from the soil. As time passed, just as Xia Qi was on the verge of losing patience and decided to unearth the soil himself, a tender green sprout broke through the dark earth, revealing delicate leaves. Glancing at the recorded time, Xia Qi's expression darkened slightly, revealing his perplexity. The growth of the Guiyuan grass did not seem to match the previously observed acceleration of nearly 100-fold. It appeared to be closer to a mere 20-fold increase. A 20-fold growth meant that the Guiyuan grass, which typically matured in 50 to 60 years, would now take 2 to 3 years. While this outcome was unexpected, Xia Qi ultimately accepted it. However, he mused that if the growth rate were merely 20-fold for more precious spiritual herbs, The time required for them to mature would be significantly longer. Nonetheless, Xia Qi felt content with this result. After all, a 20-fold acceleration in growth was extraordinary. If he could acquire more seeds of spiritual herbs, he would reap substantial rewards in a few years. It is worth noting that the guiyuan grass is a principal material for crafting guiyuan pills, despite the seeds being quite affordable. A fully grown guiyuan grass could be valued at approximately 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, as one plant could yield numerous guiyuan pills. The trivial investment could lead to substantial returns, requiring only a few years of patience, an enticing prospect for anyone. Regarding the remarkable growth rate of the weeds, Xia Qi speculated that it was likely due to the weeds' minimal nutrient requirements, unlike the demanding nature of spiritual herbs. Thus, in this mysterious space, their growth rate was significantly enhanced. Observing the modest area of dark soil, scarcely spanning 3 or 4 square meters, and noting only 3 spiritual herbs, Xia Qi felt a pang of frustration. Without spiritual herb seeds, what use was this precious land? Perhaps it was time to join a sect anew. As his thoughts swirled, Xia Qi realized that only within the larger sects could he find seeds for spiritual herbs. Thus, he entertained the notion of entering a sect for cultivation. While joining a sect came with its own constraints, it would also afford Xia Qi numerous conveniences. Not only would he have access to spiritual herb seeds, but as a disciple of a sect, he could trade the matured herbs without drawing undue attention. After all, a mature spiritual herb, in significant quantity, could easily attract envy, especially for a solitary cultivator who might become a target for malice. However, with the identity of a sect disciple and a bit of caution, such concerns could be mitigated. The Lintian mountain range housed several sects, some nearly rivaling the top 3. Xia Qi resolved to explore the possibility of joining one of these sections. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Xia Qi firmly decided to investigate the next day whether he could gain entry into a sect. Despite his poor spiritual root, he had already attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. If fortune favored him, he should be able to join a sect as an inconspicuous disciple. A peaceful night passed swiftly during Xia Qi's meditative cultivation. As the sun rose, bathing the room in golden light, Xia Qi opened his eyes, concluding his practice. As recorded in various texts, his mixed elemental roots were of the 5th grade. Such roots made for arduous cultivation. And he sighed at the lack of progress during the night. The more he pondered, the more he felt the urgency of entering a sect to acquire spiritual herb seeds. Only then could he amass a significant quantity of spirit stones to bolster his cultivation. After a brief wash, Xia Qi donned his blue robe and ventured out of the inn to gather information regarding the various sects in the Lintian mountain range, seeking a means to join one. The city buzzed with activity, reminiscent of the previous day. Observing the multitude of cultivators setting up stalls along the streets, it resembled a bustling market on earth. Each cultivator wore a humble demeanor, hoping to attract passers-by to examine their wares. These cultivators, akin to common folk, sought advancement in their cultivation to extend their lifespans and inch closer to the dream of immortality. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qi felt a surge of urgency. After all, both his body and soul had reached their 20s. Though he had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement, his lifespan was merely a century or so. Should he fail to make a breakthrough soon, he might face an untimely demise. In Lintian City, where solitary cultivators gathered, information was abundant. After a brief inquiry, Xia Qi acquired the answers he sought. Contrary to his expectations, entering a sect was not as straightforward as he had hoped, even with his 9th level Qi refinement. In fact, given his spiritual root, it was exceedingly challenging. Everyone understood that the cultivation methods and techniques within sects far surpassed those available to solitary practitioners. Furthermore, sect disciples received monthly stipends and benefits, rendering the allure of sect life irresistible. Consequently, many solitary cultivators vied desperately for admission, making it exceedingly competitive. Thus, it became clear that, with his spiritual root, Xia Qi's chances of joining a sect were likely several times more difficult than for an ordinary solitary cultivator. His expression shifted, revealing his dismay. Chapter 34, Perilous Mission. Dear fellow cultivator, if you wish to join our sect, with our spiritual roots, it is naturally impossible. However, at present, there exists a splendid opportunity to join a sect. Xia Qi and Apos' expression was slightly dejected, but at that moment, the scattered cultivator who had just spoken to him smiled eagerly, as if he had already secured a place in the sect. Oh, what splendid opportunity allows one to join a sect? Xia Qi replied with a slight start, immediately cupping his hands in inquiry. The speaker, a cultivator of merely the 4th level of Qi refinement, was evidently elated to converse with someone of higher cultivation, and thus poured forth all he knew. Upon hearing the words of this young cultivator, Xia Qi understood. It turned out that a month later, a prominent sect within the Lintian mountain range would issue a mission. Any scattered cultivator who successfully completed the mission would not only receive a reward, but could also join the sect. The mission involved venturing deep into the Lintian mountain range to retrieve an egg from a bloodthirsty vulture, which, when delivered to the issuing sect known as the Dan sect, would grant entry into the sect, along with a reward for the egg itself. The bloodthirsty vulture, a formidable flying beast, upon reaching maturity, is at least a low-level 2nd-tier beast, and some may even be at the late stages of the 2nd tier. Its exceptionally bloodthirsty nature and ability to fly deter most cultivators from challenging it. The bloodthirsty vulture was expected to lay its eggs next month, which had prompted many scattered cultivators in Lintian City to search for the vulture's lair, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to seize an egg and exchange it for spirit stones, or even gain entry into the sect. The Dan sect had limited the opportunity to just 50 individuals, meaning that those who arrived late could only exchange for spirit stones, as the slots would be filled. The bloodthirsty vulture was indeed formidable, and though this mission merely required retrieving an egg, one could easily imagine the bloodshed that would ensue given the limited slots and the ferocity of the creature. Despite the evident high risk of death associated with this mission, many scattered cultivators felt an overwhelming excitement and anticipation. Xia Qi fell into a moment of contemplation before bidding farewell to the enthusiastic young cultivator and returning to the inn to immerse himself in silent cultivation. This mission was undeniably perilous, yet Xia Qi resolved to participate. Firstly, Xia Qi's current cultivation was not weak, though he appeared merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. His physical strength was formidable enough that even typical foundation establishment cultivators would hesitate to claim certain victory against him. Thus, Xia Qi felt somewhat assured about his chances of returning safely, regardless of whether he could secure the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. Secondly, upon gathering some information about the Dan sect, Xia Qi realized that it aligned perfectly with his own aspirations and plans. The Lintian mountain range, stretching over 1,000,000 miles, was immense, and within it, aside from a few cities established by scattered cultivators, 4 major sects stood out in strength. The foremost sect, the Tianmin sect, was exceedingly powerful within the Lintian mountain range, and none dared to show it disrespect. Its strength was unmatched, with the remaining 3 sects not daring to stand alongside it. The other 3 sects were evenly matched, one of which was the Dan sect. The Dan sect was renowned for its alchemical prowess, once a mighty sect thousands of years ago. Now diminished but still well known for its alchemical skills. It was precisely for this reason that the Dan sect could stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 2 major sections. The Dan sect, famed for its alchemy, possessed a wealth of spiritual herb seeds, rendering it unparalleled in this regard. Second only to the Qingdan sect among the 3 major sects in the Qingzhou cultivation world. Such a sect was utterly suitable for Xia Qi, if he could gain entry. Acquiring spiritual herb seeds would be a feasible endeavor. What was there to fear in taking a bit of risk? Sitting in quiet meditation, Xia Qi's thoughts were tumultuous. Yet he felt an unyielding determination to secure this mission. The Dan sect would undoubtedly serve as a new starting point for him. Over the next few days, Xia Qi diligently prepared for the task of retrieving the bloodthirsty vulture's egg a month hence. Although he had amassed a considerable sum of spirit stones, he found himself lacking in essential supplies, all of which required expenditure of spirit stones. For instance, he needed some basic healing elixirs and elixirs to restore his true energy. These were indispensable items that could save his life in critical moments. And Xia Qi dared not be careless. Having prepared everything, Xia Qi found that he had spent over half of his 10,000 spirit stones. The rapid expenditure causing him a twinge of pain, while simultaneously igniting a sense of urgency for more spirit stones. If merely preparing essential items consumed such a vast amount, how quickly would the spirit stones deplete should he truly engage in cultivation? This opportunity to enter the Dan sect was one he could not afford to miss. He must swiftly procure spiritual herb seeds to aid in his cultivation. Xia Qi was filled with urgency, as his cultivation progress had slowed to a crawl, relying solely on external resources for improvement. Otherwise, in a century, he would be but dust. In preparation for entering the Dan sect, Xia Qi refrained from spending spirit stones to rent a courtyard, instead continuing his stay at the inn while purchasing a general map of the Lintian mountain range to study. The recent task issued by the Dan sect had driven up the price of maps of the Lintian mountain range, clearly indicating how highly scattered cultivators valued this opportunity to join a sect. Upon examining the map closely, he noted that the approximate location of the bloodthirsty vulture had been marked with red lines, indicating a vast valley surrounded by sheer cliffs. Such an environment posed extreme danger for Qi refinement cultivators who could not fly. One could imagine that with cliffs on all sides. Retrieving the bloodthirsty vulture's egg would necessitate perilous descents. Any cultivator attempting to invade the vulture's territory would undoubtedly face an assault, making it exceedingly treacherous. Given the peril of this mission, it was no wonder that such a prominent sect as the Dan sect would offer such conditions. Not only would they make an exception to accept 50 disciples, but they would also reward spirit stones for the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. In such an environment, encountering a flying bloodthirsty vulture while perched on a cliff would make it a challenge just to maintain one's stance, let alone retaliate. Xia Qi furrowed his brow upon examining the map. Chapter 35. The dog in the way surrounded by sheer cliffs. The peril was immense. Yet what of it? When the time comes, numerous cultivators would gather, and there would always be a chance. With my prowess, I refuse to believe that I cannot procure an egg of the bloodthirsty vulture. Summer Qi's heart hardened, his resolve unwavering. In truth, he was well aware that many cultivators likely harbored the same thoughts as he did, seeking to take advantage of the situation. However, in such a treacherous endeavor, was it truly so easy to reap rewards? As time slipped by, a fortnight had passed in the blink of an eye, drawing ever closer to the time when the bloodthirsty vulture would lay its eggs. At last, Summer Qi resolved to embark on his journey to the valley, ensconced by cliffs, deep within the Lintian mountain range. In fact, just days prior, Lintian City had grown significantly quieter, as many wandering cultivators had departed for the gathering place of the bloodthirsty vultures, hoping to seize an opportunity. Having gathered his belongings, Summer Qi left the inn, proceeding along the streets towards the outskirts of Lintian City. The once vibrant and bustling city now lay subdued, with far fewer figures traversing the streets, particularly the younger cultivators, whose presence was nearly non-existent. He pondered how many souls might return alive, having fulfilled their aspirations. A wave of melancholy washed over Summer Qi, the harshness of the cultivation world sinking deeper into his soul, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Clear the way. Do not obstruct the path of our young master. Suddenly, a loud and furious shout echoed from ahead, followed by a cacophony of chaos, as if people were frantically evading something. Amidst the tumult, the faint sound of whips cracking and anguished cries pierced the air. The raucous commotion jolted Summer Qi back to reality. As he raised his gaze, he saw the surrounding cultivators hastily retreat, leaving only himself and another slightly plump young man in the wide street. Summer Qi looked up in astonishment towards the distance and beheld a magnificent steed, bearing a pale, arrogant young man upon its back, charging through like a whirlwind. Even upon noticing that Summer Qi and the other young man had failed to evade, the horse showed no sign of slowing, barreling forward with reckless abandon. This steed, a deep crimson like fire, bore what appeared to be two small horns atop its head, resembling antlers, adding to its imposing stature. Summer Qi instantly recognized it as a rare beast, a dragon horse. Just as he identified the creature, the dragon horse was upon them, flanked by two cultivators riding tamed giant wolves, exuding an imposing aura. Seeing Summer Qi and the other cultivator blocking their path, they raised their whips in readiness. Impudence! How dare you two little wretches block the way of our young master? You seek death. Four fierce cultivators at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, mounted on their fearsome wolves, brandished their whips, charging towards them with menacing intent. The whips sliced through the air with resounding cracks, akin to shattering the very atmosphere. These four whips, evidently of yellow-grade artifact quality, were infused with true essence by the peak Qi refining cultivators, shimmering faintly as they approached with alarming speed. At this moment, it was too late to evade. Yet, even if escape were possible, faced with such audacious cultivators, whose initial strike was already vicious, Summer Qi had no intention of retreating. Seek death. His gaze turned icy, and murderous intent radiated from him. With a bellow, a yellow-grade sword appeared in his hand, its blade glinting as he thrust it towards the incoming whips. Remarkably, the slightly plump young man beside him mirrored his reaction, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he brandished a formidable broadsword. With a swift strike, the two moved in synchrony, each meeting a whip head-on. The sword glimmered like a wisp of ethereal light, darting forth with remarkable speed, while the broadsword slashed down with overwhelming force, as if to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Clang! The blades met the whips in an instant, deflecting them aside with tremendous power. sending the four unprepared cultivators tumbling from their wolves. "Ah, you two little wretches seek death. How dare you strike at us? You shall surely perish today." The fallen four, seething with rage, hurled insults as they clutched their whips. Preparing to charge once more, their murderous intent palpable. There was no doubt they intended to kill Xia Qi and his companion within the confines of the temporary city where fighting was prohibited. Kill. The four cultivators approached without a trace of fear, their fury ignited by their earlier humiliation, seeking to regain their lost pride through brutal assault. The arrogant servants of a powerful master. Xia Qi recognized that these individuals were not to be trifled with, setting aside the dragon horse they rode, which commanded unfettered dominance in the city. The fact that four of them were at the peak of the Qi refining stage was already extraordinary. Yet even so, what did Xia Qi have to fear? He had already offended the Sanshao sword sect. Was there a more formidable force in the Qinzhou cultivation world than them? Kill. With a fierce roar, Xia Qi unleashed his strike, though he did not draw his prized autumn water sword. The yellow-grade sword in his grip shimmered fiercely with intent to kill. Despite facing two peak Qi refining cultivators, whose prowess surpassed his own, he felt no trepidation. With the sword in hand, he infused it with his true essence, unleashing a torrent of raw power as he swung it down fiercely, akin to wielding a mountain-cleaving axe. The peak Qi refining cultivators wielded their long whips, clearly not ordinary artifacts, yet as they lashed out, the air was filled with their overwhelming shadows, threatening to envelop Xia Qi entirely. Slash! The myriad shadows of the whips obscured even the figures before him, yet Xia Qi remained undeterred, bellowing as he struck down with his sword, fierce and unyielding. Chapter 36. Abandoning darkness for light with fierce determination, Xia Qi wielded his sword, his strikes relentless and powerful. The shadows of his assailants were indistinct, yet he showed no sign of fear or hesitation. He shouted with fervor, delivering a savage blow with his blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Though merely at the 9th level of Qi training, his audacity was striking today. His adversaries vowed to end his life and present his severed head as an apology to their master. Observing Xia Qi's audacious stance, the two attackers exchanged disdainful glances, convinced he was merely panicking and swinging aimlessly. However, as their mockery echoed through the air, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, reverberating in their ears and causing their long whips to shatter under the might of Xia Qi's sword. "Damn it! You shall not escape," one of them bellowed, fury igniting within them as their weapons were cleaved apart. Two cultivators at the peak of Qi training were incensed, brandishing their true treasures. One wielded a blood-red sword, its aura menacing as it locked onto Xia Qi, while the other brandished a white bone whip, both artifacts formidable yet slightly inferior to Xia Qi's autumn water sword. "Come forth. Even with divine treasures, I fear you not," Xia Qi proclaimed boldly, charging forward with his sword, infusing it with raw power. The two seasoned cultivators found themselves retreating before his relentless assault. The clang of metal rang out as his sword met the bone whip, the force of their clash sending the whip soaring from its wielder's grasp, who staggered back in shock. In a swift motion, Xia Qi spun, disregarding the blood-red sword, and with a sweeping strike, he sent it flying as well. In this fierce encounter, Xia Qi demonstrated a ferocity that belied his Qi training level, resembling a fearsome beast rather than a mere cultivator. "You wretches, meet your end," he roared, his sword having already carved 2 gaps into his foe's defenses. With relentless pursuit, he followed the retreating figures of his adversaries like a specter. A sudden flash of crimson heralded a shriek of agony as one assailant lost an arm, clutching the bloodied stump and writhing on the ground in anguish. How dare you inflict harm?" The remaining attacker gasped, disbelief etched upon his features. He had always relied on the influence of their master and had never anticipated that someone would brazenly sever an arm in the open, especially by a cultivator of a lower realm. Witnessing the fate of his companion, the remaining cultivator, grasping his blood-stained sword, felt a wave of dread wash over him, retreating in search of refuge. "Get lost," Xia Qi thundered. Though aware of the constraints of the city, he showed no mercy to his enemies, his sword striking swiftly once more, sending another arm skyward amidst a scream of despair. Turning to the side, Xia Qi noted a slightly plump young man who had concluded his own battle, now watching him with an air of leisure. To Xia Qi's astonishment, this youth began clapping in admiration for his prowess. Even the arrogant young master atop his dragon steed joined in the applause, creating an atmosphere of peculiar contrast. Xia Qi maintained a calm demeanor, casting a cold glance at the young master while ignoring the suffering of the fallen cultivator. Yet, within, he was anything but serene, overwhelmed by the spectacle he had just witnessed. The seemingly simple-minded youth in yellow robes had displayed remarkable lethality with a gleaming blade, swiftly dispatching two adversaries as if it were mere child's play. Although they were both at the 9th level of Qi training, the youth's true strength eclipsed his apparent abilities, leaving Xia Qi perplexed regarding any concealed prowess. To onlookers, Xia Qi too appeared to exceed expectations, emerging unscathed from a fight against opponents of a higher realm, especially when outnumbered. While the four adversaries displayed signs of underestimating their opponents, the swiftness with which Xia Qi and the yellow-robed youth ended their skirmishes was anything but ordinary. "Your swordsmanship is commendable," the yellow-robed youth remarked earnestly, his expression betraying a genuine admiration for Xia Qi's ferocity, despite the latter's brutality. Xia Qi, taken aback by the compliment, found himself at a loss for words, unable to reconcile the youth's apparent simplicity with the deadly aptitude he had just demonstrated. Yet, in the spirit of camaraderie against a common foe, he offered a polite acknowledgement. To his further bewilderment, the yellow-robed youth responded with an endearing grin, as if caught in a moment of vulnerability, eliciting eye rolls from the surrounding spectators. Such audacity, Xia Qi thought, incredulous at the youth's seemingly innocent demeanor masking a ruthless nature. "Well done, you two," the young master on the dragon steed interjected, his applause ceasing as a smile graced his lips, leaving Xia Qi and the yellow-robed youth in stunned silence. Is he mad? Has he lost his senses? Both pondered simultaneously, casting sympathetic glances at the young master, reflecting on the absurdity of his praise after witnessing the defeat of his subordinates. "You have done well. You have offended me and incapacitated my four servants. Though I would be justified in seeking revenge, I am magnanimous. If you abandon your dark path and kneel in apology, I shall overlook this incident and accept you as loyal servants," the self-proclaimed young master proclaimed haughtily, seated upon his dragon steed, oblivious to the disbelief surrounding him. Chapter 37. Bloodshed in all directions. "You have done well. You have just offended this young master and incapacitated my four subordinates. Ordinarily, for individuals such as yourselves, even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to quell my fury. However, I am magnanimous and willing to overlook these transgressions. Should you choose to forsake the darkness and embrace the light, kneel before me and confess your wrongs, pledging to become my loyal servants. I shall consider this matter resolved." The young master, perched upon his majestic dragon steed, spoke with an air of arrogance. With his crimson lips and pearly teeth, adorned in an opulent white fur coat, he surveyed the scene from his elevated position with a gaze that bore a semblance of appreciation. Yet, this admiration was laced with condescension, akin to that of a master observing a mere dog. "Become your servant? How could we ever be so debased? Are you a dog?" The glint of murderous intent flickered in Xia Qi's eyes, yet before he could respond, the novel-looking youth beside him spoke up again, his demeanor still innocent as he scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. At that moment, it was clear to all that this seemingly simple-minded youth was anything but. In truth, he harbored a cunning and insidious disposition. "Bold, how dare you insult this young master? You seek death. Kneel and confess your transgressions at once, or none shall save you today." With these words, the young master was consumed by rage, his murderous intent laid bare. Nevertheless, Xia Qi and the seemingly naive youth remained unfazed, their expressions hardened as they regarded the arrogant young master atop the dragon's steed, exuding not an ounce of fear. "You are truly ungrateful. It is a privilege for you to be noticed by me. Since you refuse to be my servants, prepare to meet your end." Onlookers lined the streets, many cultivators observing from a distance. Seeing that Xia Qi and his companion remained motionless, the young master's patience waned, and he bellowed in fury, summoning his four ferocious wolves. The four subordinates had already perished, decimated by Xia Qi and the seemingly naive youth's overwhelming might. Yet, the haughty young master showed no sign of fear as he produced four shimmering tokens from his hand, each emblazoned with the image of a colossal wolf, resembling the very beast ridden by his fallen subordinates. With a thunderous howl, the four giant wolves surged forward, seemingly under the young master's control, rushing towards Xia Qi and his companion like a tempest, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The command tokens for demonic beasts. Xia Qi recognized the tokens immediately. They were instruments of control over the ferocious beasts. By capturing a demon beast and extracting its core essence, skilled individuals could seal its spirit within these tokens, thus commanding the very life and death of the beast. This young master wielded that power effortlessly. The four wolves, towering and powerful, stood as tall as men, their formidable physique suggesting they were early-stage second-tier beasts, comparable to foundation-building cultivators. Such was the reason for the easy defeat of the four subordinates. And it was precisely this power that the young master relied upon to attempt to enslave Xia Qi and his companion. You wretched creatures seek your demise. As the four wolves charged, baring their fangs, Xia Qi and the Navi youth roared defiantly, rushing headlong into the fray, unafraid of the impending danger. Having been unjustly attacked in the street, and now faced with the prospect of enslavement, Xia Qi's heart ignited with murderous intent. Though aware of the young master's noble status and the laws against killing in Lintian City, the urge to eliminate his adversaries surged within him. With a resounding clash, Xia Qi, a 9th-level Qi practitioner, wielding his sword, struck down with unyielding force against one of the giant wolves. The sound of shattering air reverberated as his blade met the wolf's fangs, both combatants staggering back as if evenly matched. Yet, 2 wolves remained in their assault. Just as Xia Qi pushed one back, another wolf unleashed a barrage of slicing wind blades from afar, cutting through the air towards him at breakneck speed. In a moment of panic, Xia Qi swiftly repositioned his sword to deflect the oncoming blades, but the impact left his arm numb. Seizing the opportunity, he retreated a few steps, only to find his sword irreparably fractured from the earlier collision, crumbling to pieces in his grip. With a furious growl, the 2 wolves charged again, their contempt for Xia Qi's ruined weapon evident in their eyes as they lunged forward headfirst. Unfazed, Xia Qi snapped back, realizing too late that the wolves could utilize techniques. Having underestimated them, he had lost his blade. Yet, as the beasts closed in, he summoned the autumn water sword, its shimmering blade reflecting his intent to kill. Leaping into the air, he faced the 2 second-tier beasts without retreating, instead choosing to attack amidst the gasps of onlookers. The autumn water sword descended like a great cleaver. The waist, the wolves and Appos, weak point, remained unchanged even in their beastly forms. With a swift motion, Xia Qi soared high, angling his body mid-air as he brought down the sword upon one of the giant wolves. It had no time to evade, and with a splatter of blood, the beast was severed in 2, eliciting gasps of horror from the crowd. Having cleaved a second-tier beast in twain, Xia Qi's ferocity surged, causing the remaining wolf to display a flicker of fear, retreating from the confrontation. Yet, in his current state of fervor, Xia Qi would not allow the remaining wolf to escape. Down with you. The autumn water sword glimmered with blood, a harbinger of doom as it arced towards the wolf's head. The impending threat of death spurred the beast into action. It howled defiantly, its blood-red eyes narrowing as it prepared to counter the descending blade. However, the wind blades it unleashed only scattered like leaves before the might of the autumn water sword. With a final, brutal strike, the wolf's head met its end, its fangs shattered as the sword cleaved through, blood and brain matter spraying in all directions. Chapter 38. Fame spreads throughout the city. The autumn water sword emerged, piercingly sharp. Faced with 2 second-tier demon beasts, Xia Qi, a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, astonishingly dispatched them in a brief moment, employing fierce and bloody tactics that left the onlookers in shock. Crack! Simultaneously, the honest young man beside him swung his massive blade downward, like a thunderbolt descending from the heavens. The last remaining giant wolf was cleaved in 2, blood splattering and staining the ground crimson. These 2 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators displayed ruthless methods, exterminating 4 second-tier demon beasts with lightning speed, leaving themselves unscathed. Such a spectacle not only rendered the owners of the 4 giant wolves speechless, but also left the countless surrounding cultivators aghast. What extraordinary cultivators! To annihilate 4 second-tier demon beasts with mere 9th-layer Qi refinement prowess is indeed astounding. Tian Lingzi, the young master of the Tianmen sect, had long been accustomed to his unchecked dominance in the Lintian mountain range, thanks to his father's position as the sect leader. Many had suffered under his tyranny, but today, someone had finally dealt him a significant blow. Indeed, Tian Lingzi had suffered a great loss this time. Regardless of how formidable those 2 were, as 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioners, they had provoked Tian Lingzi. Even if they possessed limitless potential as rogue cultivators, their demise was inevitable. Tian Lingzi, the young master of the Tianmen sect, would not let these 2 audacious individuals escape unpunished. They would not survive the night. Amidst the discussions, many cultivators began to regard Xia Qi and his companion with newfound respect. However, despite the admiration from the rogue cultivators for their ability to make Tian Lingzi suffer, they remained pessimistic about the 2's future. Everyone knew that the Tianmen sect was the most powerful force in the Lintian mountain range, and having offended the young master, The fate of the two was all but sealed. Let us depart. Hearing the discussions around them, Xia Qi and his companion realized the identity of the arrogant young man, and a wave of concern washed over them. Without hesitation, they unanimously decided to leave Lintian City at once. In Lintian City, there were law enforcement teams, and should they delay their departure, the enforcement would arrive, leaving the two with nowhere to escape. With Tianlingzi's backing, their fate would be dire. Whoosh! Xia Qi surged forward, almost transforming into a fleeting shadow. Yet, even so, he still witnessed that honest young man, now sprinting ahead at a speed surpassing his own. The two raced like a gale, dashing down the wide avenue towards the city gate of Lintian, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous cultivators. "Ah, you have slain my servant and exterminated my wolf companion. You deserve nothing less than death." As the two hastily fled, it was only then that Tianlingzi, atop his dragon horse, seemed to come to his senses. With a furious roar and a twisted expression, he urged his dragon horse forward, akin to a flame, single-handedly pursuing Xia Qi and his companion. The speed of Xia Qi and his companion was terrifying, reaching the pinnacle of 9th-layer Qi refinement speed. Only a foundation-building cultivator, utilizing flight, could hope to catch up. However, Tianlingzi's dragon horse, with its remarkable speed, was even more fearsome. The fiery red dragon horse, adorned with antlers, galloped like a blazing inferno, striking terror into the hearts of all. Despite Xia Qi and his companion having a head start, the dragon horse, endowed with extraordinary speed, caught up just as they reached the city gate. "You two little beasts, halt at once and accept your fate. I am the young master of the Tianmen sect. Should you dare to flee, I vow to annihilate your entire clan." Tianlingzi, aware that once Xia Qi and his companion left Lintian City, they would be free as birds in the sky or fish in the sea, knew it would require immense effort to capture them. Thus, in his desperation, he declared his lineage and issued threats, hoping to intimidate the two. "This is too much. Even if I do not dare to kill you today, I will ensure you learn a lesson for provoking the Tianmen sect." Xia Qi paid no heed to Tianlingzi's words. However, the honest young man, upon hearing Tianlingzi Chapter 39, how to choose in the vast and lush forest enveloping the entire Lintian mountain range, Xia Qi and the young man in a yellow robe, who had recently fled from the city of Lintian, gathered by a small stream in the woods. They laughed and chatted while roasting a wild rabbit, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage still require sustenance like ordinary people, and due to the significant energy expended during daily training, their dietary needs often exceed those of the average person. It is only after reaching the foundation establishment stage that one can extensively refine and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus diminishing the need for food. "Friend Wu Pin, your skill in roasting rabbit is truly remarkable," Xia Qi remarked, observing the yellow-robed youth, who had returned to his simple, honest demeanor as he turned the rabbit over the fire, its skin glistening with fat that occasionally dripped into the flames, producing a satisfying crackle. Having ventured into the forest together, Xia Qi had grown somewhat familiar with Wu Pin, but he refrained from probing further into the young man's background. "Hee. My dear friend Xia Qi, you flatter me. I have a particular fondness for food, which is why I often take matters into my own hands. This roasted rabbit is my specialty." Wu Pin replied with a simple grin, leaving no hint of the fierce individual who had previously vanquished Tianlingzi. Xia Qi offered a slight smile, sensing that Wu Pin was more enigmatic than he appeared. His cultivation level likely surpassed what was evident. However, having shared a recent ordeal, the two felt a budding camaraderie. At that moment, the rabbit was ready, and they each took half, devouring it heartily, the delicious aroma further impressing Xia Qi with Wu Pin's culinary prowess. Having endured hardships together, we are brothers in arms now. What is the point of merely feasting on meat? I have a flask of spiritual wine here. Let us drink heartily today, my brother Xia," Wu Pin exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of the rabbit before speaking. Suddenly, a white jade wine flask appeared in Wu Pin's hand, sealed with a wooden cork. He removed the cork, and in an instant, a rich fragrance of wine spread through the forest. This spiritual wine, brewed from various spiritual fruits, contained abundant spiritual energy and was incredibly precious. Specifically crafted for cultivators, even possessing remarkable effects in enhancing one's cultivation. Brother Wu Pin, this spiritual wine is quite valuable and perfect for cultivation enhancement. Is it not a waste to consume it this way? Xia Qi remarked, already sensing the richness of the wine, recognizing it as a rare treasure. Haha. The chance to bond with you today is destiny. What is a mere flask of spiritual wine in comparison? Come, let us raise our cups in a toast. Wu Pin boomed with laughter, appearing exceedingly generous as he conjured 2 jade cups and filled one for Xia Qi. At this moment, Xia Qi discerned that Wu Pin seemed to have been stirred by Tian Lingzi's harsh words earlier, perhaps recalling some unresolved matters, and was merely seeking an outlet for his emotions. Wu Pin, with his extraordinary background, likely bore deep-seated grievances that were provoked by Tian Lingzi's menacing threat to annihilate his entire clan. Xia Qi sighed softly, sensing the weight Wu Pin carried, and chose not to refuse the drink. He raised his cup and shared a hearty gulp with Wu Pin. The spiritual wine was rich, emanating a wave of spiritual energy upon entry, igniting a sensation akin to a blazing fire within. Swallowing it down, Xia Qi felt a refreshing comfort as the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, gradually refining into true essence. Excellent wine, Xia Qi exclaimed, suppressing the effects of the alcohol, yet yearning for more. Let us continue. Today, we shall drink until we are utterly intoxicated. The spiritual wine was potent, and while Xia Qi managed to restrain the effects, Wu Pin showed no restraint. After downing another cup, his face flushed crimson, and he boisterously refilled their cups. Naturally, Xia Qi did not decline, and they drank together. Wu Pin initially remained coherent, but as more cups were consumed without the application of spiritual power to mitigate the effects, he soon became thoroughly inebriated. Kill, kill, kill. I will slay you all. Chapter 40. The Four-Sided Abyss. What? You also wish to seize the egg of the bloodthirsty vulture and join the pill sect? By the time evening descended, Wu Pin finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he maintained his naive demeanor. When he heard Xia Qi express his intention to remain in the Linshui Mountains to acquire the bloodthirsty vulture's egg and join the pill sect, he suddenly leapt up, exclaiming in disbelief, "Do you also wish to join the pill sect?" Xia Qi regarded Wu Pin with a curious expression, equally incredulous. Your strength is formidable. Despite merely being at the 9th level of Qi training, you can effortlessly slay second-tier beasts. Why would you take the risk to obtain the bloodthirsty vulture's egg, only to join the pill sect? It is notorious for its lack of combat prowess. Wu Pin queried, puzzled. Your strength surpasses mine, if anything. Why do you seek to enter the pill sect? Moreover, my capabilities are not as you perceive. I have my own reasons for wanting to join. Xia Qi replied with a gentle smile. Fine. It appears I shall have another formidable rival, Wu Pin said with a wry smile, refraining from elaborating on his own reasons and choosing not to press Xia Qi further. The pill sect has 50 available slots, and our strengths are comparable. How about we join forces? Suddenly, Wu Pin's eyes brightened as he proposed. It is worth noting that most of the wandering cultivators aspiring to enter the pill sect are at the Qi training stage, with only a few at the foundation establishment stage. The combined strength of Xia Qi and Wu Pin indeed presents a considerable advantage. Your suggestion is quite commendable. I have no objections. Xia Qi mused briefly before readily agreeing. Among the two, Wu Pin's strength was slightly superior. Thus, Xia Qi found himself in a favorable position. Excellent. We seem to have a natural affinity. I am over 30 this year, certainly older than you. Henceforth, let us call each other brothers. And I shall be the elder brother. Rest assured, securing a bloodthirsty vulture's egg will be effortless with me. Wu Pin's slightly plump face broke into a grin, causing his already small eyes to narrow into mere slits. Very well, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. In truth, it seems I am the one benefiting. Xia Qi replied with a faint smile, not opposing the notion. He held a favorable impression of Wu Pin. And given that they had both incurred the ire of Tian Lingzi, their alliance to seize the bloodthirsty vulture's egg did not seem unreasonable. However, despite their verbal camaraderie, a subtle barrier still lingered in their hearts. Thus, the two jovially agreed to their newfound brotherhood, rather muddled in their understanding. Little did they know. As time passed and they encountered countless trials, the gist of brotherhood they shared today would evolve into a genuine bond forged through life and death. As night fell, having resolved to unite in their quest for the bloodthirsty vulture's egg, the two leisurely remained in place, deciding to set off at dawn. Soon, a campfire crackled to life. Wu Pin returned with 2 wild rabbits, one in each hand, and set them to roast over the flames, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. The rich scent of rabbit meat whetted their appetites. Each took a rabbit. This time, there was no spiritual wine, as it was a precious commodity that a mere Qi training cultivator could not easily part with. Quickly, night enveloped the surroundings, and the full moon remained concealed behind dark clouds, leaving the forest shrouded in darkness. Yet, Xia Qi and Wu Pin had ascended to a massive tree trunk, seated cross-legged in meditation. The bloodthirsty vulture resided deep within the Lintian Mountains, in a perilous valley encircled by sheer cliffs, rarely traversed by humans. Not only was the bloodthirsty vulture itself formidable, but the journey there was fraught with dangers from various beasts lurking along the way. Both Xia Qi and Wu Pin, possessing considerable strength, were unafraid of encountering second-tier beasts, enabling them to advance swiftly. Their luck seemed favorable. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the lair of the bloodthirsty vulture without encountering any beasts. Along the way, they encountered numerous cultivators heading in the same direction, many of whom were peak Qi training cultivators, showcasing their formidable prowess. The area where the bloodthirsty vulture resided was encircled by cliffs, forming a treacherous valley known as the Four-Sided Abyss, which posed significant danger. When Xia Qi and Wu Pin reached the Four-Sided Abyss, they found no fewer than 300 to 400 cultivators gathered, standing in groups near the cliff's edge, occasionally peering downwards. The sight of so many gathered cultivators startled both Xia Qi and Wu Pin. They had anticipated that many would vie for the pill sect slots, but they had not expected such a multitude. Given their rapid pace, it was likely that the number of cultivators en route matched those present at the abyss. With nearly 1,000 cultivators competing for 50 slots, the intensity of the competition was evident. Xia Qi had initially believed that their alliance would render them formidable. Yet the sheer number of cultivators, including several at the foundation establishment stage, diminished the significance of their partnership. Let us first examine the cliff where the bloodthirsty vulture nests, Wu Pin suggested, his expression growing serious as he spotted no fewer than 10 foundation establishment cultivators, seemingly eager to compete for slots. Nodding, Xia Qi and Wu Pin made their way towards a secluded cliff, aiming to glimpse the depths of the Four-Sided Abyss and witness the bloodthirsty vulture firsthand. How can this be? As they approached the cliff and peered down, Xia Qi gasped in astonishment. In such an environment, how could one possibly seize the bloodthirsty vulture's egg? Wu Pin's expression also shifted, his teeth clenched as he spoke. The entire Four-Sided Abyss was ensconced by towering cliffs on all sides, steep and treacherous, with vines cascading downwards. Even more astonishingly, the abyss was enveloped in swirling mist, completely obscuring the depths below. The fog was so thick that even seasoned cultivators could only discern a few dozen meters ahead. To descend these unfathomable cliffs while attempting to secure the bloodthirsty vulture's egg, all the while contending with the creature's assaults, was an immensely daunting task. The environment of the Four-Sided Abyss not only left Xia Qi and Wu Pin aghast, but also caused the other cultivators to wear grim expressions as they observed the mist-shrouded cliffs. This obscuration would significantly hinder their efforts to claim the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. Chapter 41. The bloodthirsty vulture. The environment of the Four Corners Abyss was indeed beyond the expectations of all cultivators. In such a harsh setting, remaining to seize the bloodthirsty vulture's eggs could ultimately lead to a fatal fall. Many cultivators, upon witnessing this dire situation, might choose to retreat, which could be seen as a fortuitous outcome. Gazing down at the swirling white mist that roiled like tumultuous seas, Xia Qi remained silent for a moment, his expression resolute, before a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. Indeed, in such an environment, even our formidable duo hesitates. The other cultivators must be trembling in fear and retreating. Upon hearing Xia Qi's words, Wu Pin chuckled, his honest visage contrasting sharply with the lewdness of his words, evoking a sense of both amusement and exasperation. Fearing that their movements might disturb the bloodthirsty vulture and cause it to abandon its nesting site, despite the gathering of numerous cultivators, none dared to descend the sheer cliff to investigate. Many practitioners formed alliances, with groups numbering from 10 or more to pairs like Xia Qi and Wu Pin, patiently awaiting the vulture's egg-laying. With approximately 10 days remaining until the vulture was expected to lay its eggs, most cultivators were composed, biding their time. Some even brought sturdy ropes, seemingly planning to descend when the moment arrived. As time passed, the Four Corners Abyss attracted more and more cultivators. Although some left after witnessing the forbidding environment, the majority chose to remain. Above the abyss, around 600 to 700 cultivators congregated, the majority being Qi refining stage practitioners, with a few in the foundation establishment stage, all gathered for the coveted bloodthirsty vulture's eggs. Despite the lack of order among such a throng, the atmosphere remained surprisingly tranquil, with no conflicts arising, as all exhibited admirable restraint. However, this tranquility was shattered less than a day before the vulture was due to lay its eggs, as more and more cultivators sought to secure prime positions, leading to skirmishes. While the cliffs were steep, there were areas that appeared less daunting, making them the most desirable spots for descent. Consequently, many cultivators began to clash over these advantageous locations. Enveloped in white mist, visibility reached only a few dozen meters, obscuring the true nature of the terrain below. To risk life and limb for such a spot seemed utterly unworthy. Xia Qi and Wu Pin refrained from participating in the fray, although such locations were indeed more favorable for descent. Engaging in battle, even at the cost of life, was simply not worth it. The duo wisely retreated to a quieter area, awaiting the opportune moment. As dawn broke on the following day, a sudden cry of the bloodthirsty vulture erupted from within the swirling white mist, igniting excitement among the cultivators perched atop the cliffs. Following the initial sharp cry of the vulture, a cacophony of shrill screams erupted, piercing and discordant, yet to those awaiting on the cliffs. It was akin to a celestial melody. The bloodthirsty vulture had completed its laying. It was time to descend and seize the opportunity. The chance to enter the alchemy sect was at hand, and I simply could not let it slip away. With so many eager souls, I must hurry down and ensure no one else claims the prize. There were only 50 spots available. The clamor of urgency reverberated along the cliffs, with many cultivators' faces alight with excitement, as though they had already joined the alchemy sect as disciples. The shrill cries had yet to fade, their echoes still ringing in the air, when numerous cultivators could no longer contain their eagerness and began to scale the rocky face with remarkable agility. Though Qi refining stage practitioners could not fly, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. With the true essence within their dantians fueling their arms, they possessed immense strength, enabling them to descend effortlessly. In mere moments, the number of cultivators atop the cliff dwindled by half, as most had been engulfed by the white mist, plunging into the depths toward the lair of the bloodthirsty vulture. At that moment, a Foundation establishment practitioner atop the cliff brandished a sword, which suddenly expanded, radiating a greenish glow as it hovered in midair. With a graceful leap, the practitioner landed upon the enlarged sword, channeling his true essence, and in an instant, he plunged into the mist. Now that the Foundation establishment practitioners have descended, we should follow suit. We cannot allow others to get ahead, Xia Qi thought, enviously observing the graceful flight of the practitioner. Quickly, he beckoned Wu Pin, leading the way down the cliff. Though the heights were daunting, the rocky surface offered ample footholds, making the descent relatively easy for Xia Qi. However, he remained vigilant, fully aware that this was not merely a climbing venture, but a perilous quest to pilfer the bloodthirsty vulture's eggs, fraught with the potential for its wrath, as well as the threat of ambush from fellow cultivators. Before long, Xia Qi and Wu Pin had descended into the misty depths, surveying their surroundings, which were enveloped in a thick shroud of white. Visibility extended only a few dozen meters, inducing a sense of unease. Having chosen a relatively quiet descent point, they encountered no other cultivators for quite some time, lending an eerie silence to their journey. The Four Corners abyss is vast, given our remote location. Perhaps we should slightly separate to widen our search area, while still keeping an eye on each other, Wu Pin suggested after a prolonged silence amidst the mist. That sounds prudent, but let us not stray too far. A call will suffice should anything arise, Xia Qi agreed, and the two began to distance themselves, maintaining a separation of several dozen meters. The Four Corners abyss was indeed expansive. Yet the cries of the bloodthirsty vulture had indicated the presence of only around 100 eggs. Locating the nest and pilfering the eggs amidst such a vast cliffside would prove challenging. After a brief passage of time, Xia Qi realized he had descended at least 200 to 300 meters, his heart filled with astonishment at the abyss's unexpected depth. Chapter 42. The golden-feathered vulture amidst the awe of the profound cliffs surrounding him. Xia Qi suddenly heard the piercing cry of a bloodthirsty vulture, reverberating with an unmistakable fury. Alarmed, he realized the sound originated from the direction where Wu Pin was located. His expression shifted as he discerned a small dark figure flitting through the air. Indeed, it was the bloodthirsty vulture. Had Wu Pin swiftly acquired one of its eggs? Pondering this conundrum, Xia Qi concluded that Wu Pin was under attack and wasted no time in climbing toward that perilous direction. The vulture's cacophony echoed through the mist-laden cliffs, akin to a beacon, drawing numerous cultivators who swiftly converged towards the sound. As Xia Qi approached, he could discern the hurried footsteps of others closing in. In the distance, a clash erupted. The vulture's relentless cries mingled with the sounds of shattering stones, as debris rained down from the cliffs, only to vanish into the abyss below. Soon, Xia Qi spotted a figure about 30 meters away, nimbly navigating the cliffside, while a sheep-sized, bloodthirsty vulture, its wings thrumming with ferocity, loomed nearby. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a ravenous glint, glaring at the figure on the cliff. The massive vulture attacked, unleashing crimson beams from its piercing gaze, shattering stone with terrifying ease. Its expansive wings, spanning over 10 meters, whipped through the air, creating a gale that echoed ominously. Each strike left deep fissures in the rock, sending huge boulders tumbling downwards. Witnessing this, Xia Qi felt a chill of fear. The bloodthirsty vulture was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Its fierce assault left little room for defense on the cliff's edge. When the vulture's wings struck once more, the figure wielded a gleaming blade, attempting to intercept the onslaught. The clash resonated like metal on metal, but only a flurry of feathers fell. The blade proved powerless against the vulture's might. The vulture's wings, capable of cleaving mountains, sent the figure reeling, and Xia Qi gasped in horror as Wu Pin, whose power surpassed that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, was sent plummeting from the cliff. Unable to withstand the vulture's ferocity, "Die, beast!" Xia Qi roared, his heart ablaze with fury. Without hesitation, he leaped from the cliff, the ground beneath him crumbling into fragments as he propelled himself upward. With the autumn water sword shimmering in his grasp, he aimed for the vulture's descending wings. With a swift thrust, Xia Qi poured every ounce of his energy into the strike, merging his true essence with his physical prowess. The blade cleaved the vulture's wing, blood spraying forth as the creature let out a mournful wail. Yet, in a swift retaliation, the vulture flung Xia Qi aside with a powerful flap, sending him crashing against the cliff. The impact against the hard rock left an imprint of his figure, causing the cliff to tremble and sending countless stones cascading down, startling the approaching cultivators. Though the vulture had momentarily halted its pursuit of Xia Qi, it let out a piercing call and dove toward Wu Pin, who had just regained his footing with the aid of his blade. The vulture's talons, powerful and unyielding, descended upon Wu Pin with lethal intent. Realizing the imminent danger, Wu Pin roared in defiance. His blade blazed with radiant golden light, akin to the sun itself, as he swung it upward to meet the vulture's talons. The clash erupted in a brilliant explosion of light, and for a moment, it seemed the vulture was struck hard, its massive form retreating momentarily in disarray. Xia Qi observed from afar, noting the vulture's claws, which could rend stone, now glistening with fresh blood. What a formidable assault, Xia Qi thought, acknowledging that Wu Pin's strike had transcended the capabilities of typical Qi refinement practitioners, even surpassing those of many Foundation establishment cultivators. Xia Qi, we must flee. This bloodthirsty vulture is no ordinary beast. It is relentless in its pursuit. I have taken its egg. Our fates are now intertwined. Engaging it here is perilous. We must escape, Wu Pin urged, having temporarily repelled the vulture. He swiftly ascended to join Xia Qi, who followed closely behind. Quickly pursue them. They possess the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. Despite the urgency in Wu Pin's voice, nearby cultivators had already deduced the situation, excitedly rushing towards Xia Qi and Wu Pin. Having witnessed the vulture's ferocity, the danger of attempting to seize the egg from the vulture was evident. But the prospect of obtaining it from Xia Qi and Wu Pin seemed significantly less perilous. Follow. I have marked them. They cannot escape. A cadre of cultivators, drawn by the vulture's cries, now surged forward, eager to claim the precious egg from Wu Pin. In a moment, the cliff was alive with movement as figures scaled its heights with the agility of monkeys, while above them, the colossal, bloodthirsty vulture, its eyes aflame with rage, kept a vigilant watch. Chapter 43. The sword sweeps across the land to attempt to rob me amidst the chaos is nothing short of a fool's errand. Xia Qi and Wu Pin ascended swiftly to the highest point, while below, more than a dozen figures relentlessly pursued them. In the sky to the side, bloodthirsty vultures lurked, their eyes occasionally emitting beams of crimson light. These sanguine rays predominantly targeted Wu Pin, forcing him into a desperate evasion, significantly slowing his pace. Each crimson beam struck the stone wall silently, piercing it with unyielding precision, leaving behind tiny, unfathomable holes, a testament to their formidable power. Cursing under his breath, Wu Pin, alongside Xia Qi, scrambled upwards, each step causing stones to tumble down, leaving the pursuing cultivators below in disarray, unable to follow. Despite the urgency of their situation, both Xia Qi and Wu Pin understood that the current predicament stemmed from the bloodthirsty vulture having tasted defeat from one of their strikes and was now merely biding its time for a more opportune moment to attack. Let us ascend quickly. Once we reach level ground, what is a mere bloodthirsty vulture to me? I can dispatch it with ease, Wu Pin declared fiercely, increasing his speed as rocks cascaded beneath him. Xia Qi remained silent, observing the vulture intently, showing no mercy towards the cultivators below. He sent boulders crashing down with each powerful step, creating an impressive display of force. The vulture let out another piercing shriek, its eyes ablaze with fury. A flurry of crimson rays shot forth towards a cluster of cultivators on the rock face, while its powerful wings beat the air. And its formidable claws lunged toward Wu Pin. A sudden surge of red beams engulfed all the cultivators. One of them, barely escaping a boulder that Xia Qi had intentionally dislodged, found himself unable to evade the incoming crimson rays, which pierced through his arm. Overwhelmed by agony, he lost his grip and plummeted down, his screams echoing in the air until he vanished into the swirling mist, his body becoming a mere speck. With a fierce determination, Wu Pin's feet sank into the stone wall, back pressed against the rock face. His golden blade shimmered with brilliance as he swung it downward with the ferocity of a mountain-cleaving strike. Xia Qi also joined the fray, delivering a straightforward yet powerful slash, devoid of embellishments but brimming with aesthetic strength as the autumn water sword sliced through the air. With a resounding clash, the sword and blade met the vulture's grasp, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light where they collided, a shock wave bursting forth as if tearing the very fabric of space. With a mournful cry, the bloodthirsty vulture spiraled away, while both Xia Qi and Wu Pin were thrust back against the rock face by the tremendous recoil. Their bodies wedged tightly in the crevices, skin lacerated, blood staining their tattered robes. Die swiftly, you too. The vulture, having momentarily evaded danger, was already pursued by the cultivators below, their eyes gleaming with excitement, weapons drawn as they ruthlessly advanced upon the trapped Xia Qi and Wu Pin. In that critical moment, Xia Qi wielded his sword with one hand, channeling his essence into the autumn water sword, which blazed brilliantly, slicing through the mist, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword beams that seemed to cleave space itself. A series of sharp clangs resounded as the 5 or 6 Magi Chapter 44, reluctant surrender with a fierce claw descending from the sky. Both Xia Qi and Wu Pin seemed devoid of strength to impede its approach, their lives hanging by a thread. A glint of cold light flashed in Wu Pin's eyes as he tightened his grip on the great sword, his demeanor surprisingly calm, exuding confidence in his ability to confront the impending danger. Die, vile creature. Yet, before Wu Pin could make a move, amidst the vast white mist, a figure emerged. Shrouded in layers of golden light, akin to a blazing sun piercing through the fog, brandishing a gleaming sword, darting like a specter towards the bloodthirsty vulture. Swift wind, cleave. Within the golden radiance, that figure stood upon a divine sword, tossing the blade into the air. With a decisive hand gesture, the throne sword surged with power, transforming into a colossal blade that radiated brilliance, descending with ferocity upon the bloodthirsty vulture. With a resounding thud, the massive sword struck down, and the bloodthirsty vulture could hardly react, releasing a mournful cry as torrents of blood sprayed forth, its body plummeting from the sky, grievously wounded. Hoping to flee? After sustaining such a devastating blow, the bloodthirsty vulture was gravely injured, its broad wings too weak to flap, yet it continued to glide downward, seemingly attempting to escape. However, the foundational period cultivator, standing atop the divine sword, wore a cold expression and shouted with authority, the blood-stained sword in front of him darting downward once more. Pierce. The sword shot forth like a tempest, its brilliance slicing through the layers of mist. The gliding bloodthirsty vulture was directly pierced through the skull, blood gushing, its anguished cries echoing endlessly. Just moments ago, the once mighty bloodthirsty vulture was vanquished within mere seconds of the foundational period cultivator's arrival. This transformation left onlookers in stunned silence, their gazes filled with awe as they beheld the cultivator enveloped in golden light. At that moment, as the sword pierced through the vulture's skull, claiming its life, the sword returned to its master's hand. The cultivator waved his hand, unleashing a surge of true essence that enveloped the vulture, causing its massive corpse to vanish into thin air, absorbed into his storage space. With a frosty countenance and haughty gaze, clad in a billowing black robe that rustled in the wind, he stood enshrined in golden light, like a celestial being descending upon the earth, exuding an aura that commanded respect and fear. From a distance, Xia Qi could perceive the formidable true essence radiating from the aloof foundational period cultivator, a force far beyond that of any chi-refining cultivator. Hand over the bloodthirsty vulture's egg, and I may spare your lives. The sword floated before the cold cultivator, its tip aimed menacingly at the crowd, the chilling intent unmistakable, suggesting that in the next moment, they might face the wrath of this blood-stained blade. The bloodthirsty vulture's egg is in our possession. We are but stragglers following behind. We beseech you, esteemed senior, to show mercy. A voice cried out. As the sword was pointed, and the expressions of the crowd shifted. Over 10 rogue cultivators swiftly turned their attention towards Xia Qi and Wu Pin, eager to distance themselves from the vulture's egg. Hand over the bloodthirsty vulture's egg and get lost. The aloof cultivator's gaze remained fixed on Xia Qi and Wu Pin, disregarding the other rogue cultivators, causing them to breathe sighs of relief as they hastily retreated from the scene. The involvement of the foundational period cultivator led the Qi-refining cultivators to abandon any thoughts of seizing the bloodthirsty vulture's egg, hastily fleeing from the confrontation. Wu Pin's expression shifted as he watched the departing Qi-refining cultivators, his gaze growing colder, unafraid of the foundational period cultivator, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Hand over one of the bloodthirsty vulture's eggs. Xia Qi conveyed his thoughts through a concentrated wave of true essence into Wu Pin's ear, causing Wu Pin's expression to change slightly, confusion evident. After spending so much time together, he knew Xia Qi was not one to suffer losses. Why would he willingly surrender a precious bloodthirsty vulture's egg? I can kill him. There is no need to part with the egg. Wu Pin felt a surge of reluctance. On Chapter 45, Cruelty and Bloodthirst. The bloodthirsty vulture, merely a second-tier demonic beast in its initial stage, possesses a power comparable to that of a foundational stage cultivator at the 3rd level or below. Such strength is, in essence, not overwhelmingly formidable as the bloodthirsty vulture, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, lacks the heightened intelligence characteristic of ordinary demonic beasts. Typically, a group of cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refinement stage could dare to hunt it down. However, upon the sheer cliffs of the Four Directions abyss, the ferocity of the bloodthirsty vulture far exceeded the expectations of numerous Qi refinement cultivators eager to seize its eggs. On the precipice, where footing is precarious, a moment's inattention could result in a fatal fall, shattering one's bones upon impact. In such perilous circumstances, encountering a bloodthirsty vulture becomes exponentially more dangerous. Consequently, as time progressed, an increasing number of cultivators discovered the lair of the bloodthirsty vulture, leading to fierce confrontations. Leveraging its aerial advantage, the bloodthirsty vulture exhibited unparalleled savagery, its sword-like wings, claw-like talons, and the enigmatic red beams of light became the harbingers of death for many Qi refinement cultivators. The echoes of anguished cries reverberated throughout the Four Directions abyss, interspersed with the occasional mournful wail of the vulture, clearly indicating that among the 600 to 700 descending cultivators, casualties were grievous. Fortunately, Xia Qi and Wu Pin stumbled upon 2 bloodthirsty vulture eggs early on. To avoid becoming the target of envy, they gifted one to the aloof foundation stage cultivator, yet retained one for themselves. Rest assured, my brother Xia Qi, since we share our fortunes, I, Wu Pin, shall certainly assist you in procuring another bloodthirsty vulture egg for entry into the alchemy sect. As they ascended, Xia Qi had overexerted himself by forcing his vital energy beyond its limits and was now nursing his injuries in silence. Observing Xia Qi's demeanor, Wu Pin mistakenly believed his companion was concerned about having secured an egg and might abandon the hunt, prompting him to offer words of encouragement. Haha, I am most grateful, Brother Wu. Xia Qi responded with a faint smile as they swiftly continued their ascent. Both had expended considerable energy battling the bloodthirsty vulture and sustained hidden injuries, thus desiring to recuperate and restore their vital energy before descending once more. Upon reaching the summit of the cliff, they encountered a multitude of figures, all appearing quite disheveled and many already crippled, evidently having suffered severe injuries. Upon noticing Xia Qi and Wu Pin's relatively intact ascent, the cultivators above fixed their gazes upon them, their eyes gleaming with a hint of murderous intent. However, recognition dawned on one Qi refinement cultivator who had trailed behind Xia Qi and Wu Pin, prompting a sinister grin and a boastful recounting of his observations to those nearby. Consequently, the lethal glances directed at Xia Qi and Wu Pin dissipated, replaced by expressions of pity. Finding a tranquil spot, the two began to meditate and restore their vital energy to heal their wounds. Prior to entering the Four Directions abyss, they had prepared well, stocking their storage bags with ample healing elixirs. Given their injuries were not severe, they fully recovered within a few hours. As time dragged on, the competition intensified. Let us descend, they declared, rejuvenated and brimming with determination. With their eyes sparkling with renewed vigor, they exchanged glances and moved to another location, swiftly sliding down the cliffside as if gliding across level ground. The echoes of anguish still reverberated through the valley, a testament to the fierce contest for the bloodthirsty vulture eggs. The piercing, discordant cries of the vulture rang incessantly, breeding agitation and heightening their vigilance against the obscured surroundings. ever wary of a sudden attack. This time, they did not separate, for the contention had reached a boiling point, with lives easily extinguished for the sake of an egg. United in their strength and formidable presence, they deterred ordinary cultivators from daring to strike. Descending further, however, their luck seemed to have run dry. For a full 2 hours, they explored numerous rocky crevices, yet found not a single trace of the bloodthirsty vulture's lair. Fortunately, both exhibited remarkable patience. Understanding that with hundreds of bloodthirsty vultures inhabiting such vast cliffs, their nests would be sparse and elusive. As time slipped by, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night enveloped the four directions abyss, thickening the mist to the point where visibility was severely limited. In such perilous conditions, even the nearest bloodthirsty vulture would be nearly indistinguishable. All cultivators began to ascend, preparing to resume their search on the morrow. On the first day, few succeeded in obtaining bloodthirsty vulture eggs. However, upon retreating from the cliff, many cultivators witnessed the spoils of those who had seized the eggs below, sparking fierce disputes and brutal clashes among them once back at the summit. The ensuing carnage was staggering. Within a single night, dozens of cultivators perished, most of whom met their end in utter confusion amid the chaos of competing for the eggs. We must secure an egg by tomorrow, otherwise, waiting longer might render our acquisition of a bloodthirsty vulture egg a perilous endeavor. Xia Qi and Wu Pin, both shaken by the night's horrifying violence, felt a chill creep into their hearts. Despite their considerable strength, an undercurrent of concern urged them to exit this treacherous land and seek refuge within the alchemy sect. Throughout the night, they sat in silent meditation, ever vigilant of their surroundings. At dawn, they awoke invigorated and, alongside the majority of cultivators, plunged once more into the abyss in search of the coveted bloodthirsty vulture eggs. Figures darted like monkeys, swiftly vanishing into the dense fog. Within an hour, the once quiet four directions abyss erupted once more with the haunting cries of cultivators and the sorrowful wails of the vultures, echoing like a symphony of despair. Each anguished cry signified the extinguishing of vibrant lives, and the harsh reality of the cultivation world struck Xia Qi with renewed intensity. He felt an insatiable yearning to grow stronger, to perpetually attain greater power. In this merciless world, he vowed to thrive with unyielding pride. Chapter 46. The duality of true fire in the desolate valleys. Anguished screams echoed incessantly. A vast expanse of white mist shrouded the sky, resembling tumultuous waves or a ferocious beast with its maw agape, poised to devour the unwary, instilling a sense of dread and unease. This realm serves as the paradise for bloodthirsty vultures, where human cultivators find their powers significantly diminished. Nevertheless, driven by the allure of immense gains, many cultivators recklessly ventured forth, their hearts buoyed by a false sense of hope, only to meet their silent demise. As the days passed, it was likely that at least 1/3 of the 600 to 700 cultivators had perished. Now, on the afternoon of the second day, as expected, after several hours, Xia Qi and Wu Pin had yet to yield any results. The incessant cries of despair had numbed them, yet Xia Qi could not refrain from expressing his thoughts. Embarking on the path of cultivation inevitably condemns one to a life fraught with peril. These individuals pursue strength and longevity, yet the dangers they face mean that a single misstep could lead to a tragic and untimely end. Wu Pin's expression remained calm, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes, swiftly concealed beneath his deceptively simple demeanor. Longevity? Throughout history, how many have fallen in pursuit of this elusive dream, leaving behind a trail of bones? Yet how many have truly achieved their desires? A flicker of confusion passed through Xia Qi's mind. Could he attain immortality? You and I are merely at the Qi refining stage. The concept of eternal life is beyond our current considerations. Our goal is to gain strength swiftly, to navigate this world with dignity and autonomy. Wu Pin and Appo's laughter resonated through the air, and Xia Qi offered a faint smile in agreement. Indeed, in their current state, the notion of immortality felt far too illusory. Their immediate desire was to grow stronger, to live with respect in this world. Look, below lies a vast stone cave. Let us explore. It may very well be the lair of the bloodthirsty vultures. Wu Pin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed towards a stone cave partially concealed by cascading green vines. Although obscured, the cave appeared quite spacious from a distance. Such a large cavern could undoubtedly accommodate 2 vultures in flight. It was unlikely that their nests would be so expansive. Xia Qi smiled faintly, harboring little hope for what lay within. Well, perhaps I misspoke. The cave does not seem to be a suitable roost for the bloodthirsty vultures. However, since we have descended to this depth, let us take a moment to rest there. Wu Pin, recognizing the cave's vastness, chuckled sheepishly but suggested they pause inside. Indeed, climbing down the sheer cliffs had been arduous, and even seasoned cultivators felt the strain after several hours, experiencing a slight ache in their arms. Yet, just as Xia Qi and Wu Pin prepared to descend, a piercing scream erupted from within the cave, followed by a figure rapidly retreating from its depths. It was a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining, his power notably low. His anguished cry echoed, blood streaming from his body, his arm hanging limply. Drenched in crimson, the gruesome wound on his arm, unmistakably inflicted by the talons of a bloodthirsty vulture, caught the attention of Xia Qi and Wu Pin. At that moment, a furious, raspy screech reverberated from the cave, sharp and jarring. A fierce whirlwind erupted, tearing through the cave entrance, snapping the vines as if they were mere twigs. In the midst of the tempest, a bloodthirsty vulture burst forth, its eyes glowing red with ferocity, locking onto the unfortunate cultivator who had just escaped. Its sharp beak, resembling a silver hook, descended mercilessly. With a flash of silver, the vulture's beak struck, and before the cultivator could react, his head was brutally pierced. The skull burst like a ripe melon, brain matter and blood splattering in all directions, a scene of utter carnage. In an instant, the 6th level cultivator met his demise. Yet the bloodthirsty vulture took no heed of his death. Instead, its red eyes fixated on the lifeless body, and it began to feast. Tearing flesh from the corpse and consuming it voraciously, a sight that was utterly revolting. Such a vile creature could not be spared, despite any previous conflicts. Both Xia Qi and Wu Pin felt a deep sense of empathy. Witness Chapter 47. The partnered deceiver. The intertwining flames of 2 distinct colors appeared stunning yet emanated a terrifying heat. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, both Xia Qi and Wu Pin could feel the scorching waves approaching. What a frightful manifestation of the dual true fire. The elder, with cultivation merely at the 2nd or 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage, had astonishingly managed to conjure this dual true fire, truly a cause for alarm. Both Xia Qi and Wu Pin were filled with trepidation, silently astounded. The dual true fire is an inner fire that can be cultivated after reaching the foundation establishment stage, comprising a total of 7 distinct flames, each requiring exceptional talent to master. These flames present themselves in a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Mastering all 7 results in the 7 true fires, which, when fused, wield immense power capable of melting formidable magical artifacts. The elder in gray robes. Despite appearing to possess only the strength of the 2nd or 3rd layer of foundation establishment, had already cultivated 2 flames, which was indeed remarkable. The mere presence of this dual true fire instilled vigilance in their hearts. As the dual true fire surged through the air like a fiery tongue, it swept towards the bloodthirsty vulture, which, despite its rage at being interrupted during its meal, found itself retreating in terror before the horrifying flames. Haha! My dual true fire, honed through years of arduous practice, possesses this incredible might. If even a mere beast can escape, would I have to go through such considerable effort to cultivate it? The bloodthirsty vulture retreated swiftly, yet the gray-robed elder remained unfazed, not even shifting his position. Infusing his true essence, it seemed as though an endless stream of dual true fire erupted from the azure gourd in his possession. The flames engulfed the creature. And within the confines of the cave, the bloodthirsty vulture found its escape thwarted. Its wings caught fire, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. As it emitted a shrill cry of agony. A corpse, even in death, held some value. It must not all be reduced to ashes. The gray-robed elder, undeterred by the fearsome power of the dual true fire, seized the opportunity as the bloodthirsty vulture was wounded. With the swiftness of the wind, he charged at the creature, delivering a crushing blow to it. Chapter 48. The slaying of the foundation establishment. The sound of footsteps approached, growing louder. At a certain moment, Xia Qi's ears twitched slightly. This subtle movement was akin to a signal, and in an instant, he fully melded into his surroundings, transforming into a resplendent sword, radiating a fierce, killing intent. With a crack, the autumn water sword, concealed among the vines, descended from the sky. As the blade passed, it seemed as if space itself was shattered, and one could faintly hear the sound of cracking. All of Xia Qi's true essence converged into the autumn water sword, emanating a brilliant glow. The strength of his physical body concentrated in his arms as he gripped the sword tightly, unleashing all his power in a single, unreserved strike. The chilling intent locked onto the gray-robed elder, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the void, arriving in an instant. Who? A foundation establishment cultivator was immensely more powerful than a Qi refinement practitioner. Although caught off guard, the moment the autumn water sword descended with its fierce, killing aura, the gray-robed elder reacted instinctively. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand, gripping a sharp sword to block above him, while swiftly attempting to evade to the side. Seeking to escape. With a crunch, the elder's raised left hand, along with the sword, was severed without any resistance upon colliding with the autumn water sword. The sharpness of the low-grade Xian-grade artifact was laid bare. His left arm severed, blood gushed forth like a fountain. However, the autumn water sword did not relent. It continued its rapid descent. The gray-robed elder hastily retreated, the green-glowing gourd hovering above his head, as the two-dimensional true fire spewed towards Xia Qi like a fiery tongue. Xia Qi had long witnessed the ferocity of the two-dimensional true fire. As he beheld it rushing towards him, he dared not be careless. With a faint sigh, he marveled at the rapid response of Foundation establishment cultivators while swiftly retreating. "Ah, you dare to ambush me, old man. Today, I shall reduce you to ashes with the two-dimensional true fire." Having lost an arm, and with an uncertain amount of blood spilled, the gray-robed elder felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His face twisted in fury, he manipulated the green-glowing gourd to rapidly close in on Xia Qi. He even neglected to tend to the wound on his severed shoulder, driven by an insatiable desire to slay Xia Qi. Xia Qi maintained his composure, feigning panic and horror as he retreated, seemingly astonished by the might of a Foundation establishment cultivator, intentionally luring the elder closer to Wu Pin. "Brat, prepare to die." With a contorted expression, the gray-robed elder approached Xia Qi, suddenly channeling his true essence. The green-glowing gourd unleashed a continuous stream of two-dimensional true fire, as if intending to envelop Xia Qi completely. Even a second-tier bloodthirsty vulture, with its formidable physique, could not withstand the two-dimensional true fire. Should it truly engulf Xia Qi, he would surely perish, regardless of how many lives he possessed. At that moment, hidden nearby, and within 10 meters of the gray-robed elder, Wu Pin abruptly launched his attack, unleashing the formidable breaking heaven slash he had previously employed. Whoosh! As the blade cut forth, it shone like the blazing sun, golden light radiating in all directions. The sword's brilliance seemed to tear through the sky, swiftly closing in on the gray-robed elder. Puff! Countless sword beams appeared in the blink of an eye. In the face of the elder's astonished gaze, these beams pierced through the billowing gray robe, riddling his body with wounds. Blood mist rose as the gray-robed elder, unable to pay heed to Xia Qi, felt the impending threat of death. Blood flowed freely from the numerous openings in his body, staining him crimson, and he instinctively retreated, seeking escape. However, after preparing for so long, having successfully ambushed the gray-robed elder, would Xia Qi and Wu Pin allow him to flee? Die. The green-glowing gourd was retracted by the gray-robed elder, hovering above him. With no threat remaining, Xia Qi advanced instead of retreating. The autumn water sword flickered with cold light, stabbing forth like a specter. Puff! Like bursting a balloon, the autumn water sword effortlessly breached the protective barrier of true essence surrounding the gray-robed elder, piercing directly through his dantian, blood staining the blade. Simultaneously, Wu Pin's great sword came crashing down upon the gray-robed elder, who had just been fatally pierced in the dantian. A Foundation establishment cultivator thus fell. The ambush was executed with precision. Xia Qi and Wu Pin emerged unscathed, having slain the gray-robed elder. Even at this moment, gazing at the elder's tragic demise, they felt a twinge of disbelief. "Huh, a Foundation establishment cultivator, so easily dispatched by the two of us. Let us see what treasures he possesses. This time, we shall reap a great fortune." Wu Pin laughed heartily, filled with pride. Xia Qi smiled faintly. Indeed, the combined strength of the two of them would ensure that they would not be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation with an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, to kill one as formidable as this elder, who possessed the green-glowing gourd, was no simple feat. The bloodthirsty vulture egg. "Our mission is complete." Wu Pin, having picked up the elder's storage bag, exclaimed in delight as a blood-red egg appeared in his hand, radiating crimson light. With this bloodthirsty vulture egg, both of them now possessed one, and their aspirations to join the Dan sect could soon be fulfilled. A smile graced Xia Qi's face. Wu Pin continued rummaging through the elder's storage bag. The wealth of a Foundation establishment cultivator far surpassed that of a Qi refinement practitioner, containing numerous valuable items. Besides the bloodthirsty vulture egg, the most valuable possession was undoubtedly the green-glowing gourd. The gourd, crafted through special techniques, bore inscriptions that could contain 7 kinds of true fire cultivated by practitioners, storing boundless power within. Xia Qi, this green glowing gourd is yours. How about I keep the storage bag? Having surveyed the contents of the storage bag, Wu Pin expressed his willingness to let Xia Qi have the gourd, even at his own expense. Chapter 49. Fortuitous fate. The azure gourd, with its unique refining technique, may not appear to be a formidable treasure, lacking any discernible rank. It is merely a special vessel crafted from rare materials. However, its functionality is such that it becomes an object of envy among numerous cultivators. The azure gourd possesses the remarkable ability to store the true fire cultivated by its owner. When faced with adversaries, this fire can be unleashed, capable of melting even the most resilient artifacts, exhibiting unparalleled might. Typically, cultivators utilize their cultivated true fire for alchemy or artifact forging, given its immense power. Yet, as it is produced within their bodies, its quantity is limited, making its use in combat rather infrequent. However, with the azure gourd, such limitations vanish, effectively granting its owner a potent treasure. Brother Wu, let us not be formal. My cultivation level is merely at the 9th layer of Qi refining, and breaking through is not a trivial matter. Cultivating true fire is still a distant goal. You may keep the azure gourd, Xia Qi declared, shaking his head and declining Wu Pin and Appo's proposition. His refusal was not entirely as he claimed. Xia Qi possessed confidence in his ability to cultivate true fire. Rather, he chose to relinquish the azure gourd to Wu Pin as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance in seeking the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. Haha, Xia brother, you speak wisely. In slaying this old rogue, your contributions far surpass mine, and my wealth is not something you can compare to. Not to mention, my glimmering golden blade, seemingly unremarkable, is indeed an earth-grade artifact of immense power. Yours, however, is merely a lower-grade mystical sword. Thus, you should take the azure gourd. Wu Pin laughed heartily, aware that Xia Qi wished to repay him. Previously, despite his wealth, Wu Pin would have never conceded the azure gourd. But having forged a bond akin to brotherhood with Xia Qi, he regarded the gourd with indifference. Thus, I shall take advantage of this. Xia Qi thought momentarily before accepting the azure gourd without further delay. At that moment, he was profoundly astonished, although he had suspected Wu Pin was no ordinary rogue cultivator. He had not anticipated that the formidable blade in his possession was an earth-grade artifact. Additionally, Xia Qi felt a touch of warmth at Wu Pin's straightforwardness in revealing the blade's rank. In the stone cave, the gray-robed elder's storage bag had been thoroughly searched and collected by Wu Pin. Although its value did not rival that of the azure gourd, it still constituted a significant gain. All right, this old rogue possessed substantial wealth and treasures like the azure gourd, which has now fallen into the hands of us brothers. The perilous surroundings of this desolate valley pose numerous threats, and our strength is indeed too feeble. Since we have acquired the bloodthirsty vulture's egg, it would be wise to depart promptly. What do you think? Wu Pin inquired of Xia Qi after tidying up. Indeed, it is best to leave quickly. With 600 to 700 cultivators present, including many at the foundation establishment stage, our strength is certainly insufficient. Remaining here would yield no benefits and expose us to countless dangers, Xia Qi concurred, and the two figures ascended the stone walls, as if climbing a heavenly staircase. With the bloodthirsty vulture's egg secured, joining the alchemy sect was virtually assured. The two relaxed slightly, no longer searching for the vulture's lair, instead opting to hastily exit the precipice. Amidst the dense mist, with trailing vines and steep rock faces, Xia Qi moved with an unwavering steadiness, each step firm and rapid. Suddenly, he halted, having caught sight of a crimson glimmer within the vast white fog, seemingly a red radiance concealed several meters away, flickering in and out of visibility. Concealed among the vines and emanating a blood-red glow, this mysterious light, undeterred by the encompassing mist, was unmistakably indicative of a treasure. Xia Qi's heart raced, confident that it could not be mere blood, but rather a valuable item. What's the matter, brother Xia? Wu Pin, who had been climbing rapidly, noticed Xia Qi's sudden stop and inquired with curiosity. Look over there. Xia Qi pointed towards the distant source of the crimson glow, an object radiating its own light. Impervious to the mist, it must be a treasure, Wu Pin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Let us hurry and retrieve it. Our fortune is indeed remarkable. Treasures abound wherever we wander. In contrast to Xia Qi's calm demeanor, Wu Pin was visibly animated, his chubby face beaming with delight as his small eyes squinted into mere slits. Rare materials beneficial for cultivation are seldom overlooked by cultivators, with one being a treasure seeker and the other eager to enhance their cultivation. They would not let this opportunity slip away. Like agile monkeys, the two swiftly approached the source of the crimson light. It was a spiritual herb. As they drew closer, they discerned that the radiant object was indeed a spiritual herb, rooted in a crevice of the rock, its entire being blood-red, as if stained with blood, radiating a faint red light akin to a dazzling gem. This was a blood spirit herb, exuding a subtle red glow, and its age was likely over 1,000 years, rendering it exceedingly rare and of immense value. Recently, due to the mysterious space of the orb in his dantian, Xia Qi had undergone extensive study of spiritual herbs. Thus, upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized it. The blood spirit herb, characterized by its vivid crimson hue, is a crucial ingredient in the concoction of the fifth-grade elixir, blood spirit pill, which has always been highly coveted and difficult to obtain. The blood spirit pill, when consumed, can temporarily enhance the combat prowess of cultivators below the golden core stage by 10%, further elevating the herb's value. A single blood spirit herb is worth several tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, our luck is extraordinary. Wu Pin carefully unearthed the herb, revealing its palm-sized form, with even its roots appearing blood-red. The primary function of the blood spirit herb is to produce the blood spirit pill, which can augment our combat power. Should we possess this elixir, it may very well save our lives in perilous situations. Xia Qi proposed earnestly, suggesting that they preserve the herb securely, as he had the means to maintain its vitality within his mysterious space. Brother Wu, if you trust me, let us store the herb here for now and, upon our departure, seek out a master alchemist to refine it into the blood spirit pill. Chapter 50. The whip of soul devouring. What doubts could there be between us, brothers? Moreover, the blood spirit herb was originally discovered by you, so it rightfully belongs to you. However, let us agree on something. The blood spirit pill is a life-saving treasure in critical moments, and I do not possess any. You must give me a few when the time comes, Wu Pin said with a smile. After spending this time together, he genuinely regarded Xia Qi as a brother, and he naturally trusted him with the blood spirit herb. Since you trust me so much, why not temporarily leave the blood spirit herb with me? Wu Pin's words had barely left his lips when a strange laugh suddenly echoed through the dense white fog, a booming voice resonating in the ears of Xia Qi and Wu Pin. Who is it? The voice was loud and clearly emanated from the white mist. Without needing further words, both Xia Qi and Wu Pin understood that the speaker was undoubtedly a Foundation establishment cultivator. Their expressions changed, and they shouted in unison. Both of them were immensely powerful for their level, having recently slain a Foundation establishment cultivator and divided the treasures. Though they were aware that a Foundation establishment expert had arrived, they felt no fear. Instead, their faces hardened as they shouted back. Two insignificant Qi refinement cultivators, lacking strength yet possessing such audacity. Hand over the blood spirit herb, and I shall spare your lives. In the eyes of a Foundation establishment expert, even two peak Foundation establishment cultivators were hardly worth noticing. The voice from the vast white mist was filled with arrogance and disdain as it drew nearer. In such an environment, a Foundation establishment cultivator, aided by magical artifacts, could easily dominate the skies. There was no escaping. It seemed that today, the two of us might once again engage in slaughter against this Foundation establishment cultivator. A chill flickered in Xia Qi's eyes. The arrogance in the other's tone was deeply unsettling. Old man, come at me. I shall slay you, you bloodthirsty vulture. Wu Pin's eyes glinted with coldness as he shouted provocatively, his voice echoing into the distance. What audacity! Two Qi refinement little brats, unaware of their own mortality, dare to provoke me. Today, I shall make you understand the consequences of offending a Foundation establishment cultivator and fully grasp the disparity between the Qi refinement and Foundati Chapter 51, the Gale Sword Technique Kill. With a thunderous roar, Xia Qi and Wu Pin launched their assault once more, brandishing their long knives and swords, infusing them with true essence. A radiant glow enveloped their figures, and the air crackled with the fierce energy of blade and sword, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The overwhelming aura of righteousness emanating from their shouts seemed to intimidate the phantoms and vengeful spirits conjured by the multitude of whip shadows, causing their wails to diminish in intensity. In an instant, the long knives and swords struck down, colliding with the myriad whip shadows, resulting in a cacophony reminiscent of spring thunder reverberating in their ears. Countless boulders tumbled from the rocky walls, creating a fearsome spectacle. Those solitary souls caught in the onslaught of whip shadows were instantly reduced to wisps of smoke, vanquished by Xia Qi and Wu Pin with ease. The soul-devouring whip primarily drew its formidable power from the vengeful spirits sealed within it, capable of unsettling the minds of their foes during combat. The most powerful spirits could even extract one's soul without a trace, leading to their demise unbeknownst to them. At this moment, the withered elder wielding the soul-devouring whip saw the spirits it released swiftly decimated by the duo, causing its power to wane significantly. "You two wretched beings have ruined my soul-devouring whip. I shall tear you apart and refine your souls into it, ensuring you endure endless torment." Enraged, the withered elder withdrew the whip shadows and produced a small copper seal, inscribed with a colossal celestial image, albeit faded and corroded, resembling a discarded piece of scrap metal. "Celestial seal, suppress them." With a furious bellow, the elder caused the copper seal to expand rapidly, transforming into a miniature mountain that surged through the air like a celestial peak descending upon the two. With a resounding crash, the celestial seal descended, unleashing an overwhelming force that locked onto the duo. Xia Qi felt as if his body could not move swiftly, as if he were being crushed under its weight. The mountain loomed ominously, and within it, the echoes of celestial fury rumbled like thunder, causing their ears to ring and their souls to tremble. Sky-splitting slash. Under the immense pressure, Wu Pin's face flushed red. He unleashed the full might of his earthly-grade treasure, enveloped in a golden light, dispelling the celestial pressure while transforming into a brilliant blade radiance that cleaved toward the descending mountain. Go! As the great blade slashed forth, countless beams of light shot toward the mountain, and Wu Pin urged Xia Qi to flee swiftly. The mountain, despite being bombarded by innumerable blade rays, remained relentless in its descent, its momentum undiminished. The thunderous impact reverberated as massive boulders broke free from the rock wall, cascading down with a deafening roar. Mingling with swirling dust and fog, Xia Qi grasped Wu Pin and swiftly ascended, escaping the area of suppression just as the mountain crashed down, shaking the rocky walls and creating fissures as large as houses. The sheer force sent debris flying, and the tumultuous sound filled the air. Suddenly, the withered elder, having missed his strike, gathered the celestial seal while preparing to manipulate the soul-devouring whip in pursuit. However, at that moment, the chilling cries of over a dozen bloodthirsty vultures pierced the skies in a furious chorus. "Not good." Wei stirred the bloodthirsty vultures. "We must eliminate these two wretched beings quickly, or we will attract other cultivators." The elder's expression changed, realizing that while he possessed formidable strength in this desolate valley, the presence of numerous vultures and potential cultivators posed a grave threat. "Quickly, we must escape before more Foundation establishment cultivators arrive. If we can endure for a while longer, we may find a chance to flee." Xia Qi urged Wu Pin, pushing his speed to the limit, moving as if ascending to the heavens. Previously, when they had slain a Foundation establishment cultivator, they had underestimated their foes, believing all to be weak. Yet this elder proved to be exceptionally formidable, not only possessing strange treasures, but also an extraordinary depth of true essence. Wu Pin, being dragged along, wore a bitter smile. Earlier, they had dispatched 4 giant wolves that rivaled Foundation establishment cultivators with ease. Moreover, they had swiftly defeated the elder with the Azure Gourd. Their earlier success had fostered overconfidence in their abilities, leading them to believe they could contend with Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet now, they faced a harsh reality. Though our strength surpasses that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, our lack of true essence limits our ability to wield treasures to their fullest potential. Thus, despite our might, we find ourselves unable to withstand a cultivator employing their treasures. Xia Qi reflected, gaining a clearer understanding of the disparity between his and the Foundation establishment cultivator's strengths. "Leave no mercy for these two wretches." The withered elder, standing atop the soul-devouring whip, held the celestial seal the size of a human head, pursuing them like an arrow, his speed unmatched. Beneath him, a flock of bloodthirsty vultures soared, their wings spread wide like a dark cloud, screeching angrily as they ascended to chase the elder. For the sake of a single blood spirit herb, this elder was willing to risk the pursuit of the vultures, displaying a reckless determination. Xia Qi felt a tightening in his chest, sensing the impending danger from the elder's relentless pursuit. If he could just obstruct the elder for a moment, the vultures would entangle him. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Xia Qi halted his ascent, lifting the weakened Wu Pin above him. As the autumn water sword in his hand erupted with brilliant radiance. Gale sword technique. Whirlwind stone. With a mighty shout, Xia Qi swung the autumn water sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged through the air in a dazzling array, converging like a whirlwind upon the rocky wall, causing countless stones to tumble down, while a multitude of sword energies hurtled toward the withered elder. With a piercing sound, the razor-sharp sword energy sliced through the air like a tempest, its might overwhelming. However, as Xia Qi executed the strike, his complexion turned pale, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 52. The 10th layer of Qi refinement. With a sharp whoosh, the piercing sword energy slashed through the air like a tempest, demonstrating immense power. However, the one who unleashed this formidable strike, Xia Qi, suddenly flushed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the crimson liquid spilled forth, Xia Qi's complexion turned pale, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Yet, he mustered his resolve and, without a glance at the aftermath of his all-out effort, surged upwards. In the Qi refinement stage, practitioners possess limited true essence and are constrained by the meridians within their bodies. They can at most condense their true essence within their bodies or on the magical artifacts they wield. To transform true essence into sword energy and strike from the air requires at least the foundational cultivation level. This time, both Xia Qi and Wu Pin had resorted to secret techniques, forcing their attacks to unleash sword and blade energies. Although they exhibited considerable power, they suffered substantial injuries and were now significantly weakened. Quickly, let us depart. That old man is entangled with the bloodthirsty vultures and cannot pursue us for the moment. We must escape this place. Wu Pin, who had not strayed far above, called to Xia Qi and swiftly began to ascend the rocky terrain. Xia Qi glanced downward and indeed saw the scene below. More than 10 bloodthirsty vultures, akin to dark clouds, screeching and swirling as they besieged the frail elder. The formidable elder, confronted by such a multitude of vultures, unleashed his celestial phenomena, transforming into a mountain to suppress the heavens and earth. For a time, the two forces were evenly matched, and he no longer had the leisure to split his attention and pursue the two escapees. We must hasten our departure. We are gravely injured, and this place will surely attract a throng of practitioners. Remaining here is exceedingly perilous. Xia Qi strained to listen. He faintly discerned the anxious shouts of cultivators rushing toward their location. His expression hardened, and he quickened his pace alongside Wu Pin. The commotion below was tremendous. The celestial phenomena, resembling a celestial mountain, suppressed everything. The boulders roared, the air exploded, and the true essence surged, creating a horrifying spectacle. The bloodthirsty vultures soared as dark clouds, their sharp beaks and claws glinting ominously, screeching incessantly, leaving the two men aghast. Such an enormous disturbance captured everyone's attention. For the moment, no one noticed Xia Qi and Wu Pin as they smoothly slipped away from the cliff and reappeared on level ground. The area from which they emerged was quite secluded, and at this time, no one was present to witness their escape. Let us take a moment to recuperate, and then swiftly flee the Valley of Despair. This journey, though fraught with danger, has proven worthwhile, yielding substantial rewards. Xia Qi halted, preparing to recover. He and Wu Pin consumed some medicinal pills, channeling their meager true essence to mend their bodies, entering a meditative state. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows as night descended. The Valley of Despair began to fill with thick white fog, obscuring their surroundings. It had been 1 or 2 hours since they ascended, and it was likely that the battle below had long since concluded. Xia Qi and Wu Pin remained oblivious to the outcome, steadfast in their healing, though their wounds were severe. They were fortunate that the area remained quiet for the time being. They resolved to depart the Valley of Despair by the following morning, hoping that with the aid of medicinal herbs, their injuries would be sufficiently healed by then. The pills, akin to sweet confections, rapidly accelerated their recovery despite their low grade. Meanwhile, Xia Qi clutched a spirit stone in each hand, the luminous essence pulsing with vitality as he continuously absorbed its energy. Crack! Each spirit stone, regardless of its properties, was completely drained of its essence, crumbling into powder at his feet, while Xia Qi quickly produced another to absorb. Such rapid absorption of spirit stone energy was likely beyond the capacity of all but the most formidable sects. Otherwise, even the mightiest faction would face bankruptcy. In his hands, Xia Qi still possessed thousands of spirit stones. In merely half an hour, he had completely refined and absorbed this vast quantity, transforming it into true essence within his body. The Xintian heart method hummed with activity, and the true essence flowed like a river through his meridians, returning to his dantian, repeatedly reinforcing and expanding them, while the true essence became increasingly refined. Breakthrough to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Suddenly, Xia Qi's eyes flew open, a spark of excitement igniting within. He silently urged his true essence, launching a fierce assault upon his meridians, while the surrounding spiritual energy was irresistibly drawn towards him. With a pop, a sound akin to a membrane bursting filled the air, and Xia Qi felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the true essence coursed through him. invigorating his spirit and mending his injuries. Reaching the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. A glimmer of exhilaration flickered in Xia Qi's eyes as he sensed the true essence within his dantian thickening, with his meridians having strengthened and expanded significantly. He could feel that he was merely a half-step away from establishing his foundation. Though Xia Qi was thrilled with this outcome, he was not surprised. Ever since his realm had surged to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, within the mysterious pearl space in his dantian, his cultivation had stagnated. During this time, he had consumed countless medicinal pills and diligently practiced, amassing a formidable foundation, coupled with the recent absorption of thousands of spirit stones. Such an extraordinary accumulation might allow a gifted individual to breach the foundational barrier, yet Xia Qi had merely attained the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Spiritual roots are indeed vital for cultivators. If only my spiritual roots were a touch better with my abilities, I would have likely reached foundational cultivation long ago. Xia Qi mused with a faint smile. Have you made a breakthrough? Wu Pin's voice, startled yet thrilled, broke through his reverie. Yes, I have. However, my spiritual roots are too poor. I cannot fathom when I might reach foundational cultivation. Xia Qi nodded, a wry smile gracing his lips. Haha, with this breakthrough, we can join the Dan sect and become its disciples. Within the Dan sect, medicinal pills abound. Once we enter, a wealth of pills will make breaking through to foundational cultivation a trivial matter. Wu Pin reassured him. Having spent time together, Wu Pin understood the dire nature of Xia Qi's spiritual roots. He had witnessed Xia Qi's relentless consumption of pills and his tireless training. The time it took Xia Qi to break through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement revealed the struggles he faced. Notably, Wu Pin had reached the same level without relying on pills or exerting himself to the same extent, yet he had achieved his breakthrough with remarkable swiftness. Let us rest for the night and depart by morning, Xia Qi agreed, settling back into a meditative posture, determined not to waste a moment of cultivation time. While the Dan sect indeed offered a plethora of medicinal pills, it was certain that Xia Qi, as an ordinary disciple upon entry, would not easily obtain them. Achieving foundational cultivation, as Xia Qi had remarked, was indeed a distant prospect. Chapter 53. Overreaching for cultivators, a single night passes in the blink of an eye. It seems as though they have only practiced for a brief moment, yet the night sky has faded, and the red sun rises, illuminating all beneath its brilliance. Both Xia Qi and Wu Pin awaken from their meditative state. After a night of tranquility, their injuries have mended, and they appear rejuvenated. Particularly, Xia Qi has made a breakthrough in his cultivation, and his aura is now even more formidable than it was the previous day. The Four Directions Absolute Valley. The lair of the bloodthirsty vultures will soon be discovered. When the time comes, without the vulture eggs, numerous cultivators will undoubtedly clash in a fierce contest for possession. We should depart from this whirlpool of troubles as soon as possible. Xia Qi speaks gravely. Indeed, not everyone possesses the good fortune we do. Having successfully acquired the bloodthirsty vulture eggs, in the end, many cultivators will certainly engage in conflict over them, Wu Pin replies with a smile. Both can envision the gruesome scene that will unfold in a few days when these cultivators turn against one another in a naked struggle for survival, resulting in heavy casualties. The Four Directions Absolute Valley is situated deep within the Linshui mountain range, a place rarely touched by human presence. Now, due to the allure of the bloodthirsty vulture eggs, numerous cultivators have gathered here, making it imperative to tread carefully when attempting to leave, lest they fall victim to an ambush. Xia Qi, cautious and vigilant, leads Wu Pin to a secluded area, dense with foliage, seeking to traverse through it and evade potential trouble. Despite their choice of a remote location, the overwhelming number of cultivators in the Four Directions Absolute Valley results in their encountering 3 Qi refinement stage practitioners. As Xia Qi and Wu Pin make their way toward the valley and Oppo's exit, 5 Qi refinement stage 8th layer cultivators observe them silently, their thoughts stirring. Boss, can you believe it? Someone dares to leave the Four Directions Absolute Valley at this time. It's clear these two must possess bloodthirsty vulture eggs, otherwise they wouldn't be able to leave so freely. A man clad in gray robes, with a dark complexion, quickly whispers, Indeed, boss. These two must be at the 9th or 10th layer of Qi refinement without having established their foundation. We cannot let them escape. The Chapter 54, the 10th ranked spiritual root, is terrifying. This individual is excessively fierce. Even the leader could not withstand a single strike. They have encountered a formidable foe this time. Quickly, they must flee for their lives. The remaining two, witnessing their leader turn to confront the threat, intended to return and lend assistance. However, as they turned, they were met with the horrifying sight of their leader being cleaved in two by a single sword strike. This scene shattered their resolve, instilling in them a paralyzing fear, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Since they dared to come, they shall remain here. The two cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement fled like lost dogs, terrified. Yet, Xia Qi had no intention of sparing them. The autumn water sword, as graceful as a drifting dragon, surged forth like lightning towards their backs. With a cultivation level 2 tiers above theirs and unparalleled physical strength, Xia Qi unleashed the autumn water sword, which flew like a bolt of electricity. Amidst the flickering sword shadows, cold gleams glinted, accompanied by piercing screams and a cloud of blood. When the autumn water sword was retracted, the two cultivators had been reduced to mere blood mist, their remains obliterated. Bah! Such worthless scum dares to rob my brothers? Do they truly believe we are soft persimmons? At that moment, Wu Pin had returned, his blade stained with blood, exuding an aura of murderous intent. There was no need for further words. The two cultivators he had been pursuing had undoubtedly met their end at his hands. Nevertheless, his face bore an expression of deep indignation, as if he were incensed that 5 8th level Qi refinement cultivators dared to confront them. Oh, Wu Pin. I thought you were merely a soft persimmon to be squeezed, but what will you do now? As Wu Pin's voice, tinged with indignation, echoed, another voice resonated from the depths of the forest, ethereal and approaching, leaving both Xia Qi and Wu Pin astounded. Who dares to show themselves? Come forth. With a change of expression, Xia Qi bellowed, his autumn water sword stained with blood appearing in his grasp. Humph, a mere Qi refinement cultivator dares to be so arrogant? The owner of the voice, hidden within the forest, seemed incensed by Xia Qi's arrogant proclamation. A figure floated down gracefully from the top of a nearby ancient tree. This was a young man, with a complexion as radiant as his teeth, exuding an otherworldly grace, clad in a flowing white robe. His long black hair danced in the wind, and he wielded a feather fan, descending like a celestial beauty, with a swift motion as he landed. The young man pointed a finger, condensing a stream of true essence into a blade that surged towards Xia Qi, seemingly intent on reprimanding him for his earlier insolence. The sword blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail that seemed to part the very sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Xia Qi's expression shifted as he thrust the autumn water sword forward. Clang! A melodious sound rang out as the autumn water sword clashed with the sword blade, which dissipated. Simultaneously, Xia Qi was forced to retreat, his face paling as the force of the impact split his palm, nearly causing the autumn water sword to slip from his grasp. Who is this youth? Judging by his cultivation, he appears to be a foundation establishment cultivator. That single sword blade nearly overwhelmed me. After retreating several steps, Xia Qi steadied himself, his heart racing with trepidation. At this moment, the young man in white descended, lightly waving his feather fan. Ignoring Xia Qi and Appo's plight and directing his gaze entirely upon Wu Pin, jealousy and exhilaration flickering in his eyes. Standing at a distance, Xia Qi assessed the situation while tending to his injuries. The members of the shadowy phantom sect have arrived in Qin Prefecture so swiftly? Wu Pin's gaze was fixed on the young man in white, a deep-seated hatred mingling with a hint of fear in his eyes. Humph, Wu Pin, you indeed live up to your 10th rank spiritual root. Even after your cultivation was abolished by the elders, you managed to escape and, in just 2 years, you are already on the brink of foundation establishment. The young man in white's eyes glinted with intense jealousy and murderous intent. 10th rank spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Xia Qi was astounded, his gaze locking on to Wu Pin in disbelief. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are ranked from 1 to 10, with 1 being the weakest and 10 the strongest. A 9-rank spiritual root is referred to as a celestial spiritual root and is exceedingly rare. Xia Qi had previously robbed Jian Wuyou, who possessed a 9-rank spiritual root, and the immense value placed upon him by Jian Wuyou became evident. And now, this young man in white claims Wu Pin possesses a 10th rank spiritual root? Such a talent is enough to incite envy in anyone. In the realm of cultivation, one might not encounter such spiritual roots for millennia. Any sect that learns of such a talent would treat them like a treasure, ensuring their safety to reach the pinnacle. How could Wu Pin, with a 10th rank spiritual root, be hunted? Moreover, from the young man's words, it seems he had his cultivation abolished previously. Yet in 2 years of fleeing, he reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Humph, you know my spiritual root is 10th rank? It seems you are not without status within the shadowy phantom sect, able to discern my spiritual root. Hatred flickered in Wu Pin's eyes as he spoke coldly. My identity is of no concern to you. You defy the orders of the shadowy phantom sect, thinking you can escape to Qin Prefecture where they cannot find you? I have come today to bring you back. The young man in white replied coldly, dismissing Wu Pin entirely. The shadowy phantom sect is indeed a major power in Yuzhou, capable of tracking me down, even from a distance. However, do you truly believe a mere foundation establishment cultivator can do anything to me? Filled with rage, Wu Pin's fury erupted. In his anger, he seemed to lose all reason. Fully aware that the young man in white was stronger than any foundation establishment cultivator he had previously encountered, yet he charged forward with reckless abandon. Xia Qi, you must leave first. Fueled by deep-seated hatred, Wu Pin charged at the young man in white, though he still urged Xia Qi to depart from the scene. Heavenly break slash. His golden blade shone like the rising sun, radiating countless beams of light that transformed into blade rays, surging towards the young man in white like a flurry of needles. With his first strike, Wu Pin unleashed his strongest attack. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Merely at the peak of Qi refinement, I am already at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Even 10 of you would be no match for me. You should obediently accompany me back to the shadowy phantom sect. With a disdainful snort, the young man in white faced the onslaught of blade rays. He suddenly swung his feather fan with great force, conjuring a fiery tongue from thin air that engulfed all the blade rays. As the blade rays dissipated, the fiery tongue also vanished without a trace. If not for the lingering heat in the air, one might hardly believe that the fiery tongue had ever existed. Third young master, we have arrived a step late. As Wu Pin was repelled, 4 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, one of whom was a foundation establishment cultivator, along with 3 others at the peak of Qi refinement. It matters not. Wu Pin's current cultivation is merely at the Qi refinement stage. I can easily handle him. You all, go and eliminate that troublesome brat. After all, the fact that Wu Pin possesses a 10th rank spiritual root must not be leaked. The young man in white, seeing Wu Pin charge at him like a wild beast once more, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes as he waved his hand to dispatch the 4 subordinates. Wu Pin, in a frenzy, seemed to be consumed by hatred, relentlessly swinging his blade without fatigue. The young man in white aimed to capture Wu Pin alive, but faced with his unyielding ferocity, he could only repeatedly send him flying, leaving Wu Pin drenched in blood, with more and more wounds marring his body. Consumed by what seemed like utter madness, Wu Pin appeared to be blinded by sheer animosity. Wielding his great blade tirelessly, desiring to capture Wu Pin alive, the white-robed youth was left with no alternative but to repeatedly strike him down, leaving Wu Pin drenched in blood and increasingly wounded. Witnessing the white-robed youth's effortless handling of Wu Pin, the 4 subordinates relaxed. Their gazes shifted, landing icily upon Xia Qi, who had yet to depart. Having witnessed what you should not have, your end is nigh. Choose to end your own life and receive a complete burial. Or shall I tear you asunder? The 4 cultivators, clad in black robes, their countenances grim, exuded an air of disdain. The leader, a foundation establishment cultivator, addressed Xia Qi, a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, with haughty arrogance. Xia Qi's gaze grew solemn as he meticulously assessed the foundation establishment cultivator before him. He disregarded the 3 cultivators at the peak of the Qi refining stage, deeming them insignificant. The foundation establishment cultivator, radiating arrogance, unleashed his aura, intending to overwhelm the Qi refining stage cultivator. However, sensing this pressure, Xia Qi's heart was filled with a subtle elation. Having previously slain 2 giant wolves, beasts of the early 2nd order, comparable to ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, Xia Qi remained unfazed by such oppressive force. Instead, he utilized it to gauge the cultivator's approximate cultivation level. This aura was weaker than that of the giant wolves he had slain, barely surpassing that of a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining stage. It seemed that this foundation establishment cultivator was merely at the threshold of the realm. With keen insight, Xia Qi discerned the opponent's cultivation level from this very aura. Audacious! How dare you not kneel and beg for forgiveness upon His Excellency's command? As Xia Qi pondered, the Qi refining stage cultivator behind the foundation establishment cultivator grew impatient, his voice sharp, eager to curry favor with his superior. Since departing the 3 Cloud Sword sect, I believed I had seized control of my destiny. Yet, each step I take brings me face to face with overbearing individuals who disregard me, their words dripping with threats of death. It seems my power remains insufficient. Nevertheless, even with limited strength, I shall no longer suffer such insolence. Ignoring the Qi refining stage cultivator's rebuke, Xia Qi's mind raced, his eyes flashing with a fierce animosity, a desire to unleash carnage. In both Lintian City and the 4 Despair Valley, adversity has been my constant companion. Everywhere I turn, There are those who seek to oppress me. Even a Qi refining stage cultivator at the 8th level dared to rob us. A tempest of resentment brewed within Xia Qi's heart, a homicidal intent surging forth, compelling him to unleash a massacre. To enter the foundation establishment stage and yet be so presumptuous, demanding my self-execution? Today, all 4 of you shall meet your demise at my hands. Xia Qi roared, his entire demeanor undergoing a sudden transformation, exuding an aura of domineering power. He was akin to a sovereign descending, his cultivation merely at the Qi refining stage. Yet his imposing presence caused the 4 cultivators to falter. The path of cultivation is a battle against fate, a struggle against others. It is a path of relentless advance. Regardless of what lies ahead, one must maintain an unyielding spirit, never bowing one's head. Though my strength may be meager, having embarked on this path, I shall press forward fearlessly. Whatever demons or monsters may lie in wait, they shall all perish. In that moment, Xia Qi experienced a profound epiphany, his spirit seemingly elevated. He was imbued with an indomitable, overbearing aura, as if even the heavens could not force him to yield. The 4 cultivators felt an inexplicable reluctance to confront him. You two kill him. Stunned momentarily, the foundation establishment cultivator regained his composure, his fury unleashed. He pointed at the 2 Qi refining stage cultivators behind him, ordering them to slay Xia Qi. A mere cultivator at the peak of the Qi refining stage? I alone am sufficient. The 2 stepped forward, speaking in unison, exchanging glances. One stepped back, signaling the other to eliminate Xia Qi. Arrogance was etched upon their faces, as if dealing with Xia Qi was a task that could be accomplished with ease by a single individual. Perish. The cultivator who stepped forward wielded a pair of heavy hammers. His physique was robust, his bulging muscles seemingly brimming with boundless strength. The pair of hammers, each weighing 100 pounds, were swung with ease, creating a resounding whir. With a mighty roar, the brawny man leaped into the air, the heavy hammers crashing down with tremendous force. Augmented by the momentum of his descent, the hammer's power became unparalleled, inspiring dread. A Qi refining stage cultivator dares to flaunt his strength before me? Xia Qi remained rooted to the spot, standing tall and unyielding. His tone was calm, his entire being radiating an aura of dominance that involuntarily swayed those around him. In the distance, the 3 black-robed cultivators voiced their confusion upon witnessing this scene. From their vantage point, it appeared as if Xia Qi was petrified with fear, utterly incapable of action. As expected of a rogue cultivator, lacking worldly experience, confronted by a disciple of our great sect, he has forgotten how to retaliate. The foundation establishment cultivator spoke with utter disdain. The heavy hammers descended, accompanied by a howling gale. The immense power could be felt even through the air. The hammers plummeted with incredible speed, reaching the space directly above Xia Qi's head in an instant. The gale even stirred Xia Qi's hair. It was at this moment that Xia Qi finally acted. Raising his head to gaze at the heavens, he radiated unparalleled dominance. Facing the 2 heavy hammers, he met them head-on with his bare fists, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the very air. Bang, bang. To the horror of the 3 distant cultivators, 2 iron fists met the heavy hammers. A deafening explosion, akin to a thunderclap, reverberated. The 2 heavy hammers shattered into fragments under the assault of the iron fists, the cultivator wielding them suffering fractures in both hands. Die. Gripping the heavy hammers, the cultivator was sent plummeting from the sky, his hands shattered by Xia Qi's 2 punches. Panic-stricken, he cried out for help as he fell. Bang! Another punch. Xia Qi, like a demon incarnate, sent the descending man's head exploding with a single blow, splattering brains and blood in all directions, transforming the scene into a veritable inferno. Abominable wretch. You court death. Xia Qi was ferociously brutal, instantly slaying a cultivator of comparable strength. The 2 Qi refining stage cultivators and the foundation establishment cultivator in the distance were enraged, charging forward simultaneously. Today, you have granted me a profound epiphany, an elevation of the spirit. I shall repay your kindness by ensuring that you all perish by my hand. Chapter 56. Unwavering obsession. Today, you have granted me profound enlightenment, elevating my spirit. In return, I shall ensure your demise at my hands, as gratitude for this transformative awakening. The chilling timbre of Xia Qi's voice, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld, was laden with an unyielding and palpable murderous intent. The 3 cultivators who had been advancing towards him were seized by a fit of intense fury. The individual whom they had previously regarded as an insignificant ant was now audaciously proclaiming his intent to slay them all. Such insolence was intolerable, especially for the foundation establishment cultivator, who was consumed by rage. To have one of his subordinates slain under his very nose, and then to be threatened with death himself, was an affront he could not bear. "Insolent whelp, prepare to meet your end," roared the Foundation establishment cultivator. Surpassing the two Qi refining cultivators, he lunged towards Xia Qi, a gleaming silver spear with a crimson tip materializing in his grasp, striking like a bolt of lightning. "You dare to covet my life with your rudimentary Foundation establishment cultivation?" Xia Qi scoffed. The autumn water sword materialized in his hand, its clear and radiant blade resembling a pool of pristine water. With a swift motion, he thrust the sword towards the oncoming spear. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the sword and spear collided, sparks flying. A hairline fracture appeared on the tip of the spear, and the Foundation establishment cultivator, gripping the weapon, was sent reeling backward, his face paling. A single strike had forced the Foundation establishment cultivator into retreat. Whoosh! In a flash, Xia Qi, having just repelled the Foundation establishment cultivator, appeared before the two aghast Qi refining cultivators. The autumn water sword flashed, and two fine heads were sent hurtling into the air, blood erupting from their severed necks like macabre fountains. The two Qi refining cultivators, evenly matched in strength, were caught completely off guard by Xia Qi's sudden assault. In a single, decisive move, both met their demise, offering no resistance whatsoever. "Ah, I'll see you dead. I'll kill you." The Foundation establishment cultivator, who had been injured internally by the force of Xia Qi's autumn water sword, had just managed to regain his footing. Witnessing the clean and efficient slaughter of his two subordinates, he was consumed by an uncontrollable rage. Great strength, divine spear technique. The Foundation establishment cultivator had suffered a setback due to Xia Qi and Appo's immense physical strength. Although enraged, he maintained a modicum of composure. With a flick of his spear, he unleashed a spear technique. Driven by his true essence, the spear created a dense, impenetrable array of shadows that enveloped Xia Qi, threatening to impale him with countless strikes. Foundation establishment cultivators, capable of externalizing their true essence and mastering various incantations, wielded formidable power. The great strength divine spear technique was precisely such an incantation that the Foundation establishment cultivator had mastered. "I have vanquished even demons renowned for their strength. Beings comparable to Foundation establishment cultivators. How dare you, a mere novice in the Foundation establishment stage, presume to act with such arrogance before me?" Xia Qi's words were imbued with a sharp, unyielding confidence, exuding an aura that discouraged defiance. He strode forward, the autumn water sword gleaming coldly in his grasp. Undaunted by the myriad spear shadows brimming with formidable power, he unleashed a single, decisive strike. "I shall overcome any technique with brute force." Xia Qi's attack was savage and direct. The autumn water sword, infused with the full extent of his strength and true essence, descended in a single, devastating blow. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions reverberated as the autumn water sword collided with the countless spear shadows. The great strength divine spear technique was indeed extraordinary, amplifying the force at the spear's tip by more than twofold. However, against Xia Qi's formidable physique, it was all in vain. The autumn water sword cleaved through the air with unwavering determination, causing the myriad spear shadows to dissipate. In mere moments, the spear shadows that had enveloped Xia Qi had completely disintegrated. The Foundation establishment cultivator stood before him, his face ashen, clutching a broken spear, his eyes wide with terror. At that moment, he finally understood that Xia Qi, despite possessing only the cultivation of a peak 10th level Qi refining cultivator, was far beyond his capabilities. "Young master, save me." Overwhelmed by a sense of failure, the cultivator's desire for survival fueled his fear. He mounted his spear, which emitted a radiant glow, preparing to soar into the sky, and cried out to the white-robed youth who was engaged in a struggle with Wu Pin in the distance. "I have decreed your death, and no one can prevent it." Xia Qi scoffed. He channeled all his strength into his arm, grasped the autumn water sword, and with a sudden, mighty heave, hurled it towards the back of the Foundation establishment cultivator, who was about to take flight. With such immense power behind it, the autumn water sword flashed through the air, instantly appearing at the back of the Foundation establishment cultivator's heart. The blade pierced through him, pinning him in place up to the hilt. Like a wild goose struck by an arrow, the Foundation establishment cultivator's ascending form faltered, his control lost. The spear beneath his feet, devoid of true essence, shrunk to its normal size and plummeted to the ground, along with the now deceased cultivator. Bang! The descending body landed squarely on a jagged rock. The Foundation establishment cultivator's corpse, plummeting from the sky, struck the stone with tremendous force, instantly exploding into a gory mess. Retrieving the autumn water sword from the rock, Xia Qi turned his gaze towards the white-robed youth and Wu Pin, who were locked in combat in the distance. At that very moment, the white-robed youth once again forced Wu Pin back and turned his gaze towards Xia Qi. Their eyes met in the air, flashing like two sharp blades. "You dare to slay members of my Shadow Fiend sect? You are doomed." The white-robed youth spoke with a detached tone, as if a celestial being were casually deciding the fate of a mortal. Bang! Even as he spoke, Wu Pin, driven by a frenzied impulse, charged forward once more. The white-robed youth, reluctant to deliver a fatal blow, waved his feather fan, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent Wu Pin flying. "Wu Pin, if you persist in your delusion, I will be forced to take your life. I am the son of the sixth elder, even if I kill you. The Council of Elders will not hold me accountable. Do not seek your own demise, but obediently return with me." The white-robed youth, growing impatient, issued a stern warning, seemingly on the verge of resorting to lethal force. "Haha. So you are the son of those old bastards in the Council of Elders. No wonder you hesitate to kill me. You want to capture me and continue your research. However, after allowing me to attack you so freely for so long, you little bastard, you no longer have the chance to kill me." Wu Pin, appearing deranged, suddenly regained his composure. His body was covered in blood, with hardly an unharmed spot, yet he laughed maniacally, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. "With mere chi refining cultivation, you believe you can defy me? I advise you not to court disaster and obediently return with me, allowing the Council of Elders to unravel the mysteries of the 10th grade spiritual root. If the secrets of the 10th grade spiritual root are truly discovered, you will be a great benefactor, and the sect will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." The white-robed youth, the third young master, spoke coldly. "Who told you that my cultivation is merely at the chi refining stage?" Chapter 57. Breaking through in crisis. "Who told you that my cultivation level is at the chi refinement stage?" Wu Pin's voice emerged from his blood-soaked lips, and simultaneously, a formidable aura erupted from him, with many of his wounds rapidly healing. Foundation establishment stage. The third young master immediately perceived this overwhelming aura, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Wu Pin's presence surged, his injuries mending swiftly, as spiritual energy from the surrounding environment converged upon him, quickly being refined into true essence, enhancing his strength at an astonishing pace. Without the foundation establishment pill, without any assistance, in the midst of battle and peril, he had managed to breach the barrier from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Such an extraordinary talent, with a 10th-grade spiritual root. The white-robed third young master was utterly horrified, a flicker of jealousy and seriousness flashing in his eyes. Summer Chi, approaching, was equally stunned. He was aware that Wu Pin had just reached the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage a few days ago, yet now, in battle, without any foundation pills or spiritual stones to assist him, he had achieved foundation establishment in a moment of crisis. Such talent was truly terrifying. What does my own talent compare to that of a 10th-grade spiritual root? A hint of bitterness welled up in Summer Chi's heart, but in an instant, he cast aside that emotion, firmly believing that he would forge ahead on the path of cultivation, destined to shatter all barriers and surpass everything. "Do you still think you can take me back to the Shadow Gate?" Wu Pin, covered in blood and clad in tattered ropes, radiated an intense aura as he coldly gazed at the third young master, his eyes betraying a profound thirst for vengeance. "Humph. Just having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, your realm is unstable. You are still vastly inferior to me. Even if I cannot take you back, killing you is no problem." The third young master spoke icily, though a glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes. "I was once at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Although I have only just broken through to the first level, you will find it impossible to kill me. However, today I intend to take your life and reclaim a portion of the torment I endured at the Shadow Gate." Wu Pin roared, wielding a great blade, showing no fear as he initiated the attack. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, with true essence now externalized, numerous techniques could be employed, and his power surged. Compared to the peak of the chi refinement stage, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Heavenly break slash. With a single stroke of the blade, golden light soared into the sky, and countless blade lights descended like a multitude of great swords, filled with a chilling killing intent, seemingly tearing the very sky apart. Upon witnessing this, Summer Chi felt immediately that this heavenly break slash was twice as powerful as when it was executed at the chi refinement stage, and Wu Pin performed it effortlessly. Fire Phoenix Dance. In the face of this ferocious blow, the third young master vigorously waved his feather fan, and the phoenix depicted on it seemed to be reborn from flames, transforming into fiery phoenixes that charged towards the countless blade lights. The phoenix, the king of birds, was recorded only in ancient texts of the cultivation world, and no one had ever seen it. It was said to be a divine bird of the celestial realm, boasting immense power. At this moment, the soaring phoenixes, although formed of flames, burned intensely, as if scorching the heavens, and the blade lights seemed to be melting away before them. As the blade lights dissipated, the hidden golden great blade suddenly emerged, descending from above the phoenixes, and the flames could not hinder its fall. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, and flames burst forth like fireworks. The flaming phoenix letting out a mournful cry as it slowly vanished, the potency of the flames seemingly diminished. The Earth-grade upper-level fire dance fan in your hands truly brings shame upon it. In a single exchange, it appeared as though they were evenly matched. Both combatants paled slightly, yet Wu Pin laughed heartily, looking down upon the third young master with disdain, exuding an air of arrogance. Seeking death. Inferno of flames. Enraged, the third young master shouted, pouring his true essence into the fire dance fan and fiercely fanning it towards Wu Pin. Countless flames erupted, conjuring a vast sea of fire in the sky, the inferno seemingly threatening to create a gaping hole in the heavens. My blood, ignite for me. I shall exchange it for immense power to annihilate the scum of the Shadow Gate. The third young master struck with ruthless intent, as if genuinely aiming to kill Wu Pin, who, with a fierce expression, hesitated not, activating a secret technique that caused his blood to ignite, filling him with formidable power. Earth-shattering slash. Wu Pin, burning his blood for strength, felt his aura escalate dramatically. His eyes turned blood red, and with a thunderous roar, a torrent of power surged forth. The long blade cleaved down, its edge radiating brilliant light, the sun in the sky seemingly dimming in comparison, as a colossal blade aura surged forth like a mountain-splitting force, crashing towards the third young master. Boom! The blade aura swept through, obliterating the fiery sea as if it were mere water, relentlessly advancing, targeting the third young master. You madman! The third young master and Appos, as complexion changed drastically. He had not expected Wu Pin to burn his own essence so recklessly, adopting a desperate stance. Fire Phoenix Dance. In this critical moment, the third young master summoned all his strength, channeling true essence into the fire dance fan, repeatedly fanning it to conjure a multitude of fiery phoenixes that gracefully soared to intercept the massive blade aura. Bang! The fiery phoenixes fearlessly charged towards the overwhelming blade aura. But the blade aura was too sharp, shattering the phoenixes like bubbles, barely managing to slow its advance. The third young master's face turned pale, devoid of color. He poured all his true essence into the fire dance fan, the fire sea in the sky billowing, the phoenixes flitting about, tirelessly attempting to block Wu Pin's full-force strike. The third young master understood that this was a desperate attack fueled by Wu Pin's burning essence. If he could withstand this blade aura, even if he were left severely injured, it would be a victory, allowing him to easily capture Wu Pin and claim great merit for his sect. The third young master was correct in his assessment, yet he had forgotten that not far away, Summer Qi, who had just slain 4 of his subordinates, had not departed. His gaze gleamed with determination as he closely observed the third young master. Having overheard their conversation from a distance, Summer Qi had pieced together the events. It seemed that Wu Pin's 10th-grade spiritual root had caught the attention of the Shadow Gate, not for cultivation, but rather to imprison and study him, subjecting him to endless torment. However, for reasons unknown, Wu Pin had managed to escape, and this third young master was here to recapture him. With a rough understanding of the situation, Summer Qi realized that any sect capable of studying the mysteries of a 10th-grade spiritual root was undoubtedly formidable. In that moment, the wisest choice would be to turn and flee, abandoning Wu Pin. Yet, after spending so much time together, having braved hardships side by side and forged a bond akin to brotherhood, he found himself unable to forsake Wu Pin at this crucial juncture. Chapter 58. Direct decapitation. Perhaps choosing to strike would offend the Shadow Gate behind the third young master, a potentially formidable sect. However, Xia Qi hesitated not. In this world, there are certain things that one cannot forsake. Observing the third young master and Wu Pin in a desperate struggle, Xia Qi noted that Wu Pin, having burned his vital essence, unleashed a cataclysmic blow, after which he fell into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the third young master was laboriously resisting a formidable blade aura. The third young master, unable to divide his attention, found himself in a precarious situation as Xia Qi approached cautiously, the bloodied autumn water sword in his grasp emanating a crimson glow. resembling a bloodthirsty blade fixated on its prey. The fire dance fan was wielded vigorously. The third young master having expended considerable amounts of true essence, his steps wavering. Yet, the blade aura, which seemed capable of rending the earth, had finally weakened considerably. Gradually fading. Disperse. The third young master's pale complexion flushed crimson as he roared, channeling vast amounts of true essence into the fire dance fan, manifesting a colossal fiery phoenix that screeched forth towards the dimming blade aura. Boom. Like waves crashing against the shore, the fiery phoenix collided with the immense blade aura, extinguishing the flames and dissipating the aura, shaking the heavens and the earth. Wu Pin, even with your desperate efforts, you cannot escape being captured alive and brought back to the Shadow Gate to continue your fate as an experimental subject. The third young master, though staggering and pale, his true essence depleted, laughed maniacally upon seeing the unconscious Xia Qi. Your fate is unpredictable, but I assure you, yours will end today. His raucous laughter was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice, domineering and arrogant, that pierced through the air. The third young master's expression shifted dramatically as he turned in fear towards Xia Qi. You have not departed? What do you intend? Do you not realize I am the son of the sixth elder of the Shadow Gate, one of the three great sects of Yuzhou? Leave at once, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, no one can save you. Upon seeing Xia Qi, the third young master's face paled. Just moments ago, he had resolved that Xia Qi could not continue to live, that he must personally eliminate him. Yet, he never anticipated that Xia Qi would choose to act against him amidst their struggle. Fear gripped him as he barked a command, an imposing aura radiating from him in an attempt to intimidate Xia Qi. Simultaneously, he swiftly consumed a pill to restore his true essence. Restoring your true essence? You dare to bully my brother? No one will save you today. Without hesitation, Xia Qi leapt into the air, the autumn water sword resembling a bloodied sword, descending with tremendous force, as if cleaving the very fabric of space itself. Beast, how dare you? The third young master's eyes widened in disbelief. Faced with death so near, he could scarcely fathom that an inconsequential rogue, still beneath the foundation stage, would dare to strike after revealing his lineage. With a swift thrust, the shocked expression on his face was frozen in time as he was split in two by the blade, brain matter, and blood splattering everywhere. The fire dance fan, adorned with a phoenix, slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Casting a cold glance at the fallen third young master, Xia Qi swept up the storage bag at his waist and reclaimed the fire dance fan. Indeed, disciples of grand sects possess considerable wealth. A brief examination of the storage bag left Xia Qi astounded. Aside from the invaluable fire dance fan, the bag contained numerous elixirs, other magical artifacts, and a wealth of spirit stones. In recent times, both Xia Qi and Wu Pin had been embroiled in continuous battles, yielding substantial rewards, each death leading to a modest gain. Yet, the riches found in the third young master's storage bag were unparalleled, with elixirs and spirit stones of immense value. Not to mention the high-grade artifact. Though astonished, Xia Qi understood that lingering here was unwise. After collecting some valuables amidst the corpses, he hoisted the unconscious Wu Pin onto his shoulder and departed swiftly. Outside Lintian City, two figures approached leisurely, their eyes filled with interest as they surveyed the surroundings. That Tian Lingzi from the Heavenly Sect has truly issued a bounty for us, even hanging our large portraits at the city gates, with guards watching. Wu Pin laughed heartily upon seeing the enormous likeness at the gate, which bore a striking resemblance to him. Our appearances have changed. Those unfamiliar would struggle to recognize us face to face. Entering Lintian City, we need not worry. Xia Qi replied with a slight smile. These two were none other than Xia Qi and Wu Pin, who had departed from the Four Directions Abyss. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Wu Pin had finally regained his senses. Thus, their arrival at Lintian City to fulfill the alchemical sect's task was delayed by 2 days. Having witnessed the third young master's demise, Wu Pin felt deeply moved, regarding Xia Qi as a true brother. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, believing that with his spiritual root, he would swiftly enhance his cultivation in the future and surely protect Xia Qi's safety. Xia Qi, unperturbed, held firm to his belief that while his spiritual root was lacking, his cultivation might not necessarily progress slowly. At this moment, they prepared to enter Lintian City, complete their alchemical sect task, and then delve into the sect to procure what they needed. At the city gate, amidst the enormous portrait, the two walked confidently past. The disciples of the Heavenly Sect at the entrance merely glanced at them before allowing their entry into Lintian City. Such a bounty had little effect. Lingzi of the Heavenly Sect likely understood well that this was merely a facade to salvage his face after being humiliated in Lintian City. Otherwise, how could the proud young master of the Heavenly Sect, known for his tyranny, allow himself to be slapped in the face and have his wolf pet slain without taking any action? That would leave Lingzi without a face to show when he ventured out again. The Heavenly Sect was merely putting on a show, and thus, Xia Qi and Wu Pin entered Lintian City with ease. Inside, the city bustled as usual, yet the chatter of alchemical sect tasks was abundant. Many discussed who had obtained the bloodthirsty vulture's egg to enter the sect, while others lamented those who had perished in the four directions abyss due to the vulture. It seems many have acquired the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. Fortunately, we returned in time. Otherwise, there would be few spots left in the alchemical sect. Wu Pin chuckled. Yes, there are still several spots available. Let us take this opportunity to organize our recent gains in Lintian City, exchanging them for what we need. Once we enter the alchemical sect, it will be difficult to leave, it will. Xia Qi nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. The Alchemist. This expedition to the Valley of Desolation was fraught with peril, and both Xia Qi and his companion nearly lost their lives. Nevertheless, their gains were equally substantial. They slew numerous cultivators, including 2 foundation stage practitioners, the 3rd young master, and a gray-robed elder. The storage bags they acquired brimmed with elixirs, spirit stones, and various treasures, some of which were unnecessary and needed to be dealt with accordingly. Many magical artifacts and elixirs that they could not utilize would be exchanged for spirit stones, ensuring that their time within the alchemy sect would be productive, even if they could not leave immediately. Before long, they arrived at the largest trading house in Lintian City, the Jian Chamber of Commerce, reputed to have its business spread throughout the cultivation world and across all continents. Its vast operations were impressive enough to command the respect of even the most prominent sections. Within Lintian City stood a grand edifice belonging to the Jian Chamber, adorned with intricate carvings and an imposing presence, rivaling even the Lord's manor. Esteemed seniors, welcome to the Jian Chamber of Commerce. How may we assist you today? As they stepped through the entrance, a graceful young woman greeted them with a warm smile and a respectful demeanor that instinctively inspired goodwill. The Jian Chamber's ability to thrive in the cultivation realm was not solely due to its immense power. Its business acumen was equally remarkable. Xia Qi nodded slightly, intrigued by the establishment. We wish to conduct a transaction with your esteemed chamber. Could you please summon someone in charge? Despite the young woman's apparent lower status, Xia Qi remained courteous. Holding a considerable amount of valuable items to trade, he spoke with confidence. The young woman, perceiving Xia Qi's distinguished demeanor, promptly led them to a quiet area and served them fragrant tea before hastily fetching someone of higher authority. In no time, she returned, accompanied by an amiable-looking elder with keen eyes, who exuded an air of respect. Fellow cultivators, what items do you wish to trade with the Jian Chamber? The elder smiled, dismissing the young woman, and addressed Xia Qi and his companion. These materials, I wish to exchange them all for spirit stones, along with some elixirs for cultivation. How much can your chamber provide? Xia Qi wasted no time, raising his hand to reveal a dazzling array of materials that filled the room. More than a dozen magical artifacts gleamed, and countless materials piled high, accompanied by various elixirs contained in exquisite white jade vials, creating a scene of astonishment. Although these artifacts and materials were predominantly of low grade, their sheer volume suggested a substantial value. Likely no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a considerable sum for cultivators like Xia Qi and Wu Pin. One in the Qi refinement stage, and the other newly entering the foundation establishment stage. The elder's eyes gleamed with interest at the sight of the amassed materials, though he concealed his surprise. After scanning the items with his divine sense, he assessed their worth. The variety is extensive, but most items are of low quality. If exchanged entirely for spirit stones, they would amount to approximately 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would this be satisfactory to you? His discerning gaze quickly calculated the value, presenting a fair offer. Agreed. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for this collection, but I would request that 30,000 of those be exchanged for elixirs required for cultivation. Xia Qi was quite pleased with the offer, recognizing that ordinary shops would seldom provide such a generous deal. Without hesitation, he accepted and listed the elixirs he desired, converting 30,000 spirit stones into those needed for his cultivation. Indeed, you are both straightforward. Please wait a moment. The spirit stones and elixirs you requested will be brought to you shortly. The elder smiled, clearly pleased. For the Jian Chamber, a transaction of this magnitude was significant. and successfully completing it would elevate their status within Lintian City. Soon, the spirit stones and elixirs Xia Qi requested were delivered, and both he and Wu Pin collected their provisions while the elder took possession of the mountain of materials. May I inquire whether your chamber has an alchemist residing in Lintian City? After the transaction, rather than departing, Xia Qi addressed the elder, who had just gathered the materials. Indeed, we have an alchemist who has recently passed through Lintian City and is currently staying with us. What business do you have with the alchemist? The elder, momentarily surprised, quickly regained his composure. I possess a blood spirit herb and wonder if you could persuade your alchemist to assist in concocting a blood spirit pill. Xia Qi promptly explained. The blood spirit herb is the primary ingredient for crafting the blood spirit pill, a 5th-grade elixir capable of enhancing the combat prowess of cultivators below the golden core stage by 10%, making it exceedingly rare. Xia Qi had no intention of bringing the herb to the alchemy sect, so he sought external assistance for its refinement. Given the opportunity to encounter an alchemist at the geoding chamber was not one to be missed. In the cultivation realm, elixirs are categorized into 10 grades. The 1st to 3rd grades are considered low grade, the 4th to 6th, mid grade, the 7th to 9th, high grade, and the 10th, the legendary immortal elixirs. Similarly, alchemists are classified accordingly. Those capable of refining 1st to 3rd grade elixirs are termed alchemists. Those who can handle 4th to 6th grade elixirs are referred to as alchemist masters. 7th to 9th grade are grandmasters, and the 10th grade is attributed to immortal alchemists. Alchemists hold a prestigious status in the cultivation world, and an alchemist master possesses a remarkably high rank. Xia Qi wondered if he could indeed persuade the master to refine the blood spirit pill. What? You possess a blood spirit herb? The elder's eyes sparkled with disbelief upon hearing Xia Qi's revelation. With a flash of red light, the blood spirit herb obtained from the Valley of Desolation appeared in Xia Qi's hand, radiating a crimson glow reminiscent of a bloodstone, captivating all who beheld it. A blood spirit herb aged over a millennium. The elder, who had maintained a composed demeanor, now exhibited a shift, exclaiming in astonishment. The mere sight of this rare herb was enough to elicit such a reaction from someone who had encountered numerous treasures within the geoding chamber, underscoring its extraordinary nature. Chapter 60. Disciples of the alchemy sect. The blood spirit grass, a rare herb that has existed for over a millennium, elicited a gasp from the elder, who had maintained a smile until this moment. The astonishment of a figure from the 9-tripod merchant guild, accustomed to numerous treasures, attests to the extraordinary nature of this herb. How about it, my friend? Might I persuade your guild's master alchemist to concoct a blood spirit pill for me? Should this esteemed alchemist agree, I am prepared to offer spiritual stones in payment, Xia Qi inquired, tucking away the blood spirit grass once more. Payment in spiritual stones is unnecessary. However, if I can indeed summon the alchemist, would it be acceptable to use a single blood spirit pill as collateral for the alchemist's fee? The elder pondered briefly before responding. That. A single blood spirit grass can yield a maximum of 3 blood spirit pills, and both of us require them. If there are not at least 3, we cannot afford to part with even one as recompense, Xia Qi asserted firmly. Haha, rest assured, my friends. The alchemist I have in mind has crafted a multitude of 6th-grade elixirs and is nearing the status of a master alchemist. While the blood spirit pill is rare, it is merely a 5th-grade elixir. If the master undertakes the task, 3 blood spirit pills will certainly be produced. Moreover, I can guarantee that if fewer than 3 are made, the 9-tripod merchant guild will not demand any reward. The elder spoke with confidence regarding the alchemist's prowess. In addition to the precious blood spirit grass, the creation of the blood spirit pill requires several other spiritual herbs, which, though numerous, are not particularly difficult to procure. With the capabilities of the 9-tripod merchant guild, gathering them should be quite effortless. Upon leaving the 9-tripod merchant guild, Xia Qi and Wu Pin proceeded towards the designated location in Lintian City where the alchemy sect receives task applications. The streets were bustling with activity, and the air was filled with discussions about the tasks recently announced by the alchemy sect, as well as tales from those who had successfully completed their missions and were granted entry into the sect. After much effort, the duo finally approached the grand entrance of the alchemy sect's task reception hall. The hall stood tall and imposing, flanked by 2 disciples of the sect exuding powerful auras, both at the foundation establishment stage. Onlookers maintained a respectful distance, whispering among themselves, seemingly wary of provoking the sect. Navigating through the crowd, Xia Qi and Wu Pin entered the hall, drawing envious gazes from fellow cultivators. In stark contrast to the lively exterior, the interior of the hall was tranquil and solemn. enhancing its dignity and discouraging even whispers. The two followed a guiding cultivator deeper into the hall. Soon, they arrived at a table where an elder sat, with another cultivator before him presenting a bloodthirsty vulture egg. "It's him." Xia Qi and Wu Pin exchanged startled glances, nearly exclaiming in surprise. The middle-aged cultivator, donned in a black robe, was smiling as he submitted his task. Yet, Xia Qi and Wu Pin recognized him as the one who had seized a bloodthirsty vulture egg from Wu Pin during their first encounter. Though he appeared amicable now, the aura he radiated had transformed dramatically from the chilling demeanor he once possessed. Sensing their gaze, the middle-aged cultivator glanced over, his expression shifting to one of surprise, quickly replaced by a fleeting glint of cold malice. "All right, Tang Yi, return here in 3 days to enter the alchemy sect and become a formal disciple," the elder declared, collecting the glowing, bloodthirsty vulture egg from Tang Yi with a stern tone. Despite his own foundation establishment level, the sect disciple displayed an unmistakable air of superiority. Dismissing Tang Yi without a second thought, "You too, state your names and present the bloodthirsty vulture eggs," the elder commanded, still focused on his paperwork without lifting his gaze. "Xia Qi, Wu Pin." The duo responded in unison, producing the 2 eggs that radiated a crimson glow, casting a faint red hue over the hall. At last, the elder looked up, his complexion noticeably brighter, eyes glimmering with delight as he accepted the eggs. With a flick of his wrist, 2 storage bags and 2 jade tokens appeared. "Here are the spiritual stones for the bloodthirsty vulture eggs, 10,000 each. These jade tokens are your identification. Return here in 3 days to gather and enter the alchemy sect." He waved his hand, signaling their dismissal, grateful for the storage bags. Xia Qi and Wu Pin paid little heed to the elder's demeanor, their faces alight with joy as they exited the vast, echoing hall. Outside, countless cultivators cast envious and jealous glances their way. Among them, Xia Qi's gaze quickly fell upon Tang Yi, who had just emerged, his previously cold and proud demeanor restored. His eyes dark and menacing as they fixated on the duo. "Xia Qi, that Tang Yi, who once snatched a bloodthirsty vulture egg from us, now glares at us with such murderous intent. Does he intend to cause us trouble again?" Wu Pin, now at the foundation establishment stage, sensed the tension and frowned, his own eyes reflecting a glimmer of hostility. "We have 3 days until we enter the alchemy sect. There is no need to stir up trouble now. We shall wait here in Lintian City, and once the 3 days pass, we will enter the sect. Once within, any grievances will be quelled beneath the sect's authority, and no one will dare act recklessly," Xia Qi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Chapter 61. The flying magical artifact. With merely 3 days remaining until their formal entry into the dance sect, Xia Qi and his companion, Wu Pin, felt no urgency. They settled comfortably in and within Lintian City, dedicating their time to serene cultivation. On the following day, they acquired 2 blood spirit pills, their crimson hue reminiscent of blood, an extraordinary sight. As they probed the pills with their true essence, they discerned a peculiar energy concealed within. Each took 1 pill, leaving them with nothing more to attend to but await their entry into the dance sect. As the final 3 days approached, the competition for the bloodthirsty vulture eggs in the 4 corners abyss had nearly concluded. Consequently, an influx of cultivators arrived to submit their tasks, their appearances disheveled and exhausted, eager to complete their missions lest they miss their chance to secure a place in the dance sect. Before the 3rd day dawned, all 50 spots had been filled. Many cultivators, arriving too late, found themselves unable to enter the sect and could only exchange their efforts for spirit stones. Fortunately, the dance sect had set an enticing price for the bloodthirsty vulture eggs, a substantial 10,000 spirit stones, ensuring that even those unable to enter the sect left with a modest profit rather than a loss. Only the 100 or 200 corpses left in the 4 corners abyss bore witness to the brutality of the struggle for the bloodthirsty vultures. 3 days had passed, and the hall where tasks were received in the dance sect buzzed with activity. 50 cultivators gathered, their faces alight with excitement. For today marked the dawn of their new lives as disciples of the sect, departing from their previous identities as wandering cultivators. Among these 50, most, like Xia Qi, were at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, with only a few, such as Wu Pin, having reached the foundation establishment stage. Xia Qi observed that apart from Wu Pin and the aloof Tang Yi, only 5 cultivators were at the foundation establishment stage, the remaining 3 being at the 2nd or 3rd level, the least formidable among them. Without dwelling on the throng of cultivators, the elderly man with white brows who had received tasks the previous day soon appeared in the hall, nodding slightly at the assembly. "Follow me out of the city. We shall head to the dance sect," he stated mildly, leading the way out of the hall. The cultivators, brimming with exhilaration, followed in a grand procession, drawing the envious gazes of onlookers as they made their way beyond the city gates. Among the group of 50, the majority were still in the Qi refinement stage and thus unable to fly, making their journey to the dance sect arduous if undertaken on foot. After exiting the city, they waited briefly at the gate until a brilliant golden light appeared on the horizon, rushing towards them like a gale, and descended before their eyes. Enveloped in the golden light was a figure of imposing demeanor, clad in a flowing blue robe that billowed dramatically in the wind. Most notably, this middle-aged man was striding through the air, a clear indication of his golden core prowess. The cultivators waiting at the city gate gazed at the descending figure with reverence. The ability to soar through the skies without relying on magical artifacts was a feat reserved for those of the golden core stage. Fenghan, are all present? The middle-aged man inquired, sweeping his gaze over the assembly. Xia Qi felt as if he were being scrutinized by a sharp blade. But this sensation dissipated as the man shifted his attention back to the elder with white brows. Reporting to Master Jiang Hao. All 50 spots for entry into the dance sect are accounted for, Fenghan replied, his demeanor markedly respectful in the presence of Jiang Hao. He presented a storage pouch containing the bloodthirsty vulture eggs and gestured towards Xia Qi and his companions. Indeed, you have performed admirably this time. I trust the sect leader will be very pleased, Jiang Hao remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips as he examined the pouch and noted the 70 or more eggs within, exceeding expectations. Thank you, Master Jiang Hao, Fenghan exclaimed, his joy palpable as he bowed in gratitude. All right, let these cultivators board the flying vessel promptly so we may return to the sect, Jiang Hao instructed with a nod, then waved his hand, causing a flash of golden light to manifest a flat boat in midair. The boat hovered gracefully, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. And under Jiang Hao's infusion of true essence, it expanded rapidly, transforming into a grand vessel that floated steadily in the air. A large flying magical artifact. The prominent sect indeed surpassed expectations. They had even provided a flying vessel for the new disciples. The determination to enter the dance sect had proven worthwhile. Witnessing this spectacle, many cultivators gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with awe and delight. Xia Qi, however, remained composed, observing the magnificent vessel with curiosity. This type of vessel was a large flying magical artifact, known for its swift travel and capacity to accommodate numerous passengers. Lacking offensive capabilities and requiring a staggering amount of spirit stones to operate, such vessels were rarely crafted outside of major sections. All right, everyone, come aboard. Jiang Hao smiled at the expressions of wonder and joy on the faces of the cultivators. He leaped lightly, landing on the vessel. At this point, the vessel hovered low enough for the Qi refinement stage cultivators to leap aboard, each one entering as if leaping through the dragon gate. Inside, the vessel was resplendent and luxurious, with tables adorned with fragrant spirit fruits that made one involuntarily swallow. The interior of the vessel offered a transparent view, allowing a clear sight of the outside world. As it commenced its journey, the vessel surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Towering ancient trees, rolling clouds, and soaring birds flashed by, leaving the cultivators inside in awe of the breathtaking scenery. Even Xia Qi, experiencing such a vessel for the first time, gazed curiously at the sights beyond. Chapter 62. The gate of the alchemy sect mountains rose and fell in an instant before the ship, as the flying artifact surged forward with astonishing speed, hurtling deep into the Linshui mountain range like a tempest. On board this vessel, as it traversed at such velocity, Xia Qi was once again struck by the immense scale of the Linshui mountains, which undulated like a colossal dragon, seemingly without end. What kind of formidable strength must the Sanshao sword sect possess to occupy an entire mountain range? Xia Qi was deeply astounded. The Sanshao sword sect claimed dominion over the Tianjin mountain range, which was even broader and richer in spiritual energy than Linshui, a fact that was truly shocking. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the Sanshao sword sect had not issued a bounty for me. Otherwise, I would likely have been forced to flee Qinzhou like Wu Pin. Xia Qi felt immensely relieved. After Wu Pin regained consciousness, Xia Qi had learned the full extent of his circumstances. To speak of Wu Pin, he was indeed of notable lineage, being the son of the Wu family patriarch in the Yuzhou cultivation world, endowed with an extraordinary talent manifesting as a top-tier spiritual root. From the moment he began his training, he astonished all. However, despite the Wu family's considerable power and influence in Yuzhou, they were incapable of safeguarding a talent of such caliber. Inevitably, Wu Pin's top-tier spiritual root was discovered by the Yozhou's three major sects, particularly the Yueying sect, which, In a bid to protect the Wu family and Wu Pin, compelled him to join their ranks as a disciple of their sect leader. Yet, such actions did not yield the promised protection. The Yuying sect's interest in Wu Pin stemmed from their desire to study his spiritual root in secret, aiming to replicate the cultivation of top-tier spiritual roots. Once Wu Pin entered the Yuying sect, the Wu family was swiftly annihilated, and Wu Pin himself had his cultivation forcibly stripped away. For 5 or 6 harrowing years, he endured a fate worse than death until he finally seized an opportunity to escape the Yuying sect using a treasured item. To evade the relentless pursuit of the Yuying sect, Wu Pin found refuge in Qinzhou, adjacent to Yuzhou. The third young master who had once hunted Wu Pin in the Xifeng Absolute Valley was, in fact, the son of the 6th elder of the Yuying sect, who had been dispatched to capture him. Despite that encounter being a mere coincidence, it was enough to instill a sense of caution in Xia Qi. Knowing that the Yuying sect was akin to the Sanshao Sword sect, capable of dispatching individuals across states to pursue their quarry. This time, as I enter the alchemy sect, I must strive to acquire spiritual herb seeds and learn the art of alchemy, all while remaining hidden to evade detection by the Sanshao Sword sect. With a solemn resolve, Xia Qi made his decision. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, approximately half an hour later, the swiftly flying ship gradually came to a halt and landed. A throng of cultivators streamed out, revealing before them an imposing and majestic mountain gate. This gate, constructed from colossal blocks of ordinary bluestone, seemed to reach into the clouds, emblazoned with the words Alchemy Sect carved elegantly upon it. The characters appeared as if they were suspended in the heavens, radiating a blinding golden light. Merely glancing upward caused Xia Qi's eyes to sting, and tears welled from the intensity of the sword aura. What an overwhelming sword energy! Xia Qi gasped in awe, as the words Alchemy Sect seemed to be composed of countless sharp sword energies, causing his eyes to ache and filling him with reverence from afar. This inscription was crafted by our sect's founding ancestor with a sharp sword, woven from myriad sword energies containing boundless mysteries. Your cultivation is too low to withstand this. Quickly avert your gaze, Feng'an proclaimed proudly as he descended from the ship. The group of cultivators promptly averted their eyes, following Jiang Hao and Feng'an toward the mountain gate, their hearts swelling with newfound respect for the alchemy sect. It was rumored that thousands of years ago, the alchemy sect was a preeminent alchemical powerhouse, comparable to the Qingdan sect. Xia Qi followed closely behind, his curiosity about the alchemy sect intensifying. Upon entering the mountain gate, Xia Qi immediately sensed the ambient spiritual energy around him thickening, a consequence of the grand formation laid by the alchemy sect to gather the essence of heaven and earth. Within the gates, no fewer than a dozen peaks loomed, sprawling across a vast expanse. The ability to not only accumulate spiritual energy, but also to establish such a grand formation was indicative of a major sect's prowess, indeed incomparable to that of solitary cultivators. Soon, the group, led by Jiang Hao and Feng'an, arrived at a grand hall situated midway up a mountain peak, before which lay an expansive courtyard. The solid ground evidently serving as a training ground for various techniques. Upon reaching this location, Jiang Hao immediately departed to present the bloodthirsty vulture's egg to the sect master, leaving the newly admitted disciples unattended. Junior brother Feng, you have flawlessly accomplished the task. The sect master will surely reward you, remarked a middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe who emerged from the hall, his complexion fair and scholarly. Aha, senior brother Fei Shan, you flatter me. Please assist in arranging these new disciples, Feng'an replied, unable to hide his delight as he clasped his hands in respect. Rest assured, junior brother. It is my duty to arrange for these disciples, Fei Shan responded with a gentle smile. After Feng'an departed, he began organizing accommodations for Xia Qi and the others. Despite the multitude of disciples within the alchemy sect, the arrangement was executed with ease, and soon, 50 cultivators were provided with lodging. From this moment forth, you are all official disciples of the alchemy sect. However, while you are now recognized as disciples, you have yet to take a master. That will occur a month from now when you return here, at which point many esteemed elders of the alchemy sect will be present. And it will depend on your fortune to see under whose tutelage you will study. Fei Shan arranged their accommodations and instructed the group to return in a month to seek a master before gracefully entering the hall, leaving Xia Qi and his companions to their own devices. Xia Qi glanced at his identity token, which indicated he was an ordinary disciple, along with the designated location of his lodging within the alchemy sect. The quarters for the newly admitted disciples were naturally modest, comprising simple structures situated in a less spiritually potent area of the mountain gate, which could be deemed rather inferior. Nevertheless, Even such humble abodes were imbued with extraordinary spiritual energy, eliciting joy among the group of solitary cultivators who hurriedly embarked on their cultivation. Chapter 63. The decomposition of spirit stones. Xia Qi and Wu Pin resided not far from one another, and together they made their way to their dwelling. My aim in joining the Dan sect was to evade the pursuit of the Shadow Gate and to find a tranquil place for cultivation. Having entered the Dan sect, my objective has been realized, and I am determined to devote myself to rigorous training. Wu Pin, with a resolute gaze, bid farewell to Xia Qi and entered his own courtyard to begin his arduous cultivation. Possessing a top-tier spirit root, Wu Pin's training progressed smoothly, requiring no medicinal pills. His cultivation advanced swiftly, provided he had a quiet space. Watching Wu Pin's retreating figure, Xia Qi felt a pang of envy mixed with bitterness. In contrast to Wu Pin, Xia Qi's spirit root was chaotic, a mere fifth tier, resulting in a painfully slow cultivation pace. The only way for him to rapidly enhance his abilities was through the consumption of medicinal pills and the refinement of spirit stones, relying on external aids. After a month of relentless training, he hoped to find a better master. If that were the case, his chances of obtaining spirit herb seeds within the Dan sect would increase significantly. Xia Qi also entered his courtyard to begin his rigorous cultivation. Xia Qi had now reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, and the next step would be the foundation establishment stage. After several days of arduous training and refining numerous spirit stones, he sensed no increase in his true essence. His cultivation remained stagnant, as if even the refinement of spirit stones had lost its efficacy. 3 days later, Xia Qi ceased his rigorous training, recognizing that he had encountered the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage. No amount of effort could push him further. For most cultivators, aside from those with exceptional spirit roots who could directly step into the foundation establishment stage, the majority relied on foundation establishment pills to advance. Xia Qi was acutely aware that, given his qualifications, his only hope of entering the foundation establishment stage lay in obtaining foundation establishment pills. These pills were immensely precious, considerably increasing the probability of advancement, yet they were classified as mere third-tier elixirs in the cultivation world. Their low tier belied their rarity, largely due to the primary ingredient, the foundation grass, which was exceedingly scarce and took centuries to mature. Consequently, the supply of foundation establishment pills was limited, predominantly controlled by major sections. Being newly admitted to the Dan sect, Xia Qi had little hope of acquiring a foundation establishment pill from within the sect. His only chance lay in concocting one himself. However, even if he were to cultivate the foundation grass in the mysterious space within the pearl, it would require decades to mature. How could he possibly wait that long? Feeling a sense of urgency, Xia Qi pondered the need for numerous foundation establishment pills to advance to the foundation establishment stage. The prospect of obtaining them from the sect seemed like a pipe dream, and his hopes appeared utterly futile. With a sudden impulse, Xia Qi's soul manifested within the pearl's internal space, gazing at the guiyuan grass and the singular mysterious spirit herb. His eyes, once devoid of life, suddenly sparkled with inspiration. The growth of spirit herbs required abundant natural spiritual energy, and the enchanted black soil was likely rich in such energy due to its unique properties. This black earth appeared to possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy from the air. If that were true, what if I crushed the spirit stones and allowed the black earth to absorb them, subsequently nurturing the spirit herbs? An idea sparked within Xia Qi's mind, igniting a fervent excitement that could not be extinguished. He eagerly grabbed a handful of spirit stones, using his soul power to shatter them into powder, which he sprinkled over the black soil. As the spirit stone powder fell, Xia Qi's eyes widened in amazement, fixated on the black earth and the guiyuan grass. The powder shimmered like twinkling stars, captivating in its allure, but soon after, the dark soil exhibited a mysterious pull, gradually drawing the spiritual energy from the powder. Xia Qi's soul could distinctly sense the rapid depletion of spiritual energy from each fragment of the spirit stone, merging seamlessly with the black earth. A single spirit stone yielded no visible results, merely indicating it had been absorbed by the black soil. Containing his excitement, Xia Qi crushed another 100 low-grade spirit stones. The energy from these 100 stones quickly vanished into the earth, yet Xia Qi still felt no significant change. Resolutely, he decided to crush 1,000 spirit stones at once. The layer of powder rapidly absorbed all the spiritual energy, and this time, Xia Qi sensed that the guiyuan grass seemed to be growing a tad quicker. But wait, with so many spirit stones, if they were indeed absorbed by the guiyuan grass, it should have grown significantly by now. Why was the effect so minimal? Was it possible that even if spirit stones could hasten growth, they still held little value? Pausing in his actions, Xia Qi felt a pang of regret. The worth of the Guiyuan grass was not as high as he had imagined, making his investment seem foolish. Was there truly no other hope? Xia Qi murmured to himself, his gaze shifting until it fixated on the singular mysterious spirit herb, still boasting its 3 verdant leaves. How naive I have been. This spirit herb, so enigmatic and unchanged within the space for so long, must be incredibly precious. It is likely that while growing in the black soil, the spiritual energy I had contributed was primarily absorbed by this mysterious herb. In a flash of realization, Xia Qi decided to use his soul power to separate the black earth, fully isolating the area where the 2 Guiyuan grasses were planted, before crushing another 100 low-grade spirit stones upon the black soil. Quickly, the spiritual energy from the stone powder was absorbed by the black earth. Yet there were no signs of energy depletion in the soil. All the energy was instantly consumed by the Guiyuan grass. In an instant, the 2 Guiyuan grasses began to grow wildly, and in Xia Qi's astonished and overjoyed gaze, what would ordinarily take over a year in the mysterious space was accomplished in mere moments. The plants blossomed and bore seeds. They have matured so quickly? Xia Qi could hardly believe his eyes, as if caught in a dream, fearing that he would awaken and find it all vanished. After what felt like an eternity, once the energy from the 100 low-grade spirit stones had been fully absorbed, and more than a dozen seeds from the Guiyuan grass had sprouted, Xia Qi confirmed that this miraculous scene before him was indeed real. Foundation establishment. With such a space, how could I not succeed in establishing my foundation? Chapter 64. The fundamentals of alchemy within the internal space of the perilous Dantian. The dark soil was capable of decomposing the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones, transforming it into the nourishing essence that allowed spiritual herbs to flourish rapidly within the mysterious realm. A wave of joy surged through Xia Qi's heart. Utilizing the seeds of the Guiyuan grass cultivated in this enigmatic space, Xia Qi once again invested 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to plant more Guiyuan grass. Ultimately, he discovered that the expenditure on nurturing the spiritual herbs was significantly lower than the value generated by the herbs themselves. Thus, he could continuously employ spirit stones to cultivate spiritual herbs, exchange them for spirit stones, and then repeat the cycle, amassing a considerable fortune of spirit stones. However, this notion was merely a fanciful consideration. Xia Qi understood that if he were to persistently sell spiritual herbs in exchange for spirit stones, he would soon attract unwanted attention. At that point, not only would he squander countless spirit stones intended for his cultivation, but he would also risk his own safety. This opportunity to enter the Dan sect presented itself as a chance. Xia Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. He conceived a plan. Since he could cultivate spiritual herbs in abundance and desired to enhance his cultivation through the creation of numerous elixirs, why not learn the art of alchemy and become an alchemist himself? With countless spiritual herbs at his disposal, he believed that becoming an alchemist would not pose any difficulty. Moreover, he found himself in the renowned alchemical sect, the Dan sect. Having resolved to pursue the study of alchemy, he vowed not to squander the month ahead. It was imperative to delve deeply into the art of alchemy and, after a month, aspire to become a disciple of a master alchemist. With this resolution, Xia Qi prepared to immerse himself in the knowledge of alchemy. During the month, Xia Qi and his companions were not confined to the Dan sect. Under Fei Shan's guidance, they learned of certain locations they were permitted to visit, one of which was the scripture repository. Every sect holds its scripture repository in high esteem, as it houses a vast array of spells and techniques fiercely guarded within the sect. When Fei Shan initially organized Xia Qi's group, he mentioned that the newly admitted disciples could access the scripture repository. However, they were only granted entry to the first of its 6 floors. The first floor contained low-level spells and techniques, which were not of great significance, accessible even to the sect's servants, so Xia Qi and his companions entering was hardly surprising. At this moment, Xia Qi stood outside the Dan sect scripture repository, preparing to enter. The repository was situated atop the main peak at the heart of the sect, surrounded by countless adept practitioners who diligently honed their skills, rendering it a place no one dared to contemplate disrupting. Approaching the grand repository, Xia Qi advanced with measured steps, ready to enter. Identity token. A lethargic voice came from a guard at the entrance, a Foundation establishment elder who lazily lifted his head to inquire. Xia Qi produced the identity token from his waist, and after a cursory glance, the elder recognized it without batting an eye, waving Xia Qi in with a dismissive gesture. Do not attempt to access the second floor, otherwise, there will be no mercy. As Xia Qi stepped into the scripture repository, a nonchalant warning floated from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. He discerned the unmistakable authority in the voice. casting a glance at the staircase leading to the second floor. He spotted another elder seated there, engrossed in an ancient tome, seemingly oblivious to Xia Qi's presence. Xia Qi redirected his focus and began searching for materials related to alchemy. The first floor of the repository was expansive, filled with an overwhelming array of ancient texts and countless jade slips that sparkled as if they were endless. Upon witnessing such a vast collection, Xia Qi's eyes widened, his expression oscillating between delight and disbelief. Fortunately, he soon realized that the jade slips and ancient texts were meticulously organized by category, greatly facilitating his search. As the Dan sect specialized in alchemy, it was only natural that the repository housed the most extensive collection of alchemical jade slips and texts, arranged in a dazzling array. With no prior knowledge of alchemy, Xia Qi found himself unfamiliar with most spiritual herbs, fruits, and other materials essential for alchemy. He would need to start from scratch. With unwavering determination, he immersed himself in this arduous endeavor, diligently examining each jade slip and ancient text. Cultivators possess remarkably enhanced memories, allowing Xia Qi to absorb the information swiftly and retain it effectively. He diligently memorized the identification of spiritual herbs and fruits, the systematic knowledge of alchemy, and various elixir recipes. Over the course of more than 20 days, he nearly committed to memory all the information recorded in the repository regarding spiritual herbs and fruits, gaining a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, along with some basic elixir recipes. Naturally, elixir formulas were of paramount importance to any sect, so the recipes recorded on the first floor were merely for simple elixirs, primarily first and second grade elixirs, and some even of no grade at all. As the month drew near, Xia Qi began to reduce his daily visits to the scripture repository, opting instead to reflect on the vast knowledge he had accumulated within the solitude of his courtyard. The essence of alchemy lay in the extraction of the quintessence from various materials through the application of flame, merging them to create substances endowed with unique properties. These were the elixirs. Alchemy is divided into several steps: the extraction of essence, known as refining; thorough amalgamation, referred to as tempering; diffusion of the essences from multiple materials according to the elixir formula, termed melting; and finally, through prolonged refinement via flame, the complete integration of these essences to form elixirs with distinctive effects. This is the process of elixir creation: refining, tempering, melting, and forming elixirs. In essence, alchemy consists of these 4 steps, each of which contains numerous intricacies. Should any single aspect falter, the entire process may falter, resulting in the waste of precious materials. This endeavor demands considerable time, vast quantities of materials, and extensive experience accumulated over time to become a true alchemist. Thus, it becomes evident that the esteemed status of alchemists in the cultivation world is well justified. After all, the path to becoming an alchemist entails an unimaginable investment of spirit stones and materials. How could an ordinary individual hope to attain such a distinction? It is no wonder that among loose cultivators, few master alchemists exist. Chapter 65. Crimson True Fire. No wonder there are almost no alchemy masters among scattered cultivators. A smile graced Xia Qi's face as he grasped the intricacies of alchemy. He now understood the formidable challenges of becoming an alchemist. Without abundant materials for practice, the creation of a single pill is utterly impossible. With the internal pearl of my dantian, which nurtures spiritual herbs, I am confident that if I can acquire the seeds of spiritual herbs from the alchemy sect, I will undoubtedly become a master alchemist. Xia Qi radiated confidence. Alchemy is categorized into 10 grades. Alchemists are also classified into various ranks according to the pills they produce. Those who create 1st to 3rd grade pills are considered alchemists, while those who produce 4th to 6th grade pills are deemed alchemy masters. The creators of 7th to 9th grade pills ascend to the status of alchemy grandmasters. Naturally, there are distinctions within these ranks. The legendary 10th grade pills, known as immortal pills, are the pinnacle of alchemy. To be able to concoct an immortal pill elevates one to the realm of an immortal alchemist. In the entire realm of cultivation, no one has yet been known to produce a 10th grade immortal pill. In alchemy, aside from the rarity of materials, wherein the more precious the ingredients, the more potent the resulting pills, there exists a crucial element for the alchemist: fire. Throughout the alchemical process, from the initial refinement to the final formation of the pill, fire is indispensable. Hence, for alchemists, fire is akin to a second life. The most coveted flames for an alchemist are the true fires they cultivate. The 7 hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet represent 7 types of true fire, each splendidly suited for alchemical endeavors. Generally, An alchemist who can master one or two types of true fire is considered exceptionally skilled, while an alchemy master may control 3 or 4. There have even been instances of grandmasters who could command all 7 types of true fire. It is essential to recognize that those who can cultivate all 7 true fires are exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Of course, alchemists are not restricted to utilizing only true fire. Many adept practitioners harness external flames, integrating them into their being for alchemical work. Some formidable flames surpass true fire in potency. To harness and assimilate flames requires immense strength, which is currently beyond Xia Qi's reach. Although the cultivation of the 7 true fires typically demands a foundational stage, I possess the Azure Gourd, which may allow me to comprehend true fire. Perhaps I can cultivate true fire even now. If so, in just a few days, I could seek out a reputable alchemy master, and all would be well. Thoughts whirled in Xia Qi's mind. The 7 true fires are those cultivated internally, connecting heaven and earth with one's essence, an intricate endeavor requiring profound insight. The Crimson Flame is the most easily cultivated among the 7 true fires, also known as the true fire of anger. The other 6 flames are associated with various emotions. The orange flame represents the true fire of life, the red flame signifies the true fire of death. The green flame embodies the true fire of emotion. The azure flame is the true fire of fury. The blue flame illustrates the true fire of destruction. And the violet flame symbolizes the true fire of survival. The true fire of anger, it is said, arises from one's fury, channeling immense power. Xia Qi retrieved the Azure Gourd, and as strands of true essence flowed into it, the gourd, having been refined by him, revealed remnants of crimson and orange flames, which flickered forth. The 2 types of true fire melded yet remained distinct, their temperature staggering. Even a mere flicker filled the room with an overwhelming heat. Xia Qi refrained from employing his true essence to resist, fully opening his mind to the flames emerging from the Azure Gourd. The crimson flame erupted, pulsating with an explosive energy that seemed poised to detonate at any moment, evoking a sense of indignation and an impulse to unleash destruction. As his spirit connected with the crimson true fire of anger, Xia Qi felt an overwhelming surge of rage welling within him, a fierce desire to vent his frustrations. In the water prison of the 3 Shaojin sect, he had been coerced, anger. In the city of Lintian, the young master of the Heavenly Gate had insulted him with impunity, anger. In the Abyssal Valley, the aloof Tang Yi had forcefully seized what was not his anger. Rage, fury, wrath. Xia Qi's eyes blazed crimson. His heart a tempest of unyielding anger, as if he would incinerate the very heavens. Kill, kill, kill. Overcome by a frenzy, he clenched his fists. An endless wrath surging within him, and with a ferocious swing of his arms, he unleashed a barrage that ruptured the air, roaring with fury. Unbeknownst to him, the strands of crimson true fire of anger from the Azure Gourd began to merge with him, an uncanny phenomenon as they seeped into his skin, penetrating his being. The searing crimson fire ignited within him, intensifying his rage to a fever pitch, causing him to flail wildly in a chaotic release of emotion. The crimson flame, upon entering his body, seemed to fuse with him, becoming an extension of his anger. Kill. With a thunderous shout, Xia Qi was consumed by madness. If this continued, he might very well transform into a creature of unbridled rage, losing all semblance of reason, utterly dominated by his fury. No, how could I be so enraged? A flicker of crimson flame danced around his tormented soul, while Xia Qi and Apos' formidable spirit suddenly recognized the discord in his emotions. The crimson true fire had infiltrated his body, igniting his rage. Xia Qi's spirit, having grown significantly since his initial entry into the Pearl's mysterious space, reacted swiftly. He shook his head vigorously, his crimson eyes clearing as the anger dissipated. The true fire of anger returned to its core. Xia Qi uttered a low exclamation, enveloping the small sphere of crimson flame with his spiritual power, gradually integrating it within himself, and the overwhelming sense of fury vanished instantaneously. What an enigmatic crimson true fire! It can influence emotions. Xia Qi felt a pang of fear, had it not been for the strength of his spirit and his timely realization. He might have succumbed to the enthrallment of rage, losing all reason. It is no wonder that true fire can only be cultivated in the foundational stage. This true fire is indeed peculiar and seems intrinsically linked to emotions. Only cultivators in the foundational stage, who possess spiritual awareness and can adeptly wield spiritual power, are capable of mastering true fire. Xia Qi fully comprehended why only foundational cultivators can cultivate true fire. This unexpected turn of events allowed him to absorb the crimson true fire, facilitating his own cultivation of it. However, he recognized that he could not yet fully control the crimson true fire. Further practice was essential to ensure that the anger within him could be wholly integrated into the flames without merging with his essence. Xia Qi understood that true mastery of the crimson, true fire should not affect him, but rather transform his fury into fuel for the flames, leaving his spirit unscathed. Chapter 66. The master of the alchemy sect. In the span of a few days, time swiftly passed as Xia Qi diligently practiced the crimson true fire. Throughout these days, he immersed himself in the cultivation of this fierce flame, and with the aid of the azure gourd, he finally managed to control the crimson true fire with a semblance of ease. This flame, akin to raging fury, was exceedingly volatile, making it quite a challenge to master. Although he could now wield the crimson true fire, he was still far from being able to utilize it effectively for alchemy. Xia Qi mused to himself, realizing that while he could summon the crimson true fire and release it externally, the amount was far too limited. His true essence was simply insufficient to expand the flame. A mere small orb could hardly sustain the alchemical process. The consumption of true essence by this flame was truly alarming. It was no wonder that many alchemists, despite having grasped true fire, still relied on alchemical chambers to harness earth fire for potion crafting. While the 7 aces of true fire were optimal for alchemy, even cultivators who had mastered various types of true fire seldom employed them throughout the entire process, reserving their use for the final stages of refinement. Only after gaining control over a type of true fire did Xia Qi comprehend that it was not necessarily detrimental to employ true fire for every step. Rather, it was that no one could withstand the sheer toll it took on true essence when used extensively for alchemy. Stowing away the azure gourd, Xia Qi stepped out of his room and made his way to the square where he had entered the alchemy sect. Today marked 1 month since his entrance into the sect, a day on which a group of aspiring alchemists would showcase their abilities and formally take on their masters. Having just cultivated the crimson true fire, Xia Qi was eager to present it, hoping it would astonish the spectators and perhaps attract the attention of a master alchemist who might take him as a disciple. Dressed in a simple green robe, with a complexion slightly bronzed, he appeared calm and composed as he walked steadily forward, exuding an air of tranquility. Along the way, he noticed several disciples of the alchemy sect hurrying towards the square. Upon reaching the square, he found it bustling with 100 to 200 cultivators, most of whom were newly initiated or at the first or second levels of the Qi refining stage. The square was alive with chatter, and soon Xia Qi learned that the festivities were not solely for the 50 disciples who were to take on masters today. It also coincided with the day when a group of youths previously accepted into the sect would do the same. The atmosphere was electric with excitement, voices rising in a cacophony of anticipation. "Xia Qi, over here." In the crowd, Wu Pin spotted Xia Qi and called out, waving him over. With a slight smile, Xia Qi approached him. It had only been a month since they last met, yet Xia Qi sensed a shift in Wu Pin's strength, which intrigued him about his 10-grade spirit root. "How goes it? Have you set your sights on any golden core masters to take as your mentor?" Wu Pin inquired with a grin. "I intend to pursue alchemy, so I hope to apprentice under a master alchemist," Xia Qi replied candidly. "A master alchemist? I suggest you reconsider. Such masters are rare even within the sect, and for ordinary disciples like us, there's a question of whether they would even consider us as potential apprentices." Wu Pin chuckled. "And what about you? Surely there isn't a golden core cultivator here whom you deem worthy of mentorship?" Xia Qi remarked, observing Wu Pin's reaction. Wu Pin, once a peak foundation establishment cultivator in Yuzhou, had little interest in taking a golden core master. He felt he deserved at least a nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, a genius like myself cannot simply be taken as a disciple by anyone. I have plans. I want to take a master this time. As a foundation establishment cultivator in the alchemy sect, I can become a law enforcement disciple. I shall patrol for a few days each month and then focus on my own cultivation," Wu Pin declared, a proud expression on his face. Given his innate talent and prior experience, he believed he could swiftly regain his peak foundation establishment prowess. The square remained lively for a while until, with the arrival of a multitude of sect cultivators, it gradually quieted down. A dozen or more golden core cultivators and several dozen foundation establishment cultivators descended, taking their seats at the front of the square, their expressions solemn as their piercing gazes scanned the assembly. The gathered cultivators, their faces serious, eagerly awaited to see which of the golden core or foundation establishment masters might choose them as disciples. However, the golden core cultivators remained silent, their eyes narrowed in anticipation, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Xia Qi and his companions quickly realized that their attention was drawn to 3 empty seats positioned among the golden core cultivators. evidently reserved for individuals of even greater stature than the Golden Core Masters themselves. Those 3 seats were likely intended for the sect master and the first and second elders of the alchemy sect. Xia Qi, having gathered some knowledge about the sect, knew that apart from the concealed nascent soul elders, the publicly recognized nascent soul cultivators consisted solely of 3, the sect master, the first elder, and the second elder. The vacant chairs spoke volumes, and Xia Qi's assumptions were confirmed. Welcome, sect master. First elder. Second elder. Moments later, the seated Golden Core cultivators, along with the Foundation Establishment cultivators, rose in unison, bowing respectfully towards the east. Xia Qi turned his gaze eastward to behold 3 figures approaching in a triangular formation, their imposing presence demanding reverence. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his eyebrows sharp and pronounced, exuding an aura akin to a drawn sword, compelling those around to lower their heads in deference and avoid his gaze. This man was none other than the sect master of the alchemy sect, Dan Feng. To his right stood an elder with a head of white hair and a tranquil demeanor, dressed in a simple gray robe, exuding an air of humility. This was Dan Yuan, the first elder, reputed for his remarkable alchemical skills, despite being only at the early nascent soul stage. On the left was a seemingly youthful figure, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, donned in a white robe that flowed gracefully, radiating an imposing aura. His features bore a faint resemblance to sect master Dan Feng. This was Dan Quan, the second elder, who was also the sect master's younger brother. It was said that in his youth, he had resorted to self-mutilation to focus on his cultivation, rendering him unable to return to a normal state. After achieving success, he became known for his ruthless temperament, earning the moniker of a killing deity. Chapter 67, Countless Mockeries. The master of the Dan sect, along with 2 elders, descended upon the square, where a multitude of cultivators fell into a profound silence, their gazes filled with awe and excitement as they regarded the master and the 2 elders. Although everyone understood that the master and the elders would not take disciples unless they possessed exceptional talent, the crowd was still awash with fervent anticipation. Xia Qi's eyes were fixated on the grand elder, Dan Yuan. Alchemists were a rare breed in the world of cultivation. Those capable of refining pills of the 7th grade and above commanded great respect. Even those in the nascent soul stage would not dare to offend them lightly. One day, I too shall become a renowned alchemist, the center of attention. Xia Qi resolved in his heart, though at this moment, he did not dare to hope for acceptance under Dan Yuan's tutelage. He merely wished that his cultivated crimson true fire might attract the attention of an alchemical master or even an alchemist, and he would consider himself fortunate. For alchemical cultivators, the final step in pill formation required the adept manipulation of one's own cultivated true fire, allowing for precise control during the alchemical process. Thus, if Xia Qi, at the peak of the Qi refining stage, could demonstrate his true fire, it might indeed stir the interest of some alchemical masters or alchemists. In the square, 1 to 200 cultivators had gathered. The presence of the master and the elders lent an air of solemnity, yet the proceedings were quite simple. Once the master and the 2 elders took their seats, the disciple recruitment ceremony commenced. Fei Shan, who had arranged accommodations for Xia Qi and his companions, stepped forward. In his hand, he held detailed records of all the cultivators present. As he called each name, he would announce the individual's spiritual root and other attributes, while that person would step forward to showcase their cultivation level and unique skills. Among the 1 to 200 cultivators, the majority were youths with 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade spiritual roots, their qualifications rather lackluster. Nevertheless, even they were infinitely superior to Xia Qi's comprehensive 5th grade root. Such talented youths were predominantly accepted as disciples by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. There were indeed several with 6th grade roots, who were likely to be taken under the wing of Golden Core stage cultivators. As names were called, Xia Qi noticed that the youth with the best spiritual root was a 7th grade root, possessing both gold and water attributes, a remarkable talent indeed, who was welcomed by a peak Golden Core stage cultivator. Of course, Wu Pin had already given up the idea of joining anyone's sect, opting instead to become a law enforcement disciple, hence his name was not mentioned. His spiritual root was falsely reported as 5th grade, likely due to concerns about being discovered. Next, Xia Qi, peak of the Qi refining stage, possessing a 5th grade spiritual root. All 5 elements. When Fei Shan announced Xia Qi's name and saw the nature of his spiritual root, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. After a momentary pause, he reported the details, his gaze filled with astonishment as he turned to Xia Qi. simultaneously. The mention of a fifth-grade spiritual root encompassing all 5 elements drew the attention of nearly all Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stage cultivators, including the Master and the 2 elders, who regarded Xia Qi with curiosity. Such a spiritual root was nothing short of extraordinary. To cultivate a chaotic mix of 5 elements and reach the peak of the Qi refining stage at such a young age was truly remarkable. Yet, a chaotic spiritual root, inherently poor in quality, would likely confine him to the peak of the Qi refining stage for all eternity. The very fact that he entered the Dan sect was deemed a misfortune for the sect. As Xia Qi's spiritual root was revealed, it stirred a commotion among the crowd, prompting even the Master and the 2 elders to suppress their reactions, with some unable to contain their astonishment, exclaiming that this was a tragedy for the Dan sect. Cough. Cough. Xia Qi, if you possess any remarkable skills, do showcase them, and perhaps you may impress someone enough to accept you as a disciple. The murmurs drew a hint of annoyance across the Master Dan Feng's face, darkening his expression. Fei Shan, sensing the tension, quickly coughed and urged Xia Qi to demonstrate his abilities. Facing the myriad mocking gazes, Xia Qi stifled the flicker of rage within him, inhaling deeply. Amidst the derision, he gradually calmed his mind and connected with the Crimson True Fire. Unlike the first time he had grasped the Crimson True Fire, which had ignited his fury, he now commanded it with ease, conjuring it forth from his body and coalescing it within his palm. A small orb of Crimson True Fire formed, radiating an intense heat that the onlookers could feel from afar, their eyes widening in astonishment. This is the Crimson True Fire. A Foundation Establishment stage cultivator examined it for a moment before exclaiming in disbelief, jealousy flashing in his eyes. Though he was at the Foundation Establishment stage, he had yet to cultivate true fire himself, and here stood a Qi refining stage cultivator, whom he had just mocked, who had managed to cultivate true fire. A chorus of gasps and envious glances enveloped Xia Qi in that instant. Yet, Xia Qi remained undeterred, his gaze resolute as the orb of crimson true fire blazed in his hand. With unwavering belief, he stood unyielding against the external scorn, and his cultivation of true fire with such a chaotic spiritual root spoke volumes of his exceptional character. Grand Elder Dan Yuan observed Xia Qi, surrounded by admiration and astonishment, maintaining a calm demeanor and steadfast gaze. A hint of reflection stirred within him, as no one knew that his own spiritual root was merely of the 3rd grade. During his entry into the Dan sect, he too had faced ridicule, responding with a composure akin to Xia Qi's. As Dan Yuan's thoughts drifted back to his youth, the initial shock and envy felt by the surrounding cultivators began to morph into renewed mockery aimed at Xia Qi. People often compare themselves to those they deem inferior, feeling a pang of jealousy when they achieve what others cannot, transforming that envy into anger and derision. With a comprehensive spiritual root, the notion that one could advance further in life seemed futile. Even if one cultivated true fire, what significance did it hold? Cultivating true fire is no great feat. Once one reaches the Foundation Establishment stage, one can easily achieve it. Xia Qi, having cultivated true fire at the Qi refining stage, likely knows that his prospects for Foundation Establishment are bleak and has trained for who knows how long. When I reach the Foundation Establishment stage, I'll cultivate 2 or 3 types of true fire. Yet Xia Qi shall forever remain at the Qi refining stage, with only one type of true fire to show for it. As the cultivators continued their relentless mockery, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Master and the elders, Xia Qi became the target of their collective derision. His expression remained calm, his gaze unwavering, as he appeared impervious to the sea of ridicule that surrounded him. However, within him lingered a tinge of disappointment. The display of the Crimson True Fire not only failed to draw admiration, but instead transformed him into a target for scorn. The aspiration to become a disciple of an alchemical master seemed to slip further from reach. Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Xia Qi calmly retracted the Crimson True Fire, preparing to return to his place. Xia Qi, if you do not mind, you may temporarily come under my tutelage as a novice alchemist. Chapter 68. Becoming a disciple. Xia Qi, if you do not mind, you may temporarily join my ranks as an alchemical apprentice. A voice, calm amidst a sea of derision, emerged, silencing all others. Every gaze turned towards the source of the voice. Such exceptional talent, and yet someone would still wish to take him on as an apprentice? In this scenario, accepting Xia Qi would mean losing all dignity. The collective thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to behold the origin of the sound. The voice belonged to a venerable elder, his hair and beard white as snow, who regarded Xia Qi with gentle eyes and a hint of a smile, infused with admiration. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that this elder was seated at the right hand of the Grand Master of the alchemical sect. The Grand Elder, Dan Yuan, a master alchemist, had spoken. Those who had prepared to mock Xia Qi were now rendered speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. The plaza fell into a profound silence. "Thank you for your kindness, Grand Elder. I would be honored to serve as an alchemical apprentice," Xia Qi replied, his excitement palpable, immediately acquiescing. An alchemical apprentice, in essence, is one who assists in the alchemical process, performing menial tasks and enduring the searing heat of the earth fire daily, a grueling endeavor. Yet, at this moment, Xia Qi was more than willing. To be a servant to a master alchemist, absorbing knowledge and experience directly from him, was an invaluable opportunity. Congratulations to the Grand Elder on acquiring such a talented apprentice who has cultivated true fire even in the Qi refinement stage. The first to react was Fei Shan. As a foundational stage cultivator, he had refrained from mocking Xia Qi, having witnessed too many seemingly mediocre talents rise against all odds to achieve greatness, often surpassing those with seemingly superior innate gifts. His predecessor had once derided a youth of poor aptitude, only for that very youth to become a golden core cultivator and attain the position of protector within the sect. Shortly thereafter, that foundational stage cultivator mysteriously vanished. Having learned from past mistakes, Fei Shan would never ridicule any visitor. Even if he harbored doubts about certain individuals' potential for growth, he maintained his composure. "Congratulations, Grand Elder. It is indeed a joyous occasion to welcome such a gifted apprentice." The expressions of the gathered cultivators shifted rapidly, as if they had forgotten the earlier scene. Now showering praise upon Xia Qi, their words laced with apparent admiration. Grand Elder Dan Yuan, still wearing a placid expression, beckoned Xia Qi to step forward and stand behind him as he continued to observe the other cultivators. Time flew swiftly, and soon the apprentice recruitment ceremony concluded. Nearly all cultivators had taken on a master. For some foundational stage cultivators, even accepting an apprentice with poor spiritual roots was inconsequential, as long as they could assist with menial tasks and receive casual instruction. As the crowd dispersed, Xia Qi followed Dan Yuan to a nearby mountain peak. Although Dan Yuan held considerable power within the sect, his authority was mostly unaffected by the sect leader Dan Feng and the second elder Dan Quan. Nevertheless, his status was exceptionally high, and the upper part of this mountain was his private domain. The peak where Dan Yuan resided was rich in spiritual energy, and as Xia Qi ascended, he felt enveloped by the abundant essence of heaven and earth, far superior to the environment he had been accustomed to. At the summit stood a grand palace, surrounded by medicinal gardens filled with various spiritual herbs, capturing Xia Qi's attention instantly. Upon entering the palace with Dan Yuan, Xia Qi found it spacious and well-equipped, featuring alchemical labs and training rooms, adorned in opulence. "You have cultivated true red fire during the Qi refinement stage, which speaks to your steadfast determination. Furthermore, your calm demeanor amidst ridicule reveals a tranquil disposition. Though your spiritual roots may be lacking, I, Dan Yuan, do not concern myself with such matters. I seek someone with unwavering will and composure to inherit my alchemical legacy. I now ask you, do you wish to become my disciple?" As Dan Yuan settled into a chair at the head of the hall, his gaze shifted to Xia Qi, a seriousness replacing his earlier warmth. The question took Xia Qi by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned. He gazed up at the imposing figure of Dan Yuan, disbelief washing over him. "Do you perhaps not wish to learn the art of alchemy, or do you doubt my expertise?" Dan Yuan, observing Xia Qi's astonishment and silence, spoke again with a neutral tone. Suddenly, Xia Qi knelt before him. "Master, I pay my respects," he exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy, still grappling with the disbelief of being swept into such a dreamlike scenario. Good, good. Rise, my disciple." Dan Yuan responded with delight. His mastery in alchemy was profound, and he had long sought a worthy successor. He had always prioritized character over innate talent and had not encountered anyone suitable until now, making him exceptionally pleased with Xia Qi. "Now that you are my disciple, you shall move to this side hall for your residence. This will facilitate my teaching of alchemical arts." Dan Yuan stroked his beard, smiling. "Thank you, Master," Xia Qi expressed with gratitude, not hesitating in his response. "You must be weary from today's events. Settle into your new quarters and rest. I have also taken on a fellow disciple, your senior sister. Tomorrow, you may return to meet her." Dan Yuan waved his hand, signaling Xia Qi to withdraw. After respectfully bowing, Xia Qi left, his heart racing with excitement. Returning to the courtyard he had inhabited for a month, He tidied up briefly before departing for the enviable side hall beside Dan Yuan's palace. As the thrill of the moment began to subside, Xia Qi gradually found his composure. In such a spiritually rich environment, he was determined not to waste any time. He immediately entered a meditative state, settling down to cultivate. Chapter 69. The Cold Senior Sister Through the Night. I immersed myself in the exhilarating practice of cultivation. As dawn broke the following day, Xia Qi rose early, freshened up, and made his way from the side hall to the main hall where Dan Yuan resided. Perhaps due to the Grand Elder Dan Yuan's deep immersion in alchemy, the vast palace was devoid of attendants, creating a serene atmosphere as he walked. Only the early birds chirped joyfully, flitting about the branches. It was still before the time Dan Yuan had asked Xia Qi to come, so he quietly awaited in the great hall. He felt immense gratitude towards Dan Yuan, whom he regarded as a true master. Curiosity also stirred within him about the sister he had yet to meet. Undoubtedly, Dan Yuan possessed profound cultivation, having reached the nascent soul stage. Yet, his greatest achievement lay in his mastery of alchemy. From what he said yesterday, it seemed that Xia Qi's sister did not study alchemy, which piqued Xia Qi and Apos' interest about who she was to be a disciple under Dan Yuan. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed from behind him at the hall and Apos' entrance, jolting Xia Qi from his thoughts. Turning to look, he saw a young woman with an expression as frigid as frost. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth contrasted sharply with her icy demeanor. Clad in a slightly oversized black robe, she exuded a unique elegance that only highlighted her delicate figure. "Are you the new disciple of my master?" The girl, appearing to be around 21 or 22, possessed stunning beauty, yet her face bore an expression devoid of warmth. As she approached Xia Qi and noticed him, she paused slightly, her finely arched brows knitting together as her crimson lips parted to deliver a cold inquiry. Her voice, ethereal yet chilling as winter's frost, seemed to lower the temperature in the already tranquil hall. "I am the new disciple of my master, Xia Qi." Startled by her voice, Xia Qi steadied himself, slightly bowing his head as he responded to the strikingly beautiful yet aloof young woman before him. "I am your senior sister, Guyu." Her expression remained unchanged, perpetually cold. Upon hearing Xia Qi's words, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she soon replied in a similarly frosty tone. "Senior sister." Xia Qi was mildly taken aback by this frigid woman acknowledging herself as his senior. However, he maintained his composure, bowing respectfully and calling her name in a neutral tone. Guyu, seemingly oblivious to his acknowledgement, stood like a block of ice a short distance away, her eyes narrowed slightly, waiting in silence without glancing at him. Faced with this peculiar senior sister, Xia Qi could not help but smile ruefully. He then closed his eyes to meditate, awaiting the arrival of his master. Time felt agonizingly slow in the hall, akin to an hourglass trickling sand. At long last, Dan Yuan appeared. "Where? You're here. Your cultivation has improved again." Upon entering the hall and spotting Guyu, a tender expression lit Dan Yuan's face as he spoke with unrestrained affection. "Master." Hearing Dan Yuan's words, the coldness on Guyu's face dissipated, revealing a faint smile. In an instant, she resembled a blossoming flower in spring, melting away the frost. Xia Qi was momentarily taken aback by her radiant smile. "Hee, very well, Yuer. This is my new disciple, Xia Qi. From today onward, you shall help him familiarize himself with the spiritual herbs in the garden. You can leave their care to him and focus on your own cultivation," Dan Yuan declared with a smile. "Thank you, master." Upon hearing Dan Yuan's words, Guyu's eyes glistened with moisture, as if she were on the verge of tears due to overwhelming emotion. "Siai, Yuer, your talents are extraordinary, and you have inherited the path of the slaughtering sword. You progress at an astonishing rate. I know you wish to elevate your cultivation swiftly and return to your family to rescue your father. However, there is no need for haste. I will keep an eye on your father and Apos' situation. You should concentrate on your cultivation," Dan Yuan said gently, noticing her emotional state. In truth, Guyu was not formally Dan Yuan's disciple. He had taken her under his wing out of compassion when he saw her resistance to the oppressive marriage imposed by the heir of her family. Recognizing her filial piety and the grim fate that awaited her, Xia Qi, during this time, you will accompany your senior sister Guyu to familiarize yourself with the spirit herbs in the garden. Take good care of them. In due time, once you fully understand their properties, I will begin teaching you alchemy," Dan Yuan instructed Xia Qi. "Yes, master." Xia Qi nodded respectfully, a hint of delight lingering in his heart. Caring for the herbal garden and understanding the properties of the herbs was not daunting. What thrilled him was the chance to engage with more spirit herbs and perhaps find a way to expand some into the mysterious space within his beads. Now, you both may leave. Dan Yuan waved his hand and retreated into the alchemy chamber. Xia Qi promptly followed Gu Yu as they headed toward the herbal garden. The entire mountain peak, except for the grand palace at its summit, consisted mainly of herbal gardens filled with fragrant spirit herbs, invigorating the senses. Such a vast herbal garden naturally required care. Since it was not managed by the sect, Dan Yuan had to entrust the responsibility to his disciples. As Gu Yu prepared to hand over the garden and appos, escalates to Xia Qi, her icy demeanor seemed to soften slightly. As they walked, she meticulously explained each spirit herb they passed, ensuring Xia Qi would know how to nurture them in the future. Given the extensive range of herbs, Gu Yu could not hand everything over to Xia Qi all at once. After half a day's time, she had him memorize the herbs she had explained, saving the rest for another day. With so much information about the spirit herbs to digest, Xia Qi bid farewell to Gu Yu and returned to his room, organizing and memorizing the details she had shared that morning. He was already quite familiar with the herbs, and now he merely needed to master their care methods, which was not particularly challenging. Chapter 70. The transformation of space. Over the course of several days, Xia Qi has become well acquainted with the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden, and he is now fully capable of tending to them. After all, caring for these herbs is not particularly troublesome, as most of them thrive with minimal intervention. During this time, Xia Qi has grown somewhat familiar with Gu Yu. Their encounters are no longer as frigid as the first, although her expression remains impassive. Xia Qi is aware that Gu Yu's demeanor is influenced not only by her mastery of the slaughter sword path, but also by familial matters concerning her father. He refrains from probing further into her feelings, accepting her stoicism without resentment. Junior brother Xia Qi, I shall entrust the care of these spiritual herbs to you from now on, Gu Yu states calmly, relieved that Xia Qi has grasped the intricacies of the herbs. Rest assured, senior sister Gu Yu, I will not disappoint master, Xia Qi solemnly assures her, unfazed by her characteristic demeanor. Taking full responsibility for the medicinal garden, Xia Qi does not feel overwhelmed. These spiritual herbs require little oversight, allowing them to flourish on their own. Consequently, he finds himself with ample time to cultivate his skills. While tending to the medicinal garden also permits him to begin utilizing the mysterious space within the pearl. He seizes the opportunity presented by his access to the medicinal garden to transplant certain spiritual herbs into the black soil of the enigmatic space contained within the pearl. Of course, Xia Qi is cautious not to take the herbs without permission. His intention is to cultivate them rapidly using abundant spirit stones within the mysterious realm. Once the herbs yield seeds, he plans to replant similar specimens outside, ensuring that their quantity remains unchanged, or perhaps even enhances the vitality of the herbs within the medicinal garden. Thus, Xia Qi busily engaged himself for a month, and the mysterious space within the pearl is now nearly filled with various spiritual herbs. Though not the rarest of varieties, they possess considerable value. However, the cultivation of such a plethora of herbs has taken a significant toll, depleting his stock of spirit stones to the last. My mysterious space has gathered the necessary spiritual herbs for crafting foundational and restoration pills, and I am now devoid of spirit stones. From this day forth, I can commence pill refining. Xia Qi's heart swells with excitement at the prospect of finally beginning his alchemical preparations. In a flash, his spirit materializes within the mysterious space, where a small patch of black soil is now entirely cloaked in verdant green, with hundreds of spiritual herbs flourishing above it. The black soil seems slightly larger than yesterday, he muses, his gaze falling upon a herb planted at the edge of the soil. His eyes widen in astonishment as he exclaims, yesterday, I distinctly remember this herb being confined to the edge due to the soil's limited size, yet now, an expanse of black soil has appeared beside it. This space is indeed extraordinary. It can expand. A wave of awe washes over him, but after a moment, Xia Qi regains his composure. The mysterious nature of this space is beyond his current understanding. He focuses on the spiritual herbs, and without hesitation, he uproots a few essential herbs required for crafting foundational and restoration pills, storing them in his bag before exiting the space and returning to his physical form. With everything prepared, Xia Qi departs his room and makes his way down the mountain. He seeks to refine pills, but he must rely on the earth fire for the process. Contrary to expectations, the mountain where the alchemical masters reside possesses an exceptional refining chamber equipped with optimal earth fire, perfect for his needs. However, as he cannot control the raging flames, he must venture down to the Dan sect in search of a more tempered alchemical room. As he descends the mountainside, he encounters several patrolling disciples, all at the foundation stage of cultivation. Upon spotting Xia Qi, their gazes reveal envy. The news of Xia Qi's acceptance as a disciple by the esteemed Dan Yuan has spread throughout the sect, and nearly every practitioner within the Dan sect regards him with admiration, believing he has stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Xia Qi pays no heed to their envious glances. Noticing that Wu Pin is not among the patrolling disciples brings him a tinge of disappointment, but he quickly dismisses the thought as he heads toward the steward hall. In the steward hall, arrangements concerning the disciples are managed, including requests for the use of alchemical rooms. The hall is presided over by Fei Shan, who had welcomed Xia Qi and his companions upon their arrival. Spotting Xia Qi, Fei Shan's eyes brighten, and he strides over with a broad smile. "Junior brother Xia Qi, is there something I can assist you with?" he inquires, disregarding the fact that Xia Qi is merely at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, while he is a foundation stage elder. "Thank you, senior brother Fei Shan. I have indeed come seeking your assistance with a matter," Xia Qi replies with a gentle smile. "Oh, what assistance do you require, junior brother Xia Qi? Speak freely, and if it is within my capabilities, I will see to it immediately," Fei Shan assures him, patting his chest confidently. Fei Shan feels fortunate that during the disciple recruitment event, he refrained from belittling Xia Qi. Given Xia Qi's current status as a disciple of the Grand Elder, he holds a position of great esteem within the sect, and even lacking in cultivation, he is not someone to be easily provoked. "Senior brother Fei Shan, I seek your help in finding an alchemical room. My master has tasked me with learning pill refining, but the heat of his refining chamber is too intense for me to handle. I wish to find a milder chamber, if that is possible," Xia Qi states, invoking his master and Apos' name with a smile. "Ah, so you require an alchemical room. Such a trivial matter is no problem at all. Please, follow me, and I will take you to the chamber you need." Fei Shan responds with a hearty laugh, leading Xia Qi toward a towering palace complex. Soon, under Fei Shan's guidance, they arrive at an expansive array of palatial structures. Each chamber is dedicated to alchemy, equipped with varying degrees of earth fire, some fierce, others gentle, capable of meeting the needs of all alchemists and masters within the sect. "This is a point of pride for me," Fei Shan announces. Chapter 71. Commencing alchemy. A vast complex of palace structures appeared quite ordinary from the outside. Upon entering, one was immediately greeted by a wave of heat, the temperature rising sharply. Inside the palace, numerous small chambers were divided, each with a stone door firmly shut. These stone doors were inscribed with prohibitions to open them. One needed the key or must resort to brute force. This arrangement was designed to ensure that the alchemists within the refining chambers would not be disturbed. Once the stone doors were secured, entry by any means other than violence was rendered impossible. "Junior brother Xia Qi, your strength is somewhat lacking, and the earthly fire you can control is rather gentle. Please follow me to this side," Fei Shan said, guiding Xia Qi towards a corner of the long corridor. Before long, they reached the end of the corridor, where the temperature had significantly decreased, evidently due to the proximity of the earthly fire chamber, which had drawn the heat away. In Fei Shan's hand appeared a palm-sized stone key, which he inserted into the keyhole of the stone door. The heavy door swung open with a creak, revealing the alchemy chamber. Inside, the chamber was stark and empty, save for a bubbling pool of molten rock at its center, where flames danced fiercely, the heat almost overwhelming. "Thank you, senior brother Fei Shan. This alchemy chamber suits me perfectly," Xia Qi said, feeling the temperature of the earthly fire and nodding appreciatively. "I'm glad to assist you, junior brother Xia Qi, if you require anything else. I happen to possess a fine cauldron that could enhance your chances of successful refinement. Would you be interested?" Fei Shan inquired with a beaming smile. "Your kindness is much appreciated, senior brother Fei Shan. However, I have already prepared my own cauldron for this alchemical endeavor, so there is no need to trouble you." Xia Qi replied with a gentle smile, declining the offer. Though aware that Fei Shan's cauldron would undoubtedly be exceptional, Xia Qi preferred not to accept. Accepting the cauldron would incur a debt of gratitude, and while spirit stones have a price, human favors do not. There was no need to owe a favor for a mere cauldron. Upon hearing Xia Qi's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fei Shan's eyes, yet he did not linger. Bidding farewell and departing the alchemy chamber, leaving the key with Xia Qi. Once Fei Shan exited, Xia Qi closed the stone door, ignoring the heat that enveloped him. His face was alight with excitement as he retrieved a cauldron the size of a bucket from his storage bag. The cauldron is of utmost importance in alchemy. A quality cauldron can greatly enhance the chances of successful refinement, making it as enticing as a rare treasure to any alchemist. The cauldron in Xia Qi's possession was merely ordinary, lacking any extraordinary attributes. It was one he had prepared before entering the alchemy sect. He placed the cauldron directly over the molten rock, enduring the searing heat of the earthly fire. Soon, the cauldron glowed a fierce red, as if it might melt away. Focusing his mind, Xia Qi retrieved the spiritual herbs needed to concoct the Chuangyuan pill, preparing for his first attempt at alchemy. The Chuangyuan pill is not even classified as a first-tier pill. It is typically utilized by practitioners at the second or third levels of the qi refining stage to heal superficial wounds. Its preparation is quite simple. The ingredients required for this uncomplicated pill are also quite basic. One type of regenerating herb and one type of hemostatic herb, which, with a touch of refinement, yield effective results. The hemostatic herb is entirely blood red with thin leaves, while the regenerating herb is a verdant green with hints of white and a faint fragrance. Both herbs can thrive in the black soil without the need for spirit stones, requiring just over 10 days to mature. Now, Xia Qi's storage bag contained a considerable quantity of both herbs, ample enough for extensive use. As the cauldron glowed red, Xia Qi tossed in 2 hemostatic herbs and 2 regenerating herbs. With a series of hand gestures, he enveloped the herbs in his true essence, rapidly refining them into liquid within the cauldron. Before long, the herbs transformed into 2 droplets of liquid, one a vibrant green and the other a deep red, pure in color, slowly being tempered by the earthly fire under Xia Qi's control. Suddenly, Xia Qi's true essence wavered slightly, and the 2 droplets were unexpectedly exposed to the earthly fire, instantly evaporating into gas under the intense heat. Such herbs lack potency, devoid of spiritual energy, and can be refined with mere mundane fire. When subjected to earthly fire, a moment's inattention can cause them to evaporate entirely. If they were authentic spiritual herbs, the earthly fire would not consume them so easily. Indeed, true refinement would require the practitioner and Appo's own true fire to be added. Unfazed by the failure, Xia Qi proceeded, knowing he had an abundance of such herbs. Soon, he prepared another 2 herbs for refining, repeating the process. The red and green droplets, encased in true essence, were subjected to the earthly fire, gradually shedding impurities and becoming increasingly pure, appearing crystal clear and exquisite. Next came the melding process. Xia Qi felt a surge of excitement as the 2 droplets slowly approached one another. With a sudden pop, as the droplets drew near, they inexplicably repelled each other, scattering and evaporating once again. Once more, Xia Qi retrieved more materials and continued the cycle of refining and melding. With each attempt, more materials vanished into thin air, and he found it exceedingly difficult to capture the precise moment for success. He had already wasted over 100 portions of materials, yet not a single attempt had yielded success. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qi calmed his mind and grasped another portion of materials, casting them into the cauldron. Soon, the herbs transformed into 2 droplets of liquid, gradually being refined as impurities dissipated, their color becoming pure. In no time, the 2 droplets were devoid of impurities, and under his true essence's guidance, they began to draw closer, slowly touching and merging. Despite the repulsive force between the 2 droplets, with the true essence enveloping them and the earthly fire's assistance, they gradually fused together. As they merged, the droplets did not become a mixture of red and green, but transformed into a milky white hue, resembling a pearl. At that moment, an enticing fragrance wafted from the cauldron, filling the chamber. This fragrant aroma needed to be entirely absorbed into the pill for it to be considered complete. The liquid, now fully refined to a pure milky white, began to solidify, growing rounder and more lustrous, akin to a pearl. Success! Suddenly, a spark ignited in Xia Qi's eyes as he shouted, his hand gestures commanding a surge of crimson true fire to converge all the fragrant essence into the pill. With a soft thud, the cauldron trembled slightly, and a perfectly rounded milky white pill soared into the air, exuding a delightful aroma. Joy illuminated Xia Qi's face. He had finally succeeded in crafting his first pill. As he caught the pill, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. After several hours and the expenditure of no fewer than 300 to 400 materials, he had finally refined his first pill. Though it may not be classified, it nonetheless filled Xia Qi with exhilaration. Chapter 72. The second great spirit pill, having successfully refined a creation origin pill. The joy in Xia Qi's heart was yet to fade when a wave of weakness and fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. He hastily consumed several recovery pills, which alleviated his fatigue and weakness to a slight extent. Within his dantian, the nearly depleted true essence began to show faint traces of vitality. His cultivation was still too weak. Without having established a foundation, his true essence was insufficient, making it exceedingly difficult to refine pills. It was likely that his true essence could not sustain such efforts. Xia Qi felt immense frustration. The mere act of refining a creation origin pill, a pill of no significant grade, had compelled him to consume an uncountable number of recovery pills. If he were to attempt refining higher-grade pills, the feeble true essence in his dantian would be utterly inadequate, unless Xia Qi's cultivation could reach the foundation establishment stage. Allowing his dantian's true essence to form a vortex, the recovery of consumed true essence would be far too slow. Moreover, the total amount of true essence would be several times greater than that at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. With my constitution, achieving foundation establishment would likely require several foundation establishment pills. Yet, I am unable to refine them myself. Am I truly without hope of establishing a foundation? As thoughts whirled in his mind, the earlier joy of refining a spirit pill dissipated, replaced by a hint of bitterness. Nevertheless, Xia Qi was resolute in character, and this fleeting emotion quickly faded. He gathered his composure, put away the alchemical furnace, returned the stone key to Fei Shan, and made his way back to his quarters. In the ensuing days, Xia Qi tended to the spirit herbs while diligently practicing and dedicating considerable time to alchemy. With an abundance of materials at his disposal, he became increasingly adept at pill refinement. In fact, he had reached the point where he could successfully produce a first-grade recovery pill. During this period, Dan Yuan visited Xia Qi several times, praising the well-kept herb garden he tended to, and presented him with a jade slip containing insights on alchemy. A wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded Xia Qi's mind. However, Dan Yuan had yet to teach him the actual process of pill refinement. Fortunately, Xia Qi found joy in refining pills alone and bore no grievances. 3 months later, immersed in his alchemical pursuits, Xia Qi was finally capable of successfully producing second-grade spirit pills. Utilizing his meager true essence and employing the most efficient methods, while continuously consuming the recovery pills he had refined, he managed to create the second-grade flesh growth pill. This pill could gradually regenerate lost flesh without leaving a trace, making it a valuable healing elixir in the cultivation world. After 3 months of exhausting countless materials to produce a second-grade spirit pill, Xia Qi and Appo's heart swelled with joy. After all, foundation establishment pills were merely third-grade spirit pills, and he believed that given time, he too could refine them. The only significant challenge lay in acquiring the foundation establishment grass. Although the mysterious space containing black soil could be utilized with spirit stones to swiftly cultivate the grass, his previous cultivation of other spirit herbs had nearly depleted all his spirit stones. Thus, cultivating the foundation establishment grass was currently beyond Xia Qi's reach. Throughout these 3 months, Xia Qi not only succeeded in refining a second-grade spirit pill, thus becoming an alchemist, but the mysterious space within his dantian, that black soil, also began to expand gradually. After this length of time, Xia Qi came to understand that this expansion was likely due to the spiritual energy generated by the spirit herbs he had planted within it. 3 months had passed, and while Wu Pin had likely made considerable progress, his own strength had remained stagnant. To cultivate the foundation establishment grass, he would have to leave the alchemy sect in search of spirit stones. During this time, Xia Qi frequently encountered Wu Pin, who had made rapid advancements in his cultivation. Within the alchemy sect, free from the pursuit of the Shadow Gate, it had become a veritable sanctuary for his training. Tomorrow, I shall bid farewell to my master. Xia Qi resolved in his heart, for the sake of establishing his foundation, he would have to venture forth to procure some spirit stones. Xia Qi, come to see me. As soon as he made the decision to leave the alchemy sect for a while, a gentle voice echoed in his mind. It was his master, Dan Yuan. Xia Qi paused momentarily before promptly exiting his room, heading towards the hall where Dan Yuan resided. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. For nearly 4 to 5 months, Dan Yuan had tasked him with caring for the spirit herbs and provided him with jade slips and ancient texts on alchemy. Now, with the sudden summons, it seemed that Dan Yuan was finally prepared to impart the art of alchemy to him. Anticipation surged within him, quickening his pace, and in a brief moment, he arrived at the main hall. Dan Yuan was already seated, awaiting Xia Qi's arrival. Greetings, master. Xia Qi performed a respectful bow, filled with gratitude towards Dan Yuan. During his time in the alchemy sect, he had enjoyed many conveniences due to his position. Rise, Dan Yuan replied. It has been over 4 months since I last taught you the art of alchemy. Do you harbor any grievances towards your master? He inquired with a smile. Disciple dares not, Xia Qi responded earnestly. My understanding of alchemy is scant, and I must start from the basics. The jade slips and ancient texts you provided are the best guidance I could ask for. Your composure is commendable. It pleases me that you understand the reasons behind my silence these past 4 months, Dan Yuan remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Xia Qi, increasingly satisfied with his disciple. However, I have heard that you often venture into the sect's alchemy chamber to practice on your own and have even succeeded in refining second-grade spirit pills. Is that true? Dan Yuan suddenly shifted the topic, posing a question to Xia Qi. Yes, I have committed the knowledge from the jade slips and ancient texts to memory, which inspired me to attempt refining pills myself. The success in creating second-grade pills was merely a stroke of luck, Xia Qi replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Xia Qi understood that most of his actions over these 4 months had not escaped Dan Yuan's notice. This period was not only for Xia Qi to learn the fundamentals of alchemy, but also a form of assessment by Dan Yuan. For a cultivator at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage, to successfully refine a second-grade spirit pill was no small feat. Even he would hesitate to claim such ability, considering the weakness of true essence and the lack of superior spirit pills to replenish it. Dan Yuan was greatly pleased. Recognizing that Xia Qi lacked any miraculous elixirs for recovering true essence, relying instead on common recovery pills. The ability to refine a second-grade spirit pill was indeed exceptional. The successful refinement of a second-grade spirit pill undoubtedly attests to your extraordinary talent in alchemy. However, to truly master the art of alchemy, your current cultivation level is still too low. Your feeble true essence cannot yet sustain the process, Dan Yuan noted. Chapter 73, 10 Pills of Foundation with a chuckle. The alchemist remarked that successfully concocting a second-tier spiritual pill was a testament to one and Appo's extraordinary talent in alchemy. However, in truth, for one at this stage of cultivation, it remained a rather trivial feat. The feeble true essence within could not yet sustain the process of pill-making. Observing Xia Qi's humble demeanor, Dan Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, his expression turned solemn as he addressed the current bottleneck in Xia Qi's cultivation. The words of my master are well understood by me, Xia Qi replied, but my spiritual roots are far too chaotic. The path to advancement seems insurmountable, and hope for foundation establishment appears bleak in the short term. When the topic of cultivation arose, a wry smile crept onto Xia Qi's face. Given his chaotic roots, the journey to reach the foundational stage would be daunting, even with the aid of foundation pills. Indeed, possessing 5 elemental spiritual roots is exceedingly complex, making progress exceptionally challenging. However, since you have chosen to become my disciple, the foundation establishment shall be a mere formality. In these past few days, I have crafted 10 foundation pills for you. Take them all. I trust that establishing your foundation will come effortlessly. Once you have succeeded, return to me for further teachings in the art of alchemy. Dan Yuan smiled slightly, producing a white jade porcelain vial that gleamed with clarity, tossing it towards Xia Qi. 10 foundation pills. At that moment, Xia Qi's mind went blank upon hearing Dan Yuan's words. A whirlwind of emotions, joy, astonishment, gratitude, swirled within him, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Though merely third-tier pills, the primary ingredient, foundation grass, was exceedingly rare, making them a precious commodity, typically controlled by the sect. Within the sect, the number of disciples was vast. Only those who reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement and contributed significantly to the sect could claim a single foundation pill. Yet, most cultivators found that one pill was often insufficient to complete their foundation establishment. Thus, Dan Yuan's gift of 10 pills was indeed staggering. Now, put them away. Upon your successful foundation establishment, return to me, and I shall impart to you the true path of alchemy. Dan Yuan waved his hand, signaling Xia Qi to depart. For him, the 10 foundation pills were inconsequential. What truly mattered was nurturing a promising disciple like Xia Qi, endowed with exceptional talent in alchemy. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my heart, master. Xia Qi suddenly knelt, bowing thrice before Dan Yuan, his gaze resolute and his tone unwavering. Only now did he genuinely regard Dan Yuan as his master. Dan Yuan perceived Xia Qi's sincerity, and a trace of satisfaction graced his features. Watching Xia Qi disappear from the hall, Dan Yuan retreated to his alchemy chamber. Upon leaving the main hall and bidding farewell to his master, Xia Qi clutched the porcelain vial containing the foundation pills tightly in his hands. His expression remained electrified as he hurried toward his room. Receiving 10 foundation pills was an unexpected and monumental surprise, igniting an insatiable desire within him to begin his foundation establishment without delay. The foundation establishment stage is the first significant hurdle for cultivators. Entering this phase leads to a dramatic rise in strength, marking a true entry into the realm of cultivation, where one vies against the heavens. Seated cross-legged, Xia Qi steadied his mind, expelling distractions, allowing his initial excitement to gradually dissipate into a tranquil state. Seemingly untouched by external influences, he retrieved the white jade vial, revealing 10 lustrous foundation pills that emitted a delightful fragrance, instantly filling the room with a refreshing aroma. Xia Qi felt the true essence within his dantian stir in response. Each pill, resembling a plump peanut, was perfectly round and exuded a creamy luminescence. The 10 pills lay quietly at the bottom of the vial. Narrowing his eyes, Xia Qi activated the Xiantian heart method, feeling the true essence within his dantian surge, coursing through his meridians and accelerating in speed. He could distinctly sense that as his true essence flowed, the ambient spiritual energy of the world seemed to be drawn in, gradually assimilating into his body, enhancing his true essence imperceptibly. The swirling true essence in his dantian formed a small vortex around a remarkable pearl, though it remained unstable, threatening to dissipate at any moment. With a swift motion, Xia Qi delicately retrieved one foundation pill from the vial and placed it in his mouth. As it melted instantly like water, a wave of refreshing energy surged into his dantian. Boom! This influx of energy sent Xia Qi's true essence into a frenzy, merging with the new energy like a torrent rushing through riverbanks, rapidly circulating through his meridians. The vortex surrounding the pearl in his dantian began to expand slightly, stabilizing under the cooling energy. Boom! Another foundation pill was consumed, and the true essence within his dantian swelled once more, crashing through his meridians like a raging flood, violently expanding them in an instant. At that moment, Xia Qi's body endured immense internal pain. Countless meridians either opened or expanded, the surging true essence no longer gentle, but ferociously violent. More. Gritting his teeth, Xia Qi continued to swallow foundation pills one after another, as the vortex in his dantian solidified, the dense true essence relentlessly stretching his meridians. Time slipped away, and what felt like mere moments turned into 3 or 4 hours. During this period, Xia Qi endured excruciating torment, his body strengthening as his meridians expanded, while the true essence in his dantian spiraled into a vortex. Even his soul experienced a sensation akin to transcending the mortal realm. Having consumed 7 foundation pills, Xia Qi still found an insurmountable barrier preventing him from fully entering the foundational stage. Determined, Xia Qi resolved to swallow the remaining 3 foundation pills in one go. Feeling the immense energy surge into his dantian, creating a tsunami-like upheaval. The overwhelming true essence exceeded the limits of his meridians, causing them to begin fracturing. Yet the vortex representing the foundational stage remained tantalizingly out of reach. Boom! Like crashing waves, Xia Qi channeled all his energy into the Xiantian heart method. And in that moment, he cast aside all pain, his mind fixated solely on one thought: foundation establishment. Chapter 74. Successfully establishing a foundation with a resounding roar. Summer Qi clenched his teeth as the true essence within him surged forth. The vortex in his dantian gradually stabilized, and one could even hear what seemed to be the roar of ocean waves emanating from within him. Foundation establishment, he bellowed, veins bulging as he exerted himself to operate his mental techniques. At that moment, all the true essence in his dantian and meridians suddenly burst forth, breaking through an invisible barrier. In an instant, it returned to the dantian like fledglings returning to their nest, swirling around a mysterious orb and forming a small vortex. This vortex, without any need for prompting, began to rotate slowly, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment and refining it into true essence. In that moment of vortex formation, Summer Qi felt his body and soul tremble slightly. Following that, an enigmatic sensation enveloped him, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. Is this spiritual awareness? As he stepped into the realm of foundation establishment, he sensed an energy hidden within his mind. With a mere thought, it surged forth, enveloping a 1-meter radius around him. Within this space, he could perceive even the minutest speck of dust with utmost clarity. Indeed, this was the power of spiritual awareness that could only be harnessed in the foundation establishment phase. A flicker of excitement coursed through Summer Qi's heart. This power, so familiar to him, was akin to the soul energy he frequently wielded in the mysterious space. Now, having entered the foundation establishment phase, his soul energy could be projected outward, now referred to as spiritual awareness. Within him, the meridians expanded and the true essence thickened, significantly more robust than before his foundation establishment. At this moment, Summer Qi felt entirely confident, ready to face the gray-robed elder who had ambushed him in the 4 directions absolute valley, unafraid of confrontation. What a stark contrast! Summer Qi marveled internally as he gazed into his dantian, admiring the abundant true essence and the swirling vortex. His attention was suddenly drawn to the orb at the center of the vortex. It appeared to have undergone some change. With a flicker of thought, he found himself within the orb's internal space, and upon seeing the surroundings, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. The one small patch of black earth beneath his soul had now doubled in size. Moreover, he could sense that the spiritual energy within this space had intensified immensely. Regrettably, his physical form could not enter this realm. Otherwise, his cultivation here would be vastly accelerated. A fleeting thought crossed Summer Qi's mind. Observing the sudden transformation of the mysterious space, he calmed down after the initial shock and speculated that this change was likely related to his increased cultivation. The orb held profound mysteries, and Summer Qi did not linger long in this space. He soon exited and made his way out of his room. Having just broken through the Foundation establishment, he felt invigorated and suddenly remembered that those in the Foundation establishment phase could utilize magical artifacts for flight. Excitedly, he decided to experiment. The autumn water sword appeared before him in a flash of cold light, standing in the plaza before the side hall. Summer Qi infused his true essence into the sword. Instantly, the blade radiated a brilliant glow, expanding several times in size under the influx of true essence. With a light leap, Summer Qi mounted the enlarged autumn water sword. Though his balance wavered slightly at first, he quickly regained stability. "Swift," he called out. And with a surge of true essence, the sword shot forward like an arrow, trailing a brilliant light as it soared into the sky. The sword glimmered as it maneuvered high and low, left and right, performing an array of acrobatics. Initially, Summer Qi felt a hint of nervousness, his form swaying slightly. But soon he adapted, skillfully controlling the autumn water sword as it danced through the air. After 5 or 6 minutes of experimenting with various maneuvers, Summer Qi finally descended, his face alight with excitement and exhilaration. Following this thrill, he began to practice some of the techniques from his predecessors and oppos, memories in the plaza. As the last remaining bloodline of the Heavenly Tao sect, Summer Qi possessed countless formidable techniques in his predecessor's mind, though not a complete record of them. These techniques, powerful beyond measure, had become almost forgotten in the contemporary cultivation world. Now, with his cultivation reaching the Foundation establishment phase, he could finally practice them. The techniques that flashed through his mind were incredibly potent. He believed that even if his opponents were several levels above him, he would still be able to contend with them. The plaza was tranquil, designed specifically for cultivating techniques. Summer Qi, aware of his lower cultivation level, refrained from overindulging in these powerful techniques and instead selected a few to focus on. As dusk approached, Summer Qi had spent 3 or 4 hours in the plaza practicing. And as midnight neared, he felt fatigue wash over him. He returned to his room to meditate and recover his true essence. After an hour had passed, the true essence he had expended the previous night was fully restored. Following his Foundation establishment, not only had his true essence multiplied several times, but his recovery speed had also significantly increased. As dawn broke, a crimson sun ascended from the east. Summer Qi stepped out of his room, ready to seek his master, Dan Yuan, to learn the art of alchemy. Despite having successfully established his foundation, his determination to study alchemy remained unwavering. He understood deeply that his spiritual route was too inadequate. Not only would he require numerous medicinal pills to aid in his future breakthroughs, but he also needed countless pills for daily cultivation. Coupled with the mysterious space, learning alchemy was imperative. As he exited the side hall, Summer Qi made his way towards the main hall. However, just as he was about to enter, he noticed his senior sister, Guyu, in the plaza, seemingly entangled with a man who was persistently bothering her. "Get away." Guyu's voice pierced the air, her face icy as if frost had descended. She glared at her tormentor, and a transparent sword, forged from ice, materialized in her hand, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 75. The young master of the Dan sect get away. In the distance, Guyu appeared infuriated, her delicate face as cold as frost descending upon the earth. She glared icily at the man who entangled her, a transparent sword, seemingly forged from ice, materializing in her hand, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Xia Qi, initially prepared to depart towards the main hall to meet his master, halted upon witnessing Guyu's fury and turned to approach her. Over the course of 4 months, despite Guyu's aloofness, their interactions as fellow disciples had been relatively amicable. At least, when Guyu spotted Xia Qi, her expression, though still frigid, would soften slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. As he drew nearer, Xia Qi discerned the features of the young man who was bothering Guyu. Clad in a white robe, he possessed a handsome countenance and an elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a jade crown. This youthful figure, although slightly pale and exhibiting a hint of delicacy, was extraordinarily striking. He was Dan Ming, the son of the Dan sect's leader, Dan Feng. Recognizing this strikingly beautiful young man, Xia Qi immediately understood his identity. Dan Ming, the son of the sect leader, possessed a commendable 6th-grade water spiritual root. Though he was often distracted by feminine allure and neglected his cultivation, he had amassed considerable power at a young age, already reaching the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage, qualifying him as a so-called young prodigy. Given Dan Ming's temperament, Xia Qi could easily surmise what had transpired. Dan Ming had likely been pursuing Guyu. Shifting his gaze, Xia Qi noted the presence of a cultivator accompanying Dan Ming. Tang Yi. Xia Qi's eyes narrowed. The very same Tang Yi who had snatched a bloodthirsty vulture egg in the 4 Directions abyss and had cast numerous malevolent glances at Xia Qi and Wu Pin in Linshui City was now allied with Dan Ming. To his surprise, he had not anticipated their collusion. However, now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, with Master Dan Yuan backing him, even Dan Ming would think twice before acting against him. Xia Qi quickly regained his composure. Tang Yi was hardly a worthy adversary. Junior sister Yu, have you given my proposal any thought? If you and I cultivate together, our strengths will significantly increase. Such an opportunity is rare, Dan Ming exclaimed, holding a feather fan and exuding a charming demeanor as he addressed the visibly wrathful Guyu. With his status as the young master of the dance sect, Dan Ming felt no fear of Guyu. He was confident she would not dare to raise her hand against him, for doing so would cost her dearly, even with Dan Yuan's protection. Thus, he persisted in his unwelcome advance. Senior sister Guyu, master requests you to see him. Xia Qi approached slowly, deliberately ignoring Dan Ming and directing his gaze solely at Guyu and Appo's exquisite face. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, dismissing Dan Ming entirely. Guyu momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise breaking through her icy facade. She had noticed Xia Qi's approach but did not expect him to come to her aid, especially invoking their master's name. Who are you to interrupt my conversation with junior sister Yu? In stark contrast to Guyu's astonishment, Dan Ming was utterly enraged. Accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went, he could not bear the slight of being disregarded by Xia Qi. Junior brother, come with me to see master. Dan Ming glared at Xia Qi, while Guyu regained her composure, surprising everyone by smiling softly at Xia Qi. This smile was like the thawing of ice, breathing life into the world. The stunning expression caused Xia Qi, Dan Ming, and even Tang Yi, who had been discreetly observing from a distance, to pause in astonishment, as if their souls had been ensnared. Very well. Having spent more time with Guyu, and possessing sufficient inner strength, Xia Qi quickly regained his senses, nodding gently as he prepared to leave with Guyu. Such audacity. You've ruined my plans, and you think you can just walk away. After taking just a few steps, Dan Ming's voice, laced with cold fury, reached them, and his figure swiftly blocked their path. His gaze filled with menace as he stared at Xia Qi. What? Dan Ming, do you dare to obstruct my master's summons? Guyu emanated an aura of coldness, her eyes devoid of emotion as she regarded Dan Ming, who stood before her. Dan Ming's expression shifted slightly. While his status was indeed extraordinary within the dance sect, not everyone could be disregarded. At the very least, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Grand Elder Dan Yuan, the sole alchemy master of the sect. Guyu, do not use the Grand Elder's name to intimidate me. I will let you go this time. However, I will ensure that this junior learns a lesson today, so he understands that not everyone can be trifled with. Dan Ming ground his teeth, his delicate features contorted with rage. Dan Ming, Xia Qi is my junior brother, a newly accepted disciple of the Grand Elder. You should know that if you lay a hand on him, Master will not spare you. Guyu's voice was frigid. Humph, do not try to intimidate me. Do you truly believe I do not see this waste beside you? All 5 elements present, yet merely a useless individual. The Grand Elder likely took him in out of pity. Teaching him a lesson today would be for the Grand Elder's own good. So he understands not to mistake the Elder and Appo's compassion for arrogance. Dan Ming hissed. Clang. A sword suddenly materialized in the air with Dan Ming and Appo's low growl, glimmering ominously and exuding an aura of frost, clearly not an ordinary weapon, at least on par with Xia Qi's autumn water sword. Dan Ming, do you dare to make a move? Guyu's voice rang out coldly as the transparent sword reappeared in her hand, its chilling light and murderous intent suggesting that she would strike without hesitation if Dan Ming dared to act. Guyu, do not force my hand. Dan Ming's features twisted in anger. Wuyou's protection of Xia Qi, in stark contrast to her behavior towards him, ignited his fury. Young master, do not be angry. Such a mere beginner in the foundation establishment stage, allow me to teach him a lesson on your behalf. Tang Yi, who had been quietly following, suddenly stepped forward, gripping his sword with a dark expression. Good. Tang Yi, ensure you teach him a harsh lesson. Breaking a leg would be ideal. Rest assured, after this matter, I will provide you with the spirit stones and elixirs you require for cultivation, enabling you to swiftly advance. Chapter 76. Fierce Confrontation. Good. Tang Yi, teach him a harsh lesson, preferably break one of his legs. Rest assured, after this matter, I shall provide you with the spirit stones and elixirs necessary for your cultivation, allowing your prowess to grow rapidly. Upon hearing Tang Yi's voice, Dan Ming's face lit up with malevolence as he immediately spoke with vicious intent, wishing to cripple Xia Qi. In his heart, he seemed to have already concluded that Xia Qi was merely a disciple taken in by the Grand Elder out of pity. As Dan Ming's words fell, Tang Yi stepped forward, standing directly before Xia Qi, his gaze as haughty as that of a conqueror surveying his domain. In the four directions abyss, I spared you. But to my surprise, you two have been fortunate enough to join the Dan sect, and have both become foundation establishment cultivators. Today, I shall sever one of your legs and render your cultivation null. Tang Yi's voice was cold and filled with animosity, as though he harbored deep-seated enmity against Xia Qi. Xia Qi remained unfazed, recognizing that although Tang Yi was likely at the fourth level of foundation establishment, significantly stronger than his own nascent stage, he was confident in his ability to contend with and even triumph over him. After all, Tang Yi had only been in the Dan sect for 4 months, and his arsenal still consisted mainly of common magical artifacts. He was unlikely to have mastered formidable techniques within the sect, rendering him relatively weak. Stubborn fool. Gale, strike. A brilliant flash erupted before Tang Yi, revealing a gleaming sword. The sword radiated light, slicing through the air as it descended upon Xia Qi. As the blade descended, countless sword lights erupted, like blades of wind encircling the sword, rushing towards Xia Qi. Thunderclap sword technique. Unleash the tempest. The sword light surged forward like a tempest. As the sword descended with the speed of lightning, Xia Qi remained calm, a cold smile gracing his lips as he channeled his true essence, allowing his autumn water sword to radiate brightly, slicing through the air. Whoosh! As the sword was unleashed, the winds howled, and sand and stones were sent flying. Countless sword energies erupted from the point where the autumn water sword struck, like fissures tearing through space. Clang! 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 The fierce winds danced, and the sword energies clashed, creating a series of crisp sounds. In the square, all the sword energies vanished, and yet, Xia Qi and Tang Yi stood resolutely facing each other. Gale sword technique. The whirlwind shatters the stones. Without a moment's pause, as the sword energies dissipated, Xia Qi struck again. The autumn water sword was thrust forward gently, summoning a tempest that swept through the square, creating a fierce whirlwind that surged towards Tang Yi. Boom! With profound true essence, Tang Yi wielded his Gale sword, moving with the swiftness of lightning, as if he were cleaving through the whirlwind itself. The winds roar across the lands. At this moment, Xia Qi held the upper hand, his attacks flowing like relentless waves, one after another, the winds rising once more, transforming into a multitude of sharp blades that howled towards Tang Yi. You little beast! Seeking death, Tang Yi bellowed, unleashing a torrent of true essence as he danced with the Gale sword, his figure leaping into the air. The Gale sword beneath his feet expanded to the size of a door, crashing down with a thunderous force. The sword cleaves the heavens. Looking up at the descending Tang Yi with disdain, Xia Qi released his autumn water sword, which hovered in midair, as if harnessing the very essence of the world. A torrent of spiritual energy converged, transforming the autumn water sword into a colossal blade, as if to rend the heavens asunder. Boom! In an instant, the two colossal swords collided with ferocity. Amidst the resounding crash, the brilliance of their clash eclipsed the rising sun, enveloping Tang Yi in a blinding radiance. Before the light could fade, Xia Qi and Apos, gaze sharpened. He stomped the ground, launching himself into the air, his right fist propelled forward. His fist gleamed like the sun, exploding through the air, shattering the sword light and revealing the disheveled Tang Yi beneath the brilliance. Bang! In Tang Yi's horrified gaze, Xia Qi's fist struck his right leg with the force of a dragon's head. The sound of bone splintering echoed, blood gushed forth, and Tang Yi screamed as he fell. Xia Qi, you dare harm my people. You are courting death. Tang Yi was swiftly subdued by Xia Qi, leaving Wuyou and Dan Ming nearby utterly astonished. Enraged, Dan Ming disregarded Gu Yu and charged directly at Xia Qi. Although Xia Qi had effortlessly dispatched Tang Yi without sustaining a single scratch. The exertion of several sword techniques had drained his true essence, leaving him unable to counter Dan Ming's furious assault. Clang. A clear, resonant sound rang out as a transparent sword materialized, intercepting Dan Ming's strike. Simultaneously, a strikingly beautiful and cold figure appeared beside Xia Qi. Dan Ming, are you showing disrespect to my master? How dare you attack my junior brother? Gu Yu admonished, standing protectively in front of Xia Qi, eyeing Dan Ming warily. I care not who his master is. Within the sect, the greatest taboo is to harm one's fellow disciples. Not even the Grand Elder can protect you. Dan Ming's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Xia Qi. This matter arose due to your actions. Xia Qi's injury to your subordinate was a last resort. Do not twist the truth. Gu Yu glanced at the writhing Tang Yi on the ground. Her heart filled with shock. Xia Qi had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage, yet he had managed to injure the 4th-level Tang Yi in mere moments. Remaining unscathed himself. Such prowess was truly astonishing. Gu Yu, you cannot protect that boy. Today, I shall surely break one of his legs. Though Dan Ming was merely at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, he faced Gu Yu, who was clearly above the 5th level, without a trace of fear, exuding confidence. In truth, Dan Ming's boldness stemmed from his own formidable background. In battles among cultivators, unless there was a significant disparity in cultivation levels, the outcome often depended on one's treasures and techniques. Given Dan Ming's status and the powerful artifacts at his disposal, he had every reason to be assured of his strength. Chapter 77. Alchemical talent. In a fleeting moment, Xia Qi had decisively injured Tang Yi, relying solely on the sword technique he had cultivated. Its immense power, combined with the disparity in magical artifacts, rendered Tang Yi, despite his higher cultivation, utterly defenseless. At present, Dan Ming, with his cultivation at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, wielded formidable magical artifacts and techniques, posing a potential threat to Gu Yu. This was the source of Dan Ming's confidence. Dan Ming, do not presume upon your formidable artifacts to act recklessly. If you dare to strike today, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Gu Yu's voice was icy, emanating an aura of coldness. Seeing Gu Yu standing protectively before him, Xia Qi felt a flicker of gratitude. However, he refused to hide behind her. Instead, he stepped forward to stand beside her, his expression calm as he gripped the Qiushui's sword, coldly regarding Dan Ming. Xia Qi, Gu Yu, you too. Come into the hall to see me. Dan Ming, both sides have erred today. Let us each take a step back and consider this matter settled. As tension escalated between the two parties, a light voice floated down from the sky, immediately dissipating the murderous intent that had enveloped the square. Very well. Xia Qi and Gu Yu visibly relaxed, sheathing their swords without a glance at Dan Ming as they turned and walked towards the hall in the distance. Humph. Dan Ming snorted in discontent, casting a cold glare at the retreating figures of Xia Qi and Gu Yu, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He accompanied the injured Tang Yi down the mountain. With the Grand Elder Dan Yuan present, Dan Ming dared not act against Xia Qi and Gu Yu, begrudgingly retreating. However, resentment towards them brewed within him. Walking alongside Gu Yu, Xia Qi caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance. He turned slightly and beheld her neck, pale as jade with a hint of crimson, undeniably captivating. Upon entering the grand hall, Xia Qi's gaze shifted to Dan Yuan, who sat composedly on a throne. His expression neutral as he regarded the two newcomers. You both acted too impulsively today. Especially you, Xia Qi. Your strikes were excessively ruthless. Regardless, he is still your fellow disciple. Such brutality is ill-advised. Dan Yuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of satisfaction at the sight of the two, yet it was fleeting. His demeanor turning serious as he spoke sternly. Master, this matter does not involve senior sister Gu Yu. The Tang Yi I injured had grievances with me prior to entering the dance sect, which is why I acted so harshly this time. Xia Qi stepped forward, taking full responsibility while explaining the circumstances of his conflict with Tang Yi. Master, this matter primarily concerns me. Gu Yu also stepped forward, her tone still somewhat chilly. Seeing you two, as senior and junior disciples, united so cohesively brings me reassurance. As for today's events, let us consider it resolved. However, you err. Do your best to avoid leaving this place in the future. I cannot reprimand Dan Ming too harshly, so simply steer clear of him. Noticing that both Xia Qi and Gu Yu were shouldering the blame, Dan Yuan smiled faintly, his intention to scold dissipating as he spoke warmly. Thank you, Master. Xia Qi and Guyu both smiled slightly in response. Very well, you heir, you may leave. Xia Qi, you shall stay. Since you have established your foundation, I will begin imparting alchemical techniques to you. Dan Yuan instructed Guyu to depart while retaining Xia Qi, hearing that Dan Yuan would teach him alchemy. A smile blossomed on Xia Qi's face, his heart filled with joy. Although he had been able to concoct second-tier elixirs during the Qi refinement stage, it had all been through trial and error, leading him down many winding paths. Now, having stepped into the foundation establishment stage, he was eager to learn alchemy thoroughly from Dan Yuan. Dan Yuan was extraordinarily skilled in alchemy, capable of producing 8th-tier elixirs, making him a remarkable master among alchemists. Xia Qi spent an entire day absorbed in Dan Yuan's teachings. His confusion regarding alchemical principles swiftly resolved under Dan Yuan's guidance, leading to moments of profound clarity and fascination. In the days that followed, Dan Yuan diligently refined elixirs daily, personally instructing Xia Qi and imparting all his alchemical wisdom without reservation. With Dan Yuan's comprehensive teachings and the spirit herbs cultivated in his spatial realm, Xia Qi's proficiency in alchemy surged remarkably. 3 months passed swiftly, and the spirit herbs in Xia Qi and Appo's internal space were nearly depleted, all transformed into elixirs he consumed to enhance his cultivation. In this short span, his cultivation advanced to the second layer of foundation establishment. However, with the spirit herbs exhausted and no spirit stones available to cultivate more, his progress in cultivation and alchemy was destined to slow, prompting Xia Qi to consider a journey beyond the dance sect. During these 3 months, Xia Qi had nearly devoted himself entirely to alchemy, even mastering the production of some common 4th-tier elixirs, a rapid advancement that earned him Dan Yuan's praise. Little did they know the extent of resources Xia Qi had consumed daily to achieve such swift progress in alchemy, something beyond the reach of others. After a brief tidying up, Xia Qi set out to bid farewell to Dan Yuan the following morning. As he entered the grand hall, he discovered Guyu was already present, seemingly engaged in conversation with their master. Master, Xia Qi bowed respectfully, addressing Dan Yuan. Xia Qi, what brings you here? Dan Yuan beamed at him, growing increasingly satisfied with Xia Qi's progress. Initially drawn to Xia Qi's character, he had taken him as a disciple, never anticipating such a remarkable surprise. Xia Qi's rapid development left him astonished. Many times, Dan Yuan found himself envious of Xia Qi's alchemical talent. It seemed that with a mere recipe, Xia Qi could successfully concoct any elixir by the next day, truly astonishing. He even suspected that had Xia Qi's cultivation not been restricted and his crimson true fire been stronger, he might have been capable of producing 4th-tier elixirs or above. Throughout these 3 months, Xia Qi remained immersed in alchemy. Despite having reached the foundation establishment stage, he had not cultivated a second true fire, instead becoming more adept with his crimson true fire. Master, I wish to leave the dance sect for a while. Chapter 78. Departing from the pill sect. Master, I wish to leave the pill sect for a while. Without hesitation, Xia Qi voiced his intentions. Lacking spirit stones to cultivate spiritual herbs, he realized that without abundant materials for practice, his alchemical skills could not progress swiftly. Moreover, without his own resources for mass alchemy, his cultivation would also stagnate. Thus, it was imperative for Xia Qi to leave the pill sect and find a way to earn some spirit stones. How fortuitous that both of you wish to depart at the same time. Dan Yuan chuckled from his seat. You intend to leave as well? Xia Qi glanced at Guyu, surprised to find that she, too, had come to bid farewell, both desiring to exit the pill sect. Since you both wish to leave, I shall not impede your journey. However, as you are departing together, Xia Qi, you might as well accompany your senior sister and assist her along the way. Dan Yuan suggested, a glimmer of light flashing in his gaze. Upon hearing Dan Yuan's words, Guyu seemed poised to object. But a silent communication from Dan Yuan rendered her quiet, even causing a faint blush to appear on her typically icy countenance. Understood. Xia Qi observed Guyu with curiosity, wondering what had transpired to elicit such a reaction from someone so composed. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to agree. Very well, then, you may depart together. Just remember to return and visit this old man soon. Dan Yuan laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased, before waving his hand to dismiss the two. We shall certainly return soon. Xia Qi and Guyu spoke in unison, deeply touched by Dan Yuan's familial care for them. The thought of leaving Dan Yuan alone on the mountain stirred feelings of melancholy within them. After exiting the main hall and parting ways with Guyu to attend to personal matters, they agreed to leave the pill sect together at dawn the following day. Following their farewell, Xia Qi descended the mountain, heading towards Wu Pin's courtyard. Wu Pin had not taken on a master upon entering the Pill sect and had remained in the initial courtyard, where the spiritual energy was relatively sparse. However, this posed no challenge for Wu Pin, whose extraordinary talent allowed him to cultivate with ease. Your cultivation has already reached the second level of foundation establishment, Wu Pin exclaimed, his face breaking into a broad smile upon seeing Xia Qi, only for his eyes to widen in disbelief at Xia Qi's newfound prowess. He rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the transformation. During the past 3 months, Xia Qi had been preoccupied with alchemy post-foundation establishment, leaving Wu Pin unaware of his progress. Indeed, having a good master is truly beneficial, Wu Pin remarked, a hint of envy in his tone as he expressed his admiration upon hearing that Xia Qi had consumed 10 foundation establishment pills to achieve his current level of cultivation. In comparison to you, my progress seems trivial. Our strengths were nearly equal before. Xia Qi, equally astounded, noted Wu Pin's advancement to the 5th level of foundation establishment, with him soon poised to reach the 6th level, an astonishing rate of progress. Unlike Xia Qi, who had consumed countless pills, Wu Pin had cultivated directly, occasionally refining a few spirit stones, making his rapid advancement quite remarkable. You may have incurred the ire of Dan Ming on your journey. He may seek to make things difficult for you. I recommend you hold off for a moment. I have several thousand spirit stones here. Take them for your use. Wu Pin advised upon learning of Xia Qi's impending departure. Thank you for your kindness, but this journey is necessary. As for Dan Ming, there is no need for concern. I am confident in handling him, Xia Qi replied with a smile. Well, if you are confident, I shall rest easy. I wish you a swift return so we may venture forth together. Wu Pin laughed heartily. Wu Pin harbored a deep grudge against the Yuying sect, and he required a tranquil environment for his cultivation. The Pill sect provided the perfect sanctuary, and thus he could not leave in the near future. After bidding farewell to Wu Pin, Xia Qi returned to his room, silently cultivating as he awaited their departure the next day. The following day, as the sun rose and the sky brightened, Xia Qi awoke, refreshed. After tidying himself, he proceeded to the plaza to await Guyu's arrival, so they could leave the Pill sect together. After a short wait, Guyu appeared, clad in her usual oversized black robes, which concealed her petite figure. With a frosty expression, she approached slowly. Noticing Xia Qi waiting, Guyu quickened her pace slightly, nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word, and led the way down the mountain, exuding an air of cool detachment. Xia Qi, accustomed to her demeanor, did not mind. He followed closely, inhaling the faint fragrance that wafted from her as the wind carried it to him. The pair did not conceal their departure. Their figures were noted by several observant individuals. In a grand palace atop a towering peak of the Pill sect, Dan Ming sat with a sullen expression, 3 figures standing before him in respectful silence, resembling servants. Xia Qi and Guyu have left the Pill sect. I cannot do so at this moment. Tang Yi, take Shun Yi and follow them closely. Look for an opportunity to eliminate Xia Qi, and ideally, capture Guyu alive. Dan Ming's face twisted with agitation as he commanded. Understood. The 3 figures before him responded solemnly, without a hint of hesitation. Tang Yi, last time you were caught off guard by Xia Qi and suffered a broken leg. I expended considerable resources to restore your leg and enhance your cultivation to the 5th level of foundation establishment. This time, if you fail to eliminate Xia Qi and capture Guyu, do not expect to return to see me. Dan Ming's cold gaze swept over the taller middle-aged man among the 3. I will not disappoint the young master, Tang Yi replied, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His heart burned with a desire for revenge against Xia Qi. Not only had Xia Qi broken his leg, but their previous enmity in the Xifang Absolute Valley also loomed large. With both Xia Qi and Wu Pin now foundation establishment cultivators, Tang Yi felt a significant threat and knew he must rely on Dan Ming's power to eliminate them. Very well, leave the Pill sect quietly and do not attract attention. Dan Ming waved his hand, dismissing Tang Yi and the others. A cruel smile crept onto his face as he envisioned his subordinate's success. Chapter 79. An ambush in the shadows after more than half a year without stepping beyond the confines of the dance sect. As soon as Xia Qi exited the mountain gate, he immediately sensed a subtle thinning of the spiritual energy surrounding him, accompanied by Guyu. Xia Qi's intentions for this outing had slightly shifted. Initially, he had planned to exploit his alchemical skills and the accelerated growth of spirit herbs in his mysterious space to amass a fortune in spirit stones. However, since his master, Dan Yuan had requested his assistance in resolving a predicament for Guyu. Xia Qi naturally could not decline. As they journeyed together, the two took their time, opting to walk rather than fly, thus keeping a leisurely pace. Their companionship made the journey far from tedious. During their travels, Xia Qi learned from Guyu about the troubles that prompted Dan Yuan to enlist his help. It turned out that Guyu was the daughter of a collateral branch from a small family within the Lintian mountain range, gifted with exceptional talent and striking beauty. She had caught the eye of the current head of the family's son, who sought to forge a dual cultivation partnership with her. However, the heir was a frivolous and lecherous individual, lacking in talent. At over 20 years of age, he had barely reached the second or third layer of foundation establishment, rendering it unlikely he would ever succeed in forming a foundation. Consequently, Guyu resolutely rejected his advances. Despite her rejection, the heir resorted to threatening Guyu's father's life to coerce her into compliance. Reluctantly, Guyu acquiesced. Under normal circumstances, this should have concluded the matter. However, by sheer coincidence, Dan Yuan witnessed this scene while foraging for spirit herbs. Moved by compassion, he unexpectedly took Guyu as his disciple. With Dan Yuan's status, the insignificant Gu family dared not oppose, allowing Guyu to follow him into the Dan sect. Yet, her father remained in the Gu family. Now, as Guyu left the Dan sect to retrieve her father, she brought Xia Qi along out of concern that the Gu family might resurrect old demands for her to unite with their heir. Thus, she asked Xia Qi to accompany her, posing as her partner. With Xia Qi's identity, the Gu family heir would surely think twice before making such demands. Upon learning the backstory, Xia Qi found little cause for concern. Given Guyu's status as Dan Yuan's disciple, it seemed implausible that the Gu family would dare to impose their will upon her. Nevertheless, he chose to accompany her to the Gu family. The Gu family, being a small faction within the Lintian mountain range, occupied a less favorable location and was far from the Dan sect, requiring considerable time to reach. Throughout their journey, Xia Qi and Guyu remained unhurried, practicing their cultivation while traveling. During this period, Xia Qi took the opportunity to refine powerful techniques stored in his mind, enhancing his strength, even if his cultivation level did not noticeably increase. Their tranquil journey was abruptly interrupted one day. As Xia Qi led the way along a narrow path nearing a secluded valley, an acute sense of danger surged within him. His spiritual awareness, superior to that of others at the same level, allowed him to detect a faint aura of hostility emanating from the valley. Junior brother, there are ambushers. Xia Qi halted, and Guyu, with her delicate brows furrowed, transmitted her voice coldly. Trained in the path of the slaughtering sword, Guyu had acquired this lineage by chance in an ancient cave and possessed a keen sensitivity to murderous intent, making her attuned to the danger. Within the valley, the brothers Tang Yi and Shun Yi, who believed their ambush to be flawless, were taken aback upon noticing Xia Qi and Guyu halt at the valley's entrance. How is this possible? We consumed the pill given by the heir to conceal our presence, leaving no trace. How could this Xia Qi discern our presence? Tang Yi's expression darkened, sensing a grave threat. He regretted not having eliminated Xia Qi and Wu Pin when they had stolen the bloodthirsty vulture's egg. Realizing that Xia Qi and Wu Pin were both cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, he felt a deep-seated anxiety, fearing they might seek revenge at any moment. Consequently, he had quickly become Dan Ming's lackey within the Dan sect to avoid their wrath, while seeking an opportunity to eliminate them. It must be Guyu who exposed us. Her cultivation is already at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, one level above us, muttered Shin Feng, the younger brother of Shen Yi. Despite that, one at the initial stage of foundation establishment and one at the 6th layer, we are all at the 5th layer. What is there to fear? If we've been discovered, we'll simply kill them. Shen Yi, tall with a scarred face, spoke with a fierce glint in his eyes, showing no regard for Xia Qi and Guyu. Capture Guyu, and you deal with that little beast. Shen Yi waved his hand decisively, leading Shin Feng like a ghost to charge at Guyu. Though irked by Shun Yi's impulsive actions, it was neither the time for disputes nor did Tang Yi doubt that such a strategy would be foolproof. As Xia Qi and Guyu extended their senses to investigate the valley for ambushes, 3 figures descended from the upper slopes of the valley like cannonballs. 3 sharp swords, glinting ominously, fell upon them. Tang Yi, you are courting death. Xia Qi remained composed as he recognized that the 3 swords were aimed directly at him, wielded by none other than his longtime adversary, Tang Yi. With a swift motion, the Qiushui sword manifested, transforming into a colossal blade that cleaved through the air, deflecting the incoming swords while Xia Qi swiftly repositioned himself at a distance. Today, no one can save you. Tang Yi glared at Xia Qi, his sword shimmering with a blood-red hue, creating an illusion of a surging sea of blood that threatened to engulf Xia Qi entirely. The tumultuous waves of crimson appeared both real and surreal, mingled with countless anguished screams that unsettled the spirit, as if he were about to be swallowed by a blood tide. Chapter 80. The Thunder Sword Technique. The Thunder Sword Technique, a strike of divine retribution. Xia Qi's eyes were slightly closed, seemingly oblivious to the tumultuous sea of blood or the heart-rending cries that filled the air. The Qiushui sword expanded exponentially, enveloped in myriad delicate purple lightning, swirling and dancing as though carrying the might of the heavens. And then, with a sudden force, it struck down. Boom. The blade descended with the sound of thunder, shattering countless waves of blood that dissipated into nothingness, the anguished screams vanishing in an instant. Tang Yi emerged from the chaos, wounded by the severing sword energy, his complexion shifting dramatically as he recoiled in terror. This is impossible. You are merely at the first layer of foundation establishment. How could you possibly break through my sword technique's assault? Tang Yi was overwhelmed with disbelief, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream. He could not fathom that Xia Qi, whom he had deemed insignificant, had managed to thwart his attack not once, but twice. The first time, he could claim carelessness and restraint, but how could he justify this second failure? It was known that his previous sword technique was his utmost skill. Little did Tang Yi realize that his sword technique belonged to the sinister path, while Xia Qi's thunder sword technique was imbued with the most masculine and potent force of thunder. Thus, it was no wonder that Tang Yi's sword technique was effortlessly overcome. Moreover, not only did the two techniques counter each other, but the thunder sword technique was also the ultimate secret of the thunder sword sect, a major faction that fell a millennium ago, hence its tremendous power. Dare you flaunt such paltry skills? The great force demon ape palm. Yet, Xia Qi would not elucidate these truths to Tang Yi. His strengths were evident. He wielded an array of formidable techniques. Yet his weaknesses were equally apparent. His realm was too low, and his true essence was feeble, necessitating a swift resolution. The sharp blade descended, and without allowing the sword energy to dissipate, he launched another attack. With a grand sweep of his hand, a massive palm of genuine essence coalesced in the air, akin to an immensely powerful demon ape's hand, crashing down with a thunderous force. As this palm struck, it summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, crashing down with an intensity that could flatten mountains. The sheer momentum was terrifying. One sword shatters mountains and rivers. Tang Yi and Appo's heart raced in alarm. The ferocity of this attack was astonishing, almost unbelievable for a practitioner at the second layer of foundation establishment. Gritting his teeth, he retreated swiftly, simultaneously wielding his sword, transforming it into a dazzling beam as it descended from the heavens. This strike resonated throughout the earth, as though it would cleave mountains and shatter rivers. Boom. Sand and stones flew, dust clouding the valley as the collision of the great force demon ape palm and the radiant sword sent shockwaves through the terrain. Amidst the swirling debris, countless sword energies were violently deflected by the great force demon ape palm. Tang Yi, closest to the chaos, paled once more, retreating as golden light flashed before him. Golden bone umbrella. Countless sword energies, like bolts of lightning, surged towards him, but suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted before him, expanding into a large umbrella that enveloped Tang Yi entirely. Clang! The scattered sword energies were entirely blocked by the golden bone umbrella, which remained unscathed, smooth as ever. In the distance, Xia Qi, unscathed by the onslaught of sword energies, wielded the Qiushui sword, effortlessly dispersing the remaining energies. However, upon witnessing the large umbrella manifest before Tang Yi, he felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, following Dan Ming has its advantages. Xia Qi understood that for a loose cultivator to possess a weapon of such caliber as Tang Yi's low-grade Xian artifact sword was already extravagant, let alone the golden bone umbrella, which was undoubtedly gifted by Dan Ming. Conversely, Xia Qi had yet to acquire any remarkable artifacts, especially not any defensive treasures akin to the golden bone umbrella. The great force demon ape palm, having expended nearly 5 layers of genuine essence. Witnessing the emergence of the golden bone umbrella in Tang Yi's hands ignited a flicker of urgency within Xia Qi. He bellowed with fury and launched another strike. As if intent on shattering mountains and rivers, he aimed a palm strike into the air. Golden bone umbrella, prepare to break. This time, Tang Yi's gaze turned cold. He no longer retreated but, wielding the golden bone umbrella, roared fiercely, channeling his genuine essence into it, causing the umbrella to radiate golden light, akin to the rising sun. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the great force demon ape palm shattered, the golden light of the umbrella steadily diminishing, yet Tang Yi beneath it remained unharmed. Xia Qi, prepare to pay with your life. Following the successful defense, Tang Yi, brimming with confidence, held the golden bone umbrella in one hand and the sword in the other. Advancing boldly towards the now exhausted Xia Qi, the sword swept across the expanse. Sword energies fell like rain, densely filling the space, shooting towards Tang Yi. Xia Qi remained relentless, disregarding the depletion of his essence, unleashing a ferocious sword technique. The radiant sword energy tore through the air. The golden bone umbrella blazed with brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. In that moment, the entire realm glowed with golden light, a dazzling brilliance so intense it compelled one to squint, reluctant to gaze directly. Azure light gourd, two-element, true fire. At that instant, seeing Tang Yi instinctively squinting, Xia Qi silently urged forth an azure glowing gourd, propelling it fiercely toward the radiant golden light. Hiss! Utilizing the crimson true fire within him, Xia Qi exerted control over the azure light gourd, which contained a small orb of orange flames, erupting forth in unison from the gourd's mouth. As the flames erupted, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. Simultaneously, the endless sword energies dissipated, revealing the dimming golden bone umbrella before the two-element true fire. Sizzle! The golden bone umbrella, weakened by its recent clash with the sword energies, met the two-element true fire. And upon contact, it produced a soft sound, as if a rag were torn, creating a large hole in the umbrella. Two-element true fire, explode. Without hesitation, Xia Qi commanded the true essence, directing the small orb of two-element true fire to detonate within the golden bone umbrella. Boom! In that fleeting moment, the two flames, each of a distinct nature, seemed to generate a tremendous repulsive force, erupting violently, producing a thunderous explosion that shattered the golden bone umbrella into fragments. A piercing wail of agony erupted from within the explosion of the two-element true fire, as a figure engulfed in flames danced wildly, even discarding the sword in his hand, screaming incessantly while desperately battling the flames upon him. Chapter 81. The Path of the Slaughtering Sword. A piercing scream of anguish erupted from the explosion of the second flame, as a figure engulfed in flames appeared, almost maddened, discarding the sword in its hand while frantically swatting at the flames engulfing its body. The crimson and orange flames raged fiercely upon Tang Yi, unstoppable in their ferocity. In a desperate attempt to extinguish the second flame, Tang Yi summoned water and ice, which cascaded from above, seemingly to quench the inferno. Perish! The torrent of cold water and ice appeared to smother the second flame. However, Xia Qi had already approached. Wielding the autumn water sword, and without utilizing any essence, he simply thrust forward with his blade. With a muffled thud, the sword pierced through, and Tang Yi's frantic attempts to beat out the flames abruptly ceased. The icy deluge that had manifested in the sky vanished entirely. The remaining vestige of the second flame was captured into the azure-hued gourd, and a hint of regret flickered across Xia Qi's face. His strike had nearly exhausted the orange flame, rendering the azure gourd nearly useless unless he could comprehend the orange flame and store it anew for battle. Tang Yi's fallen body bled profusely, staining the ground, his eyes wide with terror, resentment, disbelief, a myriad of emotions frozen in his unblinking gaze. A wisp of ordinary fire continued to burn upon his corpse, which Xia Qi did not extinguish. In mere moments, Tang Yi's body ignited in flames, reducing him to charred remains. At this juncture, Xia Qi had already retrieved Tang Yi's storage pouch and his precious sword. Hastening towards the location of the battle involving Wuyou, the three ambushed Tang Yi, yet two others, evenly matched with him, directed their assault towards Wuyou. Although Wuyou's cultivation was slightly superior to the two, Xia Qi felt a tinge of concern. After dispatching Tang Yi and disregarding the fact that his essence was nearly depleted, he swallowed a pill and rushed forth. Before he could draw near, the sound of whistling sword energy and the thunderous crash of boulders filled the air. Upon hearing the clamor of combat, Xia Qi breathed a sigh of relief. It indicated that Sister Wuyou had yet to be defeated. Standing upon the autumn water sword, Xia Qi ascended into the air, landing atop a boulder at the valley and Apos' edge. He gazed down to witness three figures engaged in fierce combat within the valley, sword energy crisscrossed, glinting with cold light. As boulders tumbled and dust billowed in a cacophony that shook the earth, the Shin brothers, Shin Yi and Shin Feng, exhibited seamless cooperation. Their twin swords dancing amidst a torrent of blood, surging forth like relentless ocean waves, one after another, an unending tide. Countless waves of blood surged, accompanied by the chilling cries of the damned, their haunting wails enough to unsettle the heart and draw forth tears from the unwary. Xia Qi stood on the mountain, his heart filled with awe. The brothers' synergy and execution of the sword technique mirrored that of Tang Yi's earlier display, yet their power had evidently escalated to an extraordinary degree. His gaze shifted to Guyu, who stood like a celestial maiden upon a rock, her black robe billowing, long hair flowing, her expression cold. With a transparent sword in hand, she unleashed her strikes, shredding the blood tide into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Xia Qi felt a tremor within. Guyu's prowess surpassed his expectations. With an air of nonchalance, her sword danced, slicing through the air with a sharpness that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality, rendering the blood tide utterly impotent. The chilling cries of the damned failed to elicit even a flicker of concern from her. Memories from previous lives surfaced in Xia Qi's mind, recounting the tales of the slaughtering sword path, a sect obliterated by the heavenly Dao sect over a millennium ago. It was said that those who practiced this path were merciless killers, their intent steeped in bloodlust. Upon reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation, their murderous will became a vast ocean, so potent that those with wavering resolve would be consumed by the terrifying intent of slaughter, losing their consciousness entirely. To have grasped the slaughtering sword path to such an extent, Guyu and Appo's will must be as firm as iron, perhaps even beyond Xia Qi and Appo's own strength. The Shun brothers possessed remarkable power, yet their misfortune lay in facing Guyu. At present, she was merely toying with them, depleting their essence with ease. Xia Qi's earlier concern dissipated. He understood the nature of the slaughtering sword path. Once one set their heart on murder, they became a vessel for slaughter. Utterly bloodthirsty and frenzied, nothing like the serene demeanor Guyu displayed in that moment. Seeing Guyu was untroubled, Xia Qi settled down cross-legged, seizing the opportunity to restore his essence. Perceiving Xia Qi's gaze, Guyu cast a brief, concerned look at him, and upon confirming his safety, turned her attention back to the Shin brothers. A sense of dread washed over Guyu as she realized Tang Yi had indeed fallen. Her gaze fell upon Shen Yi, who, noticing her glance, looked up and was struck by shock, his complexion changing dramatically. What a worthless fool. We exerted so much effort to draw her away, ensuring she could not aid that little beast, only to find he was so easily dispatched by a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage. Shen Feng's face twisted in rage, his essence surging as the blood tide roared, cursing vehemently. This turn of events exceeded all expectations. Not only had Tang Yi met an untimely demise, but Guyu's tenacity surpassed their imaginations. It seemed she hadn't even exerted her full strength. Retreat. They had originally planned to wait for Tang Yi to eliminate Xia Qi before coming to Guyu's aid, but with Tang Yi's death altering the course of battle, the Shun brothers, already at a disadvantage, dared not linger. With a roar, they retreated simultaneously. The blood tides surged like crashing waves towards Guyu, providing the brothers an opportunity to flee swiftly towards the valley's opposite end. Do not think you can escape. As the relentless blood tide surged forth, the Shin brothers began their retreat, prompting Guyu to unleash a fierce cry, her murderous intent surging. The slaughtering sword path, an absolute kill. Guyu's expression hardened, her eyes glimmering with boundless bloodlust. In that instant, they seemed to flash a terrifying crimson. Simultaneously, the transparent ice sword in her grasp transformed into a vivid crimson hue. With a swift slash of the blood-red ice sword, an unseen wave of sword energy erupted, seemingly coalescing entirely from her murderous intent, cleaving the surging blood tide in two. The blood tide was extinguished, yet the sword energy remained unchanged. Chapter 82. The immortal cultivator family under the onslaught of an invisible killing intent that coalesced into sword energy. The tumultuous sea of blood was effortlessly obliterated, unable to withstand the relentless momentum of the ethereal blade, which seemed to bear a tinge of crimson as it shot forth towards the fleeing brothers of the Shen family. The terror of this path of slaughter through swords was fully revealed. Quick, run. The robust Shen Yi's face turned ashen, devoid of color, as he shouted in terror, leaping onto the soaring sword, dashing towards the valley's exit. Meanwhile, the smaller Shen Feng was even swifter. He nearly clung to the airborne sword, racing away without a moment's hesitation to glance back. Ancient Moon, with her power unleashed, resembled a deity of death, her chilling murderous aura overwhelming, instilling profound fear that left no room for resistance, only the imperative to flee. With a swift thrust, the invisible killing intent manifested as a sword, tinged with a hint of blood, as if it had sliced through space, closing in on Shen Yi in an instant, disregarding his terror-stricken expression as it pierced through him. In a spray of blood, That blade of energy cleaved through, severing Shin Feng in two as well, with the bodies plummeting and blood splattering. 2 lives extinguished in an instant. The terror of this murderous intent transformed into sword energy was undeniable. From a distance, Xia Qi gasped at the scene. Turning his gaze towards Ancient Moon, the one who unleashed this dreadful sword energy, he observed her exquisite features slightly pale, her bright eyes momentarily closed. The blood-red ice sword she wielded had reverted to transparency, yet a chilling aura of murder still enveloped her, lingering in the air. After a lengthy pause, Ancient Moon opened her eyes. The terrifying aura dissipated as if it had been drawn back into her being. Xia Qi understood that this was the accumulated killing intent of Ancient Moon, honed through her cultivation of the path of the slaughtering sword, allowing her to store this murderous energy for use against foes, capable of overwhelming their spirit in an instant. The more lives taken, the heavier the killing intent, and thus the greater the terror unleashed by the path of slaughtering swords. Indeed, this path could be deemed a true malevolent art. The ambush by Tang Yi and his companions was but a fleeting interlude, soon fading away. Xia Qi and Ancient Moon continued on their journey, unhurried. Throughout their passage through ancient woods and ravines, they encountered numerous beasts, yet both handled them with ease, inadvertently collecting materials along the way. The ancient forest was also abundant with spiritual herbs. Though of modest value, Xia Qi meticulously gathered them, for spiritual stones were his most pressing concern. He would not overlook anything of worth. Thus, after 6 days, Xia Qi and his senior sister Ancient Moon finally approached the vicinity of the ancient family. As they neared, Ancient Moon displayed a hint of anxiety, anticipation, and a touch of helplessness. Their pace quickened, and by midday, beneath the blazing sun, they arrived at the ancient family estate. Though the ancient family was a lineage of immortal cultivators with numerous members, their strength was not particularly formidable. Besides the family head, Ancient Chongdian, who was at the 2nd level of Golden Core, there were only 5 or 6 foundation establishment cultivators. The rest were mere Qi refining practitioners, hardly worth noting. Ancient Moon's father belonged to a branch of the ancient family. Due to his lack of talent and being from a collateral line, devoid of medicinal pills or spiritual stones for support, he remained at the Qi refining stage. The ancient family was situated beside a picturesque lake, with a commendable concentration of spiritual energy, making cultivation significantly superior to that of ordinary scattered practitioners. As Xia Qi and Ancient Moon alighted from their flying swords and descended from the sky, 2 Qi refining practitioners on patrol below noticed them. Esteemed seniors, this is the domain of the ancient family. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Flying in the air on their swords, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators held a respectful demeanor, yet they could not allow the pair to enter the family grounds without proper protocol. Despite her negative impression of the ancient family, Ancient Moon did not intend to trouble the 2 Qi refining practitioners. Upon hearing their voices, she suddenly dove down, landing at the entrance. Ancient Moon. As Ancient Moon descended, the 2 patrolling practitioners were taken aback, their faces betraying their disbelief at her icy countenance. Years ago, Ancient Moon had left the ancient family as a mere 6th-level Qi refining cultivator, yet she returned after just a few years, having successfully established her foundation. Her youth was indeed astonishing. Moreover, Ancient Moon was the object of desire for the ancient family's heir, who had long coveted her. Even after she became a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill sect, he had not given up on pursuing her as his partner. Ancient Moon, please wait a moment. I will inform the family. One of the Qi refining practitioners mustered the courage to address Ancient Moon and Xia Qi respectfully. No need. I have come to the ancient family solely to retrieve my father. Ancient Moon replied coldly, not sparing a glance at the 2 Qi refining practitioners. Striding forward unimpeded towards the side of the ancient family compound, the 2 Qi refining practitioners exchanged helpless glances, yet they dared not obstruct her. One hastily ran off to deliver news while the other trailed closely behind, unwilling to stray. The ancient family compound was vast, and Ancient Moon continued to advance towards the side without pausing. Suddenly, before reaching her father's location, a beam of golden light sliced through the sky like a sword. As it drew nearer, they saw a young man enveloped in golden radiance, with red lips and white teeth, clad in a golden robe, exuding extraordinary handsomeness. He descended gracefully on his flying sword. Ancient Moon, you have finally returned. The strikingly handsome youth, nearly androgynous in beauty, landed directly before Ancient Moon and Xia Qi. His gaze fixated on Ancient Moon's face as he smiled and spoke. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment and lasciviousness flickered in his eyes, quickly masked by a charming smile as he regarded Ancient Moon with refined demeanor. Ancient Yun, I have come to escort my father away. Kindly step aside. Though the youth displayed courteousness and grace, Ancient Moon's expression turned frigid, as if in the depths of winter, as she coldly rebuked him. Attempting to bypass him and proceed forward, Xia Qi remained silent, following Ancient Moon and wishing to avoid the young man. Having heard Ancient Moon address him as Ancient Yun, Xia Qi had already deduced that he was the heir of the ancient family, who had persistently pursued Ancient Moon for years, seeking to form a dual cultivation partnership. Even now, with Ancient Moon as a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill sect, he had not altered his intentions. Rather, they seemed to have intensified, as he had come to confront her upon her return. Chapter 83, The Overbearing Patriarch. A chilling aura emanated from Wuyou, who did not even glance at Yun as she turned to bypass him. Yun's expression suddenly darkened significantly. Wuyou, just because you have become a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Dan sect does not place you above others. No matter whose name you fall under, you will always be a member of the Gu family. The Patriarch has already promised you to me. Not even the Grand Elder of the Dan sect can obstruct that. Yun's handsome features twisted as he spoke harshly. The Patriarch of the Gu family? Humph. What right do you have to determine my partner? Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she took a deep breath to suppress it. Whether you acknowledge it or not, as a descendant of the Gu family, you must obey the Patriarch and Appo's orders. Since you have returned this time, you cannot leave so easily. A glimmer of pride flickered in Yun and Appo's eyes. In the world of cultivation families, the Patriarch's authority was paramount. All family members were bound to comply with his commands. Although there were elders within the family who could intervene, in the Gu family, only Gu Chongtian was a golden core cultivator, while the others were merely at the foundation establishment stage and did not dare defy his will. Moreover, the elders of the Gu family would undoubtedly not oppose such matters. They would be eager to see Yu become Yun's partner, thus strengthening ties with the Dan sect. Yun, to make me your partner is a foolish dream. This time I came to the Gu family not only to take my father away, but also to bring my partner with me, as personally designated by my master. Even Gu Chongtian would not dare to oppose this. Gu inhaled deeply, a hint of crimson flushing her usually pale and icy countenance. She pulled the still-dazed Xia Qi closer, her demeanor remaining frosty as she spoke. Xia Qi, still in a state of shock, was drawn over by Wuyou, who grasped his right hand, the icy touch prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip around her delicate, frigid hand. Wuyou and Appo's declaration momentarily stunned Yun. However, upon seeing Wuyou's hand clasped in Xia Qi's, an unnatural expression crossed his face, and he felt an urge to pull away, only to coldly smirk. How could the frigid Wuyou possibly be paired with such a person? The Grand Elder of the Dan sect would never arrange a partner for Wuyou. She must be lying. In an instant, Yun reached a conclusion. He stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Xia Qi, filled with malice as he scrutinized him. Wuyou, you need not deceive me. There is no escaping the reality of becoming my partner. As for this brat beside you, how dare he compete with me for a woman? I shall see to it that he pays with his life. Yun's demeanor was one of arrogance, his gaze aggressively fixed on Wuyou. Xia Qi, however, sighed inwardly, realizing this situation was far from simple. He had not anticipated that the young master of the Gu family would be aware of Wuyou's status as the Grand Elder's disciple and would seek to claim her for himself, exploiting the family's rules. Get away from me. Xia Qi stepped forward, blocking Yun's predatory gaze on Wuyou. His commanding voice resonated, shaking the very air. Caught off guard, Yun stumbled back a step from Xia Qi's powerful shout. How dare a mere pretender speak to me like that? Recovering from his shock, Yun's face flushed with anger, and he drew a golden sword, launching an attack at Xia Qi. You seek death. The golden sword, gleaming magnificently, pierced through the air. In response, Xia Qi's eyes glimmered with determination as he summoned his autumn water sword, channeling all his might into a fierce downward strike. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Xia Qi's physical prowess had significantly improved. This moment marked the first time he wielded his full strength in a single strike. With a resounding crack, the golden sword collided with the autumn water sword, its ornate appearance proving to be deceptive. To Xia Qi's astonishment, the seemingly magnificent golden sword shattered upon impact, breaking into two pieces with a sharp sound. This scene left not only Xia Qi, but also the other Gu family members and Wuyou in disbelief, their eyes wide as they absorbed the spectacle. Several nearby Gu family cultivators hurriedly retreated in fear. You dare destroy my treasure? Today, I shall end you. Gu Yun, filled with rage, conjured a fiery long whip, its flames resembling a raging inferno as he lashed it towards Xia Qi. This fiery whip was a high-grade artifact. While the golden sword was merely for show, Gu Yun had underestimated Xia Qi, believing him to be a mere pretender with a lower cultivation level. As the whip, like a serpent of fire, lashed towards him, Xia Qi wasted no time. He raised his hand, summoning the massive palm of a mighty demon ape, which descended with fierce force, extinguishing all flames and sending the fiery whip flying. The impact was tremendous. Even Gu Yun, holding the fiery whip, was shaken, coughing up blood as his face paled, and he was sent reeling backward. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Gu family? The voice of authority boomed from above, reverberating like thunder. The immense pressure instilled fear in everyone present, including Xia Qi and Gu Yu, who stepped back in shock, their expressions pale as they gazed upwards. In the Gu family, such a powerful voice could only belong to Gu Chongtian, the patriarch. Before the echoes faded, a figure appeared in the air like a specter. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Gu Yun from the ground, gently placing him back down. For some inexplicable reason, my mood has suddenly brightened today. Chapter 84, Dual Cultivation Partners. With a swift motion, a figure materialized in the air, as if conjured from the shadows. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an ethereal force that gently lifted the fallen Gu Yun and set him down gracefully upon the ground. The man bore a square visage, exuding an air of authority, clad in a magnificent golden robe that radiated opulence. His expression was frigid as he released Gu Yun, casting a disdainful gaze upon Xia Qi and Gu Yu, embodying a sense of superiority as if appraising mere insects. Is it you who dared to intrude upon my Gu family and injure my son? Gu Chongtian's eyes glinted with cold malice, fixating on Xia Qi as he posed the chilling inquiry. Humph, your Gu family possesses an audacious spirit. Gu Chongtian, brimming with arrogance, regarded Xia Qi with utter contempt, his murderous intent palpable. Yet, Xia Qi stood unyielding, meeting Gu Chongtian's gaze with a defiant pride, dismissing the man's questions as inconsequential. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, including a slightly taken aback Gu Yu, Xia Qi's voice boomed with authority. I am a disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder of the Pill sect. My master has long designated Gu Yu as my cultivation partner. How dare your Gu family audaciously covet Gu Yu and lay hands upon me? You shall face the consequences of your actions. What proof do you possess to substantiate your claim as a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill sect? Gu Chongtian's expression shifted at Xia Qi's assertive declaration. Should Xia Qi's words hold truth, he would find himself reluctant to act against him or target Gu Yu. Given that even without the Pill sect's backing, Xia Qi was undoubtedly a formidable cultivator. Previously, leveraging his position as the family head, Gu Chongtian had arranged for Gu Yun and Gu Yu to become cultivation partners, believing that the Pill sect would overlook such matters. However, upon hearing Xia Qi's assertion, a flicker of trepidation ignited within him. Humph, here is my token. Surely you can discern its authenticity? Xia Qi cast a scornful glance at Gu Chongtian before tossing a token into the air. This token, bestowed upon him by the Pill sect, served as irrefutable evidence of his identity. Ah, so you are indeed a disciple of the esteemed Pill elder. Gu Chongtian's demeanor softened, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. My son has acted inappropriately, but since you and Gu Yu are now partners, we are naturally bound as one family. I hope you will not take offense. Young brother Xia Qi, having examined the token, Gu Chongtian felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, unmistakably the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, all doubts dissipated, and a smile spread across his face as he spoke amiably. In light of Gu Yu, I shall overlook this incident and let it pass. Xia Qi waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of authority, seemingly unconcerned with Gu Chongtian's previous aggression. Thank you for your magnanimity, young brother Xia Qi. Gu Chongtian sighed in relief. Despite being a second-tier golden core cultivator, he understood that provoking the Pill sect would lead to dire consequences, as the Gu family would be obliterated with a mere gesture. Unruly child, come forth and apologize at once. Gu Chongtian's gaze fell upon Gu Yun, whose complexion had turned pale with fear. Hearing his father's command, Gu Yun's expression fluctuated, yet finally, he cast a reluctant glance at Xia Qi and approached with clenched fists, his pride wounded. I apologize for my offense today, esteemed friend, he gritted out, struggling against the humiliation of lowering himself to such a state, having always wielded his status with impunity. Enough of this. Let us proceed to meet her father, Xia Qi interjected impatiently, grasping Gu Yu's delicate yet icy hand. His demeanor nonchalant. A faint blush adorned Gu Yu's frosty countenance, rendering her all the more enchanting. Yet, she did not resist, instead surrendering to the sensation of his grip. A curious warmth blossoming within her. "Please follow me," Gu Chongtian said, yielding to Xia Qi's authority as he led them toward a more secluded area within the estate. After several minutes, Gu Chongtian halted before a modest dwelling, explaining, "My father, Gu Zhong, has taken residence here, seeking solace in the memories of his late partner." Seldom venturing beyond these walls, Gu Yu, filled with excitement, broke free from Xia Qi's hold and rushed to push open the gate, entering the courtyard with fervor. Upon entering, they beheld Gu Yu embracing a frail, silver-haired elder, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her emotions. "Is this Gu Yu's father?" Xia Qi mused, observing the elderly man, whose hunched figure and gray locks belied his true age. Gu Yu, merely in her 20s, could hardly have a father who appeared so aged and less burdened by grief. This is indeed Gu Yu's father, though only in his 50s. The loss of his partner and his modest cultivation level have aged him prematurely, Gu Chongtian remarked with a hint of sympathy for Gu Zhong's devotion. Gu Zhong, overjoyed to see his daughter, embraced her tightly. His gaze then shifted to the entrance, locking on to Gu Chongtian and Xia Qi, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Family head, Gu Zhong acknowledged Gu Chongtian with a neutral tone, his attention firmly fixed on Xia Qi. "Father, this is the disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill sect, my fellow sect member and my dual cultivation partner," Gu Yu introduced Xia Qi. Her cheeks flushing once more, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride as she refrained from revealing too much, hoping to grant Xia Qi a measure of advantage. Chapter 85. A visitor at the door. Upon hearing his daughter Gu Yu introduce Xia Qi in such a manner, Gu Chong's gaze swept over Xia Qi, and he cast a slightly peculiar look at Gu Yu. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of confusion. As Gu Yu's father, despite not having seen her for several years, he understood her very well. He could discern that Gu Yu's demeanor was somewhat off when she spoke of Xia Qi. After conversing with Gu Chong for a while, Xia Qi left the courtyard alongside Gu Chongtian. Gu Yu, wishing not to intrude on her reunion with her father, seized the opportunity to depart. Xia Qi's accommodations had been arranged by Gu Chongtian, and soon, only the father and daughter remained in the solitary courtyard. After years apart, there was much to discuss between them. However, late into the night, Gu Chong suddenly recalled Xia Qi. "You, is that man who came with you truly your Dao partner?" Gu Chong inquired, his voice lowered, a trace of uncertainty evident as he glanced at Gu Yu. Gu Yu's face flushed crimson. Realizing she could not hide the truth from her father, she promptly disclosed the situation regarding Xia Qi. "Father, this matter was initiated by my master, who requested my junior brother's assistance," Gu Yu explained, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment. Her nature was typically icy, and her training in the killing sword path had rendered her heartless. Thus, the notion of a Dao partner had never crossed her mind. Yet, at that moment, her father's words triggered a memory of the warmth she felt when Xia Qi grasped her left hand, a sense of solace washing over her. "Father, I have come to the Gu family with the intention of bringing you to the Dan sect. With your daughter by your side, you shall not feel lonely." Gu Yu changed the subject, articulating her purpose for the visit. I understand your intentions, but I am well aware of my own condition. I fear I have but a few years left. In this remaining time, I wish to spend it alongside your mother and shall not leave this place," Gu Chong replied, his aged visage softening with affection. Over 2 decades ago, with the death of Gu Yu's mother, Gu Chong's spirit had withered. Were it not for the responsibility of raising Gu Yu, he might have succumbed to despair. Now, with Gu Yu having entered the Dan sect and achieved progress in her cultivation, he felt a sense of relief. Aware that his body could not endure much longer, he was unwilling to leave the courtyard that held memories of his late wife. "Father, my master is a renowned alchemist. If you accompany me to the Dan sect, I assure you that your health can be restored." Tears welled in Gu Yu's eyes. She recognized that her father's ailment was not merely physical. It was a wound deep within his heart. The day her mother passed away, Gu Chong had lost the will to live. There is no need for you to persuade me further. I have made up my mind to remain here and spend my remaining days with your mother." Gu Chong's gaze fell upon a grave within the courtyard, the resting place of Gu Yu's mother. For over 20 years, he had kept vigil here, rarely straying far from her side. "Ling Long, our daughter has grown. It will not be long before I join you. I shall not let you feel lonely any longer." As the night wore on, Gu Yu ultimately failed to persuade her father. Her eyes were slightly swollen, a clear indication of her tears. In that moment, she was no longer the cold and unfeeling Gu Yu, but rather a sorrowful girl. This was a dilemma Xia Qi could not resolve, and he could only sigh quietly. However, since Gu Chong was unwilling to leave, Gu Yu proposed to stay longer at the Gu family to accompany her father, hoping to eventually convince him. Although Xia Qi was anxious about the matter of spirit stones, he could not refuse such a request and thus continued his stay at the Gu family. Fortunately, the Gu family treated him like an esteemed guest, with Gu Chong Tian even bestowing upon him a considerable amount of spirit stones, alleviating Xia Qi's concerns. During his time at the Gu family, Xia Qi devoted himself to diligent training. Although the spiritual energy in this area was inferior to that of the dance sect, he found no issue in practicing his techniques. However, just a few days later, Gu Chong Tian came seeking Xia Qi. "Friend Xia, I have a matter to request of you," Gu Chong Tian said. During this period, he had frequently approached Xia Qi, treating him as an equal, without any regard for their differences in cultivation level. On this day, Gu Chong Tian sought Xia Qi out for a specific purpose. "What is it that you require my assistance with, my friend? My cultivation level is merely at the foundation establishment stage, so I fear I cannot be of much help." Xia Qi replied with a slight smile, showing no concern for Gu Chong Tian's golden core status. "Friend Xia, yesterday, Gu Yu informed me that you were learning the art of alchemy from the esteemed Dan Yuan and that your alchemical skills are quite remarkable, capable of producing fourth-tier elixirs. Is this true?" Gu Chong Tian's eyes glimmered with hope. "I am but a novice, far from my master-s level, yet producing fourth-tier elixirs is not beyond my capability." Xia Qi responded with modesty. "Friend Xia, if you can indeed produce fourth-tier elixirs, might you assist our Gu family in crafting a batch?" Gu Chong Tian inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. "This, friend Gu, it is not that I am unwilling, but I am still inexperienced in alchemy, having trained under my master for only a short time. While I can create fourth-tier elixirs, my success rate is only 70%. Xia Qi hesitated before speaking. "A 70% success rate? Friend Xia, for an alchemy master, a 70% success rate is exceedingly high. Even if it were only 50%, I would be willing. Would you consider helping us?" Gu Chong Tian's face registered shock and joy. To be able to produce fourth-tier elixirs marked one as an early-stage alchemy master, and a success rate of 70% was indeed extraordinary. Xia Qi appeared to waver, uncertain about whether to agree. "Friend Xia, should you assist me in crafting a batch of elixirs, I can guarantee a reward of no less than 200,000 low-grade spirit stones," Gu Chong Tian declared, his expression filled with anticipation. "Given your sincerity, I find it difficult to refuse." "Very well, please bring the materials, and according to the 70% success rate, I shall make up for any deficiencies," Xia Qi replied, filled with joy and confidence. Chapter 86. The Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron. Having promised to concoct elixirs for the Gu family, Gu Chong Tian bid a hasty farewell, brimming with excitement as he set off to gather the necessary materials. Similarly, Xia Qi wore an eager expression, although his alchemical skills were limited to producing fourth-tier elixirs, barely qualifying him as an apprentice alchemist. He possessed an extraordinary proficiency in the craft, thanks to the abundant materials housed within the mysterious space of his dantian. His success rate approached an impressive 80%, with the arrangement that 70% of the elixirs produced would be given to Gu Chong Tian. The promised 200,000 low-grade spirit stones were merely the beginning of the potential fortune that lay in the surplus elixirs. As a clan of cultivators, the Gu family was responsible for supplying elixirs to its many disciples, but as a smaller lineage, they lacked the resources to cultivate an alchemist of their own. Consequently, they were compelled to seek outside help, incurring exorbitant costs for each batch of elixirs. Gu Chong Tian had initially sought Xia Qi merely to test him, but was overwhelmed with joy when Xia Qi readily agreed and boasted a 70% success rate, a stark contrast to the 50% he had previously encountered. Seemingly fearful of Xia Qi changing his mind, Gu Chong Tian returned within half an hour, carrying 5 or 6 storage bags brimming with a variety of alchemical materials. While these were mostly low-tier ingredients, with the finest capable of producing only fourth-tier elixirs, the sheer quantity brought a glimmer of delight to Xia Qi. The Gu family possessed an alchemy chamber located underground within their estate, where a suitable source of earth fire awaited, perfectly manageable for Xia Qi. "Friend Gu, my alchemy cauldron is merely a low-grade first-tier vessel. Given the volume of elixirs we intend to create, I fear it may be insufficient. Might you have a better cauldron?" Xia Qi inquired, observing the bubbling earth fire in the alchemy chamber as he held up the rather unattractive first-tier cauldron. Gu Chong Tian paused, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a disciple of the Dan Yuan sect would resort to using such a rudimentary cauldron for alchemy. Ah, my friend Xia, your endeavor in alchemy is indeed a tremendous aid to my family. Therefore, I shall not withhold. We possess a third-tier cauldron, and I shall gladly bestow it upon you. Gu Chengtian's hesitation flickered across his face, but upon seeing Xia Qi's gleeful demeanor, he gritted his teeth and summoned forth a magnificent cauldron. The cauldron, a resplendent purple, radiated a soft glow and had a unique translucent quality, allowing one to peer through its surface. This third-tier cauldron, known as the Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron, was crafted from a rare type of purple jade, renowned for its exceptional properties in refining elixirs, significantly enhancing the success rate of concoction. Its value rivaled that of some fourth-tier cauldrons, which explained Gu Chengtian's reluctance to part with it. This Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron is indeed remarkable. Rest assured, I will return it to you once the elixirs are successfully created, Xia Qi remarked with delight as he examined the cauldron, now merely the size of his palm. Friend Xia, you jest. A third-tier cauldron is but a trivial gift from me, Gu Chengtian replied, acknowledging his position as the head of the family. Despite its considerable worth, he could not simply gift it away and expect its return. Thus, my heartfelt gratitude goes to you, esteemed friend Gu, Xia Qi said. Aware that his request for the cauldron was a calculated move, he saw no reason to decline such a generous offer. With everything in place, I shall not intrude upon your alchemical endeavors any further, Gu Chengtian concluded, bidding farewell to Xia Qi. He was acutely aware that such opportunities were rare, and he aimed to maximize the benefits for his family before Xia Qi departed. Within the alchemy chamber, the earth fire blazed fiercely, radiating intense heat. Seated cross-legged, Xia Qi fully attuned the Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron to his will. His mind was serene as he expanded the cauldron to a size large enough to embrace him. Hovering gracefully above the searing flames, withstanding their fierce heat, the roaring flames, which even seasoned cultivators dared not touch, licked the cauldron. Yet the Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron remained unfazed, merely absorbing the rising temperature. With a swift motion, a mountain of materials materialized around Xia Qi, an assortment delivered by Gu Chengtian, primarily composed of ingredients for crafting second- and third-tier elixirs. While these materials were not particularly rare, the sheer volume held significant value. Healing elixirs, rejuvenation pills, flesh regeneration pills, tranquil spirit pills, each ingredient meticulously cataloged by Gu Chengtian, enabling Xia Qi to produce the requisite 70% of elixirs with ease. Upon completing the concoctions, Xia Qi anticipated a profit of at least several 100,000 spirit stones. The only downside was that these elixirs were of too low a grade to aid in his own cultivation advancement, necessitating a swap for more potent elixirs. With his thoughts swirling, he prepared for the alchemical process with a calm mind, taking a deep breath to commence his work. Within the confines of the mysterious space, he consumed all the materials at his disposal, allowing him to easily craft elixirs of fourth tier and below. Now, he began the creation of a first-tier healing elixir, employing a method far more efficient than his initial attempts, combining 5 or 6 portions of materials directly into the Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron. This bulk approach posed its own challenges, requiring an exceptionally strong consciousness to manage the simultaneous melting of materials, ensuring their seamless integration without impurities. Fortunately, Xia Qi's soul was notably robust, allowing him to divide his consciousness into multiple strands to oversee the materials as they entered the cauldron, enveloping them with his true essence to regulate the temperature. Before long, the materials transformed into a crystalline liquid, becoming increasingly pure under the relentless heat of the earth fire. The vibrant red flames entered the cauldron as he skillfully guided the concoction towards completion. Chapter 87. The orange true fire materials were cast into the Purple Jade Alchemy Cauldron, transforming into lustrous and fragrant pills. The entire process was executed with remarkable proficiency, and not once did Xia Qi falter in his alchemical endeavors over the span of half an hour. Mastery comes with practice. Having consumed countless materials and under the guidance of a master alchemist, Xia Qi, although only capable of concocting fourth-grade spirit pills, had become remarkably adept, achieving a notably low failure rate. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the resources required for crafting these lower-tier pills had significantly diminished. His true essence was now abundant, allowing him to sustain his efforts without the need for the previous reliance on restorative pills. The sheer volume of materials transformed into pills demanded an immense investment of time and effort. Every hour, Xia Qi would take a brief respite to recuperate his true essence. He chose to reside entirely within the alchemy chamber, unfazed by the searing flames. Once replenished, he would resume his alchemical work, and when depleted, he would sit cross-legged to restore his essence. Xia Qi was wholly absorbed in his craft, acutely aware that his understanding of alchemy had greatly advanced during this session. Most gratifyingly, his control over the crimson true fire had become exceedingly proficient and had intensified significantly, to the extent that he could now store some of the crimson flames within the azure gourd. With a swift motion, Xia Qi tossed several batches of materials for the flesh regeneration pill into the purple jade alchemy cauldron. A soft sound echoed as the materials melted into a liquid state, enveloped by the ground fire, where the high temperature refined them, continuously expelling impurities until they became increasingly translucent. With a gentle tremor of the cauldron, the liquid transformed into a pure white essence, merging seamlessly and harmoniously, exhibiting no signs of rejection. This was the advantage of the purple jade alchemy cauldron. During the melting phase, it provided Xia Qi with substantial assistance, rendering failure nearly impossible. As the materials merged and approached pill formation, Xia Qi's expression grew serious. The crimson true fire was summoned, gradually reshaping the liquid into over a dozen small, glistening orbs the size of soybeans, gently rotating and solidifying under the meticulous alchemical process. This was the most challenging step in pill crafting. A moment's distraction could result in the pills turning to ash, or at best, yielding waste. Under the influence of the crimson true fire, the flesh regeneration pills slowly took shape. Xia Qi felt a robust life force pulsating within them, intertwined with the crimson flames. In that moment of realization, a surge of life energy startled him, causing the crimson true fire to slip from his grasp. The nearly formed pills disintegrated into ashes in an instant. The explosion reverberated, causing the purple jade alchemy cauldron to quiver slightly. Yet, Xia Qi wore no trace of disappointment. Rather, he beamed with joy. His gaze remained fixed on the cauldron, where the crimson flames suddenly manifested anew. However, this time, a small portion of the flames had shifted to an orange hue. The orange true fire, the fire of life. While crafting the flesh regeneration pill, the sensation of life energy had sparked an epiphany in Xia Qi, allowing him to directly comprehend the orange true fire. Although still a small flicker, this newly grasped orange flame could not be subdued by the larger mass of crimson fire. The 7 types of true fire, each more formidable than the last. Xia Qi was elated by his comprehension of the orange true fire. He promptly stored the purple jade alchemy cauldron away, collecting all the pills he had crafted during this period. Days passed, and the once mountainous pile of materials had dwindled by a third. This pace of alchemical production was astonishing for a 4th-grade alchemist like Xia Qi. Exiting the alchemy chamber, he encountered Gu Chongdian, who was also present. "I shall enter seclusion for a few days. Here are some of the pills I have prepared. I will refine the rest after a while." He handed over a significant portion of the finished pills to Gu Chongdian, retaining a fair share for himself. After bidding farewell, he returned to the courtyard prepared for him by the Gu family. Having just grasped the orange true fire, Xia Qi aimed to stabilize it. The orange true fire, a fire imbued with life, radiated a peculiar vitality as it blazed forth. Xia Qi sensed that he could control the orange flames, drawing life force from nature itself, which transformed into the vibrant orange fire, continuously expanding. In this state, Xia Qi was wholly immersed, as the orange true fire flourished under his command, intertwining with the crimson flames. After 3 days, Xia Qi emerged from his courtyard. The time had allowed him to gain control over the orange true fire, and he believed that, with both the orange and crimson flames, his alchemical speed could increase even further. The combination of the 2 true fires enhanced both the speed and quality of his pill crafting. Consequently, it took Xia Qi over half a month to finish refining all the materials provided by Gu Chongdian, yielding a plethora of pills. Despite being low-tier, their value was staggering, likely amounting to several million low-grade spirit stones. According to the agreement reached with Gu Chongdian, with a success rate of 70%, Xia Qi's actual success rate was an impressive 80%, meaning the remaining 10% was his to keep. Upon selling all the pills, combined with the promised 200,000 spirit stones from Gu Chongdian, his earnings from this half-month of alchemy totaled an astounding 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xia Qi calculated and was taken aback by the enormity of this figure. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones was an unfathomable sum for an average foundation establishment second-layer cultivator, who would not be worth nearly that much even if sold. The ease with which an alchemist could amass spirit stones left Xia Qi pondering. However, he understood that true alchemists capable of such lucrative earnings were exceedingly rare. After all, how many alchemists could boast such a remarkable success rate? Moreover, such rapid production was virtually unattainable for most. Additionally, mishaps in pill crafting could lead to total material loss. Xia Qi's ability to effortlessly generate spirit stones through alchemy stemmed from his extensive experience with low-tier pills, honed through countless repetitions within the mysterious space of his beads. Crafting high-tier pills would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous challenge. It is essential to recognize that high-grade materials are costly, and even Xia Qi could not afford to waste such valuable resources for practice. Thus, when it came to refining pills above the 5th or 6th grade, Xia Qi would rely on his accumulated alchemical expertise. Chapter 88. A surge of orders. Was it possible that all the elixirs had been successfully refined so swiftly? When Xia Qi handed over 70% of the elixirs to Gu Chongtian, the latter's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his surprise even with his golden core cultivation. Xia Qi, feeling a sense of accomplishment, smiled subtly. To produce such a vast quantity of elixirs in such a brief span, coupled with an astonishing success rate at the level of a 4th-rank alchemist, was indeed unparalleled. Gu Chongtian beamed with joy. The plethora of materials transformed into elixirs would sustain the Gu family for a year or two. Initially, he had intended to allocate these materials to others, expecting only a 50% yield. Yet, Xia Qi's intervention had granted him an unexpected boon. With the elixirs completed, Gu Chongtian, who had felt a pang at the expenditure of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, became generous, waving his hand to present the sum to Xia Qi. Xia Qi accepted the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones with delight, as he was in dire need of them for cultivating spiritual herbs and for his own advancement, both of which required a substantial amount of spirit stones. Having completed the elixirs, Xia Qi did not rush into his own cultivation but sought out Gu Yu. During this visit to the Gu family, he had amassed nearly 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, fueling his desire to return to the Dan sect swiftly. Within the Dan sect, a plethora of precious spiritual herbs awaited cultivation, yet he had been unable to plant them due to a lack of spirit stones. With the Dan Yuan's herb garden under his care for the time being, Xia Qi was determined to transfer as many spiritual herbs as possible to his own space. In contrast to Xia Qi's flurry of activity, Guy remained leisurely. Each day, she refrained from rigorous cultivation, choosing instead to spend time with her father, Gu Chong's, attempting to persuade him to accompany her to the Dan sect for his health. However, Gu Chong's spirit was broken, rendering Gu Yu's efforts futile. Accepting this, she resolved to remain by her father's side, cherishing the time they had together. Upon meeting Gu Yu, Xia Qi noticed a softness in her demeanor that contrasted with her usual coldness. She greeted him with a gentle smile. Yet, despite her newfound warmth, Gu Yu had no immediate plans to leave, still clinging to the hope of persuading her father to follow her to the Dan sect and depart from the Gu family. Xia Qi felt it inappropriate to impose upon Gu Yu's decision. Nonetheless, as she urged him to leave first, he hesitated, reluctant to depart prematurely, especially since his master, Dan Yuan, had entrusted him with responsibilities. Life at the Gu residence settled into a tranquil routine, with Xia Qi dedicating himself to cultivation. However, without the assistance of numerous elixirs, his progress stagnated at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, yielding no remarkable advancements. Consequently, he devoted more time to mastering his techniques, gradually enhancing his own power. This serene existence lasted less than 10 days before Gu Chongtian disrupted it. Xia Qi, my friend, since you do not intend to leave the Gu family just yet, might you be interested in refining elixirs for others? Gu Chongtian inquired, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Is it possible that you still possess materials for 4th-rank elixirs? Xia Qi's heart raced at the thought, as he recalled the extensive resources already utilized, which had nearly depleted the inventory of their modest family. Oh, Xia Qi, do not jest. The Gu family is but a small clan. We have already exhausted our resources. In this instance, I sought you out because several allied families in the vicinity lack an alchemist and require numerous low-tier elixirs. If you agree, I would be willing to act as an intermediary, persuading these families to provide the materials for you to refine, Gu Chongtian proposed, his eyes gleaming with hope. The prospect of Xia Qi's remarkable elixir success rate was indeed enticing. Should he agree, a significant advantage would accrue to the Gu family's development. I am open to refining elixirs, but I must note that I have no prior acquaintance with these families. If they entrust their materials to me, I can only assure them a yield of 60%, Xia Qi replied, his eyes sparkling with determination. Such an opportunity was too valuable to decline. He was eager to seize it. This time, however, would differ from his initial experience in elixir refinement. Gu Chongtian had already placed his faith in Xia Qi's skills, and he intended to reap substantial benefits this time around. An 80% success rate, with a 20% deduction, would result in a considerable quantity of spirit stones. Despite appearing demanding, Xia Qi was confident that these families would willingly provide materials for the elixirs. After all, alchemists were a rarity in the current cultivation world, and the fees for elixir refinement were exorbitant. Typically, such small families would be fortunate to receive 50% of the elixirs from their commissioned work. Upon hearing Xia Qi's proposition, Gu Chongtian's expression shifted from surprise to delight, even though 60% was less than the 70% he would personally receive. Even at 60%, I can retain 0.5% for myself, offering these small families 55%. They would undoubtedly welcome such an arrangement, Gu Chongtian mused, recognizing the potential for significant profit. While 0.5% might seem trivial, Gu Chongtian understood that if he could secure alchemical services at this rate, no fewer than 10 families would approach him for elixir refinement. When Xia Qi can refine elixirs at a 60% success rate, it is indeed a generous offer. I shall reach out to these families, and I am confident they will agree. Gu Chongtian smiled as he responded. Yes, if you need to refine, do so promptly. My master has instructed me not to linger too long. Xia Qi nodded, eager to expedite the process as he was uncertain of when Gu might depart. Without hesitation, Gu Chongtian left Xia Qi's courtyard, hastening to contact the families, his eagerness surpassing even that of Xia Qi. Should he succeed in persuading these families to commission elixirs, the Gu family stood to gain immensely, fulfilling Gu Chongtian's long-held desire to strengthen his clan. Chapter 89. An unexpected turn of events indeed. Gu Chongtian's speed was astonishingly swift. By the following day, 2 families had consented, bringing their materials to Xia Qi for refinement. Naturally, these materials comprised only those suitable for 4th-grade elixirs and below. After all, materials for higher-grade elixirs are not only beyond Xia Qi's current capabilities but are also exceedingly precious. These smaller families could scarcely afford to produce any significant quantities. They were all families of comparable standing to the Gu family, surviving in the narrow margins among the numerous sects within the Linshui mountain range. A challenging endeavor that made growth exceedingly difficult. Thus, the prospect of someone offering such generous conditions for alchemical production brought immense joy to these families. There were, of course, skeptics questioning the authenticity of this arrangement. However, with Gu Chongtian's assurance, these smaller families felt no trepidation. If it were indeed a deception, the formidable Gu family would not escape unscathed. As a considerable amount of materials began to accumulate, Xia Qi found himself engrossed in a whirlwind of activity. His soul was far more potent than that of the average person, granting him an enhanced spiritual perception. Consequently, while refining elixirs, he could simultaneously manage multiple sets of materials, significantly accelerating his pace. Furthermore, Xia Qi had recently comprehended the essence of orange true fire. The amalgamation of these 2 types of true fire not only increased the probability of successful refinement, but also expedited the process. In the alchemy chamber, Xia Qi labored amidst towering heaps of materials. He was entirely absorbed in the art of alchemy, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, utterly entranced by the process. The abundance of materials not only allowed Xia Qi to profit, but also honed his alchemical skills, deepening his understanding of the craft. Progress in alchemy is inextricably linked to practice. Dan Yuan, a renowned master of alchemy, owed much of his prowess to his daily refinement of various elixirs within the sect. Indeed, within the Dan sect, the sect leader Dan Feng and the second elder Dan Quan possessed talents in alchemy that rivaled Dan Yuan's. The disparity in achievements among them stemmed from the fact that Dan Yuan diligently engaged in alchemy almost every day. However, it is worth noting that Dan Yuan, despite his obsession with the craft, was the weakest among the trio. As time flowed quietly by, Xia Qi devoted an entire month to the alchemy chamber. During this month, he meticulously crafted a staggering number of elixirs. Yet, despite this prodigious output, a substantial quantity of refining materials remained, requiring several more days of work for completion. Throughout this month of alchemical endeavors, Xia Qi processed materials from several families, retaining over 20% for himself, resulting in an astonishing accumulation of elixirs. Converting such a vast number of elixirs into spirit stones posed a challenge. The 1st and 2nd grade elixirs held little value for Xia Qi. Only the 3rd and 4th grade elixirs could significantly impact his current cultivation, necessitating their sale for spirit stones. Observing the remaining materials, Xia Qi resumed his alchemical pursuits. Now, he found himself remarkably adept at refining 2nd and 3rd grade elixirs, capable of succeeding even with his eyes closed. Mastery through repetition had granted him the ability to perceive the slightest fluctuations in elixir refinement. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed from the stone door of the chamber, as if someone were knocking. Just at that moment, several elixirs emerged from the Ziyu Dan Ding and were swiftly collected into a jade vial. Rising to his feet, Xia Qi opened the stone door to reveal a somewhat bashful Gu Chongtian standing outside. "Friend Gu, what brings you here?" Xia Qi inquired, maintaining a tranquil demeanor despite a twinge of apprehension at the interruption. "I apologize for intruding upon your alchemical endeavors, but it is a matter of some urgency that necessitates your attention," Gu Chongtian replied, his expression one of sincere regret. "Please, share your concerns. If it is within my power to assist, I shall not hesitate," Xia Qi responded with a smile. Upon hearing Xia Qi's words, Gu Chongtian visibly relaxed and proceeded to unfold the matter at hand. This predicament, as it happened, was a consequence of Xia Qi's own actions. Recently, Xia Qi had aided over a dozen small families in refining elixirs, providing them with a remarkable success rate of 55%, which led to a surge of demand from nearby families seeking his expertise. However, the influx of requests from these small families had incited the ire of one particular clan. This clan, a renowned alchemical family in the region, boasted a patriarch with a foundation level of only 6, yet he was a 5th-grade alchemist. Prior to Xia Qi's arrival, this family had monopolized the elixir production for the smaller clans, reaping considerable benefits despite a lower success rate compared to Xia Qi's. With Xia Qi's emergence, the small families gravitated toward him, effectively usurping this clan's business, which had suffered greatly over the past month. It did not take long for this clan to discern the cause of their misfortune. They learned that a formidable alchemical practitioner had recently appeared in the Gu family, offering an enticing success rate that attracted all the small families. Further inquiries revealed that this alchemist was quite young and likely possessed a relatively low level of alchemical expertise. As the materials provided by the small families were scarce, with even 4th-grade materials being a rarity. Emboldened by this knowledge, the clan leader, a 5th-grade alchemist, sought out Xia Qi with the intention of issuing a challenge. The loser would be compelled to vacate the region. Chapter 90. The Liu family. The challenge posed by a 5th-tier alchemist was formidable, and even Gu Chongtian, despite being at the golden core stage, dared not provoke such a master. After all, alchemists have extensive connections. Angering a 5th-tier alchemist could potentially attract the attention of golden core cultivators. In his predicament, Gu Chongtian thought of Xia Qi, acknowledging that Xia Qi was a 5th-tier alchemist. He did not intend for Xia Qi to engage in a contest of skills, but rather to reveal his identity, believing that the title of Grand Elder of the Alchemy sect would suffice to intimidate the opposing party. Upon hearing Gu Chongtian's explanation, Xia Qi smiled faintly, displaying no sign of concern. "Let us go outside and see what this family is truly capable of." Xia Qi's demeanor suggested that he was unfazed by the fact that the opponent was a 5th-tier alchemist. Gu Chongtian's heart lifted at Xia Qi's words. As long as Xia Qi was willing to step forward, he was confident that the small family would not dare to continue pursuing him. Leading the way, Gu Chongtian walked swiftly, his anxiousness evident, while Xia Qi followed leisurely, as if strolling through a garden. When they arrived at the entrance of the Gu family, they found it teeming with activity. A large crowd of cultivators gathered, including 1 or 2 golden core practitioners. These golden core cultivators were the heads of the small family that had sought Xia Qi's assistance in alchemy, having come to observe the unfolding situation. To Xia Qi's surprise, Guyu was also present, her expression frosty, and the surrounding crowd dared not approach her, casting fearful glances in her direction. "Senior sister," Xia Qi called out with a smile as he approached Guyu. "Just a few petty clowns. If you reveal your name, they would hardly dare to trouble you." Guyu replied, glancing at Xia Qi with a hint of surprise before speaking coolly. She had not anticipated that within a mere month at the Gu family, Xia Qi would forge connections with so many families and produce a large quantity of pills, even attracting unwanted attention. However, the aloof Guyu regarded the approaching alchemist with indifference, believing that simply having Xia Qi announce his identity would suffice to send them away. In truth, if Xia Qi merely divulged his lineage, this small alchemical family would likely flee in fright. Yet, Xia Qi had no intention of doing so. During this period of continuous alchemical practice, he had gained profound insights, and with his mastery over the orange flame, he felt that under pressure, he might be able to concoct 5th-tier pills and attain the status of a 5th-tier alchemist. Undoubtedly, the challenge from the head of this alchemical family provided Xia Qi with a sense of pressure, perhaps the very opportunity for his breakthrough. "Are you the alchemist invited by the Gu family?" As Xia Qi conversed with Guyu, a tall, slender man in a green robe stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze icy and his tone condescending. He spoke to Xia Qi as though addressing a servant. "I am Xia Qi," replied Xia Qi, his brow furrowing slightly. The man's haughty tone was unsettling, yet he maintained his composure. To become a fourth-tier alchemist at the mere second level of foundation establishment is indeed remarkable. However, there is a saying about leaving room for others. Do you not think your actions are excessive? The middle-aged man, Lu Qing, had already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment and easily discerned Xia Qi's cultivation level. His gaze hardened as he spoke with malicious intent. Under Lu Qing's leadership, the Lu family had gradually grown stronger through their alchemical prowess and had formed alliances with several formidable cultivators. Their reputation was burgeoning, and the number of requests for alchemical services was rising, just as the Lu family seemed poised for ascendance. Xia Qi's interference had allowed him to monopolize the alchemical orders in the region, which Lu Qing could not tolerate. While it was true that Gu Chongtian, a golden core cultivator, prevented Lu Qing from taking direct action, he believed he could leverage the challenge between alchemists to drive Xia Qi away from the mountains. Lu Qing intended to teach these opportunistic families a lesson. "It is not I who have overstepped, but rather your heart that is too blackened," Xia Qi replied, remaining remarkably composed. He understood that Lu Qing was referring to the recent alchemical transactions, where he had secured a deal with a 60 success rate. Despite Gu Chongtian deducting half a point, his effective rate of 55 still surpassed that of the Lu family by half a point. Consequently, any family seeking alchemical services from the Lu family would have to match Xia Qi's higher success rate, leading to a significant loss of income for Lu Qing. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. We are both alchemists. Let us resolve this as such. We shall openly concoct a batch of pills, and the loser shall depart from this place." A sinister grin appeared on Lu Qing's face. As a 5th-tier alchemist, he was confident in his abilities, viewing Xia Qi, a newly minted 4th-tier alchemist, as vastly inferior. His only concern was whether Xia Qi would have the courage to accept the challenge. "Then I accept this challenge," Xia Qi declared, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. The title of 5th-tier alchemist represented the ability to concoct 5th-tier pills, a feat Xia Qi had yet to achieve. This pressure would be transformed into motivation, marking a pivotal opportunity for his breakthrough. "Xia Qi, my friend." Gu Chongtian looked on in astonishment, his expression a mixture of concern and bitterness. Originally, he had intended for Xia Qi to simply announce his identity, thereby discouraging Lu Qing without escalating the situation. However, Xia Qi's immediate acceptance left Gu Chongtian momentarily speechless. "Do not worry, my friend. Since I have accepted, I am confident in my victory." Xia Qi replied with a slight smile, exuding an air of assurance that seemed to dispel Gu Chongtian and Appo's worries. Gu Yu, observing from the side, regarded Xia Qi with astonishment. "My junior brother has truly remarkable talent in alchemy, able to contemplate 5th-tier pills at such a young age." Gu Yu realized that when Xia Qi had first emerged, he was merely a 4th-tier alchemist, yet his newfound confidence suggested he had indeed ascended to the rank of 5th-tier alchemist. Chapter 91. The 4th-ranked alchemical cauldron excellent. Indeed, Taoist Xia Qi is brimming with confidence. In that case, let us both prepare our materials, and 3 days hence we shall publicly engage in alchemy at the Gu family estate to determine our superiority. Lu Qing had initially harbored concerns that Xia Qi might decline the challenge. But to his surprise, Xia Qi readily accepted without hesitation. A flicker of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face as he promptly established a date. 3 days was ample time, sufficient to make all necessary preparations. Xia Qi nodded in agreement to Lu Qing and Appo's proposal, prompting further delight on Lu Qing and Appo's part, who immediately turned to lead the Lu family members away from the scene. With 3 days at their disposal, Lu Qing needed to ensure that all materials were ready while also maintaining himself in peak condition, leaving no room for error. As Lu Qing departed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and Xia Qi, along with Gu Yu and others, returned to the Gu family residence. Xia Qi's brow furrowed slightly, the previous ease replaced by a sense of urgency. He had never concocted a 5th-grade elixir before, although he had memorized some 5th-grade recipes shown to him by his master. The actual process of crafting such potions was exceedingly challenging, especially given the scarcity of materials. Taoist Xia Qi, are you troubled by the materials required for the 5th-grade elixir? Perhaps you could share what is needed, and I shall procure them for you. Gu Chongtian suddenly interjected. From the 4th-grade elixirs onward, the materials required became increasingly precious. The ingredients for a 5th-grade elixir could easily cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Gu Chongtian's generous offer stemmed from his belief in Xia Qi's abilities. Hoping to seize an advantage, it is worth noting that even a subpar 5th-grade elixir would hold a value of no less than 50 or 60,000 spirit stones, with better quality ones surpassing 100,000. Should he provide the materials, if Xia Qi succeeded in concocting the elixir, he might very well receive one in return. After all, Xia Qi's confidence suggested he could indeed create a 5th-grade elixir, as long as the materials were not wasted excessively, and 2 elixirs were produced. Gu Chongtian was certain Xia Qi would grant him one. Very well, I shall inform you of the materials I require, Xia Qi replied without hesitation. Though he had never before crafted a 5th-grade elixir and was merely a 4th-grade alchemist, he felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to produce a 5th-grade elixir and triumph over a seasoned 5th-grade alchemy master. After careful consideration, Xia Qi ultimately chose the Yuanyang Dan. The Yuanyang Dan, a 5th-grade elixir, is specifically designed to enhance cultivation. This elixir is notoriously difficult to produce, even proving beneficial for golden core stage practitioners seeking to elevate their prowess. Upon sharing the required materials with Gu Chongtian, he immediately set off to gather them. The Yuanyang Dan necessitated a considerable array of materials, many of which were rare, including the inner core of a Qing Yuan beast, a task not easily accomplished. Hence, Gu Chongtian did not dare to delay, given their limited 3-day time frame. With the responsibility of sourcing the materials entrusted to Gu Chongtian, Xia Qi retreated to his room for seclusion. During these 3 days, he aimed to prepare himself for the pinnacle of his capabilities. Gu Chongtian collected the materials with commendable speed, completing the task by the 2nd day. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xia Qi awoke. Having reached his utmost state of readiness, he now possessed the confidence to concoct the 5th-grade elixir. Holding the materials for the Yuanyang Dan gathered by Gu Chongtian, Xia Qi stepped out from the Gu residence, radiating self-assurance. Gu Chongtian followed closely behind, brimming with excitement, while even Gu trailed, eager to witness her junior brother craft a 5th-grade elixir. The contest was to take place in the courtyard of the Gu estate. In preparation for this alchemical duel, Gu Chongtian had even arranged for the underground fires to be drawn forth 3 days prior, creating an expansive open-air alchemical chamber. The blazing earth fires surged with an intimidating heat, deterring any who dared to approach. Upon reaching the courtyard, Xia Qi found Lu Qing already present, equally confident, and casting a provocative glance at him, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. Unfazed by Lu Qing's taunts, Xia Qi ignored him entirely, positioning himself beside the earth fire. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly awaiting the commencement of the competition, oblivious to the world around him. Laughter erupted from the crowd of onlookers who had entered the Gu residence, while Lu Qing's expression darkened, filled with a hint of embarrassment. He glared fiercely at Xia Qi, vowing to humiliate him thoroughly in the upcoming contest. Daoist Gu, since Xia Qi has arrived and made his preparations, may we commence? Lu Qing inquired impatiently of Gu Chongtian. Given that the competition was hosted at the Gu estate, it fell to Gu Chongtian to announce the start of the proceedings. It may begin. After casting a glance at Xia Qi, who offered a slight smile in affirmation, Gu Chongtian felt at ease and calmly declared. As the signal was given, both Xia Qi and Lu Qing sprang into action simultaneously. A flash of purple light illuminated Xia Qi's hands as the purple jade alchemical cauldron materialized, swelling to the size of a person and hovering in midair, enduring the searing flames from below. Gu Chongtian's purple jade cauldron was a 3rd-grade vessel, significantly aiding the initial steps of the alchemical process. Among the spectators, some recognized this cauldron as the prized possession Gu Chongtian had unexpectedly acquired, and they eagerly shared its grade and benefits. Nearby, Lu Qing summoned a cauldron of his own, a towering green vessel that sparkled with vibrant hues, instantly heating under the assault of the earth fire. This was the renowned green light cauldron, a 4th-grade vessel, far more valuable than Xia Qi's cauldron, and it too would provide considerable assistance in the alchemical endeavor. Your cultivation is inferior, your cauldron less impressive, and your experience scant. Xia Qi, today you shall learn the price of crossing me. Lu Qing. Lu Qing's heart brimmed with certainty of victory. Everything before him bolstered his confidence, for he perceived Xia Qi as lacking in every regard, making this a contest he was destined to win. In stark contrast to Lu Qing's casual demeanor, Xia Qi was wholly engrossed, immersing himself in the process of crafting the Yuanyang Dan, meticulously controlling the cauldron and adding the materials in the correct order. Facing off against a fifth-grade alchemy master with a cauldron of lesser quality, Xia Qi felt immense pressure weighing upon him. He had to fully dedicate himself to concocting an elixir he had never attempted before. He sensed an undeniable intensity. Today was the day he would step into the realm of fifth-grade alchemy mastery. As the courtyard gradually fell silent, every gaze was fixed upon the actions of Xia Qi and Lu Qing, captivated as if they were eager students hoping to glean wisdom from their alchemical techniques. Chapter 92. The completion of the falling star pill. The materials for a fifth-grade pill are relatively advanced, making the refining process significantly challenging. Despite the blazing flames of the earth fire and the terrifying temperature within the alchemical furnace, the refinement of the materials remains exceedingly arduous. After a span of over half an hour, 30 to 40 portions of materials have finally been refined into a crystalline liquid, settling at the bottom of the furnace, continuing to undergo further refinement until they become even more translucent and radiant. The refinement of these materials is quite difficult. After more than 10 minutes, the results are minimal. Summer Chi's expression grows serious as he begins to channel the crimson true fire, a small cluster of it directly entering the furnace to refine the elixir. Meanwhile, Lu Qing also employs the crimson true fire, his demeanor relaxed, lacking the gravity that Summer Chi exhibits, clearly confident in his abilities. After all, he is a fifth-grade alchemist with experience in crafting several fifth-grade pills. Time flows like water, and before they realize it, an hour has passed. At this moment, Summer Chi feels his true essence waning, his complexion paling. In contrast, Lu Qing, while slightly pale, appears far more at ease. He has successfully completed the control of the crimson true fire, which is now in the process of melting. After another 10 minutes, Summer Chi finally completes the refinement. The translucent elixir gathers within the purple jade furnace, its colors distinct and clear. At this juncture, Summer Chi must fuse these visibly incompatible elixirs together. Bang! As Summer Chi attempts to merge them using the crimson true fire, the formidable nature of these elixirs exceeds his expectations, resulting in a violent rejection. A deep thundering sound reverberates, causing the purple jade furnace to tremble slightly. Such domineering elixirs. Summer Chi flails momentarily, expending considerable true essence to stabilize the elixirs and prevent an explosion, before taking a deep breath and unleashing the orange true fire to commence the melting process. The orange true fire. At the second layer of the foundation establishment stage, he has astonishingly cultivated 2 types of true fire. No wonder his alchemical skills are so extraordinary. Yet it seems that even with 2 types of true fire, he faces slim chances against Lu Qing. The emergence of the orange true fire stirs a ripple of excitement among the onlookers. A young cultivator at the second layer of the foundation establishment stage has cultivated 2 types of true fire. Such an achievement is remarkable. Nevertheless, most spectators remain skeptical that Summer Chi can surpass Lu Qing, who has also cultivated 2 types of true fire and possesses a robust true essence along with extensive experience in crafting fifth-grade pills. Lu Qing notices the appearance of the orange true fire, his eyes momentarily widening in surprise before quickly regaining composure. He remains utterly confident in his victory, harboring no doubts whatsoever. Boom! Inside the furnace, the 2 types of true fire converge, resulting in a sudden surge in temperature. The various elixirs within are immediately subjected to high heat, and although they still exhibit some resistance, they slowly begin to merge. These elixirs are gradually melted and compressed, steadily coalescing, seemingly on the verge of solidification and forming pill shapes. Integrate the inner elixir of the green ape beast into the mixture. At this moment, Summer Chi silently declares, adding the inner elixir of the green ape beast into the purple jade furnace to merge with the elixir and create the Yuan Yang pill. The green ape beast, resembling a monkey but entirely green, possesses formidable strength, and its inner elixir is exceedingly precious, directly contributing to cultivation and enhancing one's prowess. By integrating it into the mixture for the Yuan Yang pill, one can fully absorb the natural spiritual energy contained within. The inner elixir, much like the green ape beast itself, emits a shimmering green light, showing signs of softening upon entering the furnace and oppose searing heat. True essence surges forth as Summer Chi envelopes the inner elixir completely. Simultaneously, the elixir begins to liquefy, its countless strands of natural spiritual energy seemingly eager to escape the confines of the furnace. Fortunately, Summer Chi had anticipated this and has fully encased it with his true essence. Merge. Summer Chi exerts all his strength to channel the 2 types of true fire, their flames flickering vigorously, illuminating the inner elixir of the green ape beast and the nearly molten elixir, enveloping them both. His true essence drains like flowing water. And although his complexion grows paler, he has no time to consume elixirs for recovery. His focus remains unwavering, intently observing the situation within the purple jade furnace. Buzz. The purple jade furnace emits a resonant hum, as if on the brink of explosion. Yet, Summer Qi grits his teeth, the two types of true fire burning fiercely. As the inner elixir of the green ape beast and the massive elixir begin to merge, Wuyou's gaze is fixed on Summer Qi's pale visage. Observing his determination and unwillingness to relent stirs an unusual sensation within her heart, which is typically as cold as ice. Buzz. A louder hum emanates from the purple jade furnace, and at that moment, a smile appears on Summer Qi's pale face. Inside the furnace, the inner elixir of the green ape beast and the elixir have completely merged, forming a spherical shape that slowly solidifies. Bang! Simultaneously, a violent explosion erupts from Lu Qing's side, the azure light surging skyward, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that intoxicates all who inhale it. The pill is complete. A glimmer of satisfaction crosses Lu Qing's slightly pale face as he exclaims triumphantly, grasping in his palm a round, translucent pill the size of a broad bean, the 5th grade falling star pill. Ha! Summer Qi, concede. Lu Qing, slightly fatigued yet brimming with arrogance, laughs heartily. Casting a glance at the ashen-faced Summer Qi, whose true essence has been severely depleted. In this instant, a flash of murderous intent ignites in Wuyou's eyes. Lu Qing. My friend, the contest is not yet concluded. The outcome remains uncertain. Summer Qi is still in the midst of pill refinement. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing him for a moment. Gu Chongtian, filled with concern, promptly intervenes to halt Lu Qing. The 5th grade healing elixir. The falling star pill has already been completed, while Summer Qi has yet to succeed. This clearly indicates my victory. Lu Qing boasts, holding the shimmering falling star pill aloft, its fragrance wafting enticingly. Should Summer Qi also succeed in refining his own pills, and if he produces more than one, then the tide will turn in your favor. For now, we need only wait in silence. A flicker of anger surfaces in Gu Chongtian's heart. Although the Gu family relies on the Lu family, a renowned alchemical family, if Lu Qing continues to act so arrogantly, Gu Chongtian will not hesitate to take action. After all, while Lu Qing and Appo's alchemical skills are impressive, his cultivation level is merely at the 7th layer of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 93, Request for Spirit Stones. Having successfully refined the falling star pill, Lu Qing wore a smug expression. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Xia Qi. The falling star pill, a miraculous healing elixir, held immense allure for cultivators at the golden core stage. For those at the foundation establishment stage, consuming this pill during critical injuries could restore them to perfect health. The gathered cultivators displayed expressions tinged with regret. They had initially hoped Xia Qi would teach Lu Qing a lesson, envisioning a future where Lu Qing would produce pills without such stringent conditions. However, it now appeared that Xia Qi was destined to fail. Even Gu Chongtian, who had been full of confidence and had actively assisted Xia Qi in gathering materials, now wore a mask of concern, having lost all hope for Xia Qi's success. Everyone believed Xia Qi would inevitably lose. Yet, the icy-faced Gu maintained a bright gaze, brimming with unwavering confidence, devoid of any worry. Pale and nearly depleted of true essence, Xia Qi gritted his teeth. Having reached the final step of pill formation, he could not afford to fail. The blazing true fire surged forth, enveloping the almost solidified, emerald-hued elixir within the purple jade alchemy cauldron, gradually dividing it into 3 small orbs of pill liquid. A skilled alchemist could yield 5 pills from a furnace of yuan-yang pills. Yet, for Xia Qi, managing to form 3 embryonic pills was already an arduous task. He was uncertain whether he could sustain the true fire long enough to complete the refinement. All eyes were on Xia Qi as the floating purple jade alchemy cauldron radiated a brilliant violet light, piercing the heavens. Boom! As the dazzling purple light astonished the crowd, a sudden and violent explosion echoed, causing the purple jade alchemy cauldron to shoot skyward, scattering the ground fire beneath in chaotic bursts. The cauldron had exploded. The alchemical process had failed. Alas, it was indeed a loss. The purple jade alchemy cauldron ascended, while the ground fire raged below, leaving the scene in disarray. Yet, the throng of cultivators present wore expressions of regret, letting out soft sighs. Lu Qing, on the other hand, felt utterly relieved. With the cauldron blown apart, this round of alchemy was undoubtedly a failure. Haha, Xia Qi. Do not think that you can act so arrogantly just because you managed to refine a few pills. With your meager abilities, you are not even 1/10,000th of my worth. Better to leave this place quickly. Lu Qing's boastful voice rang out as the cauldron soared into the sky. Lu Qing felt a rush of exhilaration as he planned to humiliate Xia Qi thoroughly, making him leave in disgrace. At the same time, he aimed to show these lesser families the consequences of offending him. However, before Lu Qing's mocking words could settle, Xia Qi, who had been sitting cross-legged and appeared exhausted and pale, suddenly stood up and leaped towards the ascending purple jade alchemy cauldron, reaching out to grasp it. Bang! With a soft sound, Xia Qi seized the purple jade alchemy cauldron and landed steadily on the ground. Without pausing for anything else, he swiftly consumed several pills to restore his true essence, and his complexion improved slightly. I have won this contest. Compensate me with 200,000 spirit stones. And take your cauldron and get out of here. Seeing Xia Qi grasp the cauldron and quickly ingesting pills to recover his true essence, Lu Qing maintained his haughty demeanor. Holding the falling star pill in one hand while speaking, "You haven't even seen the pills I produced, yet you dare to conclude that I have lost?" With his true essence somewhat restored, Xia Qi's complexion regained a hint of color. He slowly lifted his head, casting a cold gaze at Lu Qing as he spoke in a deep voice. "Haraha, the cauldron has exploded, and yet you still dare to mention pills? Do not embarrass yourself further." Lu Qing scoffed at the sight of Xia Qi clutching the purple jade alchemy cauldron. Click. Xia Qi chose not to engage in further banter. He cast a cold glance at Lu Qing, and with a surge of true essence, he opened the lid of the purple jade alchemy cauldron. An intoxicating aroma, rich in spiritual energy, wafted into the air. Soon after, 3 round, crystal-clear, emerald-hued pills slowly floated up from the cauldron, which Xia Qi directly grasped in his hand to display to everyone. The 3 pills, plump and gleaming, were visually stunning. What was even more enticing was the dense spiritual energy contained within each pill, filling the surrounding air with vitality, prompting a collective breath of awe from the onlookers. 5-rank pills, the Yuanyang pills. An elder at the Golden Core stage recognized the 3 pills, his eyes sparkling with greed, though it quickly vanished. Indeed, these are 5-rank Yuanyang pills, a treasure that can elevate the cultivation of Golden Core practitioners. The emergence of the 3 Yuanyang pills instantly astonished the gathered cultivators, most of whom displayed expressions of envy and greed, though they managed to restrain themselves. How could this be possible? You are merely at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, utilizing a 3rd-rank cauldron. How could you possibly refine 5-rank spirit pills and even produce 3 from a single furnace? In stark contrast to the amazement of the surrounding cultivators, Lu Qing fell into a state of frenzy, his eyes turning bloodshot as he stared at the 3 Yuanyang pills in disbelief. While both types of pills could be classified as lower-tier 5-rank spirit pills, the outcome of the contest was abundantly clear. "Lu Qing, my friend, you have lost this round." Gu Chongtian spoke with a hint of politeness. After all, Xia Qi would eventually leave and return to the pill sect, and it was unlikely he would continuously assist the Gu family in pill refinement. The Gu family would still need to rely on Lu Qing for future pill crafting. This time, they merely aimed to suppress Lu Qing without creating any lasting enmity. Though both sets of 5-rank pills are equal in rank, the time taken for my refinement was shorter, so how can this be considered a loss for me? This contest should be deemed a draw. Lu Qing roared in fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he refused to concede. Lu Qing, the truth of who excels and who falters is evident to all present. You are fully aware of the outcome. I will not make this difficult for you. As per your earlier statement, compensate me with 400,000 spirit stones, and we shall consider this matter settled. Furthermore, you need not leave this place. Having smoothly advanced to the rank of 5-rank alchemist, Xia Qi, despite his current fatigue, felt quite pleased. He regarded Lu Qing without malice and doubled the amount of spirit stones Lu Qing had initially requested, speaking in a calm tone. Although the Lu family was not large, they were a wealthy alchemical family. 400,000 spirit stones, while substantial, were still within their means. With an imperious tone, he declared, 40,000 spirit stones. Xia Qi's countenance remained serene, as if his status were lofty and unassailable, paying no heed to Lu Qing's earlier clamor and betraying no hint of indignation. The assembled cultivators were visibly astounded by Xia Qi's pronouncement. 40,000 spirit stones represented a significant sum, and even for the affluent Lu clan, renowned for their alchemical pursuits, such an expenditure would undoubtedly inflict considerable financial strain. Many among the onlookers harbored a premonition that this audacious youth was courting disaster. The Lu clan, bolstered by the prestige of their patriarch, Lu Qing, a 5th-grade alchemy master, had cultivated alliances with numerous Golden Core cultivators. by pressing the issue so forcefully. Xia Qi risked forfeiting the protection of even the Gu family. 40,000 spirit stones? Ha! Lu Qing retorted, his composure regained. Xia Qi, if you seek such a sum, I implore you to offer me a swift apology. Otherwise, as a mere fifth-grade alchemy master bereft of any substantial backing, I shall dispatch you. And even the Gu family will be powerless to intervene. Lu Qing, now composed, wore a slightly menacing expression. The exorbitant sum of 40,000 spirit stones was simply out of the question. Consequently, he resolved to sever ties with the Gu family and expel Xia Qi forthwith. Having forged alliances with several Golden Core experts, Lu Qing was confident that Gu Chongtian would not dare to impede his actions. You stand on the precipice of oblivion. Yet you remain oblivious. Xia Qi retorted, his voice laced with frigidity. A mere Lu clan dares to threaten me? I present you with a choice. Either proffer 50,000 spirit stones, or I shall utterly annihilate your clan. As he spoke, he disdainfully tossed a jade token toward Lu Qing. His true identity was that of a disciple of Dan Yuan, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Pill sect. Ordinarily, Xia Qi would have divulged his lineage, preempting any challenge from Lu Qing. However, in his ardent pursuit of advancement to the rank of fifth-grade alchemy master, Xia Qi had refrained from revealing his true affiliation. Nevertheless, with Lu Qing's oppressive conduct now reaching a crescendo, Xia Qi would no longer suffer in silence. With such a pedigree, what did the alliances of Lu Qing matter? The mere title of Dan Yuan's disciple was enough to deter any potential allies from assisting Lu Qing. Dan, Grand Elder Dan Yuan of the Pill sect? Lu Qing snatched the jade token, his eyes widening in recognition. None dared to impersonate a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill sect, and the oppressive aura emanating from the token quelled any suspicion. Esteemed Xia Qi, I was ignorant of your true identity and offer my sincerest apologies for my previous transgressions. 50,000 spirit stones shall be furnished by my clan. Even if we must liquidate our assets, I implore you to spare the Lu clan. Lu Qing stammered, his face contorted in terror. He returned the jade token to Xia Qi with trembling hands, forcing a servile smile. At that moment, Xia Qi's identity utterly subjugated Lu Qing. His heart pounded with trepidation, his sole objective being to extinguish Xia Qi's ire at any cost, lest the Lu clan be eradicated in a fit of rage. 50,000 spirit stones. And this matter shall be expunged, Xia Qi stated with a placid countenance. Furthermore, I shall not interfere with your clan's relocation. I anticipate departing from this place within a few days. Once you have delivered the spirit stones, I shall cease to trouble you. 50,000 spirit stones shall be delivered within 3 days. Lu Qing and Apos' eyes gleamed with elation at Xia Qi and Apos' words, and with a respectful farewell, he departed to gather the sum, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Despite maintaining a composed facade, Xia Qi harbored a hint of delight. He was acutely aware that within the Pill sect, the sect master, Dan Feng, and the second elder, Dan Quan, were brothers who held sway over the sect. The Grand Elder, Dan Yuan, though revered for his dedication to alchemy, wielded no real power within the sect. Should Lu Qing have hardened his resolve and chosen to abscond rather than deliver the 50,000 spirit stones, Xia Qi would have been powerless to prevent it. After all, the Pill sect would never dispatch forces to annihilate the Lu clan. Lu Qing's departure invigorated the atmosphere of the square. It is no wonder that esteemed Xia Qi possesses such extraordinary alchemy skills at such a tender age, being the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder of the Pill sect. Indeed, a renowned mentor begets an exceptional disciple. The adage holds true. Having learned of Xia Qi's identity, the assembled cultivators wore smiles of obsequiousness, and several Golden Core cultivators approached to offer their compliments. Regardless of Xia Qi's lineage, his exceptional alchemy skills warranted their favor, coupled with his distinguished background. Their flattery knew no bounds. Xia Qi responded with a cordial smile, exchanging pleasantries with the Golden Core cultivators before excusing himself on the pretext of exhaustion from concocting elixirs. He returned to his chambers to recuperate his vital energy. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chongtian and Guyu arrived at Xia Qi's courtyard. Guyu, clad in a voluminous black robe, maintained her customary icy demeanor. However, Gu Chongtian and Apos' face beamed with delight, his smile widening upon beholding Xia Qi. The revelation of Xia Qi's identity had astonished the assembled cultivators that day, and their eagerness to ingratiate themselves with Xia Qi had indirectly benefited Gu Chongtian, who had reaped considerable advantages. 3 yuan yang pills. I am grateful for your provision of the necessary materials, esteemed Gu. Here is 1 yuan yang pill as recompense. Xia Qi offered Gu Chongtian a yuan yang pill with a gentle smile. The yuan yang pill, known for augmenting cultivation, held immense value for Foundation establishment cultivators. Although Xia Qi was reluctant to part with it, Gu Chongtian had incurred considerable expenses in procuring the materials, with the expectation of receiving a pill in return. Xia Qi would not be miserly. Thank you, esteemed Xia Qi. Henceforth, should esteemed Xia Qi encounter any difficulties, the Gu family shall spare no effort to assist. Even at the cost of our lives, Gu Chongtian declared solemnly, accepting the pill without hesitation. Such a pledge appeared grand, but Xia Qi recognized its emptiness. Knowing that Gu Chongtian, a seasoned and cunning individual, would not honor it in earnest. Having obtained the pill, Gu Chongtian departed with elation, while Guyu remained behind. Junior brother possesses remarkable talent, a testament to our esteemed master's diligent tutelage. To have achieved such a level of cultivation and become a fifth-grade alchemy master at such a young age would undoubtedly bring immense joy to our master. Guyu's expression remained placid as she addressed Xia Qi, her voice devoid of emotion. Indeed, to have attained such a level of cultivation and become a fifth-grade alchemy master at such a tender age surpassed even the achievements of Dan Yuan, the current alchemy grandmaster. In his youth, in the eyes of others, Xia Qi's alchemy talent was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 95, A Bountiful Harvest to Outsiders, the young and seemingly unremarkable Xia Qi. With merely a cultivation level of the second layer of Foundation establishment, achieving the status of a fifth-rank alchemist is indeed astonishing, invoking both envy and admiration. However, Xia Qi is acutely aware that while he possesses a commendable talent for alchemy, it is predominantly due to the mysterious space within the pearl in his dantian. He understands that had it not been for the ability to utilize spirit stones to cultivate spiritual materials rapidly within that enigmatic realm, amassing a plethora of resources to refine medicinal pills and accumulate experience, he would not have made such terrifying advancements in alchemy. It is noteworthy that during his time at the Dan sect, he had nearly filled the black earth of the mysterious space with spiritual herbs, depleting them entirely. Yet the number of pills he successfully crafted was minimal, resulting in a staggering waste of at least 90%. One must ponder how many could withstand such exorbitant costs. Thus, Xia Qi's rapid progress in alchemy is only to be expected. Although the art of alchemy appears glamorous, the essence lies in one's cultivation. If one's cultivation cannot break through, what significance does high achievement in alchemy hold? Centuries later, it amounts to nothing more than a pile of yellow earth. Xia Qi shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging that his pursuit of alchemy ultimately serves his greater goal of cultivation, as he treads the path of immortality despite his lack of innate talent. Xia Qi refuses to abandon his studies, as all his learning is aimed at traversing this uncertain journey further. With his swift advancements in alchemy, his own cultivation naturally does not lag far behind. With the availability of medicinal pills, enhancing his cultivation becomes as simple as turning over his hand. Guyu cast a glance at Xia Qi and remarked nonchalantly that the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and is better left unspoken. Today, having reached the realm of a fifth-rank alchemist, he possesses 2 additional Yuan Yang pills, intending to gift one to his senior sister. Xia Qi shook his head and produced one of the remaining Yuan Yang pills. This visit to the Gu family has yielded immense gains, transforming Xia Qi's fortunes tremendously. All thanks to Guyu. Therefore, he resolved to present 1 Yuan Yang pill to her. The fifth-rank pills are exceedingly precious. It is better for the junior brother to keep them for himself, Guyu declined. Although she yearned for the Yuan Yang pill to enhance her cultivation, she did not wish to accept it as a gift from Xia Qi. When I departed, my master instructed me to care for my senior sister. Yet, along the way, it has been my senior sister who has looked after me. Upon arriving at the Gu family, I have also received a considerable amount of spirit stones. If my senior sister does not accept this Yuan Yang pill, my heart will be uneasy, Xia Qi insisted. Holding the pill firmly in his hand and extending it towards Guyu, his expression resolute. In that case, I shall accept it, and in the future, should my junior brother require assistance, I will not refuse. Guyu hesitated momentarily. Seeing Xia Qi's determined countenance, she extended her delicate hand, as white as jade, to accept the Yuan Yang pill. A cool and soft sensation brushed over Xia Qi's palm, causing a slight stir within him, yet he quickly regained his composure. In Guyu's eyes, a hint of gratitude flickered. To her, a Yuan Yang pill is extraordinarily valuable and not easily obtained. Thus, Xia Qi's willingness to bestow it upon her stirred a ripple of emotion within her heart. Having spent nearly 2 months at the Gu family, I have completed my tasks and plan to return to the dance sect. I wonder how my junior brother intends to proceed? Guyu inquired after storing the Yuan Yang pill. Did your father agree to let you go to the dance sect? Xia Qi was momentarily taken aback. Initially wondering why Guyu intended to stay, only to realize she planned to leave the Gu family and return to the Dan sect. My father is unwilling to leave, and I cannot persuade him. Upon returning to the Dan sect, I intend to engage in intensive cultivation for a while. After reaching the golden core stage, I will return to accompany my father, Gu replied, her eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow. Her father, Gu Chongxin, has passed away, and his health is severely compromised. She must remain by her mother's grave, making it impossible for Gu Yu to convince him otherwise. Under such circumstances, she has no choice but to return to the Dan sect to enhance her cultivation, and after attaining the golden core stage, she will return to the Gu family free from Gu Chongtian's constraints to be with her father, despite her current cultivation being only the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Her mention of reaching the golden core stage was delivered with such nonchalance, indicating it is not a formidable challenge for her. In truth, with her exceptional talent and mastery of the slaughter sword path, she can achieve the golden core stage without significant difficulty, possibly within just a few years. In that case, I ask my senior sister to wait 3 days. I have promised to refine some pills for others, and within 3 days, I should be able to complete them. At which point I will depart with my senior sister, Xia Qi contemplated before speaking. During these 2 months, he has crafted a substantial number of medicinal pills, earning considerable spirit stones. Yet, in this area, it is unlikely he will be able to refine another batch of pills in the near future. Thus, he also plans to leave. 3 days is sufficient for him to finalize the medicinal pills, collect 50,000 spirit stones from Lu Qing, and then return to the Dan sect alongside Gu Yu. Very well, I shall return to the Dan sect after 3 days. Gu Yu nodded and then departed from Xia Qing's courtyard. Xia Qing returned to the underground alchemy chamber, summoned the purple jade alchemy cauldron, and began refining the remaining materials into pills. Having ascended to the rank of 5th rank alchemist, he found the process of crafting these 2nd and 3rd tier pills to be exceedingly smooth, akin to flowing water. And the first batch was swiftly completed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Qing completed all the promised pills, and simultaneously, Lu Qing arrived to apologize, presenting him with 55,000 spirit stones, which filled Xia Qing with immense joy. Moreover, it was not only Lu Qing who sought Xia Qing. Having learned of his identity and impending departure, various families that had previously requested his alchemical services also offered him gifts. When combined, these scattered offerings amounted to an estimated value exceeding 100,000. Xia Qing's spirit soared, relishing this newfound elation. In all his time within the cultivation realm, he had never encountered such a gratifying experience. However, Xia Qing understood that the treatment he received from these families stemmed primarily from their fear of his master. The esteemed Dan Yuan, I must grow stronger. I will relentlessly pursue strength, and one day, I shall stand atop the pinnacle of power, commanding the admiration of all. Confidence surged within Xia Qing's heart. Armed with nearly 100,000 spirit stones and medicinal pills worth close to that sum, Xia Qing departed the Gu family amidst the farewells of many, his heart brimming with delight as he made his way back to the Dan sect. However, Xia Qing did not intend to return to the Dan sect directly. He possessed an abundance of low-tier pills, collectively valued at 1,000,000 spirit stones, and he sought to exchange these pills for spirit stones. Chapter 96. The 9-Tripod Merchant Association. At present, Xia Qi has reached the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment stage. The 1st and 2nd grade elixirs, and even the 3rd grade elixirs, have become nearly ineffective in enhancing his cultivation. Consequently, Xia Qi intends to exchange all of them for spirit stones. Given the immense quantity, he naturally aims to visit a larger city where cultivators congregate, seeking out substantial shops for this purpose. Fortunately, Gu seems to share the same intent to venture into the city of cultivators. So the two continue to accompany each other, setting off towards the nearest city after leaving the Gu family. The Linshui mountain range stretches over 100,000 miles, hosting a myriad of forces intertwined with one another. Numerous cities have been constructed within this mountain range to facilitate communication and gather cultivators. However, the city they visit is not Linshui City, but a place known as Lintian City. The name of the city carries an air of majesty, yet in reality, it is slightly smaller than Linshui City. Perhaps this is due to its construction atop a high peak, soaring into the clouds, hence the imposing name. Upon entering the city, the streets are bustling with crowds, the sounds of conversation and discussion ringing in the air. Gu appears to have matters to attend to, as she bids farewell to Xia Qi and disappears into the throng. Without hesitation, Xia Qi heads straight for his objective. Given the vast quantity of low-grade elixirs, it would be impractical for him to exchange them all for spirit stones at a single shop, as this would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Altering his appearance is a simple task for Xia Qi. Turning a corner, he transforms his visage into that of a middle-aged man, his complexion waxen and aged. He then enters a shop without delay. Elixirs are perpetually valued highly within the realm of cultivation, always in demand. Xia Qi exchanges his elixirs for spirit stones with remarkable ease in the shop. Despite dividing the quantity, he still manages to convert elixirs worth a staggering 50,000 spirit stones in one go. It is worth noting that low-grade elixirs are not particularly valuable. Thus, accumulating 50,000 spirit stones is indeed formidable. Upon completing the transaction and exiting the shop, Xia Qi senses that someone is following him. However, amidst the crowded streets filled with numerous cultivators, evading a Qi refinement stage pursuer proves to be a trivial matter. In no time, the figure trailing him vanishes from sight. Changing his appearance once more, he adopts the guise of a pale-faced youth and enters another shop, where he similarly exchanges spirit stones with ease. Most of these shops are operated by various sects, with the station cultivators not being particularly formidable, often at the foundation establishment stage at most, allowing Xia Qi to slip away with relative ease. Thus, several hours pass as he traverses nearly every shop in Lintian City. His storage bag, once overflowing with elixirs, now contains merely 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones worth of elixirs. At this point, Xia Qi finds himself before a lavish palace, the 9-Tripod Merchant Association. Renowned for its presence across the 5 continents of the cultivation world, the 9-Tripod Merchant Association is synonymous with opulence and grandeur. Esteemed senior, how may I assist you? A beautiful woman greets him upon entering the grand hall of the association, her soft voice evoking an immediate sense of comfort. Xia Qi succinctly states his desire to exchange spirit stones, prompting the Qi refinement stage woman to lead him to a private room to summon the responsible party. A transaction involving 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones is beyond the authority of such a lowly attendant. Esteemed friend, would you be willing to present the elixirs you wish to exchange? Shortly thereafter, a charming middle-aged woman is brought forth by the attendant. With a gentle smile, she addresses Xia Qi in a beguiling tone. Here are the elixirs. Please assess their value for conversion into spirit stones. Xia Qi retrieves a storage bag and hands it to the middle-aged woman. Of excellent quality and substantial quantity, I can offer you 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would that be satisfactory? The middle-aged woman, well-versed in elixirs, quickly discerns their high quality and responds with a captivating smile. Agreed. 45,000 spirit stones it is. Xia Qi readily consents, finding the price surpasses his expectations, eliciting no discontent. The middle-aged woman flashes a sultry smile, her figure encased in a flowing pale yellow gown, causing Xia Qi to avert his gaze as her ample bosom seems to strain against the fabric. After the exchange, Xia Qi, eager to leave, is approached by the middle-aged woman once more. Esteemed friend, there will be an auction at the 9-Tripod Merchant Association shortly, featuring numerous rare treasures and exotic spiritual herbs. Might you be interested in attending? An auction? Xia Qi pauses momentarily, intrigue piqued. This auction boasts an impressive lineup, with an array of valuable items. If you attend, you might just find something to your liking, she continues, sensing his interest. Very well, please guide me there, Xia Qi replies after a moment's consideration. With substantial wealth at his disposal, he finds his current treasures lacking in quality. His most prized possession is a fire dance fan, a low-grade artifact of immense power. Yet he yearns for a superior sword to complement his skills in swordsmanship. With his agreement, the middle-aged woman beams and leads him out of the private room, navigating through the bustling halls until they arrive at the entrance to a basement. This entrance is guarded by Foundation establishment stage cultivators, and numerous others are being escorted inside by the 9-Tripod Merchant Association's attendants, creating an atmosphere of excitement. As they walk, Xia Qi overhears snippets of conversation, leading him to understand that the 9-Tripod Merchant Association holds an auction at each of its branches every month, attracting many cultivators. Today marks the occasion of the auction in Lintian City. Chapter 97. The Golden Flame Pill Formula. As the middle-aged woman entered the basement, a sudden brightness illuminated Xia Qi's vision. The basement was spacious and well-lit, roughly the size of a football field, with gemstones embedded in the ceiling that sparkled, lending an extraordinary brilliance to the space. The auction was well prepared, with many seats arranged, and above on both sides, there were rooms clearly designated for esteemed individuals. Upon entering, Xia Qi noticed that the auction hall was already bustling with a considerable number of people, some resting with closed eyes while others engaged in amiable conversations. The atmosphere was lively, filled with cultivators primarily at the foundation establishment stage, with a few at the golden core stage, and some distinguished Qi refining stage practitioners. Wearing a black cloak, a small artifact sold by the 9-tripod Chamber of Commerce, Xia Qi followed the middle-aged woman to find a seat and began to survey his surroundings, eagerly awaiting the auction's commencement. This cloak was remarkable. It not only concealed one's appearance from the naked eye but also prevented detection by divine sense. In such an auction, should one wish to bid on an item, attracting attention was inevitable. If noticed by someone with ill intent, it could lead to troubles. The cloak provided by the 9-tripod Chamber of Commerce effectively addressed this concern and was quite popular. However, not everyone felt the need for such a cloak. Many cultivators who believed themselves powerful scoffed at the idea of wearing one, choosing instead to sit openly in the grand hall. At this moment, there were over 100 cultivators present, yet those donning black cloaks were fewer than half. Xia Qi entered the auction hall unnoticed, and after ensuring he was settled, the middle-aged woman took her leave. With the cloak draping over him, Xia Qi felt an air of audacity as he surveyed the seated cultivators. His gaze suddenly halted on an elderly man clad in a plain gray robe, whose demeanor was gentle and exuded wisdom. The moment Xia Qi's eyes met the old man's, there was a subtle reaction. The elder slightly turned his head and offered a faint smile in Xia Qi's direction. Beside the elder sat a youthful maiden, her features exquisite and her eyes sparkling with mischief, seemingly engrossed in conversation with him, oblivious to his glance towards Xia Qi. That elderly man must be a nascent soul cultivator. A wave of astonishment washed over Xia Qi. Despite the mere smile and glance from the elder, he felt as though his very essence had been laid bare. At that moment, the protective properties of the black cloak seemed utterly ineffective. The middle-aged woman had mentioned that the cloak could even block the perception of golden core cultivators, yet this elder seemed to disregard it entirely. Having previously interacted with Jian Wuyou of the Sanxia Sword sect, Xia Qi sensed that this elder possessed an unfathomable depth akin to Jian Wuxiu's. This seemingly modest auction was indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers gathered, with a nascent soul cultivator present. Shocked, Xia Qi refrained from carelessly glancing around. To him, nascent soul cultivators were like towering mountains, beings he could only admire from a distance. He dared not offend them, for he would not even know how he had met his demise. As time passed, the number of attendees swelled to 200, yet no more cultivators entered. The auctioneer, a designated cultivator, appeared at the front of the spacious auction stage. The proceedings were straightforward. A few brief opening remarks were followed by the commencement of the auction. The auctioneer presented the first item, an intermediate-grade artifact, which was of considerable value to Foundation establishment cultivators. The bidding escalated rapidly, creating an atmosphere of intense excitement. In no time, the artifact was sold for 300,000 spirit stones, a staggering price that left Xia Qi astounded. 300,000 spirit stones vanished in the blink of an eye. Initially intending to bid on a high-grade sword, Xia Qi found himself hesitating. Despite possessing nearly 2 million spirit stones, a sum that surpassed many golden core cultivators, he hesitated to part with 50 or 60,000 spirit stones for a high-grade artifact. Nevertheless, he remained captivated by the proceedings. Artifacts, spiritual herbs, and pills were auctioned off, with some valued at over 1 million spirit stones and others merely a few thousand. After half an hour, Xia Qi finally encountered something of interest, a formula for a pill known as the Golden Flame Pill, a 5th-grade spiritual pill formula. The value of a 5th-grade pill formula was significant, albeit primarily useful to alchemists. The starting bid was 3,000 spirit stones, but Xia Qi resolved to participate. The reasoning was simple. Having tended to a medicinal herb garden for a time, he knew that the garden contained the essential herb, golden flame grass, required for the golden flame pill. Should he acquire the formula, he could cultivate the grass upon returning to the alchemy sect and begin producing the pills immediately. The golden flame pill was crucial for enhancing his cultivation, making it exactly what he needed at this moment. 40,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Xia Qi's voice rang out as he placed his first bid. For a 5th-grade formula, there was a chance he could secure it directly. Conversely, it could escalate to over 100,000 spirit stones if luck was not on his side. The crafting of spiritual pills was an intricate process, built upon the wisdom of countless predecessors. While many alchemists in the current cultivation world had developed new pill formulas, the most revered still derived from ancient traditions. To an alchemist, a 5th-grade formula was often more precious than the 5th-grade spiritual pill itself. 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Xia Qi's bid echoed as a voice unexpectedly emerged from one of the side chambers. The tone was nonchalant, yet it sent a chill through Xia Qi's heart. The chambers were reserved for individuals of status within the 9-tripod chamber of commerce. Previously, cultivators from the chambers had bid several times, and once they did, those in the main hall would typically withdraw their offers. Chapter 98. The Incomplete Alchemical Cauldron. 60,000 Spirit Stones. Xia Qi hesitated for a moment before speaking again. He had made up his mind. After all, he wore a black cloak, which should prevent him from being recognized. Moreover, once he acquired the item, he would leave Lintian City immediately and return to the alchemy sect, which he believed would pose no problems. After all, the Jin Yindan formula was of great significance for enhancing his cultivation. 70,000 spirit stones. A voice emerged from the private room. Slightly aged and tinged with a hint of anger, its volume noticeably increased. 80,000 spirit stones. Having resolved to proceed, Xia Qi was not one to shrink back easily. He immediately countered, seemingly oblivious to the subtle anger in the other person's tone. Who is this individual? Concealing their face, they likely possessed low cultivation, yet dared to engage in a bidding war with esteemed guests in the VIP room. Could they be a novice, unaware of the stakes? Given that they couldn't even enter the VIP room and refrained from revealing their true appearance, it was evident they were not a person of great consequence. Offending a prestigious guest would surely be a path to their own ruin. The struggle for the formula would likely involve an alchemist. This alchemist, perhaps accustomed to a high status, had come here without any sense of restraint. Xia Qi's unwavering bidding not only kindled resentment within the private room, but also sparked murmurs among many cultivators in the hall, who exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude. 100,000 spirit stones. I am Dan Ling, a master alchemist of the alchemy sect. Fellow cultivator, are you certain you wish to continue this contest? After a moment of silence, the voice from the private room spoke again, this time raising the bid by 20,000 spirit stones, exuding an air of unyielding confidence while also revealing their name. Within the Lin Shui mountain range, the reputation of the alchemy sect was indeed illustrious. Aside from the Tianmin sect, it was on par with several other sects, enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary cultivators. The alchemy sect? Dan Ling? Upon hearing the name from the private room, Xia Qi was momentarily taken aback. However, a smile, tinged with a sense of irony, soon graced his face. The alchemy sect was founded on the principles of alchemy, and thus, naturally placed great importance on alchemical formulas. Therefore, if one of its disciples could procure a formula to present to the sect, they would be rewarded handsomely. It seemed that Dan Ling, by offering such a high price and even resorting to threats, aimed to bring the formula back to the sect and claim a substantial reward. Ah, so it is a fellow cultivator from the alchemy sect. I share a slight acquaintance with your sect's master alchemist, Dan Yuan. In that case, I shall concede this formula deal. Having come to this realization, Xia Qi promptly ceased his bidding. After all, once he returned to the alchemy sect, a simple inquiry to his master would suffice, as his master would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to view the formula and would impart it to him. However, Xia Qi did not relinquish his position outright. Instead, he spoke with a nonchalant tone, feigning indifference. He invoked Master Dan Yuan in an attempt to allay any potential anger from Dan Ling over his earlier high bid, fearing that even if he conceded, Dan Ling might still retaliate against him. Thus, he spun a tale. As it turned out, Dan Ling indeed harbored such intentions. After all, who would feel pleased about someone outbidding them by tens of thousands of spirit stones? Nevertheless, upon hearing Xia Qi and Apos' words, Dan Ling abandoned that course of action without concern for its veracity. Competing for a fifth-tier formula surely indicated that one was an accomplished alchemist. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists frequently interacted with one another, and it was plausible that Dan Ling had genuine ties with Dan Yuan. For the sake of tens of thousands of spirit stones, it was not worth the risk of taking action against Xia Qi. Ultimately, the fifth-tier formula was secured by Dan Ling for 100,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer on the platform wore a broad smile. Although Dan Ling's mid-bid revelation of identity had thwarted further bidding, the value of the formula far exceeded its original worth. Much to the auctioneer's delight, a minor interlude had passed, and the auction continued. The event had lasted a full 2 hours, and they were only halfway through. The best items were yet to come. Most cultivators had yet to make a bid, waiting for the upcoming treasures. Next on the auction block was an alchemical cauldron. This cauldron was quite peculiar, appearing to be only a fragment of its former self, yet it did not seem damaged. The merchant guild believed it to be of significant worth, hence its placement later in the auction. The auctioneer's voice rang out, and in his hand appeared an odd cauldron, supported by a single leg and leaning to one side, unable to stand upright, a most curious sight. As the auctioneer placed it on the platform for all cultivators to see, Xia Qi observed closely. Indeed, as the auctioneer had claimed, it appeared to be merely a fragment, yet it did not seem broken. It was as if another part was meant to be joined with it. This was undoubtedly an alchemical cauldron, albeit incomplete. However, upon closer inspection of its material, it was clear it was of exceptional quality. Subtly, the cauldron seemed to exude a rich herbal fragrance, truly extraordinary. Alas, it was only a fragment, even if acquired. It could not be used for alchemy and would merely serve as a distant hope of restoration. As a master alchemist, Xia Qi possessed profound knowledge of cauldrons. After a distant gaze, he surmised the situation with near certainty and lost interest in the incomplete cauldron. Now, this fractured cauldron opens for bidding at 1,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer ensured all cultivators had a clear view before announcing that the starting bid was somewhat low. At only 1,000 spirit stones, quite a bargain compared to the items that would follow. In truth, the 9 Cauldrons Merchant Guild had placed this damaged cauldron late in the auction to attract attention, hoping that a few discerning individuals would spark a bidding war, thereby driving the price higher. If no one recognized its worth, a starting bid of 1,000 would likely not result in a sale. Such considerations were meticulously planned. However, the gap between hope and reality often proved substantial. After a prolonged silence, the auction hall remained eerily quiet. It seemed no one harbored any interest in this cauldron. Indeed, its dismal state rendered it unappealing. The 9 Cauldrons Merchant Guild is quite something. A cauldron so thoroughly damaged, though it may have been remarkable in its prime, it is now worth nothing. Who would squander their spirit stones on such a pitiful item? Within one of the private rooms, an individual holding the recently acquired Jin Yin Dan formula sneered through the window at the ruined cauldron. Only a single leg? It cannot even stand upright. Is this truly worthy of being called a cauldron? Did the 9 Cauldrons Merchant Guild simply salvage a blown-up cauldron fragment to auction, seeking to swindle buyers? They should just pack it away. No one wants it. Whispers filled the grand hall, and the auctioneer felt a twinge of embarrassment. This broken cauldron indeed failed to pique interest, and its lack of bids had been anticipated. Seeing the response, he could only chuckle ruefully and prepare to announce its failure to sell.